District Attorney, which follows immediately on NBC.
WMAQ-NBC in Chicago. The big story tonight at 9 is about the missing chemist who was found by reporter Ike McAnally. His newspaper big story was the winner of the $500 Big Story Award. Then stay tuned at 9:30 for Curtain Time and at 10 o'clock for Supper Club.
Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica present
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
Mr. District Attorney. And tonight, the case of murder a la carte.
Hey, Stanley, will you cut it out? Stanley, you boob!
Yeah, Hannah?
For the love of Pete, stop that hammering. I'm trying to concentrate on the racing form.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I was just finishing this here little ran house.
Yeah, you and your bill. Finishing a what?
This ran house, Hannah, you see? I put a number 5 hinge in the bottom so you could clean it out.
You're nuts. You know what, Stanley? A wren house. What for?
Well, we won't always live in this small apartment, dear. I want to have so many things ready when we get a home in the country.
I swear I married an idiot. Hammering, sawing, his kisser full of nails. Sit still, I'll get it. It might be a wren.
Oh, I'll use the sandpaper, dear. It won't disturb you.
Hello?
Hannah? Nicky.
Oh, hi, Nicky.
I gotta talk fast, Hannah. I have to get back to my tables.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Mr. and Mrs. Mallory are here for dinner again. You got the name?
Mallory.
I just brought them a bottle of Cordon Rouge on the house. Understand?
How long will it take them to drink it?
An hour at least. Probably more.
All right, what's the address?
Jefferson Towers, apartment 16. You got that?
Right.
Look for a mink, silver fox cape, and a platinum-dyed stole. Oh, yes, and a ruby necklace. She is not wearing it tonight.
Not bad, Nicky. Send them another bottle. They'll need it when they get home.
That's my girl. Good luck now.
Bye, Nicky. Hey, useless. Stanley.
Hey, look, Hannah, you see how it would hang in a tree?
Like a dead duck, darling. Now get shaved and dressed, will you? We're going out on a job.
You got nothing on the street, Harrington?
No, not a thing, Chief. I even covered some of the boys on the retired list.
Well, that doesn't help, does it? I'd counted on picking up a lead.
Well, in the first place, there's no pattern in these robberies. Take the fur coat boys now. They wouldn't be seen dead heisting jewelry.
I know. Still, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
I had Mr. and Mrs. Mallory in here an hour ago.
Oh, the ones that got robbed last night?
Yes, that's right. They had dinner at some nightclub, and when they got back to the Jefferson Towers, it was all over.
What's the loot? I ain't seen the list.
A mink coat, silver fox cape, a fur stole, and ruby necklace, same as the others.
Oh, boy, the papers ain't going to be fun. This is 5 in a row, and all richies.
Yes.
Oh, golly, Chief, I'm sorry I took so long.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Miller. How did the meeting go?
Well,
What meeting, Miss Miller? Your poker club again?
I'm out for spring baseball practice, Harrington. Didn't you know? No, I went to the Girl Scouts luncheon. Oh, they're a wonderful organization. This is their 37th anniversary, you know.
Yes, it is a fine group, Miss Miller. After we finish, I'd like to hear about their plans.
All right. I'll get my notebook.
Yeah, I wish there was something to take notes about.
Well, our best bet now is to find that pattern, Harrington. 5 robberies, all of them prominent or wealthy residents.
Yeah, all of them good addresses, too, Chief.
Yes, and in all 5 cases, expensive loot. Let's have the 5 folders, will you please, Miss
I was
Phillips?
just getting them. Here you are.
Thank you. All right, Harrington. 5 in a row is plenty, so let's get to work.
All right, that's $700 apiece on the platinum and an ace each on the necklace. All right?
Well, you should have argued with the fence, Nicky. When my dad was alive, he did better.
It's tough, Hannah. The papers are full of it.
Well, you still should have argued. One night I saw my old man reach over and put the Jap choke on a fence. He raised the price,
The
all
what,
right.
dear?
The Jap choke. I'll show you sometime, Stanley. Remind me. Got a new deal coming up, Nicky?
That's what I wanted to discuss, Hannah. I think now we quit.
We what?
I told you in the beginning it couldn't be for long. Even now, the district attorney might suspect the Regency Club.
In a pig's eye, he might. Why should he?
He can't think it is just coincidence all 5 times we get a haul, they are having dinner at the club. Yes, and at one of my tables.
Why not? It's the ritziest joint in town, yeah, and you're the most popular head waiter.
Hannah, look, could I say something?
Not now. It's too good to give up, Nicky. You know that.
But
now,
don't-
I haven't finished. Look how simple it is. You watch your regular customers, make a list of the furs and stuff.
Look, Hannah, what I
Will
was
you
trying-
be quiet? They even make it easy, Nicky. They sign their dinner checks. We get their address.
I know all that.
Well, what could be sweeter? The night Mrs. Richwich leaves something big at home, you call us, we get dressed up, go over with the passkey, and get it.
I'm trying to tell you the DA has asked to see all the Regency Club employees tomorrow for questioning.
Well, let him question. Turn on the head waiter act for him, baby. He won't understand a word you're saying.
Hey, look,
In
Hannah,
a
what I was
minute,
try-
Stanley. As long as we look good to the doorman, yeah, and can work the locks, why, we're in, Nicky. Now, what are you yapping about?
Well, I think Nicky is right, Hannah. We could quit now and get a nice house in the country.
What?
Oh, you should see the plans I got, Nicky. I'm going to do the whole kitchen myself in pine.
Stanley.
With built-in sink and cupboards, Nicky. You know... Yeah, dear?
Get lost.
But I was
Beat
only
it,
trying
will you?
to-
Go down to your workbench and whip up a birdhouse.
All right. Matter of fact, I will. Excuse me, Nicky.
Sure. Go ahead, Stanley.
You know, one of these days, Hannah, you'll go too far.
You don't treat Stanley very nice, Hannah.
Oh, why should I? He's happy with a chisel and a bucket of nails.
It's good for a man to have a hobby, I suppose.
Maybe. What's yours, Nicky?
Mine?
Sit still. I'll light us a cigarette.
Stanley is, in the basement?
Here. Yeah, he makes things.
You're not smoking?
One's enough. I'll take drags off yours.
Good Lord. What is that?
So help me someday, I'll hit him with his own hammer. Stanley, turn that thing off, you thick-headed jerk! Stanley!
What was that, dear?
I said turn that thing off.
Well, it was just my power saw, Hannah. I'm sorry.
I don't care what it was. You make that racket again, I'll wrap it around your skull. Having his wrens. Now, let's see, where were we?
Hannah, about pulling any more
Oh,
jobs?
we'll pull more jobs, Nicky. You know we will. We got lots to do, you and me. Come on, honey. Sit down. Make yourself at home.
You know, it can happen to anyone, even to you.
Tonight or tomorrow, you may get one of those dull headaches that leaves you feeling miserable and out of sorts. And all just because you need a laxative.
So remember, like millions of others, you too can get gentle relief with Sal Hepatica.
A glass of sparkling Sal Hepatica gives you gentle relief. Welcome relief, day or night. Sal Hepatica, taken when you get up, brings gentle, speedy relief, usually within an hour.
And at the same time, if you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, Sal Hepatica sweetens your stomach.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica. America's most famous saline laxative at any drug counter and keep it handy. Then,
Day or night, get feeling right.
with gentle, sparkling Sal Hepatica, the laxative that suits your convenience.
Sal Hepatica.
Now, as I understand it, Mr. Sylvania, there are several head waiters at the Regency Club. Is that right?
Antonio, Frank, Luigi, and there is myself, Nicky.
Nicky, I see. You know Mr. and Mrs. Mallory, do you, Nicky?
Pardon?
I don't need to tell you that we're working on a series of robberies, do I? Mr. and Mrs. Mallory were at the Regency Club the night their apartment was entered.
So? Oh, that is too bad.
You do remember them?
I remember all of my good customers and never forget.
I see. And the Fultons?
Fulton?
Yeah, let's try some of these other names. Mr. and Mrs. Fulton, Mr. and Mrs. Owen Conroy, Mr. and Mrs. Abington, Mr. and Mrs. Nathan Sims. You know these people, do you?
But I have told you, I know all of my customers. Please, I work very hard. I have done nothing.
Well, there's no reason to think you have. I'm merely interested in your cooperation.
Pardon?
I say if you can help me, I'll appreciate it.
Oh, any time at all, sir. A
Yes.
pleasure.
Fine.
You come to the club for dinner. I will arrange it personally, sir.
Let-
Yes, we start with bouillabaisse, chicory salad with romaine, a crown, a roast, a lamb.
Yes, that'll be very nice, I'm sure. Oh.
Pardon?
You may go now, Mr. Sylvania. If I need any more help, I'll call.
Oh, you are most kind, Mr. District Attorney. Merci beaucoup.
All right, don't mention it. Dorothy, if Miss Miller and Harrington have finished in the other room, ask them to come in here, will you please? Oh, they are. Oh, fine. Thank you. Come in. I just called Dorothy to see if you were free.
Oh, yeah, sure, I'm free and losing my mind, Chief. Those waiters talk everything but English.
Harrington isn't kidding, Chief. I don't know whether I was taking notes or ordering dinner.
Yes, I had a little difficulty myself.
Oh.
I got this much, though, Harrington.
Yeah?
In every single case, the people who were robbed dined at the Regency Club the night it happened.
Yeah, I got that too, Chief.
I have the notes on it.
Well, all right. There's our pattern, then. So let's see what the pattern makes.
The name is Phillips, Hannah. Mr. and Mrs. Austin Phillips. They've been customers of mine for years.
How big a score?
I haven't got it set yet, but it looks fine. Every time she comes in, she's wearing a different coat.
Rocks?
There must be dozens. Diamond bracelets, rings, solid gold cigarette cases. It's very nice.
And you wanted to quit. Aren't you glad I talked you out of it?
I'm glad about a lot of things, Hannah. The only worry is...
I know. Stanley.
He would care, would he?
If he knew about us? What if he does?
I hope you know how to handle him.
Oh, don't worry. I do. Like a baby.
Hey, Hannah, did you see my crosscut saw? I had it just as... Ah, Nicky, I'm glad you're here.
It's good to see you, Stanley. You're looking for us all?
Oh, no, that can wait. I haven't even told Hannah, but I've been waiting to talk to you. Both of you.
So, but it is so late, Stanley. Some other time. No, I really must be gone.
Hold it, Nicky, and drop the accent. You want to talk about what? Sandpaper?
Oh, no. No, I've been thinking, Hannah.
With what?
Now, look, I warn you, don't treat this lightly. Oh, I let you have your way, I know, but this time I'm serious.
Stan, old man.
Let him
maybe
say it, Nicky.
Well, I mean, all this here in the papers, the employees of the club being questioned and all, I've come to a decision.
I'll be a monkey's uncle. About what?
We're quitting, Hannah, not after the next one, not tomorrow or the next day, but now.
You kill me, Stanley. Go back to your birdhouse.
No, I mean it. We got money now, well over $3,000.
Well, over 30 cents is more like it.
Look, Hannah, I happen to know. What's more, with the money, we could buy a nice trailer.
A nice what?
Second-hand, I think. If it needs attention, I could fix it up. Hey, did you ever see the inside of a trailer, Nick?
Me?
Oh, you can do wonders with a hammer and a nail, snug as a bug in a rug.
Are you through now?
No, Hannah, I'm not. Of course, it won't be like a house in the country, but that will come in time.
Now listen to me.
In a moment, dear, in a moment. It has advantages, you know. Travel about, meet people. You know, I've always wanted to see Yellowstone National Park.
Just see it?
In comfort, of course. You can have that in a trailer, Hannah.
You can.
Oh, yeah. I thought a heavy gingham of some kind at the windows. You know, gives all the privacy in the world.
On wheels.
Oh, now, look, Hannah, you needn't be flippant. After all, half of what we've taken in is mine.
All right, brace yourself, Buster. I've got news for you.
Perhaps I should go.
Just stay put, Nicky. He just don't know the time of day.
I think I do, Hannah.
Yeah, well, Mr. Trailer, we ain't got any $3,000. At this exact minute, we ain't got a lousy $200.
What did you say?
What do you think I've been playing the races with? Shavings?
You're lying.
Am I? Ask Nicky.
I'm sorry you lost so much, Hannah.
Well, I'm not. Easy come, easy go. My old man taught me that.
Oh, you thieving little swine.
I know. Hannah, are you hurt? Hannah.
Oh, look, Hannah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I just lost my temper.
Get out of my way, Nicky.
Hannah, I said I didn't mean to slap you. Hannah, be careful. You.
Come here.
Let me go, Hannah.
Hannah.
Stay out of this.
Hannah, please. You're hurting me.
Yellowstone National Park.
Hannah, let go of my throat.
How do you like this, Gingham, huh? How do you like this?
Hannah, let go of his neck. You don't know what you're doing.
Don't I?
He's dead?
He should be. The Jap choke works every time.
The one your father taught you.
Pop taught me a lot. Like easy come, easy go, Nicky. Remember that, will you? Now that you're gonna hang around.
All right, Harrington. I've seen enough. Have one of the men throw a blanket over the body.
Yeah, all right, Chief. You agree with me?
Yes, there's no question about it. Death due to strangulation, I'd say.
The medical examiner's on his way.
Good, Miss Miller. How would you say the body got down here in the railroad yards, Harrington?
Oh, it was brought here. There's no sign of a struggle on the ground.
Yes, that's my idea, too. And in a car, I think.
Sure.
If he'd been hurled from a train, he'd never have landed over here.
Oh, excuse me, is there any preliminary identity? I have to make out the card.
No, not a thing so far, Miss Miller.
I see.
Harrington?
Well, it don't look like there's going to be much either. Nothing in the pockets, labels torn out of his suit and clothes.
Yes, I noticed that.
Sure, they even tore the laundry marks off his shirt, looks like.
Yes, and took his ring.
Yeah.
Yes, you can see the line on his finger where he wore one.
Well, I still don't buy it as a plain mugging.
I doubt that, too. Especially when identification's been so carefully destroyed.
Yeah. You know, the neck is what gets me. How do you die like that?
Oh, excuse me, the examiner's arriving up on the ramp.
Oh, thank you, Miss Miller. Well, let's let him get to work, shall we? This one may be more of a puzzle than we know.
Hello?
Hannah? Nicky? Any news?
Oh, forget it. I've been waiting for the call about the job.
Mr. and Mrs. Phillips are here in the club now.
Oh, wonderful.
They just ordered dinner, and they want to make an 8:40 curtain at the theater.
Oh, what a break, Nicky. She isn't wearing the chinchilla, is she?
She's wearing the mink. The chinchilla must be at home.
I'll have it in 1 hour.
Be careful, baby. They have a butler, you know. He may be home.
Just so that coat's at home, honey. That's all I need to know.
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Was the door open? Mr. and Mrs. Phillips are not at home this evening. If you'll...
You got any more questions, Bud, or can't you talk?
No, thank you. Tell Mr. and Mrs. Phillips I'll be out at 3. Yes, thank you.
Chief, can't we do something with those reporters? They're tearing their hair outside.
Not for the moment, I'm afraid, Harrington. Any reports from the morgue, Miss Miller?
Yes, sir, just now.
Yes.
Dr. Colgan finished his examination of the Phillips butler.
And?
The same as the man in the railroad yards. Death due to strangulation.
The same discoloration in the neck?
Oh, he didn't say. He's sending up his report.
Well, tell him not to bother. I'm going down to the morgue.
All right.
You want me, Chief?
Well, I want to set up something else first, Harrington. I got all I needed from Mr. Phillips.
Yeah?
Not only have all the victims in these robberies had dinner at the Regency Club, but it seems they all had the same waiter captain.
Which one, Chief?
Well, fortunately, Miss Miller, one you and Harrington didn't see.
Oh?
As for the 2 whom you did question, I'm arranging to have them take a vacation.
I don't get it, Chief. What's the plan?
Well, one that might work, Harrington. However, it's going to take a long time.
Dentists say the Ipana way works.
Yes, dentists say the Ipana way works.
In thousands of reports from all over the country, 8 out of 10 dentists say the Ipana way promotes healthier gums and brighter teeth.
Listen, here's the professionally approved Ipana dental care, the Ipana way.
First of all,
Between regular visits to your dentist, brush all tooth surfaces with Ipana toothpaste at least twice a day.
and then,
Massage gums the way your dentist advises.
Remember, Ipana's special formula actually helps stimulate gum circulation.
Yes, for healthier gums and brighter teeth, the Ipana way.
Dentists say the Ipana way works.
Ipana toothpaste with a sparkling flavor that leaves your mouth fresher, your breath cleaner.
Ipana, the toothpaste more dentists personally use and recommend than any other.
So ask your dentist about Ipana and massage. A good dentifrice, like a good dentist, is never a luxury. Make the Ipana way your way to healthier gums, brighter teeth, and Ipana smile. Get Ipana toothpaste.
All right, so I had to take care of the butler. We got the coat, didn't we?
It won't be easy to get rid of Hannah. The fences all say chinchilla is too rare. Takes time to dispose of it.
All right, so we do another.
Now? But we...
All right, hold it. Sure, it's getting hot, Nicky. I know that.
Very hot.
And I agree we should quit. Go somewhere, like you said.
But that is just what I'm saying,
But
Hannah.
we can't go without dough, can we? You just said it'll take weeks to get the cut on the Phillips coat.
What I...
So we do just one more, Nicky. One big one, and we go. Now get somebody lined up, baby, and we're free.
Good evening, sir. It is a pleasure to see you again this evening.
Well, what do you know about that, Edith? He remembers us from last week.
Oh, how nice.
It is a pleasure, Mrs. Johnson. And if I may say so, sir.
Yes, Nicky, wasn't it?
Nicky, sir.
Good.
And the management has suggested that if you wish to sign your dinner checks, it will be a pleasure.
Well, now, isn't that nice? Just sure. Send the bills to the apartment, Nicky. Apartment 20, the Westport Arm.
A pleasure, sir.
Good.
May I suggest oysters for Madame to start? The pecanic salts are excellent.
No, I think a hot consomme, please. It's been so cold. Oh, Harry, would you mind? I'll just put my mink over my shoulder.
Oh, allow me, Madame.
Oh, thank you.
And a hot consomme.
Yes, please.
It will be a pleasure. Was the venison all right, Mr. Johnson?
Oh, my favorite meat, Nicky. Even better than last week. Well, my dear, are you ready to go?
Yes, Harry, we ought to get home. Oh, will you ask Nicky to get my coat, please? It's the sable there on that chair.
For tonight, Mr. Johnson, may I suggest the rack of lamb?
Well, it sounds good, Nicky. Oh, dear. Did we have lamb here the other night, dear?
Well, Harry, anything that won't take too long. We haven't much time, you know.
May I inquire if you are attending the theater again this evening?
Oh, gracious, no. Not dressed like this, Nicky. Mr. Johnson insists on going to the boxing matches.
Well, you're going to like them, dear. It's a great card tonight. Probably last until midnight, but it's worth it.
Well, thank goodness I'm dressed for it. If anyone mauls this old thing, I just don't care.
It's all set, Hannah. They're gone to the fights, and she's left all the furs at home. Remember now, the Westport Arms, apartment 20. I'll be in the car in front when you're through.
I've been waiting for you.
Why, you...
All right. Now just stand perfectly still.
My wrist, you've broken my wrist.
I don't doubt that. It's the only way I've learned to break that choke.
Hey!
Yes, in here, Harrington.
All right, Nicky. Come on, this is an outrage. How dare you? Hannah!
I can't stand the pain.
Get a doctor, Miss Miller, will you please?
Right away, Chief.
Well, a clean sweep, eh, Harrington? It's looked like this time they've ordered the full meal.
Here's a faster, better way to relieve pain. A new product that acts twice as fast as aspirin. The name is Bufferin.
Remember that name, Bufferin.
It acts twice as fast as aspirin. Now you can get faster relief from your headaches, pains due to colds, neuralgia, and minor muscular aches with Bufferin.
Remember that name, Bufferin.
It acts twice as fast as aspirin. You see, Bufferin is absorbed twice as fast into your bloodstream, so it goes to work faster to relieve pain, and gently, too. And because Bufferin tablets are antacid, they will not upset your stomach.
Remember that name, Bufferin, at drug counters everywhere.
Bufferin acts twice as fast as aspirin.
And now, with the explanation of tonight's case, here is your district attorney.
It's a pleasure to report, ladies and gentlemen, that with the arrest of Hannah Price and Nick Sylvania, we brought to an end the unusual wave of robberies. Both Hannah and Nicky will pay the full penalty demanded by law for the murders of the Phillips butler, as well as Hannah's husband, Stanley.
Golly, that was one assignment I liked, Chief. I've never eaten such good food in my life.
Yeah, and oh, boy, did you look swell in all those furs that you rented, Miss Miller.
Why, thank you, Harrington. But, of course, I look good in just anything.
Well, it was certainly good work, Miss Miller. You and Harrington sent Hannah right to the apartment where I was waiting simply by displaying those furs.
Yeah, and when we got there, we picked up Nicky in front of the joint, Chief.
Yes, actually, it was Hannah's peculiar method of choking her victims that helped, Harrington.
Yeah, that's the Japanese choke, brother. That one's the works.
Yes, it nearly always kills, and without as much effort as is sometimes needed. Fortunately, it leaves a characteristic discoloration of the neck, as well as abrasions on the lower jaw.
And you saw those in the morgue, Chief?
Yes, I did, Miss Miller, on both Stanley and the butler. And that's why I was ready for Hannah when she tried the Japanese choke on me.
Yeah, and you can thank the Army service for that, huh, Chief?
Right.
Bring your arms down hard, and you can break it.
Sir, and break the case, I'm glad to say.
I'll say so. Oh, Chief, what about next week?
Well, our case for next week is one of the most vital in our files, ladies and gentlemen. One which lays bare a vicious crime now being committed against all of us. It's the case of Send the Homeless, and I invite you to join us for it. Until then, thank you, and good night.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden. The program is produced and directed by Edward A. Byron and written by Robert Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Remember, Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Bristol Myers invites you to tune in again next week for Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney listens to all kinds of statements in the course of a day. Some are confessions from people who want to pay their debt to society and make a fresh start. But even a confession can be an attempt to outsmart the law. This case began more than 500 miles from my county, in another state.
How you know, Pete, the old dame didn't give you a phony combination?
Oh, she wouldn't do that, would you, Grandma? Because the wrong combination would mean bruises. Wouldn't it, Grandma?
Maybe we better take the gag off and let her open it for us.
She wrote down the combination, didn't she? She couldn't talk it any better than she could write it. Now, keep quiet a minute.
Oh, this tip better be good, Pete.
It's good. Nice old lady, afraid of the bad banks. Keeps all her jewels and money nice and safe at home.
It's open. Look at this. What rocks in the dough? 20s, 50s, C-notes.
Must be 15, 20 grand there. Shove it in the briefcase.
Hey, what about her? We just can't leave her like she is.
No, because if somebody took that gag off, she could talk. Only one way to stop that.
Why didn't you muffle that with a pillar?
People will think it's a backfire. Come on, let's get going.
Car okay?
Sure, there it is.
Hey, Pete, the other way. Somebody running.
A cop. You go ahead. Get the car started. Stay where you are, copper.
Come on, Pete!
They're going. Take the corner.
You crazy?
I made him duck into a doorway, didn't I? Suppose the car hadn't started right away.
You were right under that street light without a hat. Why didn't you leave your picture?
We'll be 500 miles from here by morning. He wasn't close enough to get our license number.
He might have been close enough to see what state we're from. If he asked for mug shots, you got a record. He might just identify you.
And he'll be making a mistake. You taught me a trick when we were in the pen together. Remember, Boland? Never risk 10 years of the electric chair when you can get away for 6 months. And that little haul's worth 6 months, ain't it?
Yeah. Wait for me when I pull it armored car sticker.
Yeah. And it'll work for me. It'll work just fine. What time is it?
12:20.
When we get home, we'll get the newspapers. See if our DA has any little crimes kicking around unsolved. Anything nice and simple committed around midnight tonight. We might save Mr. Garrett a lot of work.
Hello, Miss Miller.
Oh, Mr. Garrett. How did it go?
I wish I knew. You know how I feel about speaking at luncheons. I hate...
Oh, This gentleman has been waiting for you since 11 o'clock. I told him you'd be back late.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know you, don't I?
Yes, sir. I'm afraid you do. My name's Pete Grable.
Oh, yes, I remember. Burglary, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. 3 years ago. I did 6 months.
What can I do for you, Pete?
Well, I'm in trouble again, Mr. Garrett.
Come into my office.
Thanks.
Oh, no calls for a while, please, Miss Miller, unless they're urgent.
Yes, sir.
Switch the routine stuff to Burton. Oh, and ask Harrington to come up when he's finished at the lab.
All right, Mr. Garrett.
Sit down, Pete.
Thanks.
Tell me about it.
Well, I don't know where to begin. After I did time on that rap, well, I wanted to straighten myself out. I tried. I got a job, even went to night school. I guess I wasn't very good at working, though. I got fired. I've been bumming around for a few months, broke. Well, I guess I better give it to you straight. Night before last, about 11:30, I guess, I was out walking. I passed this hardware store, and...
The hardware store on Southern Boulevard and Finch Street?
Yes, sir. I guess you know what comes next. I went around the back, broke in. There was $94.62 in the cash register, and I took it.
Why, Pete? Why after doing time before?
I don't know. I've been asking myself the same question all day, yesterday and the day. The heat must have got me or something. I was crazy.
You still have the money?
No. I played big shot and spent it.
Well, I'm glad you walked in here by yourself, Pete. You were playing it tough the last time when we had to catch you and bring you in.
Well, you can hang it on me good this time, Mr. Garrett. I had a chance, and I blew it. I'll deserve everything I get.
Well, what you'll get will be up to the judge, Pete. The fact that you came in here is going to weigh in your favor. If I recommend a short sentence and probation, will you promise me to work out the money you stole, make restitution?
Oh, Mr. Garrett, I'd do anything for a break like that. I'll pay back every dime.
All right. Miss Miller?
Yes, sir.
Come in, please. Bring your book. I want you to take a statement.
Yes, sir. Oh, Harrington said he'd be here in a couple of minutes.
Good. Take this. Head it with the date and location. Statement of Peter Grable, re the burglary of the Amalgamated Hardware Company at 1154 Southern Boulevard, this city. I'll fill in the date. Date before yesterday. Between 11 and 11:30 p.m. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Now, Pete, do you make the statement you're about to make with the full understanding that it will be used against you as evidence?
I do.
Do you do so of your own free will without coercion or other undue influence of force?
I do.
All right, Pete. Tell us in your own words just what happened.
Well, at 11:30 Thursday night before last, I was...
Oh, Chief, excuse me. I didn't know you had anybody in there.
It's all right, Harrington. Come in. And this is Pete Grable.
Yeah, I remember him.
Sit down. He's given us a voluntary confession on the Amalgamated Hardware burglary. Go ahead, Pete.
Oh, where was I now?
At 11:30 Thursday night before last.
Oh, yeah. I was walking past the store. I went into the alley, leading around to the back. I jimmied my way in. I stole $94.62 from the cash register. I spent it, and I can't give it back. That's all.
Are you prepared to sign this statement after it's typed?
Yes, sir.
Good. All right, Miss Miller. Type it up. Have Kincaid take him over to the county jail. You'll have to be held, Pete, until bail is set. It won't be too long. I'll have you arraigned Monday morning.
Thank you.
Just a minute, Pete. Don't you think I better go out there with him, Chief, until Kincaid comes up?
Oh, I don't think that'll be necessary, Harrington. He came in voluntarily. You're not going to run, are you, Pete?
No, sir.
Go ahead. What about those parking lot robberies? You got anything?
Nope, not yet. Stuff the lad had is no good.
No, keep on it. Then I watch the ballparks, bowling alleys, fight stadiums. Any place night parking is heavy.
Yeah. Chief,
Yeah?
You know, I like to see a guy get a break if he rates it. But this Pete Grable, he was a tough monkey. We got nothing at all on that Amalgamated Hardware job, but all of a sudden he walks in here like a lamb. Bothers me.
I know. It's been bothering me, too.
I thought you were sold on him.
He wants me to be sold on him. Let him walk around a while until we see what he's got on his mind.
While he's walking, he's got a chance to run.
He's also got a chance to trip.
Yeah, see what you mean. You want me to check on him? Home, family?
No, not until he's arraigned and makes bail.
Why wait until then?
Because then it can be a friendly visit to, somebody we're sold on. Let's see if that confession is ready yet. How soon will that be ready, Miss Miller?
Just a few more lines.
You take it over to the jail and have him sign it, Harrington. And be friendly.
No, Peter hasn't been home yet. I cooked dinner for him and I had to throw it all out. Even had to borrow the money to make it for him.
Well, your son's bail was $500, Mrs. Grable. Where did you borrow that?
$500. Now, where would I ever get my hands on that much money?
You mean you didn't put up the money? You're not the one who sprung him?
I didn't even know where he was until I got a note from him saying he'd be let out this morning. For me to bring him a razor and his best suit of clothes.
I see. Do you know who did arrange for his release? Was it his father or your husband?
His father's been dead since Peter was 15 years old.
You don't know where Peter's now?
He didn't come home at all after he was released this morning?
No. I waited for him outside the prison. But he said he had to go someplace. He'd see me later. So I got on a trolley car and came to see that there'd be a good meal on the table for him.
The probation officer will be checking on him before he's sentenced, Mrs. Grable. It's after 10 p.m. If he's keeping late hours, it won't help him.
I tried to get him to come home with me.
Maybe we can find him and bring him home for you, if you can give us some idea of where he hangs out.
Perhaps the name and addresses of some of his friends.
He never tells me about his friends. But you know, there's a place he must go to a lot. I'm always finding these matchbooks in his clothes. Boland's Bonanza, it says on them. With a picture of a man and a woman dancing, you see?
Name ring a bell with you, Harrington?
Yeah. It's a dance hall out in the south side.
No, I'm not familiar with it.
And you'd be familiar with the owner if you saw him.
Boland?
Ray Boland. You set him up twice for larceny.
Oh, how did an ex-con get a permit to run a dance hall?
We never had him on a felony.
Oh, I remember now. Petty larceny both times. Misdemeanor convictions wouldn't stop him from getting a dance hall license. You remember when it was we last sent him away?
Yeah, 3 years ago. He pulled 6 months.
Oh, that means he and Peter Grable were in prison at the same time. They might even have been cellmates.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with this case?
Just a small detail from Boland's last conviction that you may have forgotten.
What?
He also walked into my office and confessed.
Oh, and now Grable pulls the same stunt. Why? They can't like prison.
Maybe they like it better than something else.
What?
That's what we're going to find out. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the man who confessed, here is an important message from my sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A man had walked into my office and confessed to a crime of burglary involving less than $100. His family had no money, but somebody posted $500 bail for him. He was certain to go to jail, but he seemed happy about it. It didn't add up. Harrington and I headed for Boland's Bonanza, a dance hall on the south side.
I ought to have 2 bands, Boland, like the uptown joints. Continuous dancing. People don't like to sitting around, do they, Dolly?
Look, when you work diamond dance joints like I have, you're happy to hear the horn stop.
You see, Pete? Besides, it's a warm night. Give the concessions a chance to do a little business. I make money there, too, you know.
Yeah, and if this don't work, there are other ways, huh?
You ought to know, boy. Hey, you didn't tell me. How'd it go with the DA?
A breeze. You should have seen it. Hey, bring it up. Keep quiet.
What's the
matter, honey?
Those two guys coming across the floor.
Garrett, the DA, and that shadow of his, Harrington.
Don't move now. They've seen us. It'll look funny if you go.
Evening, Pete.
Oh, hello, Mr. Garrett. Mr. Harrington. I'd like you both to meet Miss Dolly Weeks.
Weeks?
How do you do?
And this is Ray Boland. He owns the place.
I believe we've met Mr. Boland before.
Yeah, that's right. I'm glad you're meeting at my place this time instead of yours. Oh, Ben's been off the stand too long. Customers getting restless. I'd better go outside, hurt a minute. Nice to see you, gentlemen, again. Bye.
Hello. You better go looking for your date, Dolly, or he'll think you got lost.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Excuse me, please.
Don't you think you should be leaving too, Pete?
Yeah. I didn't realize it was so late. Good night.
Night.
Oh, Pete, just a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Harrington?
How did you jimmy your way into the hardware store? Through a back door or a window?
What difference does it make?
Well, it might make a difference in court.
Nothing can make any difference in court, Mr. Garrett. I ain't fighting the case. You got my confession.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Skip it.
Night.
We can get to the parking lot through the back door.
Okay. What was that question all about, Harrington? About whether he jimmied a door or a window?
Oh, just something I remembered. The burglar gained entry by cutting out a ventilator screen with wire clippers.
For a man who says he robbed a store, he doesn't seem to know too much about the details, does he?
If you ask me, he never saw the inside of that hardware store. His confession is a phony.
I know that. But why?
Oh, a psycho. We get him every day, don't we? Trying to make people think they're tough or big shots or...
He's no psycho, Harrington. At least not that kind. There's another reason. There was another reason when Boland did it 3 years ago, too. He had all the...
Hey, Chief, look.
Yes, Miss Weeks. The girl we just saw with Pete.
Yeah, that's quite a car she's got. About $5,000 on wheels.
Yes, and she's no society debutante. Come on.
You want to follow her?
Yes. She turned right going out.
Yeah, I saw her. There. Parked just past the entrance to the dance hall.
I'm just driving past her. Don't stop until you get to the end of the street. Dark area under those trees is all right.
Okay. What's she waiting there for?
See for yourself.
Sure. Little Petey boy. Should I tag them when they go past?
No, just get the license number. Get it?
Yep. I jot it down. Now what?
Take me home. We've got a lot of work to do tomorrow. Yes, Miss Miller?
Harrington's on extension 1, sir.
Okay, put him on. Hello, Harrington.
Hello, Chief. I got a rundown on that registration.
Now, who owns the car?
It belongs to the Dolly Weeks dame, all right. She bought it last Saturday. $4,652 cash.
Does she have a record?
No, but she doesn't have any way of earning that kind of money either.
I just got all the reports from the burglary detail on that job at Amalgamated. You were right about the burglar gaining entry through the ventilator screen. There's something else that doesn't fit, too.
Well, what?
Pete confessed to stealing $94.62.
Yeah?
Store owner's statement lists the amount stolen at $84.62.
That's funny.
I've got an idea about it. I'll have it worked out by the time you get up here.
I'll be there in a minute.
Wait a minute. No. Before you come up, pull the record bureau files on both Boland and Pete. Everything we've got on them. Bring them with you.
Okay, Chief. Be up as fast as I can.
Good. Miss Miller,
Yes, sir.
you get those back issues of the newspapers from last Friday?
Yes, sir. I just finished going through them, but there's only one small item on the amalgamated hardware burglary.
Well, bring it in.
was on page 9 of the Post transcript, Miss Garrett. It's only one paragraph.
Well, let me see. Burglar broke in through the rear of the store. Looted the cash register of $94.62. Well, that's it, all right.
That's what?
Well, that's where Pete Grable got his information in his confession. Only the information happens to be wrong. Get Harrington again in the record room. Tell him to wait for me there. I'm on my way down.
Yes, sir.
All right. Keep your shirt on. Who is it?
It's Pete. Let me in quick. I tried to phone you. I was busy.
I take it out the hook when I'm sleeping. What's the idea of getting me up so early?
I think we're getting hot, that's why.
Did you goof up on something?
It's that gumshoe Harrington from the DA's office. He's been checking on Dolly.
Well, what's that to get an uproar about? They saw you to get her, that's all.
Well, they saw the car, too.
What car?
I gave Dolly dough to buy a new car.
With hot money less than a week after a killing?
Oh, I thought it'd be safe in her name.
Goodbye, Pete.
What do you mean, Bowen?
I mean goodbye. I'm taking myself a vacation to South America. From now on, I don't know you. Goodbye, Pete.
I ought to...
You pull that gun on me and you'll really be cooked. And you got a chance. Be smart. Take it.
That's the only reason I'm leaving you alive.
District Attorney's office.
Miss Miller, this is Mr. Garrett calling from the record room. I want you to get some more newspapers for me.
Yes, sir. Which ones?
Out-of-town papers from all surrounding states. Last Friday and Saturday editions. Get the whole staff together and comb them page by page. I want a list of all major crimes committed in those cities last Thursday night, and I want it within an hour.
Yes, sir, Mr. Garrett. I'll get right on it.
What's the idea of that, Chief? What are you after?
I'll tell you what I'm after. Look at this record on Boland.
His confession about stealing a car radio?
Yes, a car radio. He does 6 months in jail for taking something worth less than $50. Then 2 weeks after his release, he buys a dance hall for $20,000, spends another $10 decorating.
Oh? What are you driving at?
Now, look at this FBI teletype. Received by us while Boland was doing time.
Request all available information, Ray Boland, York County. Mugshot selected as possible suspect, armored car robbery, state capital. Night of October 3rd or last. October 3rd. Hey, that's the same night he confessed to stealing the car radio.
Sure. And the Record Bureau wired back that he was serving time for an offense committed at the same time, the same night, more than 200 miles away. We provided him with an alibi.
And now Grable is afraid he was seen on some job and he's pulling the same stunt.
Only this time it isn't going to work. Have a squad pick up Dolly Weeks for questioning. Then get up to the office and let's help with those newspapers.
Oh, Mr. Garrett and Mr. Harrington.
Your son home, Mrs. Grable?
Oh, why, yes, he came home this morning. Says he's going to stay. I can watch over him now, and he'll give you no more trouble. He's really not a bad one, you know. Must have been the company he was keeping.
We'd like to see him, Mrs. Grable.
Well, he's in his room. I'll call him.
We'll see him in there if you don't mind. Which room is it?
The second door.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, Harrington. I was just getting dressed to come and see you.
Were you, Pete?
Yeah. I guess I was confused the day I gave you that statement on the hardware store. You see, I really went in through a ventilator screen, and then, too, I told you the wrong amount on the money.
We know you did.
We also know that you stopped in the hardware store a couple of hours ago and bought a wrench. And spent 10 minutes asking the storekeeper about the burglary. You see, we've been doing a little checking, too.
The police at Harrisburg are looking for 2 men who robbed and murdered a wealthy old woman. You know anything about it?
Go ahead, Pete. Go ahead. If the gun's in there, go for it. Or do you only use it on old ladies?
It's Boland. The whole idea was Boland's, not mine. I'm here, ain't I? He's running away.
Not far. The police will be waiting for his plane when it lands at Dallas. And Dahlia's waiting for you downtown at my office.
Please, Mr. Garrett, you gotta give me a break.
I'll give you a break, Pete. The only kind of a break the law permits.
What's that?
The same kind of a break you gave that old lady in Harrisburg. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Pete Grable, Roy Boland, and Dolly Weeks were extradited to the county where the brutal murder had been committed. Grable and Boland were convicted in the first degree and executed. Dolly Weeks is now serving sentence on a charge of being an accessory after the fact and receiving stolen property. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the files of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney pays special attention to crimes committed by juveniles, no matter how petty, because the incorrigible minority of the teenagers of today will include the major criminals of tomorrow. There are even a few who don't wait until tomorrow. This case started with a gang fight at night in a public park.
Give it to him. Get those 3 headed for the pond.
Go.
He asked for it. High school picnic. I told him this park was closed except for my gang. You're nice boys from the high school. Look at him run.
Here comes a fight. You've got all the sticks and bottles.
Get that one, Eddie. Kick his teeth out.
Police are coming.
All right, guys, get lost. Meet at the clubhouse later. Come on.
I hope they get caught. I hope the cops catch them and put them in jail.
Shut up. Through the bushes and up the hill path.
I don't have to run. I didn't do anything.
You're my girl, and if I run, you
I
run.
don't want to be your girl anymore.
No, you want to go back to nice little Walter and his nice little picnic. You'll be my girl as long as I want you to. Come up the old path behind the zoo.
Don't push me.
Go on before Leave I... her alone. Who's that? Never mind. Just leave her alone.
Walter.
Well, if it ain't Brainy himself. The president of the GO. I was wondering where you run to, Yellow Belly.
I ran to call the police. That's where I ran. Your gang with baseball bats and broken bottles.
Oh, that ain't fair, is it? Maybe next time we'll bring a platform and have a debate instead.
Come on, Julie. I'll take you home.
On the trolley car? Get wise. She likes automobiles, don't you, honey?
I'm going with Walter.
Oh, no, you're not.
You haven't got your gang with you now, Jackie.
Well, isn't the little man getting brave? I don't need the gang for you, Brainy. Now, well, I got this.
Walter, it's a knife.
Jackie,
Look at him, Julie. Look at the big, brave basketball player. Look out, Walter. It's sharp. You might get cut. What's the matter, Yellow Belly? Afraid? Cat got your tongue? Come on, take it away from me. Because if you don't, you know what's going to happen, don't you, Brainy?
You dirty...
Walter! No! No! You killed him! You killed him!
Shut up! Shut up and get to the car. Run!
You're sure the park has been thoroughly searched, Harry?
Chief, I've even gone over it myself. I've worked with 10 different squads in the past 5 days. There's no sign of the murder weapon. Nothing.
Well, it beats me. None of the high school kids saw it happen.
The main fight was down near the park pond. Now, whoever killed Walter Spicer got him off someplace alone up behind the zoo.
This will probably be Spizer's parents calling again. Not that I blame them. Almost a week and their boy's killer is still at large.
Yeah.
Yes, Miss Miller.
There's Mr. Hagen here to see you, Mr. Garrett.
What about?
He doesn't want to tell anyone but you.
Oh, you tell him I'm busy. Ask Burton to see him.
He says it's very important, Mr. Garrett.
All right. Send him in.
Well, I guess I gotta get down.
No, stay. If he's a crank, you may be able to help me get him out.
Right in here, Mr. Hagen.
Thank you. Mr. Garrett?
He's Mr. Garrett.
Oh, my name's Jim Hagen, Mr. Garrett.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Hagen? It's all right. Mr. Harrington is a member of my staff.
Well, it's about my daughter, Julie. I'm afraid she's in some kind of trouble.
With the law?
I'm not sure. I reckon it must be. Ever since we come here to the city, she's been changing, staying out late, keeping things to herself.
Now, how old is she?
Just 16.
Can't you and your wife exert any authority over her?
Oh, my wife said that Julie needed freedom, that it wouldn't hurt her none. She used to bring her friends to the house, and then she stopped. Ruby, that's my wife, said it was because Julie was ashamed of me. Ruby says one look at me and everybody'd know I used to be a farmer.
Mr. Hagen, this seems to be a family problem. I'd like to help you, but, well, what is it you want me to do?
Oh, I thought maybe you might come to the house, talk to Julie. Might scare her a little, you being a district attorney.
Mr. Hagen, do you know that your daughter is in trouble, or do you just think so?
She's hardly taken a bite of food all week. I've been hearing her crying in her room every night. Then last night...
Go ahead.
Julie was out late. I was setting up waiting for her to come home. Must have been about 1 o'clock, I guess, when she come to the front door with a boy. I heard him talking. She's crying. He's twisting her arm or something, hurting her. Telling her to get hold of her nerves and keep her mouth shut.
About what?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, if the boy struck your daughter, you could prefer charges, but she'd have to sign the complaint. Do you know the boy's name?
She called him Jackie, that's all.
Could you identify him?
It was too dark in the hall for me to see him. Julie never brought her friends in. I'd know his voice, though.
And you have no idea what it is that he might have been telling her to keep quiet about?
No.
Well, you just said no sounded like yes. You said this crying had been going on for about a week. When did it start exactly?
No, maybe you're right. Maybe I'd better handle this myself.
Hagen, Does your daughter go to Central High School?
Yes.
Did your daughter know a boy named Walter Spicer?
She went out with a boy named Walter before she took up with this Jackie I told you about.
She used to go out with Walter Spicer?
Yeah. That's why I came here. That's the night she started crying, the night Walter was killed. But she's a girl. She couldn't have had anything to do with it.
But she might know who did. It's after 3 o'clock. School is out. Will your daughter be home?
Sometimes she comes, sometimes she don't. She'll be home to eat, though, at 6 o'clock.
All right, Mr. Hagan. You can go. We'll be at your home tonight at 6 o'clock.
10 o'clock? Where can she be?
She's run away from home. That's where she can be. I knew she would. I warned him to quit nagging the girl, Mr. Gadd. She's old enough to take care of herself, and well, now she's gone because he brought you here.
Your daughter didn't know I was going to be here, Mrs. Hagan. And a 16-year-old girl isn't as self-sufficient as you think.
That may be Miss Miller, Chief.
Or may I take it?
Go ahead.
Hello.
Mr. Garrett,
Oh, yes, Miss Miller.
we finally located Julie Hagen's teacher. The girl wasn't at school at all today.
I see.
You want me to stay here at the office in case there's anything else?
For a while, please. Harrington will give you a lift home later.
You could give me a ride to Central Avenue. I could take the bus from there.
Well, Harrington goes close to your place, doesn't he?
Yes, I suppose he does. It'll be fine.
Good. We'll see you later. Your daughter never showed up at school today, Mr. Hagan.
Where can she be?
I told you where. She run away.
Did you see her during the day, Mrs. Hagan?
Ruby? No, Ruby didn't see her. Ruby was at the beauty parlor all day. She wouldn't know if Julie did come home.
I was only at the beauty parlor for 2 hours. Just 2 hours. We're not living on a farm anymore. I've been a good mother. Wasn't me who drove her away.
Better put out a missing persons report on Harrington.
Right, Chief.
Do you have a recent photograph of your daughter?
In the bedroom.
Or would you get it, please? We can have telephotos sent to nearby states along with her description.
We'll do anything to help.
He never understood her. Any more than he ever understood me.
I'm sure he didn't, Mrs. Hagan.
Just want to sit around the house every night. I don't know how I lasted all these years, except for Julie. I was the one who took care of her. I was the one who saw to it that we got away from that dirty old farm so she'd have a chance in life. I wanted her to have all the things I missed. It was all for her.
Oh, I'm sure of that, Mrs. Hagan.
Pete will put it on the teletype right away, Chief. Wants the photo as soon as we can get it to him.
Well, I got it right here.
We'll take it in. Well, there's not much more we can do tonight. If Julie should come home, or if you hear from her, let me know no matter what time it is.
We will, Mr. Garrett. Find her for us, please. Please find her.
We'll do all we can.
I hope you're satisfied, Jim. I hope you're satisfied now.
Oh, Ruby, leave me alone, please.
You'd better try to get some rest, Mr. Hagan. I'm sure Mrs. Hagan will take care of herself. Come on, Harrington.
Well, why don't you say it? We was better off back on the farm. Make some excuse for it.
Oh, that poor guy. She's got him in a bad way.
I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the daughter. Let's get this photo in as fast as we can.
There's no need for you to drive me all the way home, Harrington. You can drop me off at the subway station.
This time of night? Chief would eat me alive.
It's out of your way.
Oh, forget
Oh,
it.
please. The station's just ahead on the corner, and
Hey, it's just ahead, all right. Look.
An ambulance.
Yeah, quite a crowd this time of night. Something must have happened down there.
I wonder what it is.
It won't take long to find out. Police car there, too. Come on.
Hey, get back there. We can't go down.
The district attorney's office, officer.
Well, let's see your credentials.
Yeah, here you are. What is it?
Girl got killed under the train just as it pulled into the station.
Oh, she fall or jump?
The motorman on the train said she was pushed.
Pushed?
Well, that's what he says. Said he could see her and the boy on the platform as he came out of the tunnel. And the boy shoved her. Well, he was gone by the time the train stopped.
All right, take me down there.
Now, the lady better wait up here.
Yeah, I guess he's right, Miss Miller. You better go on back and sit in the car.
All right.
Down this way. Train was eastbound. It happened right at the beginning of the platform.
Wasn't taking any chances on the motorman getting time to slow down and stop. All right. Put it back.
No identification on her.
I know who she is.
Wonder why she was pushed.
She knew too much about that boy who was murdered in the park last night.
Well, she isn't going to be able to tell anybody about it now.
No, she isn't.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the knifing in the park, here is an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A high school boy had been stabbed to death in the park after a gang fight. A worried father led us to believe that his daughter might know something of the murder. But the girl died violently under the wheels of a subway train before we could find her and question her. Harrington called me to the subway station. I had no choice but to send for the girl's father.
My little girl murdered. Murdered in a city. The city where people hate and kill each other, not like the farm. People live in peace on a farm.
Take it easy, Mr. Hagan. How about let me drive you home?
Home? Without Julie? Not anymore. There'd be just Ruby and me. Ruby got tired of me a long time ago. Only the girl held us together. She's all I had. Now I got nothing left. Nothing except her picture. Can I get it back?
Yes, he had some blown-up copies made. You can get the original at my office at any time.
Why don't you give him that copy of the blow-up you got in the envelope, Chief?
Oh, yes. Here, Mr. Hagan, I brought it down for identification purposes.
I only had this taken 3 weeks ago at the amusement park. First picture of her in years. Almost like I knew something was going to happen.
3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Why, Chief?
The blouse the girl was wearing tonight looks like the same one she was wearing in the photograph.
It is the same one.
Mr. Hagan, in the blow-up you have, your daughter's wearing a little pin on her blouse, just over the pocket.
Oh, yeah. She'd been wearing it all the time for a few months.
It isn't on the blouse now.
No, she stopped wearing it a couple of days ago. I got it.
With you?
Yeah.
May I see the pin? Thank you.
What is it, Chief? High school club?
No, a boys' club. See the crest and inscription?
Oh, yeah. State Street Tigers. Got a clubhouse at the foot of State Street near the river. Rented an old store, painted the windows black with a tiger head on them.
It was some sort of an organized gang that started that fight in the park.
Those State Street kids are tough, Chief.
What I want to know is, does one of the members go by the name of Jackie?
Yeah. He might have given her the pin.
He also might have pushed her off this platform if she saw him kill Walter Spicer.
Where is that club? I'll find out if he's there. I want to get my hands on him.
The law can handle this, Mr. Hagan. Officer?
Yes, Mr. Garrett?
You got a prowl car?
Yes, sir.
Drive this man home. Then go to the county building. My secretary should be back there by now.
Yes, sir.
Tell her to call Judge Macklin and get a search warrant for the clubhouse of the State Street Tigers.
Right.
After you get it, pick up a squad and meet Harrington and me at the clubhouse.
Yes, sir. Come along, Mr. Hagan.
My girl. Julie.
I'll take my car. It's at the far exit.
What's the idea of the clubhouse search, Chief?
Well, even if there is a boy named Jackie who belongs to the club, we've got nothing but hearsay evidence against him. Circumstantial. We could never convict. His fellow members will probably swear he never knew Julie Hagan.
That pin could prove he did.
No, any member might have given it to her. She might have found it on the street. We've got to prove she knew the Tigers. Find some evidence that she'd been at the clubroom at one time or another. For a dance, perhaps.
Hey, some of those clubs keep a guest book, Chief.
No, that's a possibility. If there is such a book, we've got to find it.
Clubroom is on the next corner.
Better stop and leave the car here. What time is it?
1:30.
Probably won't be anyone around to disturb us.
Yeah. Boy, Judge Macklin will have a fit when Miss Miller gets him out of bed at this hour to sign a warrant.
She can handle him. Judge is all right.
It's a good thing I gave Miller the ride home. You'd have taken him a different way, and not that she'd have minded.
What do you mean by that?
Chief, sometimes you surprise me.
What?
Oh, here's the place. State Street Tigers.
No lights inside.
You wouldn't see him anyhow, with the windows painted over like that.
Oh, I was looking under the door jamb.
Locked. Spring lock. I could probably pick it with a nail file.
Go ahead. The warrant's coming.
I'm a little bit out of practice.
You mean you used to do things like this?
Well, when I was a kid. Well, my mother was forever forgetting her keys. We were locked out of the house more times than we were in it before I learned this little stuff. There you are.
From now on, I want an alibi from you attached to every burglary report we get.
Come on.
You better close it again.
Yeah. I'll leave the lock off. You got any matches?
Yeah.
You should have brought a flashlight.
There's a floor lamp over there.
Yeah, that does it. Well, quite a layout. Furniture, pool table, cue racks, even a telephone on the wall.
Yes. Come here. Take a look at this.
What?
On the wall here, by the phone. Names, phone numbers, scribbled in pencil.
Yeah. Tigers seem to have a lot of girlfriends.
Rusty Denton, Paul Frenchy. Elmwood 41111. Eddie, Marcia called. Fleming 6589.
No name on this one. Elliot 0261. Bread, lettuce, tomatoes. Some kid wrote down the grocery list. You know, the things these kids...
Here. Take a look at this one, Harrington.
Jackie Wilkes. Phone Evergreen 6205. Jackie?
Yes. And Evergreen 62050 is Hagen's phone number.
Give us the kid's last name, too. Oh, what a break.
I want a photo of this. We can check the handwriting on every boy in the club and find out who wrote it. You'll have to testify that Jackie Wilkes knew Julie Hagen.
Hey, Chief. There's a car just stopped outside.
It's too soon for the squad. Kill the light.
What? Anybody in here? Dopes leaving the door unlocked. Hey!
Just stand right there, son.
Who are you guys? What are you doing in here?
We're looking for Jackie Wilkes.
Jackie Wilkes? Never heard of him.
Well, that's strange, since his name is written on your clubhouse wall right next to the telephone.
Oh, that stuff. That was here before we rented this joint. We've been meaning to paint it over.
Oh, is that so? How long has the club been here?
Little over a year. You cops or something?
Those numbers have been there over a year?
Yeah, that's right.
That's funny. Because one of those numbers belongs to a girl who has only lived in this city a few months.
Girl named Julie Hagen. She was killed tonight, pushed off a subway platform under a train.
That's too bad.
Motorman on the train saw it happen. He got a fast look at the boy's face. Maybe just good enough to identify him if he sees him in a police lineup. You just parked a car outside, didn't you?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18. I got a license.
Good, because I want to see it.
Sure, you can... What do I have to show it to you for? I didn't do anything.
You know why he wants it, boy. We want to get a look at your name.
Oh. Okay, sure. Take a look at this instead.
Put that gun away, kid.
You killed a girl tonight. Don't make it any worse.
Why would I kill Julie? She was my girl.
Because you also killed Walter Spicer, and Julie saw you do it.
And when you thought you couldn't keep her quiet any longer with your threats, you pushed her under a train.
It was an accident. She tripped.
Did she? What were you doing in a subway when you own a car?
Yeah, Jackie, you hear it? Those are police cars.
Better give yourself up, boy.
Stay back.
Gun or no gun, Junior, here I come.
No, Harrington!
Harrington!
Stay away from him.
Do what he says, Chief.
You tell him, Brainy. I'll take your gun, too. All right, mister. Now you douse that light and stay right in front of me. You're going to lead me out of here with one of these guns right in the middle of your back.
do it, Chief. He's kill crazy.
You can kill me, Jackie, but you can't kill the law. I won't call them off. One of them will get you.
We'll see. Move. Hey, you cops out there.
Who's that?
Jackie Wilkes. And I got one of your big shots with a gun in his back. So listen.
Is that you, Mr. Garrett?
Yes. Don't let him bluff you. Take him.
You try it and the DA is dead. Do what I tell you. Back off across the street. Let me and him get to my car and don't follow us. And if you're thinking of shooting, remember, to hit me, you gotta shoot through him.
Never mind me. Take him.
Mr. Garrett, we can't. He'll be picked up someplace.
He's a killer. He'll hurt somebody else even if I get away. He shot Harrington. He's in here, wounded.
Wounded, but still alive.
What?
I can see you against those lights, Jackie, but you can't see me. I'm behind you. I don't have to shoot through anybody but you.
I've got your gun.
You should have looked for another one.
No!
Get down, Mr. Garrett.
I'll kill all of you!
All right, stop. You all right, Mr. Garrett?
Yes. Harrington.
Here, Chief. Grab him, sir. Radio for an ambulance, Don?
Oh, it's not much. Flesh wound in the side. How about the kid?
He's dead. How old was he, sir?
18.
We had to do what we did, but... a kid?
His age stopped mattering when he pulled the trigger. Kid or no kid. He'd have killed you, me, all of us.
Yes, sir, I know.
You did what you had to do.
Thanks, Mr. Garrett.
Harrington, when you distracted him with that shot from behind, he had your gun. Why did you start carrying a spare?
Ooh, I didn't, Chief.
Oh, but you fired a shot.
Nope.
Well, what was it then?
The electric bulb from the floor lamp. I unscrewed it and threw it on the floor.
Oh, that was clever, Harrington.
You heard what he called me, didn't you, Chief? Brainy.
You just sit still till that ambulance gets here. You'll be all right.
I think it's coming now, Mr. Garrett.
Yes, it is. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Death with a gun in his hand was the way Jackie Wilkes chose to avoid trial. The police closed the clubroom of the State Street Tigers, and 6 of its members who were identified as having taken part in the gang raid on the high school picnic group were given prison sentences ranging up to 2 years. But life had ended for Julie Hagan, too. Her parents had taken an interest in her friends. Too late. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the files of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
As district attorney of this county, I've had to fight gambling in many forms. The one thing I've learned is that whether it's a back alley crap game or a high-stake roulette party, the end result is trouble and sometimes tragedy. Of the kind that happened a few days ago in a very expensive penthouse, where a few ladies had gathered to try their luck on the spinning wheel.
Number 7, Rouge.
Oh, 7 again, my dear.
A winner for Madame Collier.
Oh, it's my lucky day.
Every day we play is your lucky day.
Place your bets, madame. Pick your lucky number. The lucky one, the lady will win, a lady will lose.
That's me. Here, take it all.
Number 13, why? The number is 36.
Oh, for goodness sake, I've lost again.
And that is all for today, madame. Next week we play again, eh?
All for today. $4,000.
Julie, I want a good deal. You're welcome to.
No, thanks. This $4,000 is just a drop in the bucket. Very deep bucket.
It's too bad.
Well, girls, that's all for today.
Thanks for the party, darling.
It
I
was
certainly
fun,
had a
wasn't
wonderful
it?
time.
Don't forget, girls, next week it's at my place again.
I'll be there.
You know the address, Sanchez.
Mais oui, Madame Collier. I will be there, of course.
Of course.
Well, goodbye, Julie. Are you sure I can't help?
I don't need any help.
Yes, well, goodbye.
Well, where is the case for our wheel, eh? Ah, yes, here. Right here.
Never mind putting it away, Franchette. Still have a player.
Huh? Hey, but
One
madame...
roll on black for everything I've lost.
I'm sorry.
You're not, but you might be.
You make that sound like a threat.
That figures. It is. My account's empty.
We have solved that problem before, Madame Quaid. A piece of jewelry.
There is no more jewelry. I'm not giving you a thing. But I do want my jewelry and money back.
Oh? Perhaps you think the game was all in fun, eh?
Hardly. I think it's crooked.
That's unpleasant talk.
It gets more unpleasant. Either I get paid back or you get turned over to the police. I understand they don't like men who run illegal gambling games.
You forget, madame, I was invited to bank these roulette parties by you and the other ladies. I don't think you really want the police.
Stop kidding yourself, Franchette. I'm the wife of the city's most respected banker. The police wouldn't do any more than slap my wrist.
And your husband?
I expected that. Sorry to disappoint you, but it won't work. If necessary, I'll face Stanley with what I've done.
That brings me to an unfortunate conclusion.
It sure does.
You and your husband were planning a trip in a few weeks. By any chance, do you have a large trunk here?
Trunk? Well, yes, in the bedroom, but you'll hardly need a trunk to bring back my jewelry in.
Oh, I have no intention of returning your jewelry. The trunk is for you.
Me? What on earth are you talking about?
It's very simple. I'm much too greedy to give back your money and jewelry. I'm quite sure I can never trust you to remain silent, even if I did.
You're trying to frighten me.
No.
Get away from me. Don't you touch me.
I'm really quite sorry about this, Madame Quaid. I don't like violence.
You're crazy. Stay away or I'll scream.
Go ahead, madame. There is no one here to hear you. You sent away the servants for the afternoon, remember?
No, please. Please, you can have the money. I don't want anything back. I won't tell him.
I will make sure of that. I'm sorry, Madame Quaid. I'm really sorry.
District Attorney's office. Well, just one moment, please. Mr. Garrett, it's Stanley Quaid about his wife again.
Oh, well, I'll take it. Yes, Mr. Quaid. Yes, we're doing all we can to locate her. No, there's been nothing new so far. Yes, we'll let you know the moment we have anything. That's right. Goodbye.
If I ever get married, I hope my husband loves me that much. Mrs. Quaid's been missing 24 hours, and I bet he's called us 100 times.
Well, I think he's got reason to worry.
You think she may have been kidnapped?
I wish I did. I wish I could think she's run off with another man. I wish I could think anything but what I'm thinking.
The missing trunk?
Yes. I can only see one reason why a large and empty trunk should disappear the same time she did.
Chief, some news from the bank.
What is it, Harrington?
Mrs. Quaid cleaned out her accounts. Took all her jewelry from the safety vault.
When?
Piecemeal over the last few weeks.
Her husband runs the bank. Didn't he know about this?
No. The manager said she specifically requested him not to tell her husband. Oh, here. Here's a list of the withdrawals. Looked like she made one about every week.
That sounds like it might be blackmail.
I don't think so. The size of the withdrawals varies too much to be payments. Oh, was the jewelry insured?
Franklin Mutual.
Well, Miss Miller, give them a call. Get a description of the pieces.
Yes, sir.
Send the descriptions to Lieutenant Jorgensen. Ask him to put out a detail to cover the pawn shops. Jewelers, fences, the works. If any of that jewelry shows up, I want to know.
Yes, sir. Will you be out?
I'm going over and have a talk with Paula Collier. She's supposed to be Mrs. Quaid's best friend. Having seen this wicked world as district attorney, I'd say chances are she'll know more than the husband.
Oh, I can't understand it. Where did she go and why? Why?
Here now, you drink your tea, ma chérie. Eh? Try not to worry. Madame Quaid is all right.
But what if she's not? Julie lost so much money, she may have done something rash.
Rash? What did she lose? 20, 30,000 maybe? Her husband pays twice that for her wardrobe.
I know. Only I didn't realize when I organized these roulette parties for you that...
Perhaps you regret this. Perhaps you want me to go away.
Sanchez, don't say that. I'm glad I could help you, and I just couldn't stand for you to leave me.
Oh, that is more like my Paula. Come here, darling.
Oh, Franchette. Franchette, you do love me.
Of course, ma chérie, of course. What? Were you expecting anyone?
Why, no. Well, I'd better answer it.
Send him away, huh? And come back.
I will.
Hello. Miss Collier?
Yes, but I'm a little busy.
Well, my name is Paul Garrett.
The district attorney?
Yes. I'd like to talk to you for a moment.
Oh. Well, as I said, I'm a little busy.
It's about Mrs. Quaid.
Julie? Oh. Well, come in.
Thank you.
This is Monsieur Fanchette, our district attorney, Mr. Garrett.
Delighted, monsieur.
How do you do?
Monsieur Fanchette is a business acquaintance.
Of course. But if we could have a moment in private.
Well, certainly.
I shall wait in the library.
Miss Collier, there's an item that may help us explain Mrs. Quaid's disappearance. Over the past few weeks, she's been drawing her money out of the bank and taking her jewelry from her safety deposit vault.
You think that has anything to do with Julie being missing?
Oh, it's possible. Apparently, you have reason to think otherwise.
Oh, no. Well, that is, I hadn't any idea.
Miss Collier, we need to know the facts if we're going to locate Mrs. Quaid. So if you know the reason
for...
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you.
I see. Well, maybe you...
Excuse me. Hello? Who? Oh, yes. Just a moment. It's your office, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you. Yes, Miss Miller?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Garrett, but something's come up. Is it all right to talk?
Yes. Go ahead, Miss Miller.
Lieutenant Padway called. He got a report on a man seen early this morning on the Jefferson Street Bridge. He pushed a large object over into the river. It could have been a trunk.
Oh, no. Is Padway going to drag for it?
He's arranging it now. Mr. Garrett, did you hear it? It sounded like...
I heard you, Miss Miller.
No, I meant...
I know what you meant. Tell Padway I'll be happy to join him for lunch. Understand?
Yes, sir, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Well?
Is, something wrong, Mr. Garrett?
Oh, no. Just a date I don't want to keep. Well, thank you for your cooperation. Oh, never mind. I'll let myself out. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Look at Lieutenant Padway. I think he's getting discouraged, Chief. An hour dragging, and all we found is 4 tires, a garbage can, and 200 pounds of just plain junk.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what did you find out about Mrs. Quade's social life?
There's nothing to find out. No running around, no men. The way she seems to do is get together with the girls once a week for some kind of a party.
Some kind? What kind?
I don't know. Secret girl-type party. You know, afternoon affairs. The servants are sent away for the day. She and a lot of other high society women take turns playing hostess, you know.
Oh, yes. It's funny, though, sending the servants away.
Well, if you think it might be important, I can check on it.
You do that, Harrington.
Well, here we go again.
Looks like they've hooked onto something heavy.
And 2 to 1, it's more junk.
I wish you were right. I'm getting that sick feeling in my stomach.
Sure heavy.
I get it nearly up. Let's take a look.
There it is. I can see it. Chief.
Yeah, and it's a trunk. Looks like a big piece of scrap iron tied to the handle to weigh it down.
The only question now is, what's inside?
We soon know. I'm afraid we do already.
Chief, is it...
It's Mrs. Quade. Harrington, from here on in, this is a murder case. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the Lady Gamblers, here is an important message from my sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
Some ladies had decided that they were above the law. They invited gambling into their homes, and along with it, murder. Only my office was starting with less knowledge. All we knew was that the wife of a wealthy banker had been locked in a trunk and dropped into the river. Somewhere in the city was the man with the answers. All the answers. Because he was the killer.
No, a man can't even shave in peace. Just a moment. Please. One moment. Paula.
Oh, Fanchette, it's terrible. It's terrible.
What's terrible? I was shaving. Haven't I told you not to come here?
Fanchette, read it. It's all over the papers. Poor Julie.
What? Here, let me see. Banker's wife found in trunk. Man was seen pushing trunk of bridge. But witness was too far away to furnish police with description of any value.
What are we going to do? What are we going to do, Fanchette? The police will find out about the roulette parties?
No, not necessarily, my dear. But they very possibly might discover that I was at her house.
You, Fanchette, you were the last one to leave.
No. You and I left together.
But Fanchette, you didn't...
Of course not, my dear. Paul, surely you don't think that I would have done such a thing?
You were the only man there.
But not the only man in her life. However, if you think so little of me, go to the police.
Oh, no.
Well, tell them you think that Fanchette is a murderer.
Please don't. You know I love you.
Only I'm a gambler. Therefore, I am also
Please don't. I'm sorry I said what I did. It's just that I'm so upset. Please, darling, help me. Tell me what to do.
Of course, darling. We've both upset you. We must try to control ourselves.
Yes,
eh?
yes.
And for my sake, Cherie, we left Madame Quaid's together.
But...
Please? It's only a small lie, my love. And it could save me a great deal of trouble. More than that, perhaps. Innocent men have been convicted. Darling, you wouldn't want a marriage to be stopped by my going to jail, or worse.
Marriage?
But of course. Only perhaps I should not ask you to lie to the police just to...
Oh, darling, of course you should. My fault was in even hesitating. I'll tell them you left with me. I'll swear to it.
My chérie. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your love and your trust. Now you had better go, eh?
Yes, I know, but when will
I will call you tomorrow. Goodbye, my beloved.
Goodbye.
What a pigeon. Yeah. But someday, Fanchette, you must find yourself a pigeon that is not old and molting. Eh?
No. Well, he's not in this group, Miss Miller.
That's the last one.
Good. I'm nearly blind from looking at records. Send them back to R&I.
Yes, sir. Maybe we were wrong about him lifting the phone to eavesdrop on our call.
No, we weren't wrong.
Hello, Chief. Miss Miller. Oh, what a beautiful, lovely, delicious sight. A chair.
What did you find out, Harrington?
Not much. Except that in my next life, I'm going to be an executive and your callus is somewhere besides on my feet. Well, none of the women would talk about the parties. None of their neighbors could see anything through the windows, much to their regret.
Same group of women at each party?
Yeah. Reads like a local who's who, with one exception. A man.
A man?
Yep, me too.
Who was he?
I don't know. Description was always the same, though. Tall, dark, and oh, so handsome.
Franchette.
You know him?
I think so. Go on.
Well, I don't know if it means much, but he was the first to arrive and the last to leave. And he carried a large case with him, about 2 foot square by a foot deep.
Sounds like a salesman.
Last to leave. It makes him worth a further check with Washington.
Well, we'll need his prints or a picture.
And we'll get both. Harrington, find out where Franchette lives. Use the old street photographer stunt. Get his picture and hand him a card.
All right. I'm on my way.
Oh, Miss Miller, you better type out a report on this and send it to Lieutenant Padway.
Yes, sir.
Pictures? Have your picture taken for a quarter. 2 bits for a perfect candid action shot of yourself and your girl. Uh-oh. Here we come. Pose for the birdies. Got it. Here you are, sir. Beautiful snapshot to give to your wife.
What? Oh, I don't want it.
I'll just take the card, sir. Here you are. Now, you send it in with a quarter and you
I don't want my... Did you say you already took my picture?
I didn't say so, but I sure did take the picture, sir. A wonderful natural shot of you.
Give me the film.
Huh?
I said give me the film.
You got rocks in your head, Dad.
Why, you insolent...
See? But I'll say one thing. You got more nerve than I gave you credit for. Have a good nap.
Nice work, Harrington. Wiring this photograph for the FBI should bring quick results. I hope you didn't scare him off.
No, I don't think so, Chief. He'll just figure me as a blankety-blank street mug.
Good. If he's not suspicious yet, he may go to another of those parties. I think if we find the answer to them, we'll be pretty close to the answer to Mrs. Quaid's murder.
Yeah. Funny.
What?
Oh, this wire photo machine. We stick a picture on it, And a minute later, some guy in Washington takes the same picture off his machine. Even when you know how it works, it seems like sort of black magic.
District Attorney's office. Oh, yes, Harrington. Just a minute. He's right here. It's for you, Mr. Garrett.
Oh, thanks. Yes, Harrington?
Hey there, Chief. Fanchett just left his place with his case. I tailed him to Miss Collier's house. He's there with her now and no sign of servants.
Good work. Any sign of the other women?
No, not yet.
Well, let me know if they start showing up. Oh, hold on, Harrington.
Yes, wait. Mr. Garrett, it's communications.
If that's the FBI report on Franchette, take it down, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir. Is that a Washington reply on a man called Franchette? Okay, give it to me.
Hang on, Harrington. Miss Miller's getting the word on Franchette.
I'm hanging, Chief.
Uh-huh.
Hope we can do the same for Fanchette.
Uh-huh. I got it. Send the teletype up as soon as you can. Take a look.
Wow. Harrington, we hit a jackpot.
Huh?
Franchette is wanted in a dozen countries. Gambler, confidence man, suspicion of murder. Real name, Arthur Jones.
Jones. 10-1, he was born in Brooklyn.
Hackensack. You stay put unless he tries to leave, then take him. Padway and I'll be there in 10 minutes.
You go ahead. I'll have Padway waiting for you to pick him up.
Tell him 3 minutes.
Oh, where are they? They should have started arriving an hour ago.
Fanchett, well, it wouldn't be too bad if they didn't show up, I mean.
Don't show up? Why wouldn't they show up? Tell me, Paula, why wouldn't they show up, eh?
Well,
You told them not to, eh?
Yes. Forgive me, Fanchett. I just couldn't go on with this after poor Julie.
You stupid old witch.
Fanchett.
I could have picked up $20,000 today, maybe more, but you had to tell...
You've won a great deal from them already.
Oh, what if I have? I wanted today's take so I could leave town with the police...
So you could leave town?
So we could leave.
No. No, you meant just yourself.
Now, Paula, look...
You never had any intentions of marrying me.
Of course I do. Perhaps I did mean to leave alone, but of course I'll send for you, my chérie.
Chérie, you're a liar. You're a liar.
Oh, Paula.
You just wanted me to cover up for you long enough so you could get away safely.
All right. You miserable crone. Do you really think I could fall in love with you? I'd rather kill you like I did your friend.
Oh, no. No.
Oh, yes. You weren't so simple and ridiculous. You've known it all along. Goodbye, my love. I'll leave you the wheel as a souvenir.
Fanchett!
What are you... Gun?
You're not leaving, Fanchett.
Paula, no!
Why not? I'm just simple and ridiculous enough to believe you deserve this. For Julie.
Paula, look!
Hold it, Miss Collier. Take him, Harrington.
Right.
Get away from him. I'm going to shoot.
You'll have to shoot me first. That way, keep Franchette behind me. Harrington.
I'll get you.
You'd better put that gun down, Miss Collier.
No. I don't care what you do to me, but I'm going to kill that pretty face.
I said put it down.
You stay back. I don't want to hurt you. Get back. Well, all right if I have
Stop,
Chief. Oh, my arm.
Nice shooting, Harrington.
Oh, thanks, but don't do things like that, Chief. My nerves can't stand it.
I don't think mine could stand much of it either.
Well, we've solved the parties. Take a look at the wheel. The ladies seem to like roulette.
Fanchett, he killed Julie. Oh, my arm it's broken.
I'm sorry about that, Miss Collier, but you really should be grateful to Harrington. If he hadn't stopped you from pulling that trigger, your neck would have been broken by the state. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Perhaps you read about it in your newspapers. The man we call Arthur Jones, alias Franchette, was tried and convicted of first-degree murder. Miss Collier was indicted as an accessory before and after the fact of illegal gambling, but collapsed before trial and is now confined to the state mental hospital. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Good evening. This is Peter Lorre. Disillusionment does strange things to people. When the world delivers a crushing and saddening blow, there is an impulse to renounce life completely. But a barred door is no insurance against death, as you will hear tonight in a mystery playhouse. The Mystery Playhouse is host tonight to that champion of the people and defender of truth, Mr. District Attorney. Well, Mr. D.A. has been putting a finger on a criminal element of the big city for some time now. He's dealt with all sorts of racketeers, thieves, murderers, and come out on top every time. Let's see how he does it tonight, huh? In a business district of Mr. D.A.'s city, surrounded by tall gray buildings, stands a lone house, its windows boarded, its walls faded, the unkempt and gentle remains of yesterday's splendor, striving valiantly but hopelessly to hold its own against the strong and overwhelming odds of today's commerce. Within the house, a single kerosene lamp dimly lights a dusty, disordered room. Here, an old lady seated in a chair, rocking back and forth. Another old woman enters the room and speaks to her.
Elma! What is it, Mary? I don't like to bother you, but isn't it time that I went to the store? You're not going to the store, sister. But I go every day. I have my reasons, Mary. But there's no food in the house. I know. And we need kerosene for the lamp. I'm aware of that. Well, then why don't... Please remember, my dear, I am your older sister. Oh, I'm not questioning your decision, Ella, but what is your reason? We have no money. No money? Mr. Douglas has not sent us our cash allowance for the last 4 weeks. Why not? I don't know. Then what shall we do, sister? I am going to see Mr. Douglas. You are going outside the house? Yes. But, Ella, your vow, you'd be breaking it. You haven't left this house for nearly 13 years. I know. Why can't I go, Ella? Oh, my dear child, you're much too young to handle business matters. Oh, I was 67 last month. You're still my baby sister. I have qualms every time I send you around the corner to the store.
You could hardly expect me to send you on an errand like this.
Oh, very well.
Listen to me for a minute.
Yes?
I want you to wait here in the house for me until I return.
Yes, of course.
You're not to answer the doorbell if it rings.
Oh, I understand.
I shall bring the food back with me.
All right.
I never intended to break my vow and leave this house. But for your sake and mine, I must.
Why,
There's
Ella?
some important reason why we've not received our allowance. I'm going to see Mr. Douglas and find out. Mr. Douglas?
Yes?
I came here to your home for only one reason. Our allowance.
Well,
My sister and I have not received any money from you in the past 4 weeks.
yes, I know that, Miss Crawford.
Well?
I've been meaning to drop around and go over the entire matter with you.
What do you mean?
Well, I have some rather shocking news for you.
What is it?
You haven't any more money.
You mean it's gone? All of it?
Yes. I regret to say it is.
I don't understand.
You and your sister were receiving a weekly income from the interest on securities that were left you both.
I know.
As the administrator of the estate, I have handled these securities to the best of my ability.
Yes?
Unfortunately, the companies that you held stock in were non-essential industries. The curtailments of war wiped them out.
Mr. Douglas, I don't believe you.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Miss Crawford, but it's true.
I think you have been dishonest with us.
Oh, now, just a minute, please.
And in view of that, you leave me very little choice.
Why, what do you mean?
When I leave here, I shall go to the police
Well, what for?
to have you arrested for stealing our money.
Oh, I see.
It was too large a sum to just dissolve in the manner you described. Why did you lock that door?
I've been hoping you'd come here. That's why I stopped sending you the money.
Are you trying to frighten me?
No. I'm merely going to kill you.
You're joking.
You think so?
Keep away from me. Keep away. Keep away.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes,
Harry.
Miss Martin.
You know Sam Green, don't you? He runs the little delicatessen store right off Main Street.
Yes, of course.
Well, he's outside. He'd like to see you for just a minute.
What about?
Oh, it's something about a customer of his.
Probably wants you to collect a bill for him, Chief.
Well, send him in, Miss Martin.
Right.
Send him in.
Yeah, he's quite a guy.
Go right in, Mr. Green.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Hello there, Sam.
Oh, hi, you Mr. Harrington. And you, Mr. District Attorney?
Hello, Sam. What can I do for you?
Well, it's about a customer of mine. A very nice little old lady.
Oh, yes.
She ain't been into my store for the last 2 days, and so I'm worried.
What'd I tell you, Chief? I knew it'd be something like this. He wants you to find customers for him.
You're some joker, Mr. Harrington. But that ain't it. For this particular lady not to come in, there must be a special reason.
Well, how's that?
For over 12 years now, this is the first 2 days she has missed.
Huh? Who is she?
Her name is Crawford, Miss Marie Crawford. Maybe you remember reading about her in the papers a couple of years ago.
Crawford?
She and her sister lived in that old tumble-down house right in the business district.
Oh, yes, I know the house.
Oh, yeah, I remember the story, too. The building inspectors were going to close it up, and the 2 old ladies wouldn't let him in. Oh, boy, did the feature writers jump on that one.
Exactly. They were a very wealthy family once.
Well, this woman has come into your store every day until just a few days ago, is that it?
Yes. So I'm worried. If something has happened to her, if she is sick or something, there's no way to find out. No one goes into the house.
Well, Sam, we'll be going through that neighborhood a little later on, and we'll stop by at the house and see what we can find out.
I'm wearing my knuckles to the bones knocking on this door, Chief. Well, what do we do now?
I think we'd better try to get in somewhere.
Yeah. Now, how about skeleton key?
Yes. Chances are the poor old woman is sick.
Either that or very deep after all that knocking. Well, I'll try this key here. This one ought to do it. Well, there we are. Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you.
Well, we'll have to use a flashlight in here, all right. Those windows all boarded up. Just like night.
Yes.
Oh, there we are.
Oh, this is quite an establishment.
Yeah, looks like an abandoned junkyard. What are all these empty boxes scattered around the hall?
Well, I'd guess they might have been placed there to trip up any unwelcome intruder.
Huh? Hey, look down there at the end of the hall. 3 pianos.
Yes, covered with dust. Well, let's see if we can maneuver around these boxes.
Yeah, right.
Let's be a little quiet about it.
Yeah, sure, Chief. I feel like little Eva hopping cakes of ice.
Hey, wait a minute, Hank.
Huh?
Listen.
Hey, what's that?
I don't know. There seems to be a faint light coming from that room down there.
Yeah, that's where that sound comes from, too.
Yeah, let's see what's in there.
Okay. Hey, look, Chief.
Yes. Yes, it's an old lady.
Just sitting there, rocking.
Well, we better let her know we're here.
Is that you, Ella?
No, ma'am. May we come in?
Oh, I thought it was Ella returning. Well, who are you and why are you here?
Well, we've just come to see if you were all right.
Of course I'm all right. But you really shouldn't be here. Oh, Ella will be angry.
Who is Ella, ma'am?
She's my sister.
Is she around?
No, she went out on an errand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rather worried about her. She's been gone for such a long time.
How long?
Well, almost 2 days.
2 days? Where'd she go?
Well, I've been trying to remember. It was something about money. I know that because that's why I didn't go to the store.
Well, why didn't you let someone know about this?
Well, because Ella told me to wait here. I always do as Ella says. You see, I'm her younger sister, Marie.
Are you sure you can't recall where she went?
No, not quite. But it did have to do with money. You see, there was nothing to eat in the house, and she was going to get money for food.
You mean you ain't eaten since she left here?
No, I guess I haven't.
Well, have you a lawyer, a business advisor, anyone who handles your affairs?
Oh, yes.
Well, you know who that is?
Well, I'm trying to think. Now, wait, this might help.
Yeah.
Ella wrote out a card a long time ago. I carry it when I go to the store in case anything should happen to me, and I have it here someplace. Oh, here it is.
May I see it, please?
Surely.
Thank you.
Ella wrote it down very plainly.
Yes, I see. In case of accident, notify William Douglas, 14th floor, Spire Building.
Oh, that's it.
Yes?
That's who she went to see, Mr. Douglas.
You're sure?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, Harrington, call Miss Miller to have her bring some food over here, and we'll pay her call on Mr. Douglas.
Won't you sit down, gentlemen?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now, what can I do for you, sir?
Well, Mr. Douglas, we'd like some information from
Anything
you.
at all, sir?
We've just come from the home of a woman named Crawford.
Marie Crawford?
Yeah, that was her first name, Chief.
Oh, yes. Do you know her, Mr. Douglas?
Oh, very well. I handle her estate. Nothing wrong with her, I hope?
No, it's her sister that concerns us.
Her sister?
Yes, she's been missing for almost 2 days.
Yeah, the old lady told us that she left the house to come to see you.
To see me?
Yes. Did she ever show up?
Tell me, Mr. District Attorney, how did you ever get mixed up with Marie Crawford?
Our storekeeper brought her to our attention. He was worried about her because she hadn't put in her daily appearance at his shop.
So you went to her home to investigate?
Yeah, that's right.
Was there anything about her behavior that struck you as unusual? Vagueness of manner, perhaps?
Yes. Yes, she did have trouble recalling things.
I'll bet she couldn't even remember my name.
No, that's quite true.
Well, what's that got to do with her sister disappearing?
Oh, a great deal.
Yeah?
You see, Miss Crawford indulges in flights of fancy.
Huh?
You mean she hasn't a sister?
No. I mean she had a sister. She's in Northside Cemetery. She died in 1931.
Hello? Oh, I see. Well, get that information for me, will you please, and call me back? Thank you very much. Yes, come in.
You busy, Chief?
No, come in, Harry. Come
Oh, thanks. Well, Chief, I just been out to the North Side Cemetery. That old gal's buried out there, all right.
Did you see the grave?
Well, it wasn't a grave, Chief. It was one of these, these here above-the-ground jobs.
Yes, a mausoleum.
Yeah, that's right. I copied off the carving, though. It said, Ella Crawford, born January 10th, 1870, died December 25th, 1931.
Christmas Day.
Yeah, I also checked with the records out there. This was the Crawford family plot. Yeah, that Maria's down for some space when she kicks in, too.
I see.
Yeah, I guess the poor old dame is just a little loose upstairs, huh, Chief?
Well, she is eccentric. There's no doubt about that.
You know, for a minute and a half, I thought we had a red-hot case.
I'll take it. Okay. Hello? Speaking. Oh, yes. In 1935, then. You're sure of that? Well, thanks a lot. Goodbye. I think I have an assignment for you, Harrington.
Right, Chief.
I want you to go over to Sam Green's delicatessen. See if he kept a copy of the grocery list that Miss Crawford used to bring him.
Right.
And if he hasn't got them, ask him to recall just what food she ordered.
Yeah, sure. Have you got a new angle, Chief?
Well, yes, I have. I've just found out something that makes me question whether Ella Crawford did die in 1931.
Take a little more soup, Miss Crawford.
Thank you, Miss Miller.
Now, you really haven't eaten a thing.
Yes, I know. Ella would scold me for that if she were here. She's always after me about my eating.
Oh, really? You're very dependent on your sister, aren't you?
Yes, I don't know what I'd do without her. You see, Mother and Father both died when I was quite young, and Ella took charge of me from that day on. I've always been with her, even when she married.
Married?
Yes, Ella was married to a very wealthy young man named Robert Elliott. They fell in love at their first meeting, and 2 weeks later they were married.
Well.
His parents, however, did not approve. They forced them to separate before they'd been married a year.
Oh, how awful.
Ella was never the same.
Did she ever see him again?
About 50 years later, when he died.
Oh.
He'd been killed in an accident. His parents had long since passed on, and he died alone and penniless. They found a picture of Ella in his possession, so she was the one who was notified of his death.
I see.
Yes, he died on Christmas Day in 1931. She buried him 2 days later and never left the house again. She felt that her soul had passed on with him.
And that's why you lived like this?
Yes. Ella took a vow that she'd never leave the house again, and I've stayed with her.
I see. Miss Crawford, do you mind if I leave you for a few minutes? I want to make a phone call.
Why, not at all, my dear. I'm sorry there's no telephone here, but we had so little use for it.
I understand.
That nice Mr. Green on the corner has a telephone in his store.
All right.
I'm sure he'd let you use it.
Well, thanks a lot. I'll be right back.
Oh, such a nice child. I do hope she finds Ella.
I don't think she will.
Oh, who's that?
Mr. Douglas.
Oh, Mr. Douglas. Well, how did you get in?
I came in the side door.
Where is my sister?
She's all right, Marie.
Well, but she's gone for 2 days. Is someone taking care of her?
I took care of her. Now I've come to take care of you.
Well, Chief, have we got something on this case, or ain't we?
I'm beginning to think we have.
Yeah?
Yes, before you got here, Miss Miller phoned from Green's Delicatessen.
Yeah? I must have just missed her.
Yes, she called to report that Marie Crawford's sister, Ella, was once married to a man named Robert Elliott.
Robert Elliott?
Yes, it seems as though it was an unfortunate marriage. His parents broke it off.
Robert Elliott. Let me think a minute.
He died on Christmas Day in 1931.
Hey, wait a minute. December 25, 1931? Mm-hmm. That's on the old gal's epitaph, too, Chief.
Yes, I know. That's why I think...
What?
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Chief. It's
Yes?
me again, back at Green's Delicatessen.
Yes, Miss Miller. What's up?
Well, after
after I left you, I went back to the Crawford place and found that Mr. Douglas there.
Yes? And what was he up to?
He was trying to talk Marie Crawford into packing her things and leaving with him.
What? Did she do it?
Well, no, I stopped it.
Good.
Mr. Douglas says the old gal's batty and wants to put her away, but I wasn't having any of that.
Well, good for you, Miss Miller. Where's Douglas now?
Oh, he went off in a huff, muttering about court orders and stuff.
Well, that's all right. Where's Miss Crawford?
Oh, well, I brought her down here to the store with me.
Mhm.
She's right outside the phone booth now listening to what Sam Green thinks about Hitler.
Oh, well, that's fine. And don't let her out of your sight. Okay. I'll send Brophy out to stay with you. You've done a good job, Miss Miller.
Thanks, Chief. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, look, Chief.
Yes?
While you was talking, I remembered something.
Yes?
Robert Elliott.
Mm-hmm.
That name is carved on a tomb right next to the Crawford names. I saw it.
Well, that buttons it up then. Come on, Harrington.
Where to? Oh, what Miss Miller had said.
Never mind that now. We're going out to Northside Cemetery.
You know, Chief, this ain't exactly my idea of a pleasant way to spend an evening. Taking a walk through a graveyard.
Well, if you feel like whistling, go ahead.
Oh, no. That only wakes up the ghosts.
You remember the location of the mausoleum?
Yeah, it's right along here someplace. Wait a minute. I think that's it right down there.
Good.
What are we looking for on this excursion, Chief?
Proof that Miss Crawford did not die in 1931.
What? Well, if she didn't die, where is she?
Well, that's something Mr. Douglas may have to answer.
What? You think he knocked her off, Chief?
I'm not sure.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, I think this is it.
Shine your flashlight on it.
Right. There you are. Ella Crawford.
Yeah.
Hey, look here, Chief, right next to it. I was right. This here's the tomb of Robert Elliott.
Yes, I see. Died December 25th, 1931.
Yeah. Well, what do we do now?
I'm going into that mausoleum.
Yeah. Huh?
Yes, it's quite necessary that I do, Harrington.
Well, Chief, do you think it'll be okay? I mean, well, don't you think we ought to get permission for a thing like that?
Well, no, I'm afraid that might lead to complications. We'll just have to do it on our own responsibility.
Yeah. Well, how do you get into one of these places?
Well, just open the gate, I imagine. There we are. You wait out here, Harrington.
Yeah, right, yeah. If you get stuck, holler, Chief.
I will.
Shut up, you.
Oh, Harrington.
Yeah, Chief?
Come on in here. I want to show you something.
I was afraid of that. What is it?
There. There's the answer.
Where? Oh, I get it. What do you know about that? Well, that's it, Chief. Come on, let's go.
No, let's wait here.
Huh?
Put your light out.
Huh?
I said put your flashlight out. I want to wait here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess he's part of the franchise here.
Yes.
How much longer do we wait in here, Chief?
Oh, just a little while. I had an idea that something might happen, but I guess maybe I was wrong.
Yeah? Hey, Chief, I just been thinking.
Wait a minute, Hank.
Huh?
There's a car coming.
Right. Hey, somebody's getting out here.
Yeah. You need some help,
What?
Mr. Douglas?
Who's that?
The district attorney.
Well, what are you doing here?
I was going to ask you the same question.
Well, I've come out to Miss Crawford's grave.
Yeah, so we see. What's that you're carrying in your arms?
Cover him with your gun, Harrington.
Right.
He's carrying the dead body of Ella Crawford.
Sure, and he wants to put it in that empty casket we just looked at.
Why, really, gentlemen,
Never mind the alibis, Douglas. Come on with us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the clever plan that Mr. Douglas had evolved to cover up the death of Ella Crawford failed. And he paid the full penalty for his crime.
Yeah, and for his swindling those old women out of their dough, too. Don't forget that, Chief. What a mean guy.
Yes, indeed he was.
What made you first suspect Douglas, Chief?
It was the identification card that Ella had given to her sister, Marie. It was in Ella's handwriting, and it gave Douglas's address as the Spire Building. I recall that the Spire Building hadn't been erected until 1935. I had this point confirmed. And that was 4 years after the supposed death of Ella Crawford.
Yeah, how about that mausoleum, Chief? That had us fooled for a while.
Well, Ella Crawford built that for herself when her husband died. In her own eccentric way, she believed that it was a harbor for her soul, the soul that she had lost when he passed away. As we know, she'd even gone so far as to have the date of her husband's death carved on her own tomb. For in her mind, she regarded it as the date of her own death.
And that little eccentricity nearly enabled Douglas to get away with the murder of Miss Crawford, too.
Yes, Miss Miller. Unfortunately, we were able to catch him, proving once again that the criminal never can win.
Say, that Douglas fellow was a pretty low character, huh? Can't you just see him as a little boy playing happily, pulling the wings off the flies? Well, Mr. District Attorney, more power to you, sir. Many thanks, and I hope you and your cast pay us another visit soon. Now, my friends, are you ready for our trip to the green room? Huh? The players are rehearsing our next performance there, you know. Well, just come with me. Please. Come. Come.
You hit a rock.
Oh, it doesn't sound like a rock. It's a little hollow. Oh, dig it up, whatever it is. Yeah. What?
It's a skull.
Yes. A skull. Spears is right. This place must have been an old Indian burial ground.
Please put it back.
No, keep it.
Carl, perhaps you'd better put it back.
No. Please bury it again, Mr. Cruz. It will bring bad luck to all of us.
No, Spears, that's just a silly superstition.
Well, what about the rest of the skeleton?
Well, there doesn't seem to be one. No, just a skull. You bring it into the house, will you, Spears?
I'd rather not.
All right, I'll take it in myself. But don't either of you mention this to my brother Arthur. He's terribly scared of things like this, and he's just gotten over his nervous breakdown.
Carl, perhaps you should put the skull back.
What, Lucille, you're not being taken in by this hokum about curses, are you?
Oh, that sounded like my wife, Mary. She was cleaning the windows.
Good heavens. She fell out of the window.
Mary. Well, she's unconscious. Please do something. You must do something.
I'm afraid there's nothing we can do, Spears. She hit her head against a rock. She's dead.
How's Spears?
He's quieted down.
I can't understand it. There's only one rock underneath the window, and Mary hit that. That one rock. There isn't even a pebble around for yards.
Well, don't go imagining things again, Arthur.
Spears kept talking about a curse.
Spears believes in pixies and gremlins, too, don't forget.
Well, I feel rather funny about it all.
Oh, Carl, maybe you'd better switch some more lamps on. This living room feels gloomy.
Oh, let's cut this nonsense out.
Wait. Do you hear anything?
Oh? I don't.
Yes. Something is coming from the ceiling.
What's coming from the ceiling? I don't hear...
What is it?
What? It must be the beams. They sometimes do that from the heat.
It's not the beams. It's too regular a sound.
What room is directly above us?
It's an old bedroom. We use it as a storeroom now. It hasn't been open in years.
There's something up there.
Of course there is. A lot of old things from years back, Lucille.
Did you put the skull in the storeroom?
Yes, I did.
What are you two whispering of? It's coming down the stairs.
We'll take a look and settle this.
so far.
Look!
At your feet, Carl. The skull. How did it get down here? It came down the steps.
Seems to be looking up at us.
A skull. How did it get into the house?
Carl found it while digging. Spears said it belonged to some Indian.
Spears was right. There is a curse on the house. We'll all be killed. I'm leaving. I can't stand it.
Skulls that come bouncing down the stairs all by themselves. See, that's a little unusual, isn't it? Huh? Well, why don't you try to be on hand next time when the Inner Sanctum's boy, Raymond, gives us the lowdown on some skullduggery. This is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney knows that the world of crime has many windows, and that only by looking through all of them may the truth be seen, because nothing is more dangerous than half-truth or half-knowledge. This case we're about to hear had its start 3 years before it came to my attention.
Harry, I beg you, please don't go.
Get out of here and let me pack, Doris.
How can you do this? You're my husband. We're going to have a baby.
The kind of dough I make?
I'll go back to my job later, Harry. We'll make out.
I'm making out right now. Out of here. I'll watch out for me, you watch out for you.
You're in love with somebody else, aren't you?
I'm not in love with you.
I'll never give you a divorce, Harry.
Now, you've been saying that for months. What else is new?
Harry, I can't go through this alone. I need you. I love you, please. Please don't do this to me. You're going to be a father. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Yeah, it means I'm going.
Stay. Stay until morning, please, Harry. Harry, I'm frightened when I'm alone at night. This house is so isolated.
Stop blabbering. Here, I'll leave you my gun. Do me a favor, blow your brains out.
Harry.
Get out of my way.
Harry.
Doris, put that down.
Stay, Harry.
No.
What have I done? Harry! Harry!
Get out of here. Get out of here before the police find out.
I'll call the doctor.
No, that's no good. It's my fault, Doris. Go on. Far away. Change your name.
Harry.
I was no good. Go for the baby's sake.
Harry. Harry.
Hello?
Mr. Garrett, Miss Miller.
Oh, hello. I just got in from a movie.
I've been trying to reach you for a couple of hours.
Oh?
I can't find the Sanderson papers in the files.
Well, I put them on your desk. Thought you might work on them tonight.
Well, just a second. Yes, here they are, all right. Right under my nose. I'm sorry I disturbed you.
Oh, it's all right. I'm glad you called.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Business as usual. Oh, well. Who's in there?
Don't be frightened, Edith. I waited for a couple of hours. Then your landlady let me in.
You seem to know me. Do I know you?
Doris Griffin. I mean Doris Lloyd, before I was married.
We went to high school together.
Yes.
Last I heard of you, you were modeling.
Yes. And then I married Harry Griffin.
Here, you'd better sit down. Now, what's the matter? Why did you come to see me?
You work for Mr. Garrett, the district attorney?
Yes.
Well, I have to go to him. I'm afraid to go alone.
Have you done something?
I killed my husband.
Oh, I see. When did this happen?
3 years ago. Our baby was coming. He was going to leave me.
Where's the baby now?
I gave him out for adoption in Baltimore last week. That's where I ran to after I shot Harry. I want to face it and get it over with. I want you to take me to Mr. Garrett.
He's at the office working tonight. I'll go in and talk to him, but you're in no condition to go anyplace tonight. You try to sleep and I'll be back.
Well, there's nothing in that file either, Miss Miller.
I know. Perhaps the old files in the storeroom?
3 years and unsolved? No, it should be right here. I should remember it for that matter, and I don't. You sure it happened in this county?
She said right here in the city.
Well, Hank will be up from the Record Bureau in a minute. They'll be certain to have it there.
I may have misfiled it.
Oh, you don't usually.
Looks like I did this time.
Chief?
Well, you just saved us a job, Harrington. What have you got?
Sore eyes from looking.
No record?
Chief, there hasn't been anybody named Griffin murdered in this county since 1892. There's no report of any such murder in the files, and we have no wanted sheet out on any Doris Griffin.
But that's impossible, Harrington.
Nothing is impossible, Miss Miller. You've been here long enough to know that.
We get a dozen confessions a month to crimes that never happened, or from people who didn't commit crimes that did happen.
He's right, Miss Miller. Your old schoolmate seems to have all the symptoms of a psychopath.
She wasn't lying to me, Mr. Garrett.
People who are mentally sick sometimes believe that they've done something they haven't.
Miss Miller, I'd like to arrest a murderer. It's my job. But we can't arrest anybody for a murder that hasn't happened.
Unless, of course, your friend's story isn't complete.
She probably never had a husband or a baby.
Or if she did have a husband and shot him, as she says, it wasn't a case of hysteria or temporary insanity.
What makes you say that?
The simple fact that no body was found, which would indicate she didn't just run. She hid the body or stripped it of its identity first.
Oh, yes. It would have to be that way, wouldn't it?
You better get on this again, Harrington.
Well, what do you want this time, Chief?
Marriage License Bureau. Make sure there's a record of a Doris Lloyd marrying a Harry Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
Then if you're sure there was a Harry Griffin, check our records and the records of the surrounding counties for all unidentified bodies found during the probable period of the murder.
You going to wait here for it?
No, dig up what you can and bring it to Miss Miller's apartment. We'll be there. Come along, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir. She's in the bedroom.
In the state you say she was in, if she's asleep, we'd better let her rest for a while.
I'll look. Yeah, she's asleep all right.
No, she isn't. Where's the light switch?
I'll get it.
Her eyes are wide open.
She looks so strange. Doris? Doris, are you all right?
Get some water, Miss Miller, right away.
What is it?
She's in a state of emotional shock. Get the water. I'll open some windows. Mrs. Griffin. Mrs. Griffin, try to talk. Hurry, Miss Miller.
I'm coming. Just the water. Smelling salts, too.
Good. Here, open your mouth, Mrs. Griffin. Try to drink some of this.
She won't touch it.
Try the salts. She's in bad shape. We'd better have her taken to the hospital. Where's your phone?
On the dressing table. Smell this, Doris. Come on, breathe deeply.
Operator, get me to the general hospital.
No, don't push it away. It'll help you.
Hello. This is Paul Garrett, the district attorney. Ambulance emergency.
Now, don't try to
1249
get
Hooper.
out.
Apartment 4D.
Harry! Harry! Is he calling an ambulance for Harry?
Yes. Yes, now just lie back and rest until it comes. Everything's going to be all right.
Is that her purse on the chair or yours?
It's hers.
We'd better take the liberty of looking into it.
The papers are probably in the billfold.
Driver's license, Baltimore, Maryland.
That's where she went when she ran away.
Name on it is Doris Lloyd, though. Same on her Social Security card.
That was her maiden name.
Might be her only name.
She might have resumed it after the murder. What are those?
Newspaper clippings, the one ads. Help wanted and rooms to rent. Apparently she didn't come to you as soon as she arrived in town.
How do you know?
Papers dated last week. A couple of ads circled in pencil.
Help wanted. Dress manufacturers. She used to be a model.
And that whole section is circled.
How about the rentals?
And just one, single room, $14 a week. 6611 West Homedale Avenue. She might have been living there. We'll have to check it. And that'll be Harrington. You stay with her. I'll get it.
Hi, Chief.
How did you make out?
Marriage License Bureau was another blank.
I guess we were right the first time, then.
I don't know. They might have been married in another state.
Well, that's a possibility, of course. But what makes you think so?
Well, I did find a record on a Harry Griffin.
What?
Yeah, this. Magistrate court. 5 years ago. Charge was wife beating. Wife's name was Doris.
Dismissed when she refused to press charges.
Yep. It could be other people with the same name.
No. Lists his occupation as dress designer. Hers as a model. She had a husband, all right. This kind... Hold on, Miss Miller. Grab her, Harrington.
Chief, I have to... Go ahead. I didn't want to hit her.
That was the only way. Carry her into the living room.
Okay.
You all right, Miss Miller?
She scratched me a little, that's all. Thought I had her calmed down. She was staring at the window, jumped up suddenly, and tried to throw herself out.
She's a very sick girl.
Sounds like an ambulance coming, Chief.
Yes, I sent for it.
Did Harrington find out anything about her husband?
Yes, she was married, all right. Maybe she still is.
I don't get you, Chief.
We know there was a living Harry Griffin. The court record you found proved that.
Yeah?
We still haven't found any trace of a dead Harry Griffin. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the missing corpse, here's an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A woman had confessed to the 3-year-old murder of her husband, but the body had never been discovered. Our police files showed no record of such a murder. I went to talk to the landlady and an address circled in a newspaper advertisement we found in the woman's purse. An address where Doris Griffin might have rented a room.
Yeah, stop your knocking.
I'm sorry. Your doorbell seems to be out of order.
Rooms are $14 a week and no cooking.
Well, I'm not looking for a room. I'm looking for information. Do you have a tenant named Doris Griffin?
No.
How about Doris Lloyd?
No, that one. Who are you?
My name's Paul Garrett. I'm the district attorney.
Oh, and she's in trouble, is she? Well, I can't say it gives me any surprise. None whatsoever.
Why do you say that?
Oh, them sweet young things. They're all the same. I only lived here a week, but the men... Oh, the men, how they telephoned her.
Do you mean men or a man?
Well, I don't know for sure.
I didn't think you did. The phone is right there in the hall. You must have answered it.
Well, I did, mostly. Maybe it was one man. Had a funny voice, kind of hoarse it was, like he had a cold.
Did he ever leave his name?
No, never said. Just ask for Doris Lloyd.
Did she ever tell you who the man was?
She did not.
I see. Did the man ever come here?
No, but she never had a visitor in the week she was here.
Did the phone call start the day she came?
No, she went job hunting that day. Started the day after. Oh, that'd be last Thursday. After they started, she didn't go looking for work. She just stayed in her room and cried.
I see. Thank you.
You'll see her rent's due again. I'll be holding her bag.
I'm sure you will. Miss Miller?
Oh, Mr. Garrett.
Is Harrington back yet?
Just came in a minute ago. He's waiting in your office.
Well, what are you working on?
Monthly report to the mayor.
Now, let it go. Go over to the general hospital and see how Doris Griffin is making out.
Yes, sir.
Tell the doctor I'd like to know as soon as she's in condition for me to talk to her.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Chief. Got anything?
Yes, she rented a room, all right. How about those dress manufacturers?
No, I checked the whole list. She hit them all last Wednesday, filled out job applications.
They know anything about her?
No, only that she seemed very nervous. In one place, they said they thought she was crazy.
Why?
Well, she filled out the application the secretary gave her, and she was waiting for an interview with the boss. He was out to lunch. When he came in, she took one look at him and ran out. Didn't even wait to talk to him.
Which place was that?
The Frederick Grant Company, a big new outfit.
You talked to Grant?
No, I didn't.
Well, why not?
Well, he wasn't there, Chief. Secretary said he'd been home all week, not feeling well. As a matter of fact, he went right home after this thing happened with the Griffin girl.
You get Grant's home address?
It's a big place in the Ferndale Estates district. Too swanky for house numbers.
I'll find it. I'm going out there. You meet Miss Miller at General Hospital and wait for me.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Garrett. I was dressing when the maid brought your card up. I'm Mrs. Grant.
I guess the maid misunderstood me. It was your husband I wanted to see.
Oh, well, he hasn't been feeling well. The staff has orders he isn't to be disturbed. Perhaps I can help you.
Well, possibly.
Oh, won't you sit down?
Thank you. You have a lovely home.
Thank you. Just what is it you came here about?
I wanted to get some information about a Mrs. Griffin. Mrs. Harry Griffin. That name mean anything to you?
Well, I can't say that it does.
Have you ever heard your husband mention her?
No. Should he have?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. If I could ask him directly.
Are you in here, Elizabeth?
Oh, yes, dear.
For the last time, haven't I told you... Oh, I didn't realize you had company.
Mr. Garrett, this is my husband, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant?
Hello. Elizabeth, I want to talk to you as soon as you're free. I'll be in the study.
Oh, I can step outside for a moment if you'd like.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Garrett. What's the matter now, Fred?
I thought you were leaving for Acapulco tonight. Now Johnson tells me you've unpacked.
That's right.
Why?
Because I don't want to go. Mr. Garrett, perhaps you'd better excuse us after all. I'm sorry we subjected you to this.
Oh, don't apologize, Mrs. Grant. It's been very enlightening.
Now, what kind of a smart crack is that? Who are you, anyhow, and what are you doing here?
Perhaps the name escaped you. Garrett. Paul Garrett. I'm the district attorney.
Oh.
As for what I'm doing here, I can make that very brief. Do you know a Mrs. Harry Griffin?
What is this, some kind of a riddle game?
Is that supposed to be an answer?
I never heard the name before in my life. Anything else?
No, that's all. For now. Good day.
The doc said it's okay to see her, Chief, but isn't going to do any good.
Why not?
She's under heavy sedation. Miss Miller's sitting with her, but she doesn't even recognize her. Oh, it's the next room.
If we question her while she's relaxed, half asleep, we may get something. Hello, Miss Miller.
Hello.
We've got to try to question her.
She's barely conscious.
It may help. Doris.
I mean that I see him all the time. His face.
You shot him, Doris.
The baby. He was leaving.
What did you do with the gun, Doris?
Threw it away. Threw it in the water.
Where? Where in the water, Doris?
Wallace Pond.
It's all right, Doris. Go to sleep. It's all right.
All right.
Take care of her, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Harrington. Now we've got something to go on.
Wallace Pond?
Yes, call for a lab squad. We're going to drag for that gun.
We may find more than the gun. We may find Harry Griffin's body.
I doubt it, Harrington. I doubt it very much. I told you to cover that end systematically. Your bare feet will find anything on the bottom. Those hooks are only stirring up mud.
Right, Chief. A lot of junk down here, Chief. I should have been born with fingers on my feet instead of toes.
Feel something?
Yeah. Metallic. Solid. Right under my foot. Yep. I got it. Caked with mud, but it's a gun, all right.
Bring it out. All right, men. We've got it.
Revolver. Small caliber. Only a .22.
Open the chamber. See if it's been fired.
Rusted. 3 chambers empty. Hey.
What is it?
Let me empty this cylinder. Look. The 3 shells aren't fired.
Those are blank cartridges.
Oh, sure they are. Yeah, this is the wrong gun.
No, Harrington. I don't think so. Now I'm convinced that I know where to find Harry Griffith's body.
Where?
In a very luxurious home belonging to Mrs. Frederick Grant. Or maybe at the airport, waiting for a place to Acapulco. Let's go.
Hey, Hey, my shoes.
Put them on in the car.
Oh, ouch. Oh. Just a minute, mister.
Let go of me. My plane's loaded.
Your name Frederick Grant?
No, it isn't.
Well, let's go over there to the baggage room until we find out what it really is, huh?
Let
I
go.
said the baggage room, mister.
You're breaking my arm.
Not if you stop twisting, just walk. In.
Hello, Mr. Grant.
I'll have you broken for this. Making me miss a plane. I've got the money and the influence to do it, too.
You mean your wife has, don't you? Your present wife.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe you'll understand better if I call you by your right name. Harry Griffin.
You're crazy. That's not my name.
Easy enough to prove. Harry Griffin was arrested once on a charge of wife beating. Police have his fingerprints.
Make it easy on yourself, mister.
All right, I was married to Doris once, but it was a mistake. I wanted out. She wouldn't give me a divorce. I met another woman, Elizabeth, my wife now.
Keep talking, Griffin.
Elizabeth had money. She didn't know I was married. I told her my name was Frederick Grant. Marrying her meant a chance to build something big, a company of my own, but Doris was in the way, ready to stick me with somebody else to take care of, a baby.
Yes. And you were afraid to kill her. So you made her think she killed you.
Who told you where to find me? Elizabeth?
She didn't have to tell me. I knew she wasn't going to be using that plane ticket. I figured you wouldn't want it to go to waste.
Come on, mister. There's a nice cell waiting for you. You can turn on the water in the sink and make believe you're in Acapulco.
The other day,
You take him in, Harrington. I have to wait here for a while to meet an arriving passenger.
Who?
Doris Griffin's little boy. I called the people who were going to adopt him. They're sending him back to his mother.
Chief, she's in no condition to be...
No, but someday soon, when she knows the truth, she will be. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Harry Griffin, alias Frederick Grant, was convicted on charges of bigamy and fraud. He is serving a 10 to 20-year sentence in the state penitentiary. Doris Griffin, completely recovered, is operating a very successful school for models and raising her son in a manner that meets with the complete approval of juvenile authorities. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the files of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Mutual Broadcasting System proudly presents Mr. District Attorney. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney, transcribed, starring Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
In just a moment, Mr. District Attorney. But first,
while a great deal has been done about improving our schools, our educational system, particularly at the elementary levels, still shows serious deficiencies in many areas. The reason for the inadequacy of many of our schools is the flood of increased enrollments. Between 1953 and 1960, we may expect 1.5 million more pupils each year. It's a statistical certainty that this rise in school population will heighten the already critical shortages in schoolrooms, staff personnel, and transportation unless action is taken now. By taking an interest in our schools, we can help make sure that our towns get the best possible schools for the money expended. Good schools are vital factors in maintaining both prosperity and a high social level for the area in which they are located, as well as contributing to the prosperity and security of the nation. So, if you're a parent or interested citizen, why don't you see what you can do? Join and work with your local school board or any civic group that is trying to meet this problem. Education molds our future. Better schools build a stronger America. This message is brought to you as a public service.
And now the Mutual Broadcasting System invites you to listen to Mr. District Attorney. Two men are meeting in an expensive residential hotel on the outskirts of Paris, France. One is Melvin Renshaw, American sportsman, social leader, and lawyer. The other is his only client, Rocky Ritano, multimillionaire racketeer, deported by the United States Justice Department 2 years previously.
Okay, Renshaw, so it's not a permanent visa. It's a passport, ain't it? It'll get me back into the States, won't it?
Only for 6 months, Rocky.
That's long enough. All I want to do is get rid of Lenny and floss on the narcotics end and take care of Lomazzo trying to horn in.
The immigration boys are smart, Rocky. All we can alter in this passport is the picture. You'll have to bleach your hair and grow a mustache to come anywhere near the description.
So in Paris, they got the best beauty parlors in the world. And I got a month to grow the mustache.
Very well. You can sail on the Queen from Cherbourg on the 18th of next month. I'm flying home tomorrow.
Right.
Oh, and by the way, I assume that you're expecting to stay with us while you're in town. My wife will be delighted to have you as our guest.
She, say so?
Well, frankly, no. But she doesn't have to. I'll tell her.
When do I get the passport?
I have it with me.
Say, you getting cute or something? Come on, let's have it.
It's made out in the name of Lebrec. Henri Lebrec. Perhaps you'd better learn to pronounce it.
Never mind the comedy cracks. Gimme.
Getting back into the States means a lot to you, doesn't it, Rocky?
Yeah. Let me have the passport.
Let me see. You'll net at least $1 million on the narcotics deal alone. Then you have at least that much still on deposit under assumed names.
Okay, Renshaw, quit stalling. What's the bite this time?
The bite? Oh, yes. Your lamentable lapses into the vernacular must be excused. However, Rocky, the bite, as you so quaintly put it, is $100,000. Just let me have it in cash. Checks are so easily traced.
Well, Wally, it's nice to see my favorite court reporter back. And nice of you to drop up here to the office and say hello. How was Europe?
Oh, Europe is terrific. Especially Paris.
Hey, you picked up a cold, huh?
No, a beaut.
You better take care of it.
I am. Do district attorneys ever eat cough drops? Here, have one.
No, thanks.
Made in France?
Yes.
Pour la malaise de la gorge. You know, it's amazing the way everybody in France speaks French, even the kids. Any sensational cases while I was away?
No, not a thing new. I believe you're familiar with the situation on the waterfront.
Well, that reminds me.
Yeah, what?
Funny thing, I ran across a guy on the Queen coming back that I can't get out of my mind.
Yeah?
His name was Lebrec. LeBrec? Henri LeBrec.
Oh, should I know him?
I don't know. I got a feeling I should. It's like trying to remember the name of a tune. Got the craziest notion I've seen him somewhere before, somewhere important. Like the Rogues Gallery.
Get your evening paper here. Read all about it. Get your paper.
Hiya, Johnny.
Well, Mr. Johnson. Well, hiya. Hey, you've been in Europe.
Yeah, I got back today. Give me a news, will you?
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Johnson. Here you are.
Thanks.
Boy, Mr. Johnson, you sure got a cold.
Yeah, you said it. I'm trying to figure if I should take it home or take it to the fights tonight. Where's the sports page in this rag? Here it is. Wow. So Melvin Renshaw has been made chairman of the Boxing Commission. They sure must have been hard up. Hey.
What, Mr. Johnson?
Melvin Renshaw. Rocky Rotano's shyster lawyer. Johnny, I remember now.
Remember what?
I remember the face. Here, Johnny, keep the change. I'm going to make a fast call on the chairman of the Boxing Commission. Who knows? I might get into a fight myself.
Melvin, please.
Mona, I don't want to argue about it.
I will not have Rocky Rotano in my house.
Shut up. He'll hear you.
Well, I won't.
It may be your house, but Rocky bought it. He's paid for everything we've got. He's my only client, and he's staying with us for as long as he's in town. Now go get yourself another headache, or go to bed, or go somewhere.
Melvin, I know you don't love me, but that man in the same house as the child Catherine's age is... Well, surely as a mother, I'm entitled to some consideration.
Listen, Mona, everything you're entitled to, you've got. You've got me and this house. You wanted security, you've got it. I wanted your respectability. Now, if you expect to continue to live this way, I suggest that you make our guest stay pleasant. Go.
Well, that's the last of the cough drops. I feel like dying. Yes? Mr. Renshaw?
Yes.
Wally Jansen, Associated News.
Well?
Mind if I come in?
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Oh. I got a terrible cold. I think I must have caught it on A deck of the Queen Elizabeth.
Come in.
Thanks.
Come into my den. We can talk quietly in there.
Okay. That's a nice home you've got here.
Thanks. In here.
Thank you.
All right, Jensen. What's on your mind? I'm in a hurry.
Renshaw, I've got a crazy notion. A guy named Henri LeBrec had the cabin across from me on the Lizzie.
Get to the point.
Well, I've got a crazy notion his name wasn't really LeBrec.
That's all?
I think it was Rotano. Rocky Rotano.
How interesting.
Mm-hmm. Your picture in the paper reminded me that you're his lawyer. It also reminded me who Henri LeBrec looked like. Where is he, Renshaw? Hiding him in a closet someplace?
Mr. Rotano is in Paris. He was deported. You know that as well as I do.
Oh, but he's back, isn't he? Back to reorganize the rackets, back to straighten out a few things, jack the rough boys up a bit, tighten up the waterfront. Am I right?
Jansen, you're a good reporter. It's unfortunate that you can't have a longer career.
Oh, now, Renshaw, no guns. I'll get Hopalong Cassidy after you.
Do that. In the meantime, I'll get somebody after you. Somebody who really knows how. Rocky, come in here, will you? I always say it's silly to beat around the bush. Don't you, Jensen?
Oh, so he is here.
Yes. But the information won't be of much use to you.
It will be to the DA's office. He's a friend of mine.
Oh?
A very close friend.
I'm glad you told me.
I heard somebody at the door, so I was staying in my room until... Oh. Trouble?
His name is Jensen, Rocky. Wally Jensen. Associated News.
Cabin 29A. He was on the Queen.
Small world, isn't it, Rocky?
Yeah? Too small. For you, not for me.
Rocky, you did pretty well. Bleached hair, mustache. Too bad the guy across the hall had to be a close friend.
Renshaw, is it dark yet? In an hour. Give me your gun.
Yeah.
Get the car out quick.
Right.
Jensen, I've been working for months to re-enter the USA. I'm real fond of this country.
Well, that's too bad it isn't mutual.
So I can't let anything spoil it. I want you to know I got nothing against you personally.
I'm relieved to hear that.
Smart, aren't you? Jensen, it's too bad. I'm sorry, but I got news for you. You're gonna die. Turn at Brand Street, Renshaw. Turn out into Pier 13.
I'm glad you aren't superstitious, Rocky, but let's get this over with.
What are you going to do?
You'll see.
Listen, Rocky, this has gone far enough. You can't get away with this. The DA knows about Labreck.
Yeah? Well, he won't be around to print the story, and by that time I'll be out of the country.
Just don't plan on leaving without me. I don't want to be left holding the bag.
You're on your own from now on, Renshaw. If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't be in this jam. Okay, newsboy, get out.
All right, Rocky, I'm telling you. The DA's office is just waiting for something like this. He's my friend. He'll never stop till he gets you.
All right. Start walking. Turn around, face the water.
Now, Rocky, don't do it.
Too bad. Kind of a nice guy, too.
We'll return to Mr. District Attorney in just a moment.
Some like it hot, with the fierce clash of man's war against crime. And some like it cold, with the dedicated purpose of a vigilant fight against evil. And some like it with a touch of the unknown, flavored with a hint of the weird and the unusual. But practically everybody likes a good mystery. For all lovers of the eerie and the mysterious, Mutual brings program to suit any preference. There's Counter Spy, the spine-tinkling exploits of David Harding and his everlasting battle to preserve our country's security. High Adventure stars the hero George Sanders and dramatizes thrilling moments from the lives and places of peril throughout the world. While Bulldog Drummond presents the suave and sophisticated private detective played by Sir Cedric Hardwicke. And with his own unique brand of hair-raising narration, Peter Lorre brings you Nightmare, featuring tales of the unexplainable. With great stars and great shows, you can't go wrong when you dial Mutual for mystery. Walk hand in hand with suspense, danger, and intrigue. Hear Counter Spy, High Adventure, Bulldog Drummond, and Nightmare every week over most of these stations.
Now back to Mr. District Attorney and the case of setup for reentry.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe that anybody had killed Wally Jensen.
Well, somebody has, Miss Miller.
Yeah, when's the autopsy due, Chief?
2 hours, and there'll be an official report. Hey, Harrington, we've got to crack this.
But who would do it, Chief? Wally Jensen didn't have an enemy in the world.
All court reporters have enemies, Miss Miller.
Where did they find him?
On some rocks under the pilings of Pier 13, near the old brewer's warehouse.
Yeah, who was on the waterfront, Thief?
O'Brien found him. He heard shots and went down to the pier to investigate. He heard Jansen moaning. By the time O'Brien fished him out of the water, he was dead.
Well, didn't he say anything?
He mumbled something about the rocks. I tell you, I'll get whoever did this. It was the last thing I do. This sort of thing makes me as mad as a rookie on his first beat with a gang war going on in the back alley. Jansen was a good reporter and a good friend. He never did a mean thing in his life.
Oh, I'll get that, Chief. Yes, Ruth. Who? You mean Johnny, the newsboy at the corner?
Hmm?
Well, tell him we're busy and to make it some other time, huh? Information about Jansen.
What's that?
All right, send Johnny in. Our amateur detective at the corner newsstand has a clue.
Well, Johnny thought a lot of Wally Jansen.
Yes, we all did. Yes, come in, Johnny.
Hello, Mr. Harrington. Miss Miller.
Hi, Johnny.
Hope I'm not disturbing you.
Well, Johnny, we are pretty busy. What's on your mind?
Well, sir, I've got some information I think the district attorney's office ought to have.
Yes, all right. Shoot.
Well, yesterday, Mr. Jansen bought a paper for me, see? He flips real quick to the sports page, and there's a picture, see?
Picture of whom?
The guy that was made head of the boxing commission, Renshaw.
Renshaw? Melvin Renshaw?
That's right, Chief.
Well, what's the connection?
Yeah, go on, Johnny, go on.
Well, then Wally said something about Rocky Ritano, shyster lawyer.
Rocky Ritano. Yes, anything else?
Oh, yes, sir. I think Wally went to see him.
Renshaw?
Yes, sir.
To his house?
Well, he didn't say.
Rocky Ritano. The biggest gangster the crime commission flushed out of hiding.
Yeah, but, Chief, he was deported.
2 years ago.
Well, it's fantastic, and yet... No, he'd never get by immigration.
Not in 1,000 years.
Well, Harrington, we have only one little clue, but I intend to make a case out of it. We're going up to pay an informal call on Melvin Renshaw.
Right, would you, Chief?
Somehow, Rocky Ritano is back in the USA.
Yeah? Okay, Spike, that's the way I want it. Yeah, I'm at Renshaw's now. Yeah, he's right here. The meeting's tonight, 10 o'clock in the brewer's warehouse I own, near Pier 13. Have some liquor and food sent over first. I want everybody comfortable. Yeah, real comfortable. Okay.
You think Floss and Lamazzo will turn up, Rocky?
Well, if they know what's good for them.
I can hear them trembling from here.
Yeah, trying to remember the double crosses. Figuring because I was in Paris, I would know. Brother.
You better take it easy.
Why? You still worrying about that reporter?
I think the warehouse is a bad place for a meeting.
His body will be 20 miles out into the ocean by now. The channel current is fast.
Just the same, you better take it easy.
I'll take it easy, all right. But 6 Thompson submachine guns. That's how I'll take it easy.
That's Renshaw's house there, Harrington.
Yeah, the big white one, Chief?
Mm-hmm. Built and paid for on legal fees from Rocky Ritano. No decent lawyer would handle his affairs. Say, wait a minute.
What? What's
Here on the sidewalk. This.
Well, what's that?
An empty cough drop package. Pour Lamelaise de la Gorge.
Yeah, what's that?
Say, this was Wally Jansen's. Come on.
You don't really think Ritano will be in the house, do you, Chief?
Well, if he is, he'll be sorry. Someday we'll nail the goons behind him, too. The ones that weren't deported.
Yes?
Oh, you must be Mrs. Renshaw, hmm?
Yes, I am.
Now, is your husband at home?
I'm sorry he's out.
Then I'd like to talk to you.
I'm sorry I haven't time. You'll have to excuse me.
I'm afraid I can't excuse you, Mrs. Renshaw. Here's my identification. I'm the district attorney.
Please stop asking me questions. I'm not well, and I'm very nervous, and I can't tell you anything.
Rocky Ritano is back, isn't he?
I don't know. Now, please, leave me alone.
He's been here.
No.
But you've seen him, haven't you? Tell me.
Yes. Now, stop it and leave me alone. Dear God, I wish I was dead. I've no friends, and nobody cares whether I live or die.
Your little girl loves you. She cares. And we're your friends.
That's right, Mrs. Renshaw.
Where is he, Mrs. Renshaw?
I can't. They'd kill me.
Now, Mrs. Renshaw, if you tell us, I promise you that I'll take care of you. I'll put you and your little girl on the 20th floor of the Broadmoor Hospital and keep 2 policemen outside your door day and night. Only you've got to help us.
Do you mean that? You promise?
On my word as district attorney.
Well, they're having some sort of meeting
Yes.
tonight at 10. There's several of them. I don't know how many.
Where?
I listened on my extension upstairs. The brewer's warehouse on Pier 13 on the South River.
on everything, Harrington?
Right, Chief.
I want every one of them. Preferably alive, but if necessary, dead. Now, here's a map of Pier 13 and the streets around it. And the sound truck will be here.
Right.
The red circles indicate searchlight squads, Chief.
Right. I'll be here with a walkie-talkie. I have 2 police boats in the river channel just in case they try to get away by water.
Right.
Okay, let's get going. See you later, Miss Miller.
See me later?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, what I say. Good night.
Chief, the only way you can keep me off Pier 13 tonight is to fire me. Oh, I hate the waterfront.
Well, it'll be a lot cleaner when tonight's over. That's Harrington. Yes, Harrington.
Road barricade on Brant Street. Okay, Chief.
Check. Police boats?
Police boats 14 DR 6 and 7, station mid-channel, opposite Pier 13.
Tear gas?
Guns issued.
Others in position?
Baird and Evans at the rear of the warehouse. Good shelter behind northeast corner of the building. Everything set. Everybody in position.
Okay. Not a move until I give the signal.
Now, we settle down and wait.
Yes, but not for long. It's after 10.
Oh, this is going to be a beaut.
Now, stay in the shadow of the fence, Miss Miller.
Sorry, Chief.
I wish there wasn't so much moon. Yes, Harrington?
Black sedan just past the road barricade on Brant Street, Chief.
Okay, Harrington. We'll wait until the next car passes.
Are they coming?
Yes, listen.
Our first guess?
Mm-hmm. Keep your fingers crossed.
Right.
And stay in the shadows. These men are killers.
Can you see?
5 of them going into the warehouse. Yes, Harrington?
Second car passing Brant Street barricade, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
Green Cadillac. 5 men.
10 of them. Rocky Rotano's whole mob. Ready with the searchlights, Harrington.
10, 15,000 waters.
Harrington.
Chief.
When I switch off, connect my mic into the loudspeakers on the sound truck.
Check.
And just remember the Thompson submachine guns fire 600 bullets a minute. Be careful.
Right.
Okay, I'm switching off. Give them the lights in 5 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why, Chief, it's like daylight.
All right, Rotano. You're surrounded. Come out with your hands up, all of you. The warehouse is surrounded and the pier is covered by police boats. Come out with your hands up.
Chief, are they coming?
Wait. Watch it, Miss Miller. Watch it.
Come and get us, coppers! Come and get us!
We'll return to Mr. District Attorney in just a minute.
If you're a teenager or older, you can play a vital part in the defense of our country. How? By joining the Ground Observer Corps. The Ground Observers have been set up to supplement the radar defenses of our country. Due to the way radar operates, there are gaps in it that can only be eliminated by human watchers. Now, if we are not to be caught unprepared, we must act now. The Ground Observers are located on the east and west coasts and in the northern Middle West. Now, when the Ground Observer system is extended to the rest of the country, 300,000 more volunteers will be needed. Their training and time on duty are supervised by officers and airmen of the Air Defense Command. All Americans from teenage up are eligible to become skywatchers. No matter where you live, a bombing attack would affect you. If Los Angeles, Chicago, or New York were attacked, it would affect every farmer in North Dakota and miner in Montana. So why don't you join the Ground Observer Corps? Write or telephone your nearest Civil Defense Center or write to the Ground Observer Corps, Air Force, Washington, D.C. This message is brought to you as a public service.
Back now to Mr. District Attorney and the payoff in today's case history of waterfront crime. Set up for re-entry.
4 cops killed. So help me, every one of those guys will get the chair. Miller, stay back.
It's Harrington. He's coming over. Right under their guns. He's coming over.
Fool, what's the matter with him? Is he gone crazy?
They hit the sound truck and broke the equipment. I wasn't receiving you.
Well, I'll try the police boat. Police boat 14 DR6. Can you hear me?
He's not receiving you.
Oh, they couldn't have gotten the boats, could they, Harrington?
No, they were firing away from the water.
Police boat DR6, not receiving you. Give them the tear gas guns. Sound 2 blasts on your whistle if you receive and understand this order. Over.
Oh, what's the matter with that police boat? Can't they do something with their equipment? Chief, there's their whistle. They heard you.
Yes. Well, there are the tear gas guns.
That'll bring them out driving crazy. Burn their eyes black.
Chief, look.
What? What is it?
Over there, a man coming out of the warehouse.
Yeah. Hey, that's Rocky. Rocky Rotano.
He's coming this way.
Keep quiet.
Chief, don't be crazy. That man's a killer.
I've been waiting for this. Watch me, Harrington. Maybe you can get his gun.
Try and get me, copper.
He's trying to get away.
Oh, Chief, you can't fight him with your bare fists.
That's the way I want it. Okay, Rocky. And there's another one for Wally Jensen. His gun, Harrington. He's dropped it.
Yeah, I got him.
What's the matter, Rocky? Don't like fighting with your fists, eh?
Listen, I'll pay you off. I'll pay you off.
Pay me for Wally Jensen's life? There isn't that much dough in the world.
Chief, are you all right?
Yes, I never felt better in my life.
Boys are coming out of the warehouse. It's over.
All right, get Rocky out of the water, Harrington. That's a fish I'm going to fry personally.
In a moment, a final report from Mr. District Attorney.
There's something in the air, something new in Mutual's air. Star names in the stellar productions are adding their shine to the glittering roster of outstanding entertainment on your Mutual station. Such famous luminaries as Madeline Carroll, Arlene Francis, and Betty Clooney bring you programs that run the gamut from serious drama to gay humor to popular music. And that's not all, not by far. There are Sir Cedric Hardwicke, Peter Lorre, David Ross, Duncan Hines, Edward Arnold, Jay Jostin, and George Sanders as well. So many stars, it's almost breathtaking. And you'll find the kind of programming they bring you is breathtakingly different, too. Their shows on Mutual are new in many ways. You'll find they add a brand new slant to your concepts of entertainment. But that's not all, either. Your own favorite time-tested stories and characters are not neglected. Some of the most famous fiction creations that ever saw the light of day bring you their ever-popular kinds of listening pleasure. Remember, it's your Mutual station that has something different. Stay tuned throughout the day, throughout the week, and hear for yourself over most of these same stations.
Ladies and gentlemen, every member of the Rotano gang was captured. As a result, one of the most vicious narcotics rings in the country was broken. Rocky was convicted and sent to the electric chair for Wally Jansen's murder, leaving Mrs. Renshaw free at last to bring up her little daughter in dignity and security.
The names of all characters in this transcribed dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. Mr. District Attorney was produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written by Harry Junkin, and directed by Leslie Harris.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lohr. Ed Ladd speaking.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county,
but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
Crime very often takes a customary pattern, with old performers working in familiar ways, using methods of operations that we already know about and can use in identifying the culprit and running him down. But newcomers are always moving in, mostly young people foolish enough to believe that crime is the quick way to easy money. Newcomers full of fresh ideas on how to get away with it, making it tough on your law enforcement officers, creating new patterns and new problems, such as you will hear about in the case that follows.
Better slow down. Just a few more houses now. Okay, next driveway. Kill it.
What time you got?
11 o'clock on the nose.
The plane will be over in a few seconds. Let's go.
On the lawn, Egan. On the lawn. Got the adhesive tape ready?
Right here.
Sash weight?
In my pocket. Hey, ain't that the plane?
Yeah, but take it easy up these steps.
Where do you want the tape?
Corner of the glass. Right over the lock.
Right.
Hurry up. Here comes the plane.
I am hurrying. There it is.
Give me the sash weight. Reach in and open the door. Come on.
Tom, please wake up. Tom, I think there's someone in the house. Please wake up. Tom, I swear when you escaped, it's as if you were dead. Tom. Oh, dear.
Where's that clock? I can't find it.
Leave it go. We don't want it. Did you get them 2 watches?
Yeah, I got it.
Well, that's enough then. Come on. You clumsy slob. What kind of a trick is that?
I tripped on the cord.
Let's get out of here. The flashlight. Douse it.
The stairs are straight ahead, ain't they?
Yeah.
Who is it? Who's there?
Stay out of the way, sister.
No, you're not going to rob us.
I said stay out of the way.
Hey, she's hurt. Let's get out of here.
Well, Chief, there goes another body to the morgue. 2 kids are without a mother.
Did the medical examiner say the fall was the cause of death, Harrington?
Yeah, he's pretty sure. For my money, it was downright murder. But Lieutenant Padway figures we might have trouble tying it in with the robbery.
How about the husband? Did he hear anything?
Yeah, he didn't know a thing about it till the little boy's crying woke him up.
How old are the children?
Boy is 9, little girl is 3.
Yeah, things like these really get you.
You know, what I can't figure is how these crooks can break a window without waking up the whole block. I'd hate to try to get away with it.
How about a valuation of the loss?
Not much. Between $400 and $500.
Doesn't make much sense, does it? A woman loses her life because of a few $100. Padway isn't around, is he?
No. No, he left before you got here.
Check with him, will you, Harrington? Have him fill you in on any housebreakers working in this area. I'll see you later at the office.
Hi, babe. What's good for lunch?
What difference does it make? You'll still order a hamburger and French fries.
Ain't you the one? Just for that, I'll order a hot dog.
Don't pay any attention to him, Sally.
Don't worry. Anyway, this is a high-class drive-in. We don't serve hot dogs. How'd it go last night?
Not bad. We got some nice stuff.
Come on around to my side, babe. I'll show you somewhere.
Well.
Sometimes you talk too much, Egan.
What do you mean? She's your girl, ain't she?
Did you get any wristwatches?
Gotta get back to work, Sally. The counter man's giving you the cold eye.
Why don't you relax, Myers? Give the kid a break. Here, babe, get a load of this wine.
Hey, that's swell.
Try it on.
Cut it out, Egan. She's gonna want to keep it.
I sure am. This watch and me were made for each other.
It's yours, babe.
Like fat it is. Now listen, Egan. We agreed to keep the stuff in freeze for 3 months till the heat's off. If you think I'm changing my mind about that, you're crazy.
She's your girl, ain't she? Is your own girl going to get us into trouble?
Somebody could see the watch on her. Cops are smart. Give them one little lead and they move in on you.
Babe, you ought to go to work on this guy. If you were my girl...
Knock it off, Egan. Or you and me ain't gonna get along.
Okay. I'm sorry, babe, but the watch is half his. You can see how it is.
I can see all right. He's turning into a real miser.
I told you how it was with this, Sally. You knew all along. And with this mouthy stoop hadn't said anything, you wouldn't even be thinking about the watch. Oh, it's not so great anyway. Give me a few more weeks, baby, and I'll give you something that really shines.
I got a better idea than that.
What?
Let me go with you on the next job.
What are you talking about?
I mean it. I could be a real help to you boys. I want to make some real money, too. I'm sick of working in this hamburger roundhouse.
Oh, forget it. Just forget it.
I think it might be a good idea, Myers.
You think? You never think at all. That's the trouble. She's not coming with us. And I don't want to talk about it anymore. Bring me a hamburger, Sally, well done, with fries and coffee.
You heard the man, babe.
Yeah, I heard him.
Hi, Miss Miller. Chief in his office.
Yes, he just came in.
Hello, Harrington. What did you find out?
Well, 2 or 3 different hoods have been breaking and entering around the city, but not with the same M.O. as last night's job.
So it looks as though we're dealing with newcomers.
Yeah, and that can be tough. Means no chance of getting a rundown on their identification.
Probably young ones, Harrington.
Yeah, the crazy kind. Full of phony ideas about easy money, cleaning up in a hurry.
They can be the most dangerous kind, too. Carrying weapons for the first time.
Yeah. Jumpy and ready to kill without giving it a thought.
Did you get a chance to check around the neighborhood again?
Well, I talked to the folks who live on both sides of the house. One of them was, he was an old man who doesn't sleep very well. Says he heard a car stop out in front of his place about the time this must have happened.
Did he investigate?
No. He says he didn't pay much attention. But he told me one thing that could be important. He said the dead woman was like him. She wasn't a good sleeper. So maybe she heard these crooks and got up to see what was going on.
Which means she probably didn't fall down those stairs by accident.
Yeah, that's the way I figured it. Oh, and I found out something else, too.
What's that?
I checked through that neighborhood and ran into a fellow who thinks he saw the crooks. He stepped down on his porch to get a breath of air and noticed a couple of men walking up the street across from him. Then he got busy watching a big airliner go over.
We heard one of those planes this morning. They make a lot of noise.
Yeah. You had to yell at me, and I was standing right next to you. Drowns out everything.
Even the crash of breaking glass.
Huh?
That could be the M.O. of this new team, Harrington. They're using the sound of those planes to cover the noise they make when they break into a place.
I'll be a son of a gun. Chief, I'll bet you're right.
That woman was probably a very light sleeper and happened to hear them after they got in.
I got a report from the coroner's office on that woman, Mr. Garrett. I just finished typing it up as Harrington came in. Here.
Thanks, Miss Miller. Listen to this, Harrington. Huh? Bruise under left eye of victim incurred before death. Suggests she may have been struck and knocked downstairs instead of fallen.
That would make a murder, Chief.
It certainly would. Miss Miller,
Yes, Mr. Garrett.
call the airport, find out the exact time each airliner takes off.
Yes, sir. I think I've got that number right here on this card.
You got a plan, Chief?
I've got a plan.
Hey, what are you doing here? I thought you and Myers were going out on a job tonight.
We are. I'm picking him up in 15 minutes.
What are you doing here then?
Thought maybe you still wanted to come along.
I do. But you heard what Myers said.
The Myers don't like it, so what? You show up with me, what can he do about it?
Gosh, I don't know, Ethan.
What's the matter, you scared? I'll take good care of you, babe.
I bet you will at that, Ethan.
Sure I will. You want to come along or not?
I'm working the middle shift. I'm due to be off in a few minutes anyway. Wait a second, I'll get my coat.
About time you got here. I've been... Wait a second. What is this?
Simple, Myers. A kid wants to come along. I figure she can be a help, so I let her.
I don't want her in on it. I told you that.
Why? Just tell me why.
I told you already a dozen times.
You said yourself we could use a lookout.
Not her.
Oh, come on, Myers. Let me go along.
Shut up and get out of that car.
Look, Myers, you're wasting your breath. She's going with us.
Sally, are you going to get out of that car or do I yank you out?
You stay right here, babe.
I said she gets out and I mean it.
Ow! Let me go, you big moose!
All right, get your paws off of her, Myers.
She's staying here.
Well, you've been begging for something, and here's where you get it.
Why, you...
Oh, what a punch. He's out cold.
Dim as a 10-watt bulb. Get back in the car, babe.
What about Myers?
You care?
Frankly, no.
Well, let him lay there, then. You afraid of cops, babe?
What a question.
Suppose you had a gun, the cop tried to put the pinch on you. What would you do?
What do you think?
All right, kid.
Where are we going?
We're going to take care of that job we got planned. You and me.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the staircase killer, here's an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A home had been broken into and robbed, with the crooks doing their work while the family slept. We figured that they had been able to do this under cover of sound from an airliner that passed overhead at the same time every night. The take hadn't amounted to very much, between $400 or $500 worth of jewelry. But the wife and mother of the house was dead of a broken neck. And indications were that she had lost her life by being knocked down her own staircase. Investigation had disclosed that the thieves were newcomers to the profession of burglary. It was probable that they would strike again, so Harrington and I were cruising the neighborhood waiting for them.
What time is it now, Chief?
10:45.
15 minutes before that plane takes off.
Yeah. Well, if my hunch is right, we know when. I wish we knew where.
Well, this isn't such a big neighborhood, and we know it's a couple of guys.
Turn the next corner, Harrington.
Oh, I've turned so many corners, I'm beginning to feel dizzy. The worst of it is they all look alike.
You'll just have to keep cruising.
We almost there, Egan?
Almost there. You getting eager?
I sure am. This is living.
You're all right, babe. You're all right.
We getting close?
Yeah, this is the block.
Not bad. There ought to be some good stuff on a street like this.
Sure, we'll do all right.
This one?
No, it's 5 or 6 places back, but I'll walk. No sense in stopping right in front of the joint.
Okay, let's go.
I'll go. You're staying in the car.
Oh, come on, Egan.
Nothing doing. There's people in that house. If they spot me, I want you to have this car ready to move when I come out. Now, one more thing, babe. If a prowl car comes by and gets nosy, save that toughness of yours. Tell him the battery's down. Ask him to give you a push.
Okay, Egan. Bring me back something nice.
Special order, babe. Special order.
How many more minutes for the plane, Chief?
Just a couple now. Turn here.
I'll bet that makes 50 corners I've taken. You know, driving like this gets on my nerves.
Would you rather do it on foot?
With my dogs? I'd rather do it on my hands.
Hold it, Harrington.
What's the matter?
Back up a little.
I don't get what it is you... Oh, I see.
Just thought I'd check. Waiting for someone, miss?
The man of the hour. I've been waiting for you, mister.
You what?
You couldn't have come along at a better time. My battery has just given its last dying kick. I need a push.
I see. You live around here?
No, I was just driving by, and some creep came barreling out of a driveway right in front of me. I had to stop so fast I stalled this thing. And I tried to start it with the lights on. Clunk.
Well, I guess we can get you going.
Thanks, mister.
Battery's dead. Back up a little and we'll give her a push.
Hey, listen.
The plane.
Yeah. Looks like we wasted our time. If those guys are working tonight, it must be on some other street. Morning, Chief.
Morning, Harrington.
I guess you read the papers, too.
Yes, another fancy job of burglary. And on the same street where we pushed that girl's car.
Yeah, nobody got hurt this time. But I figure I goofed anyway. Well, I was so busy thinking about 2 men that I didn't check her license plates.
We haven't lost her, Harrington. She had on a waitress's uniform under her coat. Pale green with a yellow collar and trim.
Hey, that's a good lead.
I just hope it pays off. Make a check of the whole area. Take in every cafe, drive-in, and hamburger stand till you find out where they use that color combination.
Okay, Chief, I'll get on it right away.
Oh, it's you.
You gonna ask me in?
Come in. All right. What do you want?
I want to talk to you.
Better make it short. I got to go to work.
Work? What are you talking about?
I'm going back to the plant.
Oh, listen, Myers, makes sense. You hate that place and you know it. You and me can still pull together.
I don't think so, Egan.
What is it, the dame? If I had a girl who left me lying on the sidewalk, I'd be glad to lose her.
I already told myself that.
So you find yourself another one. The town's full of dames.
What about you and Sally?
What about us? Kid's a real good lookout. She brushed off a prowl car while I was loading up last night.
You went through with the job?
Sure. But we could have done a lot better if you'd been with us. How about latching on again? You get your cut of what we got last night.
Well,
Come on, Myers. We figured the next job for our biggest, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Here, hand me that phone.
What are you going to do?
Gonna call the plant and tell them you've changed your mind.
No, just about time we called it a day, Miss Miller. It's after 5 o'clock.
I guess so, Mr. Garrett. You look a little tired. I hope you get some rest tonight.
I've been expecting to hear from Harrington, but I guess he's not going to call in.
I was hoping he'd be able to locate that girl, but...
District Attorney's office.
Hello, Miss Miller. Is the chief gone yet?
No, he's right here, Harrington. Hold on.
Hello, Harrington. Where are you?
Hello, Chief. I'm in a drugstore on the corner of Bentley Street and Lake Avenue. I found out where the girl works.
Good.
It's Fat Joe's Drive-In right across the street.
Is the girl there?
Well, it's kind of fouled up. The girls have been swapping shifts with each other. She's supposed to come on at 8 and work till midnight. Do you want me to question her?
Well, let's save that for a while, Harrington. Just hang around. I'll join you there later.
Well, there goes your good night's rest.
Harrington's rest, too. We'd like to crack this case if we can. It might save other people from dying violently. You ready to leave?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Chief. You must be tired.
Hell, it ain't exactly been a short day.
You're going to have to take some time off.
That ought to go for you, too. See the girl?
Seems to be working like a beaver.
Yeah. She certainly doesn't act like a doll with a load of stolen loot.
It could be that we're wasting our time, Harrington.
Hey, look. Behind us. Ain't that the car we pushed last night?
I'd say it was. 2 men in it, huh?
Yeah. You think we should talk to him?
Now, let's wait. And I'd better move off to one side so she doesn't see us. Get in, Harrington.
I've been wondering if you'd come in tonight.
See who I got with me?
I see. How are you, Myers?
I'm okay.
Listen, babe, we're going through with the job tonight after all. Me and Myers. You want to make it or not?
Sure, I want to make it. Wait a second, I'll tell the boss. The heck with the boss. He'll only bawl me out anyway.
Let's go. Nifty, huh?
Real nifty.
You sure there's nobody home here, Egan?
I'm positive. That's why I figured we didn't need the babe for a lookout. The three of us can get all the more loot.
Okay. Where do we start?
Upstairs. That's where they always keep the bangles, baubles, and beads. Come on.
Pretty sure of themselves, aren't they? Took the girl into the house with them.
They must have known there'd be no one at home. With that many of them, we better put a ring around the place, Harrington.
Good idea. I'll hit the talk box for some help. Car 36 calling control. Car 36 calling control. Car 36 calling control.
Why don't you get the phone, Myers?
You crazy or something? You answer that and we could be in trouble.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's better.
Relax, babe. With this load of loot, you can have a lot of fun for a long time.
I say we get out of here.
It's okay by me. We got everything but the kitchen sink.
Going somewhere?
Think you got him, Egan?
I don't know. I hope so, but I don't know.
You're all through in there. We've got the place surrounded. That didn't do any more for you than the last ones. Better come on with your hands up.
Myers, take a look outside.
He's right, Egan. We're finished.
Not me. I'm coming through, coppers!
That's all for you, pal. You're all washed up.
Yeah, that's better. Now, just get your face to the wall.
And you too. Line up there with him.
I said you weren't playing it smart, Egan. I told you.
I wasn't in on all these things, mister. Honest.
She's telling the truth, mister. She wasn't in on the first one.
You mean when you killed that woman by knocking her down the stairs?
I wasn't the one who did that. It was...
Shut your face, Myers.
It'll all come out anyway, Egan, and I didn't do it. You know that.
Killed somebody. That they killed somebody?
Don't you ever read the papers, miss?
Well, sometimes I read
But
them.
you've been too busy lately, is that it? Well, you'd better read them for the next couple of days. You'll find out what kind of trouble you're in. Let's get these people outside, Harrington. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
This was a case that made the headlines. The two men we called Egan and Myers were tried and convicted of first-degree murder. Sally, the drive-in waitress, is now serving a sentence for burglary. And now this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney knows that time and distance are the implacable enemies of law enforcement, because they can mean the difference between preventing a crime or being forced to solve one. This case started with a phone call in the middle of the night from a lonely rural area on the outskirts of the county.
Operator. Operator, oh, please. Operator.
Operator, number, please.
Thank heaven. Operator, get me the sheriff's office quickly.
Oh, is that you, Mrs. Deneen?
Yes,
Oh, this is Mary Lou Jones, Mrs. Deneen. I'm working nights now. Something wrong?
Mary Lou, stop talking and get me the sheriff's office. He's got to send somebody to my house right away.
Well, I have to take the number on all police calls. What's your number there?
It's J247 ring 3. Will you hurry? Somebody's trying to break into the house and I'm all alone.
Well, there's nobody in the town office at night. I'll have to look up the deputy's home number.
Oh, please! He's trying the door.
Well, isn't your husband there?
He's away in Pittsburgh on business. Get help for me, please.
Well, I'll get it as fast as I can. I don't know all the numbers yet. I have to look them up. Oh, Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen, what is it? What's happening?
He's in the house.
Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen.
Who are you?
Don't hurt me, please.
Mrs. Deneen! Mrs. Deneen! Mrs. Deneen! Mrs. Deneen!
Hi, Chief.
Hello, Harrington.
Better come inside out of this wind.
How long ago did this happen?
Oh, about an hour and a half ago. She was trying to get a call through to the deputy sheriff when she was shot. He couldn't have gotten here in time to stop it, even if she had reached him.
Shot twice, huh?
Yep. Phone operator heard the shots right after Mrs. Deneen screamed and dropped the phone. Phone's off the hook there, rural party line.
Any special reason for the two squads you have posted down the road?
No, just cut off curious visitors. Phone operator's a young girl, a little bit of a character. She's been waking people up on the lines to tell them what happened.
Any idea how the killer got in?
Yeah. Side door, I'll show you.
Oh, wait. I want to hang this phone up now in case the office wants to reach us here.
Fat chance of anybody getting through while that girl is calling. Only call she's placing on her own.
You said the dead woman is Mrs. Deneen?
Yeah.
Where's her husband?
Now, she told the phone operator he was in Pittsburgh on business. I've got Pittsburgh police checking all the hotels. He'll be notified if they find him. Oh, here's the door. It was wide open. That's how we got in to open the front door.
The lock doesn't seem to be broken. It must have been picked. I don't suppose you know if anything's been stolen.
I doubt it. Everything's neat. Doors haven't been ransacked. Matter of fact, there's Mrs. Deneen's purse on the sideboard. There you see. About $40 in cash. Hasn't been touched.
Well, that wasn't the motive, then. Only one other thing it could be.
What?
Hate, Harrington. Can you think of any other reason for breaking into a house in the middle of the night and murdering a woman in cold blood?
No, I guess not, Chief.
Now, let's take a look around outside. You got your flashlight?
Yeah.
Flash it around.
Right. Ooh, boy. Cold.
Oh, wait. Throw the beam that way again.
What are we looking for?
I saw some shoe imprints on the ground. I'd like to see which way they go.
Yeah, there's a couple of marks here.
Yeah. Seem to lead back that way, behind the house.
You think the killer was on foot?
I don't know. Let's go back a way.
Keep going, all right.
Yes, and a set of prints leading toward the house. He came this way and went back this way. Is there a road back here anyplace?
I've been out here once before, about 5 years ago. Yeah, a suspected arson case. Farmhouse burned down about a mile back this way. Family named Mullen.
Oh, yes, I remember. You decided the fire was accidental.
Yeah, that's right. There was a dirt road leading to the farm. It cuts into the main highway further down.
Oh, man may have been headed for that dirt road.
Why?
Well, he must have had a car. He didn't drive up to the house in it. He left it someplace away from the scene.
Back on the dirt road?
Oh, that's what we're going to find out. Never mind the footprints. Head right for the road.
Wind is dying. Be getting light soon. Here. Here's what you want, Chief.
Yes? The car was parked here, all right.
Yeah. Footprints again, too. Coming and going from where the car was standing. Now, that's where the car turned around to go back to the main road.
Yeah. He left something, though.
What is it?
Cigarette butt.
Oh. He didn't smoke much of it.
No, didn't even burn down to the brand mark. Well, that's one thing we know about him. What kind of cigarettes he smokes.
That's about all we do know, Chief. We won't be able to follow these tire marks past the main road.
Tread impressions won't do us any good either. It's a standard tread, no distinguishing marks. Tires were fairly new.
Well, what now?
Back to the house.
whose car is out at the side of the house.
It's not a squad car. Not the medical examiner's either.
The boys had orders not to let anybody through except on official business.
It's between the house and the garage. Could it be Deneen's car?
Deneen? How? Even if the Pittsburgh police had located him right away, he couldn't have made it this soon.
Oh, unless he drove back during the night. Let's go around front.
There's a man sitting there on the porch, Chief. Got his head in his arms.
That must be the husband, all right. Mr. Deneen?
Yes.
My name is Garrett. I'm the district attorney. This is Mr. Harrington.
I don't care who you are.
Look, Mr. Deneen, we can't tell you how sorry we are that...
Then don't, please. What good does it do to be sorry?
Let me handle it, Harrington. Mr. Deneen, it would help us a lot to know one thing. Did you or your wife have any enemies?
Enemies? Could there be anybody with enough hatred in their heart to do this? And even if I knew, do you think I'd tell you? I'd take care of it myself.
That's not the right way to talk, Mr. Deneen.
Don't tell me how to talk. You didn't drive home from Pittsburgh 10 minutes ago. You didn't find your wife the way I found mine.
Maybe you'd better rest for a while, Mr. Deneen. We'll talk to you later. I want to go around to the side door and use the phone. See if that telephone operator from the local exchange is on her way out here yet.
Yeah, long enough since I sent for her. We should... What's the matter? What are you looking at Deneen's car for, Chief?
Design of the tire tread. Same as we saw on the back road.
Yeah, but like you said, they're standard on lots of cars.
I know. Well, let's look it over anyhow. Look at this. On the frame of the car door.
Service station lubrication record. Local station.
Yes, dated 3 days ago. 18,106 miles. Now look at the mileage on the speedometer.
18,217 miles. Hey.
Just a little more than 100 miles. He couldn't have driven to Pittsburgh and back since that record was pasted on. I'm going to get a few answers from him.
Yep, there comes a squad car. Girl in with the driver.
There must be the phone operator.
Looks like Deneen went in the house, Chief.
Yeah, as long as we know where he is, we'll get back to him in a minute.
Are you Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Well, that policeman drove me out and said you wanted to see me. I'm Mary Lou Jones. I heard the whole thing on the telephone. I'm the operator on the local exchange.
Exactly what did you hear, Miss Jones?
Well, I heard the whole thing. It was just dreadful. I heard her crying, and then she said, "Who are you? What do you want?" And then the shots, and that was all.
You're sure you heard her say, "Who are you"?
Yes, that's what she said. I heard the whole thing. It was just terrible. Then I finally found the deputy's number, and I called him, and he said he'd come out right away, but that I should call the district attorney's office, too, and I did.
Well, thank you, Miss Jones. The policeman will drive you back to town.
Don't you want to know anything else? I mean, an idea about who might have done it or anything?
Well, whose idea?
Well, people around here, some of them think it might have been Ted Mullen.
The Mullen place that burned down, Chief.
Well, why do people think that?
Well, Mr. Deneen works at the bank, you know.
No, I didn't know.
Sure. He's president of the bank. When the Mullens had that fire a long time ago, well, Ted Mullen said it never would have happened if Mr. Deneen had okayed a loan he wanted to put in a water pipe instead of just using a well. Ted hated Mr. Deneen right up until the time he moved away 2 years ago.
I see. Better get through to radio division, Harrington. Put out an information wanted bulletin on Mullen.
You don't want to talk to Deneen again, then?
I guess not. Not anymore. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the silent killer, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A woman had been murdered in her isolated home. The commission of the crime had been overheard by a frantic telephone operator trying to reach the police for the victim. Our only suspect was a former neighbor thought to be harboring a 5-year grudge against the dead woman's husband. We put out an all-points bulletin for the suspect. Meanwhile, as a matter of routine, I checked the alibi of the dead woman's husband.
Here's a report from the Pittsburgh police, Mr. Garrett. It just came in.
Oh, thanks, Miss Miller.
Mr. Deneen was there, all right. Registered at the Penn Plaza Hotel day before yesterday.
Now, when did he check out?
Just after midnight last night.
Telephone operator said the murder took place about 1:30 a.m.
He couldn't have gotten back in time to do it.
No, not if it was really Deneen.
Well, hotel clerk's description checks out 100%.
Well, that's it then. But
What?
teletype them again. I want one more bit of information.
Yes, sir.
Ask if the Penn Plaza Hotel has its own garage or parking lot. I want to know if Deneen had his car with him.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, Chief, I was wondering where you were hiding. You get any word in that pickup at Ted Mullen yet?
No, except that he's moved out of the state. That's all we have so far.
I bet you all the insurance companies. Walter Deneen carried a few small policies on his wife. Nothing exceptional. Deneen's been doing some speculating in the stock market, though.
You check brokerage houses?
Yeah. He's been buying unlisted stocks against their advice.
And how have his investments turned out?
From what I gather, he's been losing his shirt.
Strange conduct for the president of a bank, even a small bank.
There's something else.
What?
He became president of the bank in a hurry. 6 years ago when he married Mrs. Deneen.
What was he before that?
A bookkeeper.
Yeah, that is a big jump. How did it happen?
Simplest answer in the world. His wife had money. An inheritance from her father. He left her about $250,000. He was in the steel business.
Steel business. That could explain his trip to Pittsburgh. Deneen might have been checking on his wife's holdings. I wonder who he saw while he was there.
Well, who'd have charge of Mrs. Deneen's affairs?
Her father's attorney. I can find out by checking his will. The attorney's name should be listed. Tell Miss Miller to cancel that teletype. I'll get my information directly. Call the motor pool and tell them I want a car and driver to take me out to the airport. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Hey, where you going?
Pittsburgh.
Yes, Walter was here to see me, Mr. Garrett. I've handled his wife's affairs just as I handled everything for her father before her.
And you saw him here in Pittsburgh last night?
Yes, he had dinner at my home.
You seem to be disturbed about something, Mr. Medford.
Well, I don't know if disturbed is the right word, Mr. Garrett, but I wondered about Walter's visit. It seemed unnecessary.
Would you mind explaining that?
I don't quite know how I can explain it. Well, he just seemed to be preoccupied with the fact that he intended to drive all night in order to get home. As a matter of fact, he became such a bore on the subject that Mrs. Medford, my wife, said she had a headache and asked to be excused.
Did Deneen drive out to your home?
No. We met here at the office and went out in my car. Took a taxi back to the hotel. But, well, there was one other thing I suppose I should tell you under the circumstances.
Yes?
After my wife left us, he did it almost as a joke. Walter asked if his wife had changed her will lately. I don't like to say anything that I'm uncertain of, but I had a feeling that he was trying to draw me out, obtain information.
Has the will been changed?
No, it has not. Walter Deneen gets everything.
You don't like Deneen, do you?
He's an avaricious man, Mr. Garrett, with no special talent.
Well, I don't quite agree with your appraisal, Mr. Medford. I think Walter Deneen has a very special talent. He just missed his calling.
I don't follow you, sir.
Deneen is an excellent actor. Thank you very much for your help.
Oh, I'll see you out. Morning, Miss Miller.
Oh, good morning, Harrington.
Chief in yet?
No, he got home late last night, but I'm expecting him any minute. What's that you got?
Report on Ted Mullen, but he's not our baby.
You got an alibi?
Yeah, read it. Los Angeles Police. Mullen is out there. Camarillo State Hospital for the insane. He's been under lock and key for more than a year.
Oh, that's too bad. The poor man, I mean. Mr. Garrett will be...
Good morning.
Oh, good morning,
Mr.
Chief.
Garrett.
Well, we've come to a dead end on that Ted Mullen thing. Chief,
Never mind. It's not Mullen I'm after now. I'm interested in Walter Deneen.
You mean he wasn't in Pittsburgh?
No, he was there all right, but his car wasn't with him.
How did he travel then?
Same way I did, by plane. I found an airline stewardess who remembered a man of his description.
Oh, great. I check stockbrokers, you take the airline stewardesses.
She checked her flight list. The man she thinks was Deneen traveled under the name of Art Folger. I want you to run that name through the record bureau, Miss Miller.
Art Folger, yes, sir.
Why do you want to run a make on a phony name?
Because I think it may not be a phony name, Harrington. I think it may be the name of the killer.
Oh? How come?
Deneen inherits a fortune through his wife's death. I have every reason to believe his trip to Pittsburgh was to establish an alibi. He was seen at the hotel, dined with his wife's attorney. A perfect alibi for him.
Yeah.
But the actual killer needed an alibi, too, just in case. And he's got one. If his name is Art Folger. He was on an airplane from Pittsburgh when Mrs. Deneen was killed. The airline records say so.
Pretty neat. But what about Deneen's car?
The killer used it.
Chief, why wouldn't he rent a car?
I'll ask you. Figure it out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If we checked rental places, he couldn't be on an airplane and driving a rented car at the same time.
Have you seen Deneen since I left?
Yes. He hasn't left the funeral home for a second. He's playing the bereaved husband to the hilt.
That's what I was hoping he'd do. That's all I want from you, Miss Miller. You can go down to the record room. I'll wait for your report on Folger.
Yes, sir.
You want me to pick up Deneen, Chief?
Not yet. Not until we can tie him to the killer he hired. We need indisputable physical evidence of association between Deneen and the killer.
Well, that's something we can't get.
Yes, we can.
Where?
From Deneen's car. If the killer used it, his fingerprints may be in it someplace. Call a lab crew. Take them out to the funeral home. Have them...
I'll take it. DA's office, Harrington. Yeah. Yeah, Jeff. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Well, don't let him see you, that's all. Jeff Wallace, Chief. He's been keeping Deneen under surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
Deneen pulled a feint at the funeral parlor. He let them talk him into going home for a rest. Jeff followed him.
Did he go home?
Yes, by way of the bank.
The bank?
Uh-huh. Jeff says he stopped about 5 minutes, went into the safe deposit section. I wonder what he's up to.
Same thing the county cashier is up to every week before you go to see him.
What?
Getting the payroll ready. Killers get paid, too. Come on.
We going to go over the car just the same, right at his house?
We certainly are.
He's liable to see us.
That's a chance we'll have to take. Once he pays off, our killer will head for parts unknown. Not quite. That's an up car.
Oh, Mr. Garrett. It's a good thing I caught you. Here's the record on Folger.
Well, then there really is an Art Folger.
Yeah.
What have you got?
1 conviction, assault with deadly weapon, 1 charge of manslaughter, no indictment, 1 charge of murder, no indictment.
Sounds like a pro killer, all right.
There'll be an indictment this time. Give me the file. We'll see you later.
Going down, please. Get the door handles, too, fellas.
Yeah.
Get as many sets of those prints as possible.
Harrington.
Oh, Chief, I was just going to come in the house after you. Morgan just pulled a set of Art Folger's prints from the dashboard of the car. We've got it.
We've got trouble, too. I've been through the entire house. Deneen isn't in there.
Well, he must have gone out the back, or Jeff would have spotted him leaving. He's got to be on foot. Now, where would he be going? The only place back there is that burned-out ruin where Mullen used to live.
The back road. He's walking back there to make the payoff.
And we can grab Folger, too.
If we can get there in time. You say that road runs into the state highway?
Yeah, it angles in about 2 miles down, then cuts around that way.
Let's go, then. Maybe we can drive the 4 miles before he can walk the run.
In here. Watch those charred beams.
Don't worry. Thought you were going to walk out here to meet me.
I did.
I thought I heard a car along the road while I was coming through the trees.
I didn't hear anything here. There's nothing on the road.
You can only see 50 feet to where it turns. You got the money?
Here, 700. I gave you 3 when we made the deal. Now get lost and forget that you ever saw me.
You forget you saw me, too.
All right. Get going.
Just stay right where you are, gentlemen.
Who's that, Deneen?
I don't know. Who is it? Where are you?
On both sides of you. And down.
So what?
Try that again, you'll get it back.
Don't, Folger. They might shoot and hit me.
What do you think will happen if they get us? I'm coming out. I'll kill anybody who tries to stop me.
Off, Folger!
I'm hit!
No more, please!
Hands high, then.
Grab my gun, you yellow belly! Grab it or we'll boom!
I can't. I'm afraid.
Just lie there, Folger. You'd never get to it in time.
Don't make me kill you, mister.
He got me out here to sell me some information about who killed my wife.
Never mind that, Deneen. We know who was responsible.
Oh. How did you find out? Who told you?
A service station attendant, an attorney, and an airline stewardess. Just a bunch of average citizens, Deneen. That's what society is. That's what the law is. This is David Bryan again. I hope you've enjoyed this case from the file of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Walter Deneen and Art Folger were tried and convicted on a charge of murder in the first degree. Their pleas for executive clemency were denied by the governor, and they were executed in the manner prescribed by law. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
It has long been recognized that crime constitutes a disease in the bloodstream of democracy. A disease so serious that it can even threaten the life of a nation. Unless it is fought fearlessly at every turn, crime can build into itself an organization of such magnitude that it could conceivably put a stranglehold on our very way of life. On this particular morning, I was in my office, carefully going over a series of reports. They all pointed in one direction. A serious crime wave was sweeping across our city. A crime wave that undoubtedly had behind it a well-organized criminal group. What is it, Miss Miller?
Phone call for you, Mr. Garrett. Tom Carter.
The Daily Clarion reporter?
Yes, he says it's extremely important that he talk to you.
I see. Put him on, please. Hello, this is the district attorney.
Mr. Garrett, I'm sure glad I cut you in. This'll knock you right out from under your hat. I'm just about certain I know who Mr. Big is.
Mr. Big?
Yeah, Mr. Big. Believe it or not, Mr. Garrett. The big wheel of the mob.
Carter. Carter, what happened?
Venus. Venus.
Carter. Carter, can you hear me? Carter. Well, it's no use. Miss Miller,
Yes, Mr. Garrett?
please have this call traced immediately and advise homicide.
Homicide?
Oh, and Miss Miller,
Yes, Mr. Garrett?
get hold of Harrington and have him follow through on this. I'm going to the office of the Daily Clarion and see what I can find.
All right, Mr. Garrett.
Come right in, Mr. Garrett. The receptionist told me you were coming up. Well, we feel quite honored to have the district attorney pay us a visit.
Well, this isn't exactly a visit, Mr. Harris. I'm after a little information.
I'll be glad to help.
Your newspaper has been conducting what you call a crime expose. I'd like some details as to the assignment of your reporter, Tom Carter.
Afraid I can't help you much on that, Mr. Garrett. You see, my city editor handles all the actual assignments. I'll get Walker in here. Herb, could you come into my office for a minute? Good. Walker will be right here. He knows everything about our operation.
I see. Mr. Harris, does the name Venus mean anything to you?
Venus? No, nothing more than the famous statue.
No, I'm afraid that's not the one.
Oh, come on in, Herb. You know Mr. Garrett, our district attorney?
How are you, Mr. Garrett?
Glad to meet you, Mr. Walker.
Herb, the district attorney wants to know about Carter's work on the crime expose.
Well, Carter was put on roving assignment. We gave him a free hand. Tom wants it that way because of his underworld contacts.
So you wouldn't know where Carter might be working right now?
No, I'm afraid not.
Come in.
Harrington.
Hiya, Chief. Miss Miller told me you were here.
Mr. Harris, Mr. Walker, this is Len Harrington, my assistant.
Oh, yeah.
Harrington?
Oh, Chief, I have some news that I...
Well, that's all right, Harrington. You can talk.
Well, they found Carter's body. He was shot in the back. Dead.
What? Tom Carter killed?
Where did it happen?
A phone booth back of a service station uptown. No witnesses.
Oh, Tom Carter killed.
Can't believe it.
I was afraid this had happened. That's why I came here. We've got to put a stop to this terror, gentlemen, and soon. Mr. Walker, perhaps Carter's last expense account could give us a lead as to where he was working.
Well, that's very possible. I can let you see the records. Come with me, gentlemen. Mr. Harris is very upset. This is an awful blow. Carter was our top reporter. Now, here's the accounting office. Come right in. This is the current expense ledger. Let's see. Yeah. Here it is. Here's Carter's account.
No, thanks. Oh, Harrington, write down some of these places.
Yeah, sure, Chief. Hey, Club 7-Eleven seems to be a favorite hangout of Carter's.
He was certainly there often enough in the past 2 weeks.
That's Harry Trigo's joint, isn't it?
Yes. I'll drop down to the Club 7-Eleven.
Okay, Chief.
Thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Walker.
Glad to be of help. Any help I can.
Hey, you. You, Dippy.
Hi, George. How are you?
Get going. We don't want no cheap dips grabbing the customers' wallets.
Now, George, I ain't working tonight.
Out, you crumb, before I bust your hat.
Now, listen, George.
I don't mean to interrupt this party, but are you George?
Yeah, that's me. What are you after?
The man up front told me you'd take me to Mr. Trigo's office.
Yeah? Who are you?
I'm the district attorney. Would you show me to Mr. Trigo's office?
Yeah, follow me.
Who's there?
It's me, boss. The DA's here. Wants to talk to you.
The DA. I'll be right there.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, this is a real occasion.
Well, hardly that. Can we talk inside?
Sure, why not? Okay, George, wait outside. What's on your mind, DA?
Some information. What can you tell me about Tom Carter?
Carter? What am I supposed to know about him?
You spent a lot of time around here the past week.
So what? I can't help who comes into my place.
I see. This picture. A very attractive girl.
Huh? Just one of the dolls that worked in the club a while back. Loretta Nelson bills herself as the Blonde Venus. Why are you so interested in her?
Because Tom Carter knew of Venus, too. Where can I find her?
Well, last I heard, she was staying at the Stanley Hotel. That's all I know.
In that case, that's all for now.
I hope you find it, D.A. Come on in, George. So long, D.A.
Goodbye.
Everything all right, boss?
Yeah, sure. Everything's just Jim Dandy. You can come out of the closet now, Venus.
Harry, believe me. I didn't tell that reporter anything. I swear it.
I know. George.
Yeah?
Make it talk. Some truth.
Please, Harry, keep him away. You gotta believe me.
You heard the boss.
That'll be enough of that, George.
D.A. again, huh?
I didn't go very far, Trigo. You see, there was a strong smell of perfume in here, and my hunch was you had a hidden visitor. Now, young lady, she's gone.
She took off like a scared rabbit. I couldn't stop her.
I'll talk to you later.
Can I talk to you a minute, D.A.?
Oh, Dippy. Say, did you see a girl run out of here?
To Venus? Sure, she was in a big hurry. Grabbed a taxi and scrammed.
Thanks.
But D.A., I gotta tell you something.
Later, Dippy.
No, this can't wait. I found a wallet. I happened to find this wallet, see?
All right. So you found a wallet.
Honest, it's the truth. I found it. And there was his note in it. I didn't know what to do.
Well, let me see that. Your newspaper better lay off, or the undertaker will lay you out. No signature, of course. What else, Dippy?
It was in his envelope. It wasn't even open. When I read it, I felt pretty bad. I figured the guy didn't even have a chance.
Give me the envelope. Addressed to Herbert Walker, city editor, Daily Clarion.
You gotta believe me, D.A. I found the wallet.
For your sake, I hope so, Dippy.
Well, Mr. Garrett, come in.
Sorry to disturb you at home, Mr. Walker.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Oh, Mr. Harris is in the next room.
Good. I want to talk to him also.
We were working late at the office. Special edition on Tom's murder. I got a bit of a migraine headache, so Mr. Harris drove me home in my car. We figured we could finish up here.
Well, I hate to bother you, but this may be important. Ever seen this letter before?
Let's see. Yes, it was lying on my desk.
You didn't read it?
No, I got busy. Stuck it in my wallet. Why?
Please read it now.
Of course. Your newspaper better lay off.
Oh, hello, Mr. Garrett.
Good evening, Mr. Harris.
I didn't hear you come in. Say, Herb, what happened? You're so pale.
Just another touch of migraine, that's all.
He's always getting them. I've told you, Herb, you're working too hard.
Well, we've got more important things than my headache to worry about. Can we help you in any way, Mr. Garrett?
Well, it would be a big help if I could see the last stories Carter wrote on the crime expose. Would you have them?
Well, in this case, yes. They're on my desk at the office.
Well, I'd like to see them.
All right. I'll go down and get them.
Ooh. That headache again?
Yeah. Come up rather sharp. This tragic business with Tom hasn't helped it any either.
Look, you just stay put, Herb. I'll take your car and get those stories for the district attorney.
Well, I can drive you down.
No, you stay with Herb. Make him relax. Well, Herb, give me the keys to your car.
Oh, yeah. Here they are. I'm sorry about this.
Just take it easy. I'll be right back.
How's the head, Mr. Walker? Anything I can get you?
It's easing up. It comes and goes.
I'm afraid these hoodlums mean business.
So do I, Mr. Garrett. That's why I carry this gun.
Well, that sounded like an explosion.
Explosion? Mr. Garrett, look out the window. The car.
Blowing to bits. A bomb on the starter.
A bomb? Mr. Harris?
He didn't have a chance. Operator, this is the district attorney. Get me the police. Immediately.
For me. That bomb was meant for me. Now I've got 2 deaths to avenge.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the dead reporter, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
It can be a very frightening thing to see the ruthless force of organized crime at work. As district attorney, it was my sworn duty to follow through on every lead, no matter how thin, to put a stop to the unleashed terror. I had to find the Mr. Big of the criminal gang and find him quickly. I assigned Harrington to do a must job of locating the whereabouts of Dippy, the pickpocket, who might have information I needed. And I desperately wanted to talk to the Venus. But she had moved away from her apartment without notice. This is the district attorney.
Mr. Garrett, I know where the Venus is.
Good. Great work.
A hairdresser she goes to gave me the information. The Venus moved in with a girlfriend. The Lido Arms Apartments on Sylvania Street.
Fine. I'll meet you there, in front of the apartment, Miss Miller. You wait for me there.
I'm on my way.
You got here in a hurry, Mr. Garrett.
Time's not on our side in this case, Miss Miller. Which apartment is the Venus in?
I'm sure it's 126 on the ground floor.
Let's go.
She may not be here.
Oh, we'll hope for the best. No, this is it. 126.
It's open, dear. Come in. I'm on the phone. Be right with you. Oh, it's you, Mr. Garrett. Honey, I have visitors. I'll call you back.
Very neat, Venus. I'm sure the person you were talking to on the phone got the idea.
Huh? What idea?
He or she is now well aware that Miss Miller and I just entered your room.
Oh, it was nothing like that. I was just talking to a girlfriend, that's all.
If you say so. I have a compact here. It's engraved with the words, "To my Venus with love." It's yours, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it looks like mine. Where'd you find it?
Where did you lose it?
Well, you know how it is. A girl leaves these things in lots of places. You understand, don't you, Miss Miller?
Yes, I certainly know how compacts can be misplaced.
Ordinarily, yes. But it might be very awkward to explain how a compact came to be found in the wreckage of a bombed car in which a newspaper publisher was murdered.
What? You found my compact in a bombed car?
Exactly. How did it get there, Miss Nelson?
I don't know.
I think you know a lot more than you're telling. I want some answers about Tom Carter.
Poor Tom. He was so nice, so friendly. I liked him very much. But I told him he was going to get in trouble.
And what about the name of the man behind the crime syndicate? Who is it?
I don't know, I tell you. Tom asked me to keep an eye on Trigo at the club. Trigo and I have been going together for almost a year.
I'm sorry, but I have to know. What happened to them?
I was sure Trigo was mixed up with this crime syndicate. One day I saw he had a letter. It was addressed to someone at the Daily Clarion. I told Tom.
Well?
Well, that's all. That's all I know. Please, no more questions. I'm so frightened.
Here, take it easy, Miss Nelson.
I'll answer that. Hello.
Chief, so you're still there, huh?
Seems that way, Harrington. What's up?
I finally located Dippy's hideout. You still want him?
Yes, but I think I'd better get over there and talk to him. Where's the place?
It's a shack down on Front Street, just off Terminal. Should I wait for you?
I'll meet you there, Harrington.
Any news?
Harrington's located Dippy. I'm going there.
Me too?
No, you stay with her. I'll check with you the first chance I get.
All right, Mr. Garrett.
See you soon.
There you are, Chief, right over there. That's the shack Dippy uses to hole up in.
There's no light inside. He might be asleep. The door's open.
What's that?
Sounds like a moan. Come on. You got your flash?
Yeah. And it works, too.
Over there, behind the bed.
It's Dippy. Shot bad.
Dippy. Dippy, can you hear me? Who did it? Who shot you?
Didn't see no light. I heard a cough.
Dippy, you heard a cough?
Cough. To the dark.
That's that, Chief.
Poor Dippy. You got caught in somebody else's dirty game. All right, Harrington, let's go. I think we're very close to finishing up the job Tom Carter started. I want to get to Trigo's private office without being announced, Harrington.
How, Chief? The guy with the fishtails is already looking at us.
Talk to him. About anything. Table reservation, inspect the kitchen, anything. I'll slide around. You come on back to Trigo's office as soon as you can work it.
Shall do. Here I go.
Mr. Garrett, the district attorney.
What are you doing back here again?
You mind if I step inside?
What for? Trigo ain't here.
Then you and I will talk. Inside.
Look, D.A., you better go. I don't want no trouble.
It's too late for that. You've already got trouble. The kind of trouble that ends up in the electric chair.
Electric chair? What are you talking about? Who are you trying to scare?
Dippy's dead. Shot to death in the dark. But he lived long enough to point the finger right at you, George.
At me?
Come on, talk.
No, I ain't talking. This gun, it'll do the talking right now. I almost got here too late, Chief.
Just in time, Harrington. Shut the door.
Yeah.
How is he?
He'll be all right. I aim for the shoulder.
Obviously, we're not going to get any information out of George for some time. Trigo's our man now.
Where is he?
Oh, that's a good question, Harrington. You better call the ambulance for George.
Right.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, I'm glad you're here.
Mr. Walker.
I've been looking all over for you. Here, take a look at this. It's Tom Carter's last story.
$1 million question. Who is the brains behind the unholy gang of mobsters trying to run our city? $1 million answer. Perhaps a certain nightclub operator would come up with it if he could be persuaded to give an interview at his cabin hideaway at North Cove on Lake Pinewood. Yes, this is something, Walker. Where did you get it?
I played a hunch. Practically tore Carter's desk apart. This was hidden under a drawer. I'm going to get that interview, Mr. Garrett. If I have to ram this gun of mine right down Trigo's throat.
Well, that won't be necessary, Mr. Walker. Put it away. Harrington, Walker and I will start out. You get hold of an officer to take charge of George and then meet us up at the edge of North Cove. We'll go to Trigo's cabin together.
Okay, Chief, but be sure to wait for me. Hey, that's a pretty fancy cabin Trigo's got.
The head man of the crime gang can afford 100 like that.
Hold up. The light just went out.
Why are we stopping?
Just taking it easy, Walker. This Trigo can be dangerous.
So can I with this gun.
Somebody's on the porch, Chief.
Watch out. Don't shoot, Walker.
I see the flash!
Walker, stop it.
Hey, Chief, you all right?
It's the Venus. Come on.
You killed him! You killed Harry! You murderers!
It's Trigo, all right. How is he, Harrington?
Pretty dead, Chief.
Well, Mr. Garrett, I lost my head. But I never dreamed at that range. I just shot in self-defense.
Sure, Mr. Walker.
You killed the one man I loved, my sweetheart. He's dead, and all we wanted was to get away together.
All right, Venus. You can turn it off now.
What? Haven't you got any heart?
Yes, and eyes, too. You shot Trigo yourself, Miss Nelson.
I shot him.
I saw the angle of the first flash. And Walker could never in the world have shot him from there.
But, Chief, Trigo was her sweetheart.
Oh, no, Harrington. Mr. Walker, he's her man.
Me? Well, this is utterly ridiculous.
I was pretty certain when we found Miss Nelson's compact in your blown-up car. It had probably slipped behind the seat long before the bombing.
You're crazy. I led you up here to get Trigo.
A neat double cross. Miss Nelson waits here with Trigo. You bring me here with a phony story, supposedly from Carter. They're shooting in the dark while the Venus kills Trigo so we can have our patsy and set you up with a case of self-defense.
It's a lie! It's all lies!
Look, Garrett, you can't make that story stick.
I think I can, Mr. Big of the crime syndicate.
You...
Grab his gun, Harrington.
It's grabbed, Chief. So is Mr. Big.
You too, Venus. Just stay where you are.
Oh, I should never have listened to him. He said Trigo was just in the way. He'd be our fall guy. We'd have it all to ourselves.
Shut up! The rats are leaving the ship, Chief.
Oh, no, Harrington. They've gone down with it. I just wish one thing.
What's that, Chief?
That Tom Carter were alive to write this story. This is David Bryan again. I hope you've enjoyed this case from the file of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan. with a word about the program you have just heard.
Every case of crime that comes to my office is important, but this one had special significance. Here was a vicious group of criminals masterminded by a man in a position of great influence. Herbert Walker, Mr. Big, planned to use a newspaper as a force for evil. Well, the people heard the truth about Walker, about the Venus, and about George. And, as always, the people made their decision and ended the career of these hoodlums. And now this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney knows that murder can strike any place in his county, at any time. This case started on a rainy afternoon on an almost deserted highway west of the city. A man is sitting in a stalled car. His face brightens as a tow truck pulls off the road beside him. Painted on the door of the truck are the words, Joe's Garage.
Hello.
Oh, you having trouble?
Yeah, wires got soaked coming through that low spot back there. She chugged and spluttered a ways and then conked out on me.
Well, I guess we can get you started again. Get the squirt gun, Rusty.
Okay, Joe, you want the tarp, too?
Yep. Raise his hood, then tent the tarp over it so the rain can't beat in while we're working. I'll give you a hand. You just stay there and keep dry, mister. We'll have her perking in a minute.
I'm sure grateful to you. What are you going to do?
Squirt a little carbon tetrachloride on the ignition wires. Better release your hood.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Rusty. Lift her up. You handle it all right?
Sure.
You fellas sure you know what you're doing?
What do you mean?
Well, I can't see how you can get them wires dry by squirting them wetter.
That's a mechanic's trick. Squirt them with carbon tet. Carbon tet cuts through the water and runs it off, and the carbon tet evaporates, and there you go. Dry wires.
Well, it's okay with me if you say so.
Don't worry. When it rains like this, I do more business along the highway than I do at the shop.
Wires are all spray, Joe.
Okay, close the hood.
Okay to try it now?
No, you give it a second to dry out good.
Oh, boy. A couple of drops of water ran down my neck.
Oh, it's only a mile up the road to Wally's Cafe. We'll stop and warm up after this fella gets moving.
Good.
I think I'll stop up there myself. I've been sitting here for more than an hour. Only other car that came through barreled right past.
Where are you bound for?
Just back to town. I'm a real estate agent. Just closed a sale on a piece of property up at Hilldale.
Hey, that thing ought to be ready to go now, huh, Joe?
Yeah. You can try starting her now.
Oh, good. Here's hoping.
Try it again.
Well, that trick of yours really works, doesn't it?
Never missed yet.
May splutter a little while until you get moving, but watch the puddles. You'll be okay.
I sure wish there was some way of thanking you fellas.
Well, that won't be hard to do. The charge is $15.
$15?
We don't stand out in the rain for fun, mister. You were stuck, weren't you?
Yeah, I was stuck, but $15 seems like a lot of money for 3 minutes' work.
Now, look, I got a nice warm garage where the prices are regular, but working out here is a little bit different. Charge is $15.
I haven't got $15.
What are you, a wise guy? You told us you just sold a piece of property.
$5 is all I have on me that's my own. The real estate money belongs to somebody else.
Well, then you can borrow it until you get home.
All right. But don't think I'm not going to report this to the sheriff's office.
You report it any place you want. You just pay me.
Except for the 5, all the money I've got's in hundreds. You got change?
You being funny.
I'm telling you, it's all $100 bills. That's the way I was paid. You want your money, I'll meet you at that cafe you mentioned and get change.
Wally wouldn't have change for $100 in that crummy joint.
The change ain't the problem, Joe. The problem is whether or not this guy's really got $100 to begin with.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see the color of your money, mister.
You're not seeing anything. I've decided to go to the sheriff's office first before I pay you.
You think we're going to stand here in the rain and argue with you?
Hey, give me those car keys.
Come on, mister. Out.
Let go of me. Let go of my throat.
Pay up.
Never mind the conversation, Joe. You got hands and he's got pockets.
No.
Stop this kicking, Rusty.
Yeah, I'll stop it.
No.
Hey, look. He has it, all right.
Must be close to $1,000. What do you say, Joe?
He'd report it when he comes to.
We can fix it so he won't. Look, he's going to sign a complaint against us anyhow, that wise guy. Where's your nerve?
Got as much nerve as you got.
All right, then grab his feet and let's take him into the bushes.
Yeah.
Still mighty wet from that rain yesterday, Chief.
Yes, muddy, Harrington. You should have taken those boots Corbett offered you.
Yeah, I'm all right. Well, here's the body. I thought you should see it before it was moved into town.
You checked the body for identification?
Mm-hmm. License description fits. Name's William McShane. He was a realtor. What are you looking at?
What's left of those footprints around the body?
Oh, the lab says they're puddled up too much to help. Rain washed the edges away.
He was carried in here by 2 men.
Or walked in with one.
No, Harrington, he was carried. If he walked, there'd have been some mud on the soles of his shoes, especially at the joining of the heel. His feet never touched the ground after he left the pavement.
The ignition keys to his car were lying right there beside him. Good thing the state trooper investigated when he found the car abandoned this morning.
Any sign of a weapon around? It must have been one, with his head the way it is.
Well, the lab boys figured it was a large rock they found over there. Some indications of blood on it. It was almost washed clean by the rain, though. They didn't want to leave it here, so they wrapped it up and took it in for examination.
It doesn't sound like it'll help much. Some of the blood might have held, but the prints won't. Now, let's get back to the car.
All right. There it is. Just the way the trooper found it. Door on the driver's side open. Seat and steering wheel soaked with rain.
Well, he might have gotten out to fix something. Tires are all okay.
Well, if he did, he finished it before he was killed, because the car runs. I checked it.
He stopped for something. Pull the hood release. Let's have a look at the motor.
There's no sign of any fresh tool marks. Wires haven't been taped anyplace.
No, but look.
Huh? What?
Sort of a thin white
film on the wires, distributor and coil connections, too. I want the lab to check that.
Morgan's still here with the mobile unit.
He'll be able to work better indoors. Have him tow the car to the nearest garage. What was the name of that cafe we passed? About a mile up the road.
You mean where the trooper met us? Wally's.
Good. When Morgan finishes, he can radio his findings into the office, and Miss Miller can relay them to us at the cafe by phone. Meanwhile, you and I can get some breakfast.
Right.
Well, what'll you have, gents?
How about ham man, Chief?
Sounds good.
Not to me, I'm out. You settled for bacon?
Yeah, sure. Okay with you, Chief?
Fine.
Excuse me a second.
Never mind. I'll take it. We're expecting a call here. Hello?
Hello, is there a Mr. Garrett or a Mr. Harrington there, please?
This is Harrington, Miss Miller.
Oh, I just called to tell you that Morgan is taking the car to a place in Hooperville, about 2 miles closer in, Joe's garage.
Okay. We may be in there before he's through.
The medical examiner's report just came in, too. He says McShane was killed sometime yesterday afternoon.
It's a long time. Okay, Miss Miller. I'll tell the chief. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Anything?
Yeah. Medical examiner says McShane's been dead since yesterday afternoon.
Not long.
So he says.
That car was standing out on the highway for a long time then. I think somebody would have stopped seeing the door open in that downpour.
Yeah, you know how people are sometimes. Everybody's in a hurry.
Yeah. How about the car?
Morgan is towing it to Hooperville, 2 miles. Place called Joe's Garage.
Here you are, gents. Say, did I hear you mention Joe's Garage?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
You going in there for anything?
Possibly. Why?
Mind doing me a favor if you do?
Sure. What?
Ask Joe to bring out a fan bell for my pickup next time he passes this way, huh?
Fan bell. All right.
That's why I ain't got no ham. I couldn't make a trip in for supplies this morning. Tried to get him on the phone a couple of times yesterday, but I didn't get no answer.
Well, rain might have kept him busy.
Yeah, I guess so. I just missed flagging him down on the road yesterday afternoon. I saw him coming around the curve. I expect him to stop, but he didn't. Just went barreling by in his tow truck.
Yesterday afternoon, you say?
Yeah, about 4 o'clock, headed for his garage. I should have run out and signaled him. I sure didn't have nothing else to do. The darn rain. I bet I didn't shove 3 blue plates across this counter all day. Big breakfast trade this morning, though. Excuse me while I get on them dishes.
Yeah, sure. That garage tow truck must have compassed the spot where McShane's car was found, Chief.
Yes. Ordinary drivers might have passed a car with the door open like that. Seems to me that a mechanic would stop, though. Doesn't it to you? Especially in that rain.
Yeah. Of course, maybe the car wasn't there yet. Medical examiner couldn't fit the exact time of death. Might have been there too long before he got to it.
Well, if the garage man didn't see the car, it'll be some help anyhow. We'll know McShane was killed after 4 o'clock.
Yeah. I was Could that be Miss Miller again so soon?
You want to get that?
Yes. I'll take it. Hello?
Mr. Garrett?
Yes, Miss Miller.
Mr. Garrett, we located McShane's wife. She just came into the office. I think you'd better come in and talk to her.
Do you know anything?
McShane sold a piece of real estate yesterday. He called her after he closed the deal. He was carrying $1,200 cash and $100 bills.
We'll be right in. I have to skip breakfast now, Harrington, and get back to the office. McShane's wife is there.
Oh? Did she give any line on a motive?
$1,200 he was carrying.
Ah.
Here's your money, Wally.
Oh, but you didn't eat nothing. What's wrong with it?
Well, just a rush business call. We'll see you next time around.
Well, hey, you'll remember about that fan belt, won't you?
You better try reaching the garage on the phone again. We're not stopping there after all.
Oh, well, thanks anyhow. Hurry back.
$1,200 in cash. You know what it sounds like to me, Chief?
What?
Somebody who knew he had that money followed him and forced him off the road.
Yes. That's the way it's beginning to look to me, too. This is David Bryan.
Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the murderous Good Samaritans, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A man had been murdered and his car abandoned at the side of a rain-drenched road. His wife gave us our first indication of a motive, $1,200 in cash that the dead man had been carrying. We questioned her further at my office.
How did you know your husband was carrying the money, Mrs. McShane?
He telephoned me from upstate after he made the sale.
Wasn't a cash transaction a little bit unusual?
No, not with the Atherton sisters.
Mrs. McShane, did your husband have anything else of value on him? Anything of his own, I mean.
I don't think so.
Jewelry of any kind?
Oh, a wristwatch. That's all.
There was no watch on the body, Chief.
Do you know what make it was, Mrs. McShane?
No, I just know he had one, that's all. He wore it all the time. I never gave it no special notice.
Could you describe it?
Gold, leather strap. I don't know. All men's watches look the same to me.
Well, would you know it if you saw it again?
I don't think so. I don't know. Can I go now?
Yes. Thank you for coming in.
Here, let me get the door for you. Oh, Miss Miller. Hi. I didn't mean to close the door in your face.
Oh, it's all right. I knew she was upset. I didn't want to come in until you'd finished with her.
What is it?
Morgan just called about McShane's car, that film on the ignition wires.
Well, what was it?
He said carbon tetrachloride residue.
You have any ideas how it got on there?
Yes, sir. He said the car must have been stalled with wet wires and the carbon tet was sprayed on to dry them off.
Where would he get carbon tetrachloride on a highway?
Was there any in the car? Did he carry a fire extinguisher or anything like that?
Morgan said no. He said somebody must have helped McShane spray the wires, somebody who had the equipment like a mechanic.
Chief, that guy at the roadside cafe, Wally, he said
I
that...
know. The tow truck from Joe's garage. Go to the teletype room. Get out that query to the Atherton sisters on the serial numbers of those bills. And then meet me down at the motor pool in the basement. We're going to visit a guy named Joe.
Is that all you got to do, Rusty? Throw playing cards into a hat?
What would you like me to do?
Well, give me a hand with this fender.
No, thanks. I'm no grease monkey. I only work for you when it's raining.
Oh, you're a sweet guy. A real sweet guy. When it comes to taking the gravy.
So what?
Well, I think it's a good idea to keep working, that's what.
So who's stopping you?
You!
Hey, here's another customer. Work yourself to death.
Which one of you is Joe?
Me. What can I do for you?
County Lab brought a car in here this morning.
Oh. Yeah. That's it over in the corner. Gray sedan.
I know. My name is Paul Garrett. I'm the district attorney. Sometime late yesterday afternoon, during the rain, that car was parked off the road about a mile past Wally's Cafe out on State Highway 27. It was stalled with wet ignition wires. Somebody fixed it with tetrachloride spray.
Wally said he saw your tow truck pass out that way at about 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he did.
Did you see that car out on the highway yesterday?
Well, I can't say for sure. Yeah, maybe.
I guess you're going to be busy for a while, huh, Joe? I'll call you later.
Sure. Sure, Rusty, you go ahead.
Oh, if you don't mind, I'd like you to wait just a second, please.
Sure. I don't work here, though.
Just wait.
You keep saying maybe about that car, Joe. How about making it yes or no?
Well, I I did stop for a gray sedan out on 27. Yeah, I guess it might have been that one. Lots of gray sedans around, no?
Not yesterday, there weren't.
Then you did get that car started.
Yeah.
Was the driver all right when you left him?
Well, yeah, he was all right.
You still want me to wait?
Oh, I almost forgot about you. No, I was just wondering if you might have been with Joe when he fixed McShane's car.
Oh, no. I'm hardly ever around here.
He just happened to stop by today.
I see. Well, thank you.
You're welcome. So long.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah?
I think my watch has stopped. What time have you got?
Yeah, just 20 past 2.
Thanks. Yeah, that's a good-looking watch. Keep pretty good time?
Yeah, right on the dot.
Looks like you've had it for a long time.
Yeah, quite a while.
You must have gained a lot of weight since you bought it.
Huh? I don't get you.
The strap is getting too small for your wrist. A badly worn mark on the leather band there where you used to hook it through the 4th hole. You're wearing it hooked through the 2nd hole now. So long.
Yeah, be seeing you around, Joe.
Well, Harrington, I guess we might as well get back to the office. So long, Joe.
Gee, what the devil were you
Never mind. Did you pick up those playing cards I signaled you to get?
Yeah, I had a tough time figuring what you wanted for a minute, though. All I could get was a few of them while they were talking to you. They're in my pocket.
Don't touch them any more than you have to until we get them to the lab.
But what's the idea?
Well, those cars are greasy. They'll be covered with clear prints. Joe's and that other fellow's who just happened to stop by. I want to know if either or both of them have records.
Ah, now I get it. And that wristwatch business.
Well, that wasn't his watch. And from the size of him, I figured that his wrist would be just about 2 notches bigger than McShane's. I want McShane's car moved to the police lab.
How you making out, Chief?
Prints on the playing cards were good. They're running the codes through the machines now to see if we can match them. Car in yet?
Yep. Morgan's got it down in the garage in the basement. No, here comes Miss Miller. She has a couple of identification cards, all right.
Here they are, Mr. Garrett. Both men have done time, all right. Good mugshots, too. Robert, Rusty, Allison, and Joe Fowler there.
Good. Get these down to Morgan in the basement garage right away. See if he's getting anything like these from under the hood rim of McShane's car. Especially Rusty Allison's prints.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Chief, what about the serial numbers on the currency?
Here. The Atherton sisters had a complete list, much to my surprise.
Has that gone out yet?
To every bank and store in the city, and all the transportation companies, in case anybody decides to run. Let's go up to the office and wait for Morgan's report.
Mr. Garrett.
I wanted that stuff to go down right away.
Well, I didn't have to go down. Morgan was coming up when I reached the elevator. He found what you wanted.
Rusty Allison's prints on McShane's car?
Yes, sir. Right where you told him to look. The rim of the motor hood.
Well, that does it, Chief.
Yes. What time is it?
It's only 4:35. Why?
I just wanted to be sure we could get to Joe's garage before he closes. Tonight we'll close him for good.
Place looks like it's shut down, Chief.
Get out and look around.
Yep. Locked all right. Only 5 after 5.
The service truck is gone. You wouldn't make a run in that.
Now, wait a minute. Sign on the door there, written in pencil. Out on service call. An emergency, phone Elmwood 4677.
Elmwood. 4677. I've seen that number before, earlier today, and so have you.
Huh? When?
When we answered the phone calls from Miss Miller at Wally's Cafe.
Hey, that was the Elmwood Exchange.
And Wally wanted a new fan belt for his pickup. Come on.
I hope he's still there.
I hope more than that. I hope Rusty is with him.
does it. All I got to do now is tighten the generator, and she's fixed. Hand me the wrench, will you, Rusty?
Now, why don't you keep things where you can get at them?
Oh, never mind. I'll get it myself.
Okay, get it. Just don't look to me for free labor.
Drop dead.
Say, you two ain't in some kind of trouble, are you?
What makes you ask that?
Well, just the way you're acting, that's all. Two fellas here this morning wanted to know all about you passing on a highway yesterday during the rain.
Yeah, and you had to tell them, too, didn't you big mouth hair slinger? Why don't you go out in front and tend to your cooking?
Don't you go calling me names, jailbird.
What was that?
You heard me. You're an ex-con.
Who told you that?
I hear things.
Well, you keep hearing all you want, but if you ever tell anybody, especially the two guys that were here this morning...
Why? Because of the guy who was killed up the highway?
Oh, Joey. This guy needs a little lesson.
I wouldn't do that if I were you,
What?
Rusty.
What? That's a pretty interesting conversation you boys were having.
I thought you weren't with Joe when he came by here yesterday, Rusty.
I wasn't.
Then how did your fingerprints get under the hood of McShane's car?
Get something, Joe! Look out, Chief! You all right, Chief?
Yeah, just dizzy.
I had the fire. He'd have split your skull open.
He's dead.
I had nothing to do with this.
We know you didn't, Wally. Just get out front and call for a police ambulance.
Yeah. You're going to pin this on me, aren't you? You killed him, and now it's all on me. Look how'd he get a break. It was his idea.
Sure. It's always the dead man's idea. He can't contradict you. But you were there, weren't you, mister?
What'll they do to me?
Can't you answer that one for yourself?
Huh?
Yes. What did you do to McShane? This is David Bryan again. I hope you've enjoyed this case from the file of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
With Robert Rusty Allison dead, Joe Folliday made a complete statement and agreed to enter a plea of guilty to a charge of murder in the second degree. He was sentenced to prison for the rest of his natural life. And now this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Ipana for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Present
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by two famous Bristol-Myers products, Ipana and the Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. In our constant experience with men who live by fraud and deceit, ladies and gentlemen, It is obvious that they succeed largely by one old and simple method, that of making it seem easy to get rich quickly. I need hardly add that never in that same experience has this proved to be so. Tonight's case of murder in rhythm and rhyme begins in an old and disreputable office building here in our city.
Harry, here's one. The jerk enclosed the 10 spot in cash, too.
Cash? Let me have it, baby.
Aw, you said the next letter with cash in was mine.
If you finish the recordings, Dolly. Come now, let Harry have the money. That's a nice girl.
Look who's talking. You ain't even printed the song sheets for the last 6 poems we got.
I will, my pet, I will. What's the poem?
Huh?
The one with the 10 spot. Who thinks he's Irving Boyle this time?
Oh, just reading the letter. And I read your ad where you say you can write music to fit my poem. So I enclose it.
Smart boy.
There's more. Also, where you say in the ad, you will send me a record of my song as sung by an international star of stage and screen. That's me, Buster.
Yeah, he didn't send for the signed copy, did he?
Oh, there ain't no extra $2 if that's what you're looking for.
Oh.
Oh, brother, get a load of the title.
On the poem?
Yeah. Granny's making cornbread up yonder tonight. Oh, no.
Granny's doing what, Pat?
Making cornbread, whatever that is.
Let's see now. Dum-da-dum-da-dee-dee-dee-dum-da-dum-da. Boom. Granny's making biscuits tonight. Boom, boom.
Cornbread.
Cornbread tonight. Boom, boom. What's the rest of it?
What do you care? We'll use the same tune we always do.
Yeah. Who's that?
Well, how should I know? One answer?
You go, Dolly. Whoever it is, get rid of him.
That's a help.
I'm not here, Dolly. All right?
All right, go on. Duck in the back room. Hello.
Excuse me. Is this the Great White Way Music Publishing Company?
Yeah, it is. What can I do you for?
Well, I beg your pardon.
Out with it, chum. I'm a busy girl. Hey, wait a minute. If that stinking Sam Denver sent you, he can fly a kite for his dough.
Sam Denver?
Yeah, the bookie. Or did you come? Wait a second. What do you want, huh?
Why, I sent you my poems. I'm Tim Newton.
You're who?
Tim Newton. I have Mr. Madison's letter right here.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're a customer. Oh, gee. Excuse me for living. I thought you were somebody else.
Have I come to the right place?
Ah, you sure have, Mr. Newton. Come right in.
You have a court appearance at 11, Chief, and lunch with the commissioner at 1:30.
Oh, yes, thank you, Miss Miller. Now, anything else?
Let me see. I don't...
Come out. Morning, Chief. Morning, little Colleen.
Little what?
Yes, I don't believe I quite caught that, Harrington.
Sure,
Little
you're not knowing what a day it is, Chief.
Day? Well, let me see. March 17th, isn't it, Miss Miller?
Wednesday, Chief.
Wednesday.
Ah, Miss Miller, look. Look at my necktie now. What color is it?
Kind of orange, isn't it, Chief?
Orange. Oh, my grandmother's spinning in her grave in County Cork. It's green. This is St. Patrick's Day yet.
No.
No, is it really? Well, I hadn't heard, had you, Miss Miller?
Not a
St.
thing,
Patrick's
Chief.
Day.
Who's St. Patrick?
Oh, Miss Miller, that does it, so help me in a minute.
Sure, Haddington, me boy, we're known it's a good saint's day, to be sure.
I'm sure, Harrington, to be sure.
Oh, corny, that's what it is, an orange tie. Can you? Me with an orange.
I take it all back, Harrington. That's the greatest piece of neckwear I've ever seen.
Oh, well, thank you. That's better.
Sure is.
Anything for me today, Chief?
Well, now, there are a few things, Harrington. However, if you're busy, perhaps Brophy can take care.
Brophy?
Yes.
What is it, Chief? What's on my schedule?
Do you have that advertisement, Miss Miller?
The one the Better Business Bureau sent over?
Yes, that's
Let's see. Oh, it's right on top of your folder there, Chief.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Did you ever hear of the, wait a minute, the Great White Way Music Publishing Company, Harrington?
Oh, that old racket again, Chief.
Well, as a matter of fact, this particular ad puzzles me.
Yeah?
It's apparently been running in small out-of-town papers.
Sure, that's where they get 'em.
Well, this isn't just the usual ad, however. This one says that for a service fee of $10, they'll write music to fit your poem, send you a copy of the published song, and what was the rest of it, Miss Miller?
Send it to a nationwide radio network.
Yeah.
Remember that,
That's
Chief.
right, that's right. Oh, and finally, you get a phonograph recording of your song made by an
Let's see, where's that wording? Oh, here. Made by an internationally famous star of stage and screen.
Boy, that's some $10 worth, Chief.
That's my impression, too. You know, it's strange how one of these crops up every so often. You'd think people would learn.
Oh, not poets, Chief.
No.
I have a cousin who sends me his latest masterpieces every week.
Sure, and that's how these bums stay in business.
Yes, well, let's put this one out of business, Harrington. Check on it, will you, and let me know.
Oh, Harry, for Pete's sake. The kid's been hanging around for 3 days.
Kid, Pet? What kid?
Tim Newton. He's sitting out in the other office.
No, Tim, yeah. Fine boy, Dolly. Great talent.
Great talent, my foot. He's got a 10 spot for every one of his drippy poems, you mean?
He has more?
Yeah, bucketful. Only, I don't think you ought to do it, Harry. Honest.
We don't quite do it honest, Pet.
Very funny. But, Harry, he's such a nice boy. Yeah, and he's getting sore, too.
Oh?
Yeah, well, why wouldn't he? This dump don't exactly look like Big Doe, you know.
My dear girl, some of the finest songs in the business have come out of modest surroundings.
Yeah.
Why, when I was in vaudeville, I found numbers practically anywhere.
That I can guess.
Huh?
You still say get rid of the kid. Send him back where he came from before he gets too smart.
Hey, this is unlike you, Dolly. Is the boy by any chance attractive?
Who, me?
Just a thought, just a thought. I'll have a talk with him today. Perhaps run over a few of his epics with him.
Well, I still say get rid of him now before he gets smartened up.
Tell you what, baby doll. Just a few more taps at his till, and away he goes. All right?
He's getting sore, Harry.
Oh, nonsense. He'll go home singing. Oh, in the meantime, Pet,
Yeah?
be nice to him. Poets, you know, they have a tender soul.
Well, I guess that about cleans up my little black book, Chief. And he's a cinch for a conviction?
I'd think so, Harrington. Who was assigned to the trial, Miss Miller?
Fred, Chief. Jack's assisting.
Oh, good. Ask them to go over it with me when they're ready, will you please?
Yes, sir.
Now, anything else, Harrington?
Well, I slapped a discon charge on Weepin' Willie, Chief. I told you about him.
Did it stick?
He was up in front of Judge Higgs this morning. He drew 3 years.
I have the verdict report on that, Chief.
Yeah, fine. Oh, what about our song publishing friends, Harrington? Any progress?
Chief, there's a lot of up-and-up music publishers in this county, but I don't think our Great White Way boys are one of them.
Oh? Are they licensed?
They are not.
I see. Who's running the show?
Well, as near as I can get it, Chief, a guy named Harry Madison.
Harry Madison.
Yeah, one of the boys that helped kill Vaudeville. And a dame named Dolly Racine.
Who?
She's the international star of stage and screen, Miss Miller.
She sounds like it.
Yeah, the whole thing's as phony as they come, Chief. Give me a couple of days to seal it up, and I'll take 'em.
Now, my boy, let's just get a few kinks ironed out here, and we'll be all set. Just read me the first line again.
Not today, Harry. I'm tired.
Nonsense. Now, Tim.
The catfish are a-biting down in Honeysuckle Bay.
They'll do it every time.
That's the first line, Miss Racine. Like I said, I wrote this one when I was fishing.
No.
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Dolly?
Yeah.
An outdoor song. Woodsy stuff. Goes over big, my boy.
Think so, Mr. Madison?
Think? Why, I know. Now, we'll just get the old piano warmed up, and we'll let it go.
We gotta do it now, Harry?
No time like the present, Dolly. Got the recording machine on?
Wait a second.
You make records on that?
Finest equipment in the world, my boy. Made it myself. Ready, Dolly?
Give me the words.
Oh, here they are, Miss Racine, on my manuscript. Right.
All set? 1, 2.
The catfish are a-biting down in Honeysuckle Bay. The moon's a feather pillow on which my head to lay.
Wait,
Not now, son. Go on, Dolly.
But you've got the wrong tune, Mr.
Huh?
Madison.
What do you mean?
the wrong tune.
Well, that's the tune you used before, remember? On my poem about the way the sun shines on the cornfield?
My dear young man, I never use the same melody twice.
But that's the same one, though, and I think it sounds like the other ones, too.
Harry.
Never mind, Dolly. Look, son, I've been turning out hits since before you were born. I know music.
Oh, I know that, Mr. Madison.
Good. Now, shall we make the record, Dolly?
No.
Not with that tune, Mr. Madison. That ain't fair.
Harry, maybe we ought
Stay out of this, pet. What isn't fair, my boy?
Using the same tune for all my poems. I've been thinking, Mr. Madison, you ain't just playing square about this thing.
Uh-huh.
Dolly, be quiet. You have a complaint, Tim?
Well, just that it ain't fair, Mr. Madison. You say in the ad you write special music for my words.
Go on.
But you don't. It's the same thing over and over, and while I'm getting it off my chest, Mr. Madison, it ain't fair about her, too.
Oh? Now, just a second. What ain't fair about me?
The way the ad says my song will get recorded by an international star.
Well?
Heck, Miss Racine, you don't sound like a star at all.
I don't, huh? Why, you small-time hick. Where do you get off making a crack like that?
No, there's no need to get sore, Miss Racine. I just think you folks are cheating people, that's all.
Why, you bum, you two-for-nickel.
Hold it, Dolly. All right, young man. You're dissatisfied with our service? We will give you your $10 back.
Oh, it ain't that, Mr. Madison.
No, I insist. Get him $10, Dolly.
No, don't do that, Miss Racine. It ain't the money so much, it's the principle of the thing.
It's what?
Cheating folks this way. That's a phone you got there?
Phone? What for?
It ain't easy to get me mad, Mr. Madison, but you got no right making people out fools this way.
Oh, who are you calling?
Policeman.
Harry!
I figure we can just sit down and have a little talk about this, Mr. Madison. I've been thinking about it a long time now.
Harry, do something, Harry!
Put down the phone, son.
Not now, Mr. Madison. In fact, the more I think, the madder I get.
I said put down the phone.
Harry, stop him for crying out loud,
Now, there's
Harry.
no need to get all excited, Miss Racine. I just wanted to be sure. Hello, operator?
Crazy country jerk.
Operator, I wonder if you can tell me how best...
Harry, no! Gee, Harry. You knocked him cold.
Dumb cluck. Pick up the phone, Dolly.
Yeah. What'd you hit him with?
Just a paperweight. He'll come around. Pick up the phone.
Yeah. Crazy kid. Now what'll we tell him?
Oh, I'll get rid of him somehow. What's the matter?
Hey, Harry. This Tim Newton.
What?
Gee, Harry. He's dead.
Tim Newton, amateur poet, would-be songwriter, dead. We'll hear the next development in this unusual case in just a moment.
But first, tell me, Jan, what's your pet superstition?
My pet superstition? Well, when I spill salt, I always throw some over my left shoulder to avoid bad luck.
How about you, Bob?
I'm one who believes in knocking on wood.
Yes, lots of us have little superstitions. But it takes more than some pet superstition to help you avoid a troublesome day. For example, if you wake up in the morning feeling dull and logy because you need a laxative.
You take Sal Hepatica, eh, Fred?
Right. A sparkling glass of Sal Hepatica when you get up brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that means you don't have to feel dull and logy all day waiting until night to take the laxative you needed in the morning.
In addition, if you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, Sal Hepatica helps sweeten your stomach.
So keep a bottle of Sal Hepatica handy. Then anytime you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
They got the guy's body up on the pier, Chief. You want to take a look?
Yes, I think so, Harrington, as long as we're here. Who discovered it?
One of the dock hands. It ain't been in the water very long.
Over here?
Yeah, under the blanket. All right, Johnson, I'll watch it.
Okay, Harrington.
Hello, Johnson.
Hello, dear.
Yeah.
Young boy. Hmm?
Yeah. Thought as long as you were on your way home, Chief, you might as well see it.
Yes. I'm glad you called. Any identification?
No, nothing too good so far. Some kind of book in his pocket. I'll dry it out.
Death due to drowning?
Well, that's one reason I called, Chief. I'm not sure. Here, look. Look at that bump on the side of his head.
Yes. I was just noticing. Has the examiner been called?
Yeah, he'll be waiting when they bring the body in.
Kind of strange. Suicides are usually careful to avoid hitting anything in the water.
Yeah, and they usually don't clean out their pockets this way either, Chief.
No. I think you'd better follow through on this, Harrington. Are you on something else?
Just that song publishing thing.
Yes, well, I'll check on that for you. Stick with this, if you will. It might be murder.
Dolly, you gotta stop thinking about it. It's done. Forget it.
But you killed him, Harry. Gee, I never meant for nothing like that to happen.
Neither did I, but it's done, ain't it? Now we just gotta be sure everything is covered up.
But what about his hometown? They'll know he came to see us.
What?
Well, you know how it is. Small town boy goes off to the big city. He's bound to have talked about it.
Yeah. Yeah, you would.
And sooner or later they'll wonder what happened to him, won't they?
All right. So he never got here, that's all. We never saw him.
Suppose he rode home while he was here. Suppose he told somebody we were recording his songs.
Yeah. Okay. So we did see him, but he left. Get it? He started back home.
Then what?
Well, after that, we don't know nothing. Hey, wait a minute. We can cinch it.
How?
We'll send him a letter.
Huh?
You know, glad to have seen him in the city. Hope he got home okay. That kind of thing.
To prove he left here all right.
Sure.
Huh? Yeah, Harry.
Say, we'll even do better than that. We'll send him one of his records. We got one, haven't we?
One? Dozens. Look at that pile.
Okay, we'll send him one. Then, when anybody asks us, we're surprised, see? Shocked. We don't know a thing.
Chief?
Yes?
Harrington.
Yes, Harrington. What is it?
Well, I'm over at the lab, Chief. On that kid we fished out of the river last night?
Oh, yes. What about him? Any identification?
No, not yet, but I did get something. There's a bookstore label in that book we found on him.
Oh?
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy book, too. It's what they call a rhyming dictionary.
I see.
Yeah. If you don't want me, Chief, I thought I'd take a run out and check on who bought the book. It ought to be easy to trace.
You run out where?
Collinsville, about 50 miles west, okay?
Oh, all right. Sure. Go right ahead. Oh, and on that Great White Way song publishing matter.
Oh, yeah, Chief. My report's on my desk.
Yes, I've seen it. There's no need to wait for you, Harrington. I'll close that case while you're gone.
How much mail, Dolly? Did you pick it up?
22 letters.
Well, we're doing better. Much better.
Harry.
Yes, Pet?
Harry, I was thinking, couldn't we quit? Well, maybe just for a while, even.
Quit? When we're getting 22 letters a day?
We don't get that many every day. Besides, well, it seems kind of low.
Huh?
Like he said that night, like cheating people.
Dolly, some people were meant to be cheated. Besides, we do what we promise them. I print a copy of their song for them, don't I?
Yeah.
Well.
One copy. Same as the gag about sending one to a radio network.
Okay, who says anything about what the network does with the song? We send it. That's the big thing.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
You'll be fine, Pet. See who's there.
I guess so. Maybe I think too much.
That I doubt, Pet.
Hello.
called?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Is this the Great Wide Way Music Publishing Company?
It is.
Good. My name is Howard, James Porter Howard.
Yeah?
Oh, permit me to introduce myself, sir. Howard, James Porter Howard.
So, what's the trouble?
Trouble? Why, my dear Mr.
Madison's the name,
My
chum.
dear Mr. Madison, there's no trouble. Not now. You see, sir, I have brought you my poem.
Oh, you write poetry.
Oh, I do indeed. Yes, indeed. And you, I understand, have been favored by the other muse?
How's that again?
Well, in short, my verses, your music. Together, a fortune. Am I not right?
Look, Mr. Howard, before you get unwound, there's a fee goes with this kind of thing, you know.
Naturally. I read your advertisement, Mr. Madison. That's why I'm here. Now, come then, can't we do business?
Well, sit down, Mr. Howard.
Thank you.
Take off your coat.
Thank you.
Get the man a chair, Dolly.
Huh? Oh, sure.
And dust it off. Yes, sir. We can do business just fine.
Miss Miller, you're sure you don't know where the chief is, huh?
Harrington, for heaven's sake, calm down. He went out, I tell you.
Calm down, Miss Miller. What I got here in this little bag is a bum shell. I got to find the chief.
Well, I told you he probably won't be back at all. He said something about stopping at that publishing place and then going on home when he was finished.
Yeah, what? Music publishing?
Yeah.
Holy smoke, you mean my boy? The Great White Way outfit?
Well, that's right. He read your report and decided to make the arrest himself.
Oh, no.
Why, what's the matter?
Call a car, Miss
What?
Miller. Come on, step on it. This is much worse than the chief thinks.
You have it right, Mr. Howard.
Yes?
For $10, I write music to fit your poem, and I give you a printed copy.
Well, imagine that.
Yeah, and a recording, Mr. Howard.
Yes.
We guarantee to send it to a big radio network.
But I am delighted. Hey, you'll take my $10 now?
Sure, makes everything easy to keep track of.
Yes, here you are, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
And thank you. That does it. I think you're both under arrest.
Arrest?
Hey, that's right.
Hey, what kind of... Who are you?
The district attorney, Madison. Now, come on, get your hats and coats, both of you. I've wasted enough time.
Harry, do something.
Listen, you can't pinch us. What for?
For fraud. Now, do you come downstairs, or should I ask one of the officers?
Oh,
Come
now,
on.
wait a minute.
But, Harrington.
Chief, you all right?
All right. Why, of course, Miss Miller. Why shouldn't I be?
Hey, now, listen.
Talk to him, Harry, please.
Chief, you pinched him?
That's right, Harrington, for fraud.
Yeah, well, you can change it if you want to, Chief, to murder.
Murder?
No, Harry, don't let him
Shut
have
up,
it.
Dolly.
Chief, it's true. Look, Harrington, there's a phonograph right over here.
Have you got a minute, Chief? This
Yes.
record is really hot. Can you work it, Miss Miller?
Sure, it's easy, Harrington. Now, just let me get the record.
No,
going.
just a second. You can't bust
Quiet,
in here like
quiet,
that.
Madison. You're already under arrest. All right, go on, Harrington. Let's hear that
Listen
record.
to this, Chief.
Yeah, just the last part will do it, Miss Miller.
Okay.
Gee, Harry, you knocked him cold.
Dumb cluck. Pick up the phone, Dolly.
Stand still, you two.
Yeah. What'd you hit him with?
Just a paperweight. He'll come around. Pick up the phone.
Yeah. Crazy kid. Now what'll we tell him?
Oh, I'll get rid of him somehow. What's the matter?
Hey, Harry. This is Tim Newton.
Where do you hear this, Chief?
What?
Gee, Harry. Gee, Harry. He's dead.
Heard enough, Chief?
Yes, plenty. Turn it off, Miss Miller.
Harry, no, do something, Harry.
Sorry,
What are you
Dolly.
in there for?
I'm afraid the two of you have already done quite enough. Come on, Harrington, let's go.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment to bring you the solution to tonight's case. But first, to every girl, a word about one of your greatest assets, your natural good looks.
Every girl was born with at least one touch of beauty, one claim to charm. I mean that warm, winning beauty in her smile, in your smile.
Make the most of your smile. Remember to give your smile the thoughtful care it deserves. Remember that Ipana toothpaste is good for your smile.
Remember the fact.
According to a nationwide survey, dentists recommend Ipana 2-to-1 over any other dentifrice. And what's more, these dentists prefer Ipana 2-to-1 for their own personal use over any other toothpaste on the market.
Ipana cleans teeth clean, safely, too. And followed by gentle massage promotes the health of your gums.
Help your dentist help your smile. Begin now getting your Ipana smile.
Taste the freshness, feel the cleanness, see the sparkle. See how you look with an Ipana smile.
Just try Ipana. Ipana toothpaste. Now here is your district attorney.
I'm happy to report that with Harrington's unusual evidence against them, ladies and gentlemen, Harry Madison and Dolly will pay the full penalty demanded for the murder of Tim Newton.
That was certainly something, wasn't it, Harrington?
Routine, Miss Miller. After the medical examiner said Tim Newton died from a blow on the head, I started to follow up the lead.
Yes, the label on his rhyming dictionary took you out to his hometown, didn't it, Harrington?
That's right, Chief. It was easy to trace the dictionary to him because it was the only one they'd sold in years.
And then while you were there getting the whole story, that recording arrived addressed to him in the mail.
Sure, of course we had a pretty good case without it, Miss Miller, but the record sure clinched the deal.
Yes, I'll say it did. As we know now, Dolly didn't turn off the recording machine at the time of Tim Newton's death.
Yes, and what's worse, she sent that same record in the mail, thinking it was just another one of his songs.
Boy, oh boy, I guess they never learned. The old battle goes right on.
That's right, Harrington. And speaking of battles, I wonder how many people realize that there are thousands of our boys still overseas on occupation duty. Many also on duty here at home.
Yes, that's quite right, Miss Miller. And just as in past years, we can show our appreciation for the job they're doing through our Red Cross. Wherever American forces are stationed, our Red Cross is on duty helping them with personal and family problems, lending a friendly hand in military hospitals, too.
That's a pretty big job, isn't it, Chief?
Yes, a tremendous job. One that will need the support of all of us. And it's another reason, friends, why your contribution to the Red Cross right now is so important. Give and give generously to your local Red Cross drive. Remember, as our president says, many times a year the people turn to the Red Cross. And once a year the Red Cross turns to the people. And that time is now.
Right. Oh, Chief, what about next week?
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our story concerns a man and his love for his daughter. It's a tremendously dramatic story I'm sure you'll enjoy. It's the case of the grand old man, and I cordially invite you to join us for it. And so until then, thank you and good night.
It's new. It's quick. It's Benex. Benex. The new brushless wonder shave that wilts your whiskers so they whisk off like... Mr. Try Benex. The special beard softening formula makes your beard 1/5 water. Makes whisker cutting a breeze. Benex doesn't clog your razor. Instantly rinses off razor and hands. Which all adds up to quick, easy, comfortable shaves. Get Benex. Benex. Benex Brushless Shave Cream.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Justin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden. The program is produced and directed by Edward A. Byram and written by Robert Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Philip H. Lord. Remember, Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Bristol Myers invites you to tune in again next week for Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney.
This NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by two famous Bristol Myers products, Vitalis and Sal Hepatica. Vitalis for hair that's well groomed. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Vitalis, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The case of the deadly train. Our story opens tonight
in the station master's office of a Chicago railroad terminal, just off the main waiting room.
I think you know the members of my party, Mr. Billings. This is Miss Miller, my secretary.
Mr. Billings?
How do you do?
And this is my chief special investigator, Mr. Harrington.
How are you? Mr. Harrington?
And this is Tom Niles. Mr. Billings is the conductor of the train we're taking back home, Niles.
Go ahead, Niles. You can talk in here.
Look, can't we get going? I mean, isn't it time to get on the train?
He's handcuffed to you, Mr. Harrington?
Yeah, that's right. Just a precaution, conductor. This is one trip we're going to be sure to make, huh, Chief?
I've told Mr. Billings the importance we attach to getting Niles back home with us, Harrington. I might say again, while we're all here, however, that we'll stop at nothing to make sure of it.
I read in the papers how important he is. Going to identify that killer for you in your trial, isn't that it?
Yes, Niles has agreed to make the identification. Unfortunately, the newspapers have also printed the fact that he's the only witness I have against Johnny Galena. That sort of publicity isn't helpful at all.
The Journal gave it the front page this morning, Chief. Did you
Yes.
see it, Harrington?
Yeah, I'll say I did. They hit it right on the nose, too. Said the district attorney considered Niles so important, he came out here personally to extradite him.
Hey, look, can't we...
Yeah, okay, Niles, calm down. Calm down. There's nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about. Are you crazy? Johnny Galena's got friends, ain't he? You think they're going to let me identify him if they can stop me?
Oh, they'll do nothing, Niles. You're in my protection now, and I'll keep my promise to you. Is the train ready, Mr. Billings?
I've got everything arranged.
Sure, you keep your promise. They let me out of jail here to go back with you, sure, and all I get out of it is to be a target. Don't you see,
You
Harry?
better get going, Harrington.
Yeah, right, Chief. Come on, Niles, and remember, when we go out that door, don't look to the right or the left, see? Just follow the conductor here.
I'll take them directly to drawing room B. Is that right?
Fine. You have your ticket, Miss Miller?
Right, Chief. Bedroom H. I'll get on last, the way you said.
Follow me, Mr. Harrington.
Let's go, Niles.
I'll check with you later, Harrington, as soon as I get to my own bedroom.
Passengers holding tickets.
Just remember, CA, you're responsible for me.
Niles, I assure you, you won't be out of my mind for a moment. Not until I've got you safely on the stand against Galena. All right, Harrington, go on.
Right. Let's go.
You wait a few minutes, Miss Miller, and then board with the crowd outside. All right?
Yeah, I know what to do, Chief.
Good. I'll find you when I need you. In the meantime, don't recognize me on the train. It's better if we're not seen together.
Chief,
Yes?
you're worried about this trip, aren't you?
Frankly, Miss Miller, I am. Niles is my only witness in a trial that means... Well, you know what it means.
Sure, Chief.
I've got to get that man there to testify. Yes, and in condition to testify, too. So let's hope for the best.
Passengers loading at gate.
Well?
They're on the train, all right. The DA's assistant has Niles in drawing room B.
Harrington?
Is that the name on the orders?
Yeah. His picture's in the folder.
Never mind, Elsie. It's him, all right. Niles was handcuffed to him. They're in B, right in this car.
The DA's with him?
He's in bedroom alone. This car, too. The boy sure worked that all right. We're right between them.
Oh. Johnny's got money, you know. Why shouldn't he get things worked right?
He will. Getting me to pull this job for him was the smartest thing he ever did.
Getting us, Ben. I come in on that fee. Don't forget.
Don't you always come in on what I do, baby?
Oh, sure. Like that washed-out blonde in the lobby last night.
Oh, I was just a kid, Elsie. Forget it.
Forget it?
Sure.
You leave me sitting in that lousy hotel room for 2 solid hours, and when I come down...
Okay. Forget it, will you? We got work to do.
One of these days, so help me...
Will you shut up? You've been harping about that dame all day.
Well, why not? If I hadn't come down for that movie magazine when I did, you'd probably be with her yet. Just a kid.
Will you pipe down? We got plans to make.
Sure. You want the ticket stubs?
Huh?
The guy collected while you were out.
No, keep them. I got plans to make, I said.
Let's have it.
Now, look. The way I figure it,
Well?
You stop glaring at me. How can I work with you shooting off your face all the time?
All right, go on. What's the plan?
All right. Well, they're all three on this car, see? Harrington, Niles, and the DA himself.
Yeah.
The best thing is to get over with it fast, Elsie.
That way we can get off at Toledo, be back in Chicago before they know what hit them.
Back to the blonde, I suppose.
Will you listen, Elsie, and get this straight? I got a job to do now, a big job. For Johnny Galena, too, the biggest guy in the racket.
I know that.
So I don't fool around, get it? Now, you shut up and listen to your orders, baby. Because this is one show I'm going to run right.
Excuse me, may I get through, please?
Yes, certainly. Oh, here, I'll open the door for you.
Is everything all right, Chief?
So far, so good, Miss Miller. The conductor's collected all the tickets in our car, and he reports everything seems in order.
Harrington's in the drawing room?
With Niles, yes. I'm going to relieve him while he gets some dinner. In the meantime, I think you might circulate a little. See if anyone strikes you as out of the ordinary.
I will, Chief. I was just going into the ladies' dressing room when I saw you in the aisle.
Yes, I see. You might try the club car later on, too. You know what to do.
Right.
I'll wait here a moment until you're out of sight. If you need me, I'll be in the drawing room with Harrington.
All right, Chief. If I can't get back to you without being seen, I'll send a note by the porter.
All right, that's fine. And be careful, Miss Miller. Be just as careful as you can.
Oh, pardon me. Are you using this dressing table?
Oh, go right ahead.
Thank you.
I was just going to see if I can do anything with my makeup. Honestly, the way your face can get dirty.
Isn't it something? You going all the way through, are you?
That's right, dearie. Say, you don't happen to have an extra cleansing tissue, do you?
Why, yes. Yes, I do. It's right here in my bag.
Oh, thanks.
There you are.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. The train swerved and I must have knocked your purse on the floor.
Well, don't worry. I'll get it.
Let me.
I'll get it, I said. Let my purse alone.
But I was only...
Never mind. You can have the makeup table if you want it. I'm finished.
I'm sorry about your purse. Surely you don't think I would...
Keep it. So long, dearie. Thanks for the tissue.
Yes, you're quite welcome. Oh, Porter. Oh. Down here, please, and hurry.
Here's a seat, young lady. Right here.
Oh, thanks. You sure it ain't taken?
Not if you wanted it, ain't? Best seat in the club car, too. Gives you a view of where you just been.
It's exciting, ain't it?
That's Indiana. Nothing exciting about that.
Oh, I don't know. Ever been in Gary?
We just passed through it, little. Hey, can I buy you a drink?
After a while, maybe. Ooh, I got such a head from last night. I don't think I can look at one.
Gary, huh? You in business in Gary?
I'm in business wherever I hang my hat, mister.
Yeah? What kind of business?
Why don't you guess?
Well, let me see. Could be a model, you know. Got the looks for it.
Thanks.
But you're not.
I guess you'd call me a booster.
Huh?
Always sticking up for the hometown. That's one definition, ain't it?
There are others, you know. Like shoplifting.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Want to trade handles, kid? Mine's Ben. Ben Mott.
Hi. Smith. Edith Smith.
I bet.
Girl's got to be careful, Ben. She can't go around spilling her name, can she?
She can if she's out from the wall.
Maybe she ain't.
Ever been nailed, Edie?
By the cops? Yeah, in Denver.
Yeah? Where in Denver?
In the shed. Railroad station to you.
I know the lingo, Edie. What was the rap? Boosting?
I was doing the hook for the troop. It was a go-back deal, and I end up with the bad man.
You know the lingo yourself. St. Paul, you said?
What are you doing, kidding me, Ben? Nobody but a lamster gives St. Paul a play. This was Denver. The fix was in, so here I am.
You know, Edie...
Yeah?
You're okay. Really okay.
Oh, sure. I'm in great shape, I am.
What's the matter, you broke?
I said the fix was in, didn't I? What do you think happened to my fall dough?
You, got any plans, Edie?
Oh, Oh, the big city. I thought maybe if I spend my last buck on a train like this, I could line up a mark.
Who for? Traveling with somebody?
No, I'm alone. I just thought I'd get in a new troupe faster if I ride with a sucker all set.
Yeah, you would at that. You're smart, Edie.
You don't sound so dumb yourself, Ben. Hey, I'll take that drink now.
Sure thing. I'll ring the... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we can go back to my compartment and have a real drink.
You got a view of Indiana back there?
I got a plan, Edie. I think maybe you're just the kid would go for it, too.
How's the score?
Plenty. Matter of fact, this is a business trip. Big business.
Oh?
I got a partner already, but, you know how it is. The way my business runs, I need new blood.
You know, Ben,
Yeah?
I got plenty of blood. Let's go back to your trap and, have that drink.
I won't be long, Chief. It's early. The diner shouldn't be crowded.
It's all right. Take your time, Harrington. I'll stay here with Niles until you get back.
What about me? When do I get to eat?
I don't think it would be wise to take you into the diner, Niles. We'll have something brought back here later on.
Yeah, I'll take care of it, Chief.
Right.
Say, is Miss Miller in her bedroom?
She's checking the train. Oh, and it'll be safer all around. All right, take your time.
Safer all around. And you do think somebody might...
Now, take it easy, Niles. Take it easy. Nothing's going to happen to you.
I'm scared, I tell you. I was a fool to tell the warden I'd do
Now,
it.
relax, I said. There's nothing to worry about.
Sure, that's easy for you to say. I'm the guy they want to shut up.
They won't. I've told you the trial in which you're going to testify means just about everything to me. So help me, I'm going to see that you do.
I sent her in to get some food.
She? Oh, I see.
Do you?
What's the matter, Ben? She cramp your style?
You wouldn't. Would you, Edie?
What do you think? What's the job, Ben?
Not so fast, lady. Let's see who you know first.
Well, let's see. Did you ever hear of Swede Larson out of Cincinnati?
Point out man, yeah.
Kugler?
Runs a cannon mob in Shy.
Well?
How about a big boy, Edie? Say, like Johnny Galena.
He's standing a rap, ain't he?
Won't be a rap if Tom Miles doesn't identify him at the trial, you know.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
What would you say if I told you Niles is on this train?
And that's the job, Tom Niles?
Maybe.
You must be big yourself, Ben, doing a job for Johnny Galena.
I'm big enough to take care of you, Edie. The two of us for a long, long time.
Ben, Why, you louse.
Elsie, I thought you were in the diner.
Yeah, I bet you did. Well, that ties it. It's her.
Look,
Why,
Elsie,
you poor fool. That's the dame I was telling you about.
Huh?
She's the one gave my purse the once-over in the ladies' room.
What?
Why, that's true, but
I told you you'd make a false move, Ben. Now you've blown it for good.
Sit down, Elsie. Let's straighten this out.
Yeah? You think I'm nuts? She's probably got the train swarming with cops. I'm getting out of here.
Sit down, I said.
And stay for the rap? What kind of a fool do you think I am?
Now, wait a minute. There's been a mistake.
I'll say there's been a mistake, dearie. Him. I should have pulled out long ago.
I warned you, Elsie. Sit down.
You let go of me, you two-timing bum! I'm going to see to it that you get yours once and for all.
Elsie, put that gun down.
I knew she had a gun in that bag.
That's right, dearie. Now here's where you get off the joyride, Ben, and right into the arms of the law.
Look, honey, calm down a minute.
The minute my back is turned.
You know that ain't true, Elsie. I've always come back to you, haven't I?
Yeah, you've always come back, but that's not good enough.
Look, Elsie, this dame don't mean a thing to me, and she's not hooked up with a cop. She's a booster out of Denver.
That's right, Elsie. I'm not after your guy.
You keep out of this.
Elsie, look at me, baby. I love you, honey. You know that, don't you? Don't you?
Oh, Ben, if I could only believe
You know me, baby. Why I'm all for you. Always have been. Come on. Come on.
Let me have that heat.
Oh, Ben, if you'd only play square with me. I get all riled up like this and I don't know what I'm doing.
That's my girl. Now let me have the gun, Elsie.
Here, take it.
That's right, Elsie. Thanks.
You see, Ben, I... Oh, don't.
Don't. I haven't even started on her. Pull a gun on me, will you?
Ben, no.
So you're going to let me have it, won't you, Elsie, huh? And with a rod, too. Nice and noisy, so the whole train could hear.
I didn't mean it, Ben. It was just my temper.
Yeah, well, I do mean it, kid. I'm through with that loudmouth of yours once and for all.
Ben, no. Look out, Elsie. He's got a
You
knife.
keep out of this. Come on, Elsie. Here's where we say goodbye.
Ben! You killed her.
Yeah.
You...
It's like we said, Edie. You blood for old. Now, come on. Let's you and me straighten this out.
Yes,
You
but
got questions to answer, little girl. And while you're talking, just keep your eyes on this knife.
We'll see what your district attorney makes of this in just a moment. But first, a definition of an optimist.
An optimist is a man who takes the worst of it and makes the best of it.
Now, a man is certainly getting the worst of it when he wakes up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative.
But if he's an optimist, he makes the best of it.
Yes, chances are he reaches for his sal hepatica. For you see, a sparkling glass of sal hepatica when you get up brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting until night to take a laxative.
And that's not all. In addition to quick, gentle relief, sal hepatica brings you another important advantage. This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So, friends, be sure that you, too, keep a bottle of sal hepatica handy. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Noon or night, see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica. Now back to Mr. District Attorney.
I'll take another look through the train, Mr. District Attorney, if you think that'll help.
Well, yes, I wish you would, Mr. Billings. I can't understand where she is.
I told you something would happen. I knew it.
Pipe down, Niles. Hey, Chief, you sure Miss Miller ain't in her bedroom?
I'm positive.
Suppose I have that look at the other cars. Will you be here?
Well, no, I think I'll go back to my bedroom, Mr. Billings. You'll find me there.
She'll turn up, I'm sure. One thing, she can't get off the train.
Yeah, Chief, I don't like this at all. You ain't seen her since she started back for the club car?
Before dinner.
Did you hear the conductor? He said she couldn't get off the train.
Well, she couldn't. It must be doing 70 through here.
She could get pushed off, couldn't
Ah,
she?
that'll be enough of that, Niles.
I'm scared, I tell you. You promised to take care of me.
Shut up, Niles. Shut up. You're all right.
Oh, I'll go back to my bedroom, Harrington. I don't like to stay in here with you too long.
Yeah, right, Chief.
We'll see what the conductor's search reveals. If he doesn't find Miss Miller...
Yeah?
Then we will, Harrington. I promise you, we will. Yes, come in. Oh, come in, Mr. Billings.
She's not in sight, Mr. District Attorney. I cover the whole train.
I see.
But this turned up.
Yes?
Seems a young lady gave the porter a note for you before dinner.
Miss Miller?
I think so, sir.
Yes?
Here, it's written on the back of a ticket stub.
Let me see it.
The porter had been warned about this car, you see. I told him myself to be careful.
Say, you say she gave him this note before dinner?
He held it, sir. He was afraid to deliver anything without checking
I've
with
got to
me.
get out of here, conductor. Which way is compartment G?
To your left, 4 down.
Wait for me. I may need your help. Oh, excuse me, will you please? May I get through?
Take it easy, Bud. Just let me get out of your way.
I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry.
You sure are.
Thank you. Excuse me, please. I've got to get through.
I tell you, you can't stop people like Johnny Galena. He'll do anything.
Oh, look, Niles, you've been whining ever since we left Chicago. Will you shut up?
Take off my handcuffs, Harrington. Chained to you this way, I haven't got a chance.
Look, for the last time, my job is to protect you. Do you understand? These cuffs stay, kid. You and me, real cozy like.
I'm scared.
Yeah, you said that. If I were you, I'd...
Hey, look, we're...
Hey, it's a wreck. Hang on, Niles. Hang on.
Let go. Let go. We're turning. The car's turning over.
Look out. Look out. It's falling, Niles. Look out for the window.
Harrington.
Hey, Niles. Niles, are you all right?
I'm pinned, Harrington. I can't move.
It's this beam. It's on my chest.
Can't move, I tell you, Harrington.
Shut up, shut up. There's no need to get in a panic.
Get me out of here. Get me out.
Oh, I can't move either, I tell you. If you ain't hurt, just shut up.
Hey, listen.
Hey, they're coming in for us already. Do you hear them? They must be using the axe. Yeah, we're all right. Just get this beam off it.
You in there, Niles? I'm pinned. I can't move.
Just keep coming. I can see the light where you broke the side. Keep coming.
You, Harrington?
Where? Keep coming.
Through the side, see? Through the side of the car.
Don't worry. I'll get there. Just take it easy. Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Who are you?
You'll find out, Harrington. So you're pinned, are you, Niles?
Harrington.
Don't get panicky, Niles. Wait till I reach for my gun.
Just stay where you are, Niles. I'll take care of you.
Harrington, it's Ben Mott. He's gonna kill me. I remember him from Chicago.
I can't reach my gun. Oh, this beam, if I could only push this beam up.
Harrington, you said you'd protect me.
There you are. Just a minute now, and I'll be there.
Harrington, look, he's got a knife.
Hey, drop that knife. Drop it. Do you hear me?
Sure, I've got it covered.
Oh.
Right in your little pal here.
No, Mott, don't.
So you thought you'd turn
Harrington.
rat on Johnny Galena, huh,
Harrington.
Niles?
I warned you.
I'll do nothing, Copper. You just lie there till I finish with him.
No, Ben, please,
One
Ben.
Oh,
more push, Niles, and I got you, you dirty rat.
Harrington, help me! Help me!
I can't.
Wheel on Johnny, would you? Here's where you...
No.
Harrington,
Oh, Chief.
you all right in there? I can't see over this body.
Yeah, you got him, Chief. It's okay now.
Well, just lie quietly, Harrington. We'll be through to you in a minute.
Right. Hey, Niles. Niles.
Niles! Niles, are you all right?
I'm all right. He's dead.
All right, men. Let's cut away this beam.
Oh, Chief. Chief, that was close.
You get some water, Miss Miller.
Right.
There's a doctor out on the tracks.
Well, I'm okay, Chief.
There's no one dead or hurt, Chief. This is the only car that went over. The train hit an empty truck on the road.
Oh, good. Miss Miller, where does she...
Well, it's quite a story, Harrington. But first, let's get you and Niles outside. We've got a trip to finish, you know. All right, men, let's go.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment to explain his rescue of Harrington and Niles. But first, here's a young lady who seems to be very happy indeed.
Hallelujah, my guy's come back.
Well, glad to hear he's back, young lady. And you know, in lots of other ways, too, life is getting settled again. For instance, Vitalis is back. Yes, back on drug counters everywhere.
Vitalis? What's Vitalis?
Vitalis is for keeping dry, unruly hair under control.
It is? Well, then I guess that guy of mine must be using Vitalis. His hair is always well-groomed.
Well-groomed in a natural masculine way?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Well-groomed, yet free from that patent leather shine?
Yes, sir.
That's Vitalis, all right. What's more, Vitalis and the 60-second workout stimulates circulation, prevents scalp dryness, routs embarrassing loose dandruff, helps retard excessive falling hair. And that's why we say to men, to look your best tomorrow, get a bottle of Vitalis tonight. Now, here is your district attorney.
Well, I want to say first, ladies and gentlemen, that Tom Niles went on the stand in my prosecution of Johnny Galena, and because of his testimony, we were able to secure another very important conviction in our war against crime.
Yeah, I still say that was close, Chief. If you hadn't been right behind Ben in that wreckage, he'd have killed Niles, sure.
Chief, I think you'd better explain just how you knew Ben was making his way through the wreck to Harrington and Niles.
But it was your note that did it, Miss Miller. The note the porter delayed delivering until just before the wreck. When you were in the ladies' dressing room with Elsie, that started the whole thing.
When her purse fell, Harrington, I noticed it was heavy. Too heavy for an ordinary lady's handbag.
Oh, she was carrying a gun, huh?
I'll say she was. Fortunately, when I picked up the bag, her compartment receipt fell out. I wrote the note to the chief on the back of it.
Yes, and as soon as I got the note, I went immediately to that compartment. As Miss Miller had written, the occupant seemed suspicious.
That's a mild word for Ben, Chief. After he tied me up, I thought I was done for.
Yeah, so you found Miss Miller in Ben's compartment, huh, Chief?
Yes, Harrington, and Elsie's body. Miss Miller told me Ben had started for you, and so I followed him. Fortunately, neither of us was hurt in the wreck. Ben managed to get out of the car first, but I wasn't far behind him.
Boy, am I glad you stayed on his tail. Oh, hey, Chief, what about next week?
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our story concerns one of the most unusual and interesting criminals in our files. It's the case of the dangerous clown, and I invite you to join us for it. And until then, thank you, and good night.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Justin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the authors were Edward Byron and Robert Shaw. And remember, Vitalis for hair that's well groomed, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Vitalis and Sal Hepatica, two famous Bristol Myers products, which each week bring you Mr. District Attorney. Men, so often the girls say,
"What a man. If only he had that clean-shaven, masculine look."
But many men say their faces are too tender for close, clean shaving.
And girls say, "No alibis, please."
And I say no alibis necessary. Not when you rely on Ingram shaving cream. That rich Ingram lather helps condition your face for the razor. You get cool, soothing shaves in comfort. Remember, men, comfort means coolness. Coolness means Ingram. INGRAM. Ingram, the cooler shaving cream. Try Ingram yourself.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
One crime often breeds another, frequently a far deadlier offense. A simple burglary may end in murder, as in the case you're about to hear.
That the guy?
Yes, that's the dear doctor.
Psychiatrist, huh? Looks more like a jockey.
Let's go.
All right, where are they?
Right here in my desk. But he made me give him the key to the drawer.
I'll give it open. Why'd he fire you anyway?
I had the recorder hidden under the patient's couch. He happened to hear it this morning. Boom, that was it.
How'd you keep him from yelling for the cops?
I put on an act, bawled my eyes out, swore I'd just put it there for the first time. Can't you get it open?
I got it.
Dr. Jameson.
Well, lucky I forgot something and came back. More tapes. I can see I was wrong when I didn't call the police this morning. I'll rectify that mistake right now.
Give me that phone!
Bold, you knocked him through the window.
Grab up those tapes and let's get out of here.
Well, there goes the body, Chief. 9 stories. That's a long way to fall, Harrington.
Sure is.
Has the family been notified?
Yeah, Padway took care of it. Wife and 3 kids.
Have you noticed this desk drawer?
Yeah, pried open. Oh, I found this on the floor beneath it.
Yeah. Label from a can of recording tape.
I wouldn't want to call it suicide, would you?
No, not with this setup. Anyone else around?
The janitor. And he couldn't come up with a thing. Gave me the name of the office nurse, Pauline Colton. But he didn't know her address.
Why don't you see if there's an address book on the doctor's desk?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
The lab boys get any prints off this drawer?
Yeah, I picked up something. Oh, here. Here's the doctor's book. Now, let's see, Colton. Here it is. Pauline Colton, 1436 Carrington Street, apartment 12. Evergreen 34221. Shall I call her?
No, why not ride out and see her? Let's go.
Who you calling?
Mrs. Charles Francis Palmer.
Now, listen, chick, you got some real juicy stuff on these tapes. But I'm going to argue with you about something. Your idea of what you're going to do with it just don't make sense.
What do I have to do, draw pictures? Mrs. Charles Francis Palmer's going to give me $500 for the recording of what her husband said during his psychoanalysis. I told you that.
Okay. She figures it'll help her get a divorce from the guy. But this thing's worth a lot more than $500. We got to make it pay off, chick. We got to make it pay off big.
How?
We ain't going to let Mrs. Charles Francis Palmer hear this tape. We're going to let her husband listen to it. Or another recording of it.
I won't do it, Bob. Blackmail's too risky.
What are you talking about? We knocked the doc out the window, didn't we? That's homicide.
Don't say that, Boat. It was an accident.
Try to tell the cops it was an accident.
Well, they don't know we had anything to do with it.
I don't care. We're going to get a lot more than $500 out of this, and we're going to do it my way.
No, Boat. This is my deal. We're doing it my way.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
I'm going to burn these other tapes.
Hey, give me those.
Go of me, Boat!
I'll let go of you.
You lousy gorilla!
Well, that'll teach you not to argue with me, chick. I'm a guy that likes his own way.
Where are you going with those?
I'm taking them with me. When you get some sense in your head, call me. You know the number.
1436. Hey, here it is, Chief.
Now,
Apartment 12. Must be on the first floor.
yes. Locked. Looks like we'll have to press the buzzer.
I'll get it. Hope she's home.
Well, you never know.
Who is it?
We're police officers, Miss Colton. We have to talk to you.
There we are. Miss Colton,
Yes, I'm Miss Colton, but I don't understand this.
you work for Dr. Leland Jameson?
Yes?
And Dr. Jameson was killed in his office this evening. We're pretty sure he was pushed through the window. We thought you might be able to help us on a few things.
Pushed through a window?
Oh, that's right. We're pretty sure it was murder.
Well, but we'd better not talk out here. Will you come in?
Well, thank you. Oh, incidentally, I'm Paul Garrett, District Attorney. This is Mr. Harrington, my assistant.
Gosh, I don't know what to say. Dr. Jameson dead. I'm numb.
Are you hurt, Miss Colton? You've got blood on your face. That's a bad bruise.
Oh, no. It's really nothing. I fell against a chair just now.
Oh, in here?
Yes, as I was running for the buzzer.
No, I'm very sorry.
Well, don't worry about it. I'll be all right.
Miss Colton, do you mind if we look through your apartment?
Why would you want to do that?
Well, I must tell you, we can't do this without your permission. That is, not without a warrant.
And you don't have a warrant?
Not at the moment.
You don't need one. I don't know what you expect to find, but go ahead and look.
Harrington?
Okay, Chief.
I just don't get this.
You were Dr. Jameson's nurse, weren't you, Miss Colton?
Well, that's right. Nurse and receptionist.
Well, how long have you worked for him?
Let's see. About 4 months.
Dr. Jameson was a psychiatrist.
Yes.
I imagine he did quite a lot of psychoanalysis.
Oh, yes, he was in private practice.
Was it his custom to use a tape recorder during these sessions with his patients?
Oh, no.
But he did use a tape recorder.
Well, yes, but only for dictating letters and notes that he wanted typed up.
These letters and notes that Dr. Jameson dictated on the recorder, was it your job to type them up?
Yes, it was.
And where did you keep the tapes?
In my desk.
Locked up?
Yes.
Did you keep the key to the drawer?
I usually left it on the desk in case Dr. Jameson wanted to refer to anything.
Well, there's nothing here, Chief.
Okay, Harrington. Miss Colton, I appreciate your cooperation.
Well, that's perfectly all right. I've got nothing to hide.
Well, we might want to talk to you again.
Anytime.
I tried not to disturb anything, miss.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Good night, Miss Colton.
Good night.
Real nice and ladylike, Chief. And she acted as if she wanted to help us. But there's one thing that bothers me.
She said she cut her face by falling against a chair. And the only chairs she had in the room were all overstuffed.
Right. So she was telling a lie. Why?
Well, we'll put a tail on her. And tomorrow morning, I'd like you to call on several other psychiatrists in that building. Find out if they use tape recorders in psychoanalysis.
I'll get on it first thing.
Oh, it's you.
Well, I haven't had dinner yet. I thought you might like to take me out to eat.
I thought we weren't getting along.
We weren't until the district attorney came to see me a little while ago.
DA, huh? Did he get anything out of you?
Not a thing. But he had a man with him who searched the place. I'd have had a bad time if they'd have found those tapes.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you would. Looks like I saved you from something, don't it, chick?
You saved me from plenty, Bolt.
Hmm.
From now on, I'm with you. I think you're going to be good luck for me.
Well, that's the way to talk.
How about dinner?
Sure. Sure, we'll go any way you say. First, I want to make a phone call.
Huh? Who are you going to call, Bo?
The well-known president of our Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Charles Francis Palmer. I'm going to set up a date with him for tomorrow.
Hi, Miss Miller. Chief gone to lunch yet?
Oh, no, he's still in his office, Harrington.
Well, good. Well, I talked to 3 psychiatrists, Chief.
What do they have to say?
They don't use recorders for psychoanalysis. Patients wouldn't like it. So the girl told the truth about that.
All right. She moved out of her apartment last evening and left no forwarding address.
Hey, that makes it tougher. Did anything come out of those fingerprints?
Yeah, nothing. They were all blurred up.
Which means we don't have a single lead on this case.
We've got to find one, Harrington. Dr. Jameson had some of the most prominent people in town as patients. I've got a hunch the thing is going to develop into an extortion setup. Unless we can stop it, this town is going to have its own reign of terror. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the blackmail killer, here is an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A psychiatrist had been murdered in his office, knocked through a window to the street 9 floors below. Tapes from a recording machine had been taken from the office, and we felt sure they were going to be used for blackmail. And the crooks proved us right in a hurry. They went to work without losing a bit of time.
Having accomplished what I had to do and started toward my next appointment, this, of course, made it necessary to take extra precautions.
Well, Mr. Palmer?
I never agreed to let anything like this be recorded. How did you get this tape?
What difference does it make? We got it, and we got copies of it.
I suppose you expect me to pay you something to keep this quiet.
You're lucky, Mr. Palmer. Your wife wants that tape. She wants to use it to get a divorce.
This is fiendish.
With that for evidence, she'd make a real monkey out of you in court. When her lawyers got through, you wouldn't have enough left to pay the tax on a movie ticket.
Dirty blackmailer!
Okay, mister, you're asking for it? Now, you better stay down there, Palmer, or you'll really get hurt.
You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me.
Oh, take it easy. You'll kill him.
I'm just knocking some sense into him. That's all. Oh.
District Attorney's office.
Harrington, Miss Miller. Chief there?
Oh, yes, he is. Just a minute.
Hello, Harrington. Chief, I'm down at Central Station in Captain Marr's office. They just got a report here I thought you should know about. Charles Francis Palmer was beaten up at his home this morning. Hey, wasn't his name on that list of Dr. Jameson's patients?
Oh, that's right. Who turned in the report?
Palmer's sister. She's indignant and wants something done about it. But Palmer refuses to cooperate. Won't sign a complaint or make a statement.
Maybe we'd better have a talk with him. Do you have his address?
114 Park Circle.
Oh, meet me out there. I'll leave right away.
Okay, Chief.
There's a spot. Right in front of the bank, too.
Well, that's a loading zone, Bold.
Who cares?
Suppose a cop comes along.
So we get a ticket. Oh, shut up. Here comes Palmer.
I've been waiting for you.
You got the dough?
I'll have to talk to you about that.
What's there to talk about? All I want's the dough.
I've got 5,000 here.
The deal is 10.
I can't get that much.
Go back there and get the rest of it.
I tell you I can't. I'm not as wealthy as you think.
Oh, look, Palmer.
Wait a second, Bold. Give me the 5,000, Mr. Palmer. That'll be all right.
Oh, thanks. Here.
You're dealing with me, Palmer. I don't care what she says.
Go on, Mr. Palmer. I'll talk to him.
Yes. All right.
What are you trying to do? Be the mastermind again?
We're pushing him too far, Bolt. We got 5,000 out of Palmer. Let's start working on the other people on our list.
Hello, Garrett. My sister said you wanted to see me.
Oh, thanks for coming down.
I hope you're not here just because of this accident of mine.
Your sister insists that you were beaten up. She says she heard part of it and saw a man leaving the house.
I don't care what she said. I hope you'll forgive me, but I have other things to take care of.
All right, Palmer. It means we'll have to find some other way to handle the situation, but one way or another, we'll handle it.
I'm sure you will. Good day, Garrett.
That's a frightened man, Chief. Nothing freezes people up like blackmail.
Yes, you're right. Well, let's get back to the office.
Where are we going now, Bolt?
I'm looking for a phone booth so I can make a call. They can't trace you when you make a call that way.
If you're going to be that careful, why don't you play it smart all the way?
What do you mean?
Going to Palmer's house yesterday, we could have walked right into a trap.
Yeah, I thought of that. But how else are you going to do it? You got to let him hear the tape.
Why not mail him a piece of the tape?
Hey, kid, you're a real brain. And we meet him somewhere.
That's it. Be a lot safer.
Sure would. And that's the way we'll do it from now on.
Is the district attorney in, please?
Yes, he is. Who shall I say is calling?
I'm Miss Foy.
Oh, yes, just a moment.
Yes, Miss Miller?
Miss Foy's here to see you, Mr. Garrett.
I'll have her come right in.
Yes, sir. Would you go in, Miss Foy?
Thank you. Mr. Garrett?
Won't you sit down, Miss Foy?
Thank you. I came in as you suggested, Mr. Garrett.
Trouble?
Yes, a man called me on the phone last night. He told me he was mailing me a piece of tape recording. I got it this morning. I'm frightened, Mr. Garrett.
Miss Foy, if it makes you feel better to have a good cry, you go right ahead. But if you're willing to help us on this case, I don't think you have anything to worry about.
You really think so?
What did the man tell you to do?
Well, I'm supposed to meet him this evening at the entrance to Carroll Park.
What kind of an arrangement did he make for recognizing you?
I'm to carry a folded newspaper in one hand, a dog's leash in the other.
Miss Foy, I want you to go home and forget all about this.
You mean you're going to take care of the meeting?
That's right. You can leave the rest of this to us.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate your help and your understanding.
I want to thank you for coming in. That took courage.
I was scared stiff, but I'm glad I did. Goodbye, Mr. Garrett.
Goodbye, Miss Foy. How would you like a job, Miss Miller?
With dictation?
Something more to your liking. How would you like to play decoy for us?
With the blackmailers, I'd love it.
Yeah, I thought so. Where's Harrington?
He said he'd be at the doctor's for the next hour.
Call him and tell him to check in here as soon as he's through.
Okay.
All right, chick, park it.
Want me to stay in the car?
That's right. Keep the engine running.
Well, is she there yet?
Oh, I can't tell with those bushes in the way.
Good luck, Bolt.
It's a cinch. Miss Foy,
Yes, I'm Miss Foy.
I guess you know why I'm here.
Yes. How much do you want?
3,000. Cash. Meet me here with it tomorrow night, same time.
All right.
And, don't bring anyone with you, understand?
I understand perfectly.
Okay. I'll be seeing you.
How'd it go?
It was a man, Mr. Garrett. He wants me to be here tomorrow night with $3,000.
Well, that's what we want. You'll have the 3,000, all right, and marked money. The moment he accepts it, we'll grab him.
Just keep walking, Miss Foy.
I've got the money for you.
Okay,
Here.
okay, but keep heading for that car. Take a look, chick.
That's not Miss Foy.
Get in the car, you! Get going, chick, fast!
We're too late.
That guy slugged her.
One tail light, and they're heading through the park. Let's get back to the car.
Anyone behind us, Bolt?
Not right now.
Well, I'm going to slow down then. No use getting picked up for speeding.
How do you know this babe ain't the Foy dame?
Foy came into the office, didn't she? I saw Foy.
How do you like that?
We've got to do something about it, Bolt. She can identify us, testify against us.
Yeah.
All right, what?
Well, there's a ravine in the park.
I know. It's right ahead of us.
Pull over and stop then. Douse your lights. Keep it running. Come on, you.
We've got to come up with them, Harrington, and fast.
I'm wide open. Lucky it's late and there's no traffic.
Car parked up ahead. Kill the lights and get in behind.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's the nurse. I'll get her.
All right, this'll do it.
You'll never get away with it.
Oh, I think I will.
Not with me!
Hey.
No!
No, you don't. Come here.
Now, that's enough of that.
Hey, what are you...
You're all through, mister.
Who are you?
Watch it, Chief. He's got a knife.
I'll take care of that. Had enough, mister?
Yeah, just let me alone.
On your feet.
All right.
All right, head for the car. You all right, Miss Miller?
I'm fine.
I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner.
Oh, you got here just right.
Hey, this looks like old home week. I've got the other one, Chief.
Good. Now we can take them both downtown where they can dictate their memoirs to a police stenographer. Get in the car, both of you.
I want a lawyer.
You'll get one. But don't expect too much from him. With you, he'll actually be wasting his time. This is David Bryan again. I hope you've enjoyed this case from the file of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
I'm sure you read about this one in your newspapers. The people we call Bolt and Pauline were tried and convicted on counts of burglary, extortion, assault with intent to kill, and with murder in the first degree. Both are now serving long sentences for their crimes. And now this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
Crime has many byproducts that too often do not receive the attention they should. One such underrated byproduct of crime is its shattering effect on loved ones involved. Sometimes they suffer in silence. Sometimes they try to take matters into their own hands. One who took this unwise course was Ann Scott, who has come to the warehouse of the Walper Importing Company to speak to its owner in his private office.
Yes? Come in, come in. Well, hello. Who are you?
I'm Ann Scott. You're Mr. Walper.
That's the name. What can I do for you?
Does a man named Claude Johnson work for you?
Yeah, for a long time. What about him?
That's what I thought you could tell me.
What? I'm afraid I don't get what you're driving at.
I want information, Mr. Walper. This man, Claude Johnson,
Mm-hmm.
there's something wrong, and I want to protect my sister from it.
Your sister? Well, look, I don't like to be rude, but your family troubles, I don't see how they concern me.
Then what about these papers?
Bills of lading on my letterhead. Where'd you get them?
From my sister's desk?
Hmm?
They have something to do with what's going on between Barbara and Claude. And I'm going to find out even if I have to go to the police.
The police? Now, wait a minute. Let's take it easy. You don't want to get your sister mixed up with the police, do you? Yeah. Let me talk to Claude and see what I can find out.
All right. And thanks. Can I call you tomorrow?
That'll give me plenty of time.
Thanks again.
Miss Scott.
Yes?
Let's keep the police out of it. And don't say anything to anybody. Not until you hear from me.
I won't, unless I have to.
Lady, look out! Lady, that car! Hey, stop! You hit her! You hit her!
Miss Miller, has Harrington called in yet?
Oh, Mr. Garrett. No, he hasn't called yet. Maybe that's Harrington now. District Attorney's office. Oh, perfect timing, Harrington. He was just asking for you. Hold on. Do you want to take it here, Mr. Garrett?
Fine. Say, Harrington, anything new on that hit and run?
Pretty bad, Chief. Looks like a deliberate rundown. Almost went up the sidewalk to get her.
Did I understand it happened right outside the Walper Importing Company?
Yeah. In fact, the girl was just coming out of Walper's place when the car got her.
Run down that car, Harrington. I'll talk to you later.
Maybe I shouldn't say this, Mr. Garrett, but you look like a rabbit sniffing a juicy carrot.
Well, if Walper is mixed up in this somehow, I wouldn't exactly call him a carrot. I'm going over to General Hospital. I want to talk to that Scott girl. See you later, Miss Miller. Miss Scott,
Yes? Who are you?
the nurse said you could talk. I'm the district attorney.
I have nothing to say. Go away, please.
But, Miss Scott, it's our responsibility to catch the hit-and-run driver who struck you.
I won't tell you anything. Go away. Go away. Leave me alone. Go away. Anne, dear, what's the matter? You. Oh, stop. Stop. Don't come near me. Oh, don't you know me? I'm your sister, Barbara. Go away. Don't touch me. Oh, take her away.
Look, Barbara, Miss Scott, you better leave her alone.
I don't understand. What's happened to her?
I suggest we step outside and let her quiet down.
My own sister. Not wanting to see me.
Barbara, dear, why are you crying?
Oh, Claude, I'm so glad you're here.
Oh, what happened? Is Anne...
Oh, no, she'll be all right. But this gentleman and I were in the room. It was terrible.
Your sister's overwrought. That's all, Miss Scott. Oh, by the way, my name is Garrett, district attorney.
District attorney? Oh, I'm Claude Johnson, Barbara's fiancé.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do?
Miss Scott, I came here to ask your sister a couple of questions. Perhaps you might help me.
If I can.
First, about these bills of lading.
Where did you get those?
Well, they were in your sister's purse. Can you tell me why your sister went to the Walper Importing Company this morning?
Well, I just can't talk now.
Look, what is this, a third degree? Can't you see that Barbara's in no condition to answer your foolish questions?
When Barbara feels better, would you bring her to my office, please?
Of course. You certainly want to do what's right.
Fine. Goodbye.
Barbara, what was Anne doing with those manifests? How did she get them?
I don't know. But she's been so suspicious of us. She even warned me against you.
So that's it. Barbara, you're sure, my love, aren't you?
Of course, dear. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Sweetheart, there's only one answer. That shipment, the big one I told you about.
Oh, Claude, dear, do we have to talk about it now?
I got the advance word. I'm going to get my hands on every penny I can scrape together, no matter how.
Claude, I have money and I want you to use it.
I told you I won't touch your money.
Use my money and call it a loan. What's wrong with that?
Loan? Yeah, of course. But strictly as business. As soon as the deal's through, I could pay it back. And we could get married.
Of course, dear.
Well, that's it, then. Yeah, but we have to work fast. Now, how soon could you get the money?
I'll go to the bank this afternoon.
Oh, Barbara, you're wonderful. Yeah, I better get back to work. Call you later, hmm?
Of course, darling.
Oh, you going back in to see Anne?
No, I can't. I'll talk to her nurse.
Yes, let her rest. She needs lots of rest. Goodbye.
Okay, that'll do it. You're loaded. Now hightail it down to the dock. Walper talking. Look, Skipper, I told you a dozen times. Don't worry. We'll get the mermaid loaded in good time. I'm taking care of everything. Okay.
Hello, Walper.
Well, If it isn't the district attorney himself. What's the occasion for this visit?
A few questions. What do you know about a girl named Ann Scott?
Ann Scott? It's a pretty name.
Why did she come here this morning?
Maybe to get out of the sun. How should I know? What's it all supposed to be about?
I don't know yet, but I certainly intend to find out why someone tried to kill that girl with an automobile.
Sure. You're playing the wrong horse asking me questions.
Hey, Chief, is everything all right?
Harrington, what brings you?
Miss Miller told me you'd be here. Figured you'd like to know. We found the hit-run car.
Good work.
Same broken headlight. And you know what, Chief? The car's registered to Barbara Scott.
Ann's sister?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the car now?
10th Street garage. I'm going to check back with the attendant who was on duty when it was brought in.
Well, get right on it. Call me with anything new.
Right, Chief. Where'll you be?
Having a talk with Barbara Scott. This time she'll answer questions, shock or no shock.
Okay. See you later.
Well, DA, I guess you won't need me anymore. Got some work to do.
All right, Walper. But I might turn up with a few more questions for you later.
If you say so. I'm afraid it's the wrong horse again, DA, but keep punching.
I will, Walper. I will.
Walter?
Walter,
is he gone?
Claude, what's the idea hiding behind those cases?
Look, I'm in a jam. I need some help.
Sounds like it. What's this all about? First the girl and now the DA. You behind all this?
Well, in a way, I guess so.
You guess? Why, you stupid crummer. Stop it. Let me go. Say, but I ought to kill you. The DA would give his right arm to sock it to me, and you got him nosing around.
Don't worry. You give me a little cooperation, everything will be okay.
Cut the double talk. Let's have it. What's the story?
Well, I saw a chance for some easy money. Barbara thinks a lot of me. Thinks I'm going to marry her. So I figured out a deal.
Using my manner.
Just window trimming. I told her I had an inside track on the market. Then I cinched it by borrowing $200 from her a couple of times. Gave it back with profit. As soon as I get the money from Barbara this afternoon, I clear out of the country.
Just like that.
Well, why not? Your ship, the Mermaid, is loading up and starts for the Far East tonight, doesn't it?
Huh?
Well, you give the okay, I'll be on that ship, and nobody will find me. Do I get help?
Okay. Why not? You deserve a break. You'll ship on the Mermaid.
I thought you'd see it my way. Now, fix it with the skipper, huh?
Sure, he's expecting my call anyway. No, this is Walper. Let me talk to Skipper. Hey, Skipper. Claude Johnson's on his way down. He wants to talk to you about going with your ship tonight. Yeah, it's all okay. Take care of him. So long.
Thanks, Walper. Thanks a lot. I'll be back when things quiet down.
Glad to do it. Get down there and check with Skipper. And you might as well take down whatever you need now.
Good deal. Thanks again.
You're welcome. You're real welcome. Skipper, Walper again. What I said about Johnson goes double. Take care of him. Take care of him real good.
Get that cargo swing over here! Easy! Hold it!
Hey, up there on the Mermaid. Tell Skipper Claude Johnson's here. Johnson. Watch it, that cargo swing. Coming right at me.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the hit-and-run killer, here's an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A girl had almost been murdered by a car belonging to her sister.
but with all the tangled threads I held, I could see none that pointed to a motive. Ann Scott, terrified by her narrow escape from death, refused to tell me anything. Her sister Barbara had to know some answers, including the mysterious shipment manifest from Walper's company, and the answer to the big question: why would Barbara want to kill her sister? I'll get it, Miss Miller. Hello?
Hello, Chief.
Harrington, have you found her yet?
No, not a sign. Pretty strange. She didn't show up for an appointment with a hairdresser. Now, when a dame does that, something's wrong.
And keep digging, Harrington. We've got to locate Barbara Scott.
You know me, Chief.
You think she ran out, Mr. Garrett?
It doesn't gel, Miss Miller. Still, the way that fiancé of hers, Claude Johnson, tried to prevent me from asking her questions, maybe he fits in somewhere.
Did you say Claude Johnson?
Yes. You know him?
Just a minute. That name rings a bell. Sure, here it is. Look this, Mr. Garrett.
Well, this is the old Walper file.
Remember you told me to get it together? Well, I did. And look, this name on the payroll.
Oh, Claude Johnson. So he works for Walper.
He did a year ago. What does it mean?
It means you're a very remarkable young woman, Miss Miller. And now we're looking for two of them, Barbara and her fiancé. Let's go.
You did say we're looking, didn't you?
So I did. And so we are, right now.
Anne, it's me, Barbara. Wake up, Anne, please. What? Barbara? Barbara, go away. Go away, don't kill me. What are you saying, Anne? I'll go away. I won't try to interfere. You can marry Claude. Don't kill me. Stop it. Stop it, do you hear? I'm sorry I shook you, but I can't understand you talking this way. But I saw the car before it hit me. It was your car. I know it was your car. My car? You must be delirious. I saw the car plain. I knew you were angry, that you hated me for warning you against Claude, for trying to find out about him, but I was only trying to protect you. Oh, Anne. Tell me, before my car hit you, did you see me driving it? I couldn't see. There was a reflection on the window. Barbara? Barbara, where are you going? There's something I have to do. You just rest, Anne, and get well. You're Mr. Walper, aren't you?
I am. We're closed for business.
Your watchman told me you were back here. I'm Barbara Scott.
Yeah? I'm in sort of a hurry.
I want to find Claude Johnson.
He's probably at his apartment.
I tried there. He hasn't been home since this afternoon.
See.
It's very important that I talk to him.
Well, matter of fact, I haven't seen him all afternoon.
But you must have. He phoned me, said you were sending him down to the waterfront on a job, and he'd call me as soon as he got back.
They did.
Something's wrong here. Good night, Mr. Walker.
Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
I came here to find Claude and give him one more chance to explain, but now I think I'd better go directly to the district attorney.
Think again, Miss Scott.
A gun.
That's right. And it says you'll step over to my car without any trouble. Come on.
I don't understand.
Just move it. You're going for a boat ride. A very short boat ride.
Harrington's going to be surprised to see us.
I could have called, but I figure I might take a look around Miss Scott's apartment myself.
You think Harrington might be asleep?
It's very possible. He's been staked out here waiting for Barbara for the last 2 hours.
Soft job. Oh, this is it. Number 213.
Right.
Oh, Chief, Miss Miller.
Barbara didn't come home? No telephone calls?
Yeah, nothing at all. Been real quiet here.
You see that, Harrington? Your socks are showing.
Huh? Oh, yeah. I took off my shoes. You know, sort of rest my feet.
Bless her in your own time. You from downtown?
Oh, gosh, I almost forgot. Hey, that garage attendant called back. Full description on the person who brought the hit-run car in for repairs. Interesting.
Oh, Harrington, don't be so mysterious.
It was a him. Perfect description of that Claude Johnson fellow.
Odd. He brought the car in alone?
Yep, all by himself.
He must have been driving Barbara's car. I just knew she couldn't be trying to kill her sister.
Perhaps. Ann was on to something and had to be stopped.
Her sister could still be in the middle of it.
Very much so. But if she isn't, she might be in a very dangerous spot. We've got to find Claude before there's another accident that winds up in murder.
But where do we find her?
I think Walper might know the answer to that one. Let's go, Harrington.
I'm with you, Chief.
I'm sorry to bring this up, Harrington, but don't you think you might need to see?
Oh, you women. Think of everything. Go ahead, Chief. I'll catch up with you.
This is the dock.
Those lights out on the water. That must be Walper's ship, the Mermaid.
It is.
There's Walper, coming out of the cabin in that motorboat at the dock.
Now Walper and that other fellow are loading wooden cases into that dory.
Is that what you call that little boat, a dory?
That's right, Miss Miller. And I see it's made fast to his boat with a line. Walper is evidently going to tow the dory out to the big ship, the Mermaid.
Hey, Chief. They're through putting the cases in the dory. The other fellow's going. Walper's alone.
Good. I'll go talk to him. You stay here in the car, Harrington, just in case Claude is around.
Right.
Coming, Miss Miller?
Nothing I like better than a walk along the waterfront at night.
Hello there, Mr. Walper.
What? Oh, Garrett. Be with you as soon as I put this crate down on the deck. Yeah.
Your watchman said we'd find you here. Mind telling me where you're going?
Why should I mind? I'm in the importing business, remember?
I remember.
So I also export. My ship's sailing in an hour, and I'm taking out some cases of supplies to it.
I see. These cases?
Yeah. Canned stuff and some ship supplies. Want me to open one up for you?
Well, that won't be necessary. I've checked customs. They've already cleared your ship for sailing.
Don't miss a trick, do you? I'll open the case anyway. See? Canned goods, that's all.
Fair enough. And the cases in the dory are the same?
Sure. Put them in there because I'm taking the dory out. The Mermaid needs another lifeboat.
Okay. Where's Claude Johnson?
Claude? Haven't seen him all afternoon.
Isn't that unusual?
What's unusual about it?
Well, on a day one of your ships is loading, I'd think all of your employees would be busy.
Oh, you got it wrong, miss. Johnson's my bookkeeper. He doesn't work the dock.
How about Barbara Scott? Any idea where she is?
I don't even know her. Now, look, D.A., this stuff you're asking. What's it all got to do with me?
I have every reason to believe your man Johnson was involved in a hit and run, and I'd like your help in finding him.
I'd be glad to help if I could. Tomorrow I'll have more time.
I see. Just stay here, Miss Miller. I'll be right back.
Hey, where you going?
Now look into your cabin.
Hold it. You got no search warrant.
And I'm not making a search, Walper. You can't keep me out of there.
I think I can. With this.
Mr. Garrett, he's got a gun.
You take one more step towards the cabin, the little lady here gets it first. Now back.
Thanks, Hankin. You just grazed me with the gun butt.
Sorry, I was a little slow. But Walper won't be spotting anybody else for a while.
Yeah, I see that. Where's Miss Miller?
Down here in the cabin. Barbara Scott's here.
We're coming.
You have her tied up?
Yeah, gag, too. Let me take this tape off her mouth. Yeah.
Oh, it's better. I can hardly breathe. I was so frightened. He told me he had to kill Claude and that I was next. He was going to throw my body out to sea. There, dear, now don't think about it. And you're so right about Claude. He tried to warn me. That's why he tried to kill her with my car.
That's the way it figures, all right. But, Chief, I don't get Walper's part in all this. Was he in on the con game?
No, Harrington. Walper was in on a much bigger game. The answer is in those cases in the dory.
The wooden cases?
Yes. Can you walk all right, Miss Scott?
Yes, I'll be fine now.
Give her a hand, Harrison. Let's go. Good. Be careful stepping on the dock here.
But, Chief, what do you mean those cases in the dory of the answer?
Come on, I'll show you. Oh, bring that crowbar, Harrington.
Hey, this dory is full of cases of supplies.
I don't think they're all supplies. I'll open this one. Now we'll just push aside some of this sawdust. There.
Wow. Look at that.
Mr. Garrett, that looks like a bar of gold, solid gold.
Exactly what it is, Miss Miller. And this little boat is loaded with those golden bars. Mr. Walper was taking them to Singapore.
But why?
For a tremendous and illegal profit. You see, gold here in the United States is pegged at $35 an ounce. But in Singapore, on the black market, Walper could sell it easily at $80 an ounce.
Yeah, a nice bit of exporting, all right. Well, what do we do now, Chief?
You stay here until we can get the harbor authorities to round up the rest of the crew. In the meantime, I think Miss Scott would like to see her sister.
Oh, I would, Mr. Garrett. More than anything in the world.
This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
It was not very long after that you probably read in your newspapers about the conviction of the man we called Walper on the charge of first-degree murder, along with his henchman Skipper. You may have also read of the rounding up the various members of the vicious gold smuggling gang and the federal punishments meted out to them. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Philip H. Lord.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
Usually, a district attorney can quickly spot the work of an amateur in crime.
But it's not always easy for him to solve the crime itself. One of the most puzzling and vicious crimes we ever worked on had its start in a city bowling alley about 10:30 one night. A flashy red-headed girl in the cashier's cage is talking to a boy lounging at the window.
Oh, look, Nick, why don't you take me out?
You kidding?
Don't you want to?
Well, sure I want to, Angie, but I got no money. No job now. Ladino's fired me.
There's ways to get money.
Uh-oh, I better go. Here comes Ladino.
What of it?
I told you not to hang around here, Nelson.
He ain't hurting nobody,
Yeah,
Joe.
but I told him keep away from you, baby. Now, you get out and stay out, see?
Okay, okay.
You come into the office, Angie. It's your quitting time anyway. Hey, Sammy, take the cage.
Wait for me, Nick, out back by the parking lot.
Shut the door and sit down.
I'll stand. Well, what is it?
You know what it is. You're my girl.
Listen, I told
No
you.
bum like Nick Nelson's gonna hang around you.
What if I want him to hang around?
Oh, you two-timer little...
Stop it!
You're not selling me that.
Ow!
You're my girl, and you're gonna stay my girl, you see?
You dirty louse! Let me alone!
Oh, baby, I'm sorry. It's in my temper. You know how it is.
Hey, Joe! I need some nickels and dimes. What I think?
You know, it gets away from me.
Hey, Joe!
Yeah, all right. Look, baby, you forget about this, huh? Will you please? Good. I didn't mean to hurt you. You know, I'm crazy about you.
Baboon. I'll get even with him. Nick.
Yeah, over here.
Get in, Nick. You drive.
Wait a minute, Angie. Whose car is this?
It's Joe's, if that makes any difference. Get in. Keys up over the sun visor. Drive over to the Parkway Theater.
What's the idea?
Don't ask questions. We'll show that louse of a Joe Ladino. We'll get money, plenty of it.
Hey, now, wait a minute,
Wait,
Angie.
nothing. You don't want to be a pin boy all your life. You'd look nice all dressed up, Nick.
Yeah, but that theater...
I know the Parkway. Girlfriend of mine used to usher there. Manager's name's Fred LaSalle. He's made a couple of plays for me. Right now he'll be in his office cashing up.
Creepers. We can't get away with that, Angie.
Chicken, huh?
No, I ain't, but we ain't got no gun.
Look there in my bag. With that kerchief around it.
Where'd you get that?
Out of Joe's desk. His car and his gun. Cops will trace him right to him. Oh, pull in here, Nick. Just past the theater.
Leave the engine running?
Shut it off. Anybody going by might think it was funny. Engine going and nobody in the car.
Better let me have the gun, Angie.
Don't touch it with your bare hands. I'll keep it.
What if anybody's with him?
That's their hard luck.
Who is it?
It's me, Freddie. Angie Davini. Can I come in?
Yeah, just a minute.
Don't make any noise.
What? Hey, listen. Hey, is this a joke?
Yeah, on you. Shut that door, Nick.
Hey, you red-headed tramp. I'll see.
Creepers. You shouldn't have done that, Angie.
I didn't. I didn't. Joe Ladino did it. Grab that satchel, Nick. Let's get out of here.
Evening, Chief.
Hello, Harrington. The manager, huh?
Yep. Name's Fred LaSalle. He was cashing up in here at the time.
And who found him?
The assistant manager. His name's Tomlin. He was inside the house, thought he heard a couple of shots. Came out in time to hear a car start up.
Did he see who did it?
No. Thinks he saw the getaway car, though. Ran out front just as a big sedan pulled away. About a 49 model black.
He's not sure it was the getaway car.
No, but it got away so fast he thinks it probably was.
How much did they get, Harrington?
Tomlin thinks about 1,000, maybe 1,200. Said LaSalle usually marks some bills in every cash up, just in case. He was held up once before.
Oh, that might help. You got the mark?
Yeah, here on this slip of paper.
What about this assistant manager, this Tomlin?
Well, looks okay, Chief, but I'll check through on him.
Well, I hope you had a good sleep last night, Harrington. We may not get any tonight. Let's go.
District Attorney's office. Yes. Oh, you did? Where? Uh-huh. What time did they find it? About half an hour ago? That would be about 2 a.m., yes. Yes. Mr. Garrett may want to call you back on this, Sergeant. He isn't in right now. Thank you.
Anything on the theater MO boys, Miss Miller?
Detective Bureau picked up Slips Madigan for questioning. They said he had a sound alibi.
Did they pick up anybody else?
No, they said no other logical suspect was in the area.
Well, that's no help.
But this may be. It's a report from Patrol Station 19.
Suburban, eh? Black sedan, 1950, 2 a.m., Montgomery Street. Unlocked. Apparently in good condition. Well, this time element isn't long enough to make it an abandoned car, Miss Miller.
But the neighborhood, Montgomery Street.
I don't recall that street. Where is it?
It dead ends on the city dump.
Oh, that's different.
The car was on the dump.
Police following through on the license tag?
Yes, sir.
Where have you been, Harrington?
Oh, hello, Chief. Down at ballistics.
You get anything?
Yep. LaSalle was shot with a .22. They've got the 2 slugs down there.
Pretty small caliber.
For an experienced hood to use, yeah.
He might have been an amateur.
Well, that's possible. Find out if any .22s have been reported stolen, Harrington.
I did. Nothing reported. They'll call us if anything comes in.
Well, we've got to find that gun. And the money satchel.
Yeah, just like that.
Do you want to talk to Sergeant Malloy?
We'll swing around there on our way out. Let's have a look at that sedan, Harrington.
This dump. Not exactly a garden of roses, Chief.
See anything in that sedan?
No, not yet. There's a car up ahead.
Patrol car. Well, there's a stand, just beyond it. District Attorney.
Yes, sir.
Got the flashlight, Harrington?
Yeah, right here.
Anything on that steering post?
Nope.
Now, let's have that light. Take a look at the floor. Sometimes the thing will drop down. What's that little bulge? Lift up the floor mat, Harrington.
Now, what do you got?
Cartridge. .22 caliber.
Beginning to add up, huh?
Not necessarily, but it's a possible. Enough so to have this car towed in.
Nothing in back, huh?
I didn't see anything when I flashed the light there.
What's the next move, Chief?
Have Tomlin look at that sedan. Check the registration. Then we may want to talk to the owner.
Afternoon, gents. Want a bowl?
No, we didn't come to bowl. We're looking for a Joe Ladino.
Well, I'm him. What's the pitch?
Can we go somewhere and talk privately?
Oh, sure, in my office. What do you want to talk to me about?
I'm the district attorney, and this is my assistant.
Oh. Oh, well, sure, right this way. Sit down, huh?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. What's wrong?
Well, about an hour ago, at noon, you reported to the police that your car had been stolen.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, when did you find out it was stolen?
What's this all about?
Answer him, Ladino. When did you find out?
Well, last night. Around, midnight, I guess.
Why didn't you report it sooner?
Well, sometimes a friend of mine used the car. I thought, one of them might have borrowed it, so...
One of them?
Yeah. I let a couple of the boys who work in here use it once in a while. For a favor. Sometimes my cashier, Angie Davini, she borrows it. I didn't want to report it in, have one of them picked up. They've been embarrassed.
What did you do after you found the car was gone?
Well, I walked around, waited for him to bring it back. The air felt good,
Now, how long did you wait?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe an hour. Now, come on. What's wrong, huh? I told you all I know. What's wrong?
Plenty, Ladino.
There was a holdup and murder at the Parkway Theater late last night.
Eh?
And your car was used for the getaway. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of murder by amateurs, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
The night Fred LaSalle, manager of the Parkway Theater, was robbed and murdered, a car registered to Joe Ladino, bowling alley proprietor, was found by the police at the city dump. In the car, we found a .22 caliber cartridge, the caliber bullet that killed LaSalle. We questioned Ladino. While his answers were straightforward enough, he couldn't furnish an alibi for the time of the murder. The next day, at my office, find anything on Ladino, Miss Miller?
Nothing in the criminal file, just a lot of traffic violations.
A lot?
About a dozen. I call that a lot.
No, for what?
Oh, mostly for overparking, a couple for speeding.
No wonder. When everybody uses the guy's car.
Did you check with gun records?
Yes, sir. A .22 revolver was registered to Ladino 2 years ago. He bought it at Henshaw's.
Well, now we're getting somewhere.
Has Ladino a permit?
Yes.
Anything else, Miss Miller?
Lieutenant O'Brien phoned in.
And what did he want?
The police found that money satchel.
Oh, great. Where?
Out on the dump. O'Brien said he thought it was carried a short distance from the car and then thrown.
Probably. Has Tomlin at the theater identified it?
Yes, a positive identification.
That just about wraps up that car as the murder car, Chief.
Yeah, it looks that way. And call the lab, Miss Miller. Have them go over everything. Steering wheel, seat cushions, floor mats, the works.
Yes, sir.
Now, if we can find the gun.
And we'll find it, Harrington. Let's get over to Ladino's.
But how dumb can a guy get, Chief, to do the job in his own car?
Well, I'm not saying he did.
If he used his own car, he probably used his own gun.
Well, that might follow.
And if he used his own gun, he'd either hide it in his room or in his office.
Or throw it away.
Yeah.
It'll probably show up in somebody's trash barrel on the other side of town. But we'll see.
Nifty little redhead in that cage, Chief.
Oh, she's got a boyfriend, too.
She ought to have plenty of them.
Gee, that the shop's suiting.
Yeah, looks all right, huh?
Oh, wonderful.
Why not? You picked it out.
You look swell, Nick. But you hadn't ought to come in here. You know how Joe feels.
I had to show you the suit.
Oh, something you want, mister?
Is Mr. Ladino here?
No, he's out to lunch. If you want to leave a message, I'll...
How soon will he be back?
He's been gone over half an hour. Pretty soon.
We'll wait in his office.
You tell me your business with him, I'll go get him. I know where he eats.
We'll wait.
Get out of here. See you tonight.
Want the door closed, Chief?
Partly, Harrington. Now, that's good. See where that other door leads to, Harrington.
Yeah.
Maybe an outside entrance into this office. Harrington.
Huh? Find something, Chief?
Take a look in this desk drawer.
A gun, huh? Well, that ought to do it.
Well, we're not sure it's the one we want.
Uh-oh. It was an outside entrance.
You guys again, huh? Hey, you got no right to look at my desk.
I have a search warrant, Ladino.
Listen, I had about enough of this.
Make it easy for yourself. Sit down.
Because so help me,
Sit
I'm
down,
gonna...
I said.
If you're clean, Ladino, you've got nothing to worry about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You'll learn.
You got a spare handkerchief, Harrington?
Yeah. Here.
Oh, thanks. No point in getting my fingerprints on this revolver, too. 2 empties. When was this gun last out of the drawer, Ladino?
I don't remember. What difference, huh? I got a permit for that gun. I'll show it to you.
We know you've got the permit. Now take it easy.
When was it last out of the drawer?
I don't know. Last month sometime.
What about these 2 empties, Ladino?
Well, could be I left them in there. I don't remember.
You'd better come along with us.
What for? I ain't done nothing. If you think I pulled off that theater holdup, you're crazy.
On your
because
feet.
I'll take along this revolver, too, for ballistics in the lab. Come on, Ladino.
District Attorney's office.
Anything new, Miss Miller?
The lab reported in on the car. Some traces of face powder and lipstick on the seat cushion. A couple of red hairs.
No, that doesn't prove anything.
Where are you, Mr. Garrett?
Over at headquarters, detention. Call me here if anything breaks.
Yes, sir.
You get that report, Harrington, from ballistics?
Yeah, right here, Chief. Lab report's not quite ready.
About what I thought it would be.
Hey, look, this ain't reasonable. See, I gotta get back to work. I've been here already a couple hours.
You'll be here longer than that, pal.
That 22 of yours killed LaSalle.
What? You're nuts. How could it kill anybody? It'd been right there in that drawer.
They test-fired the revolver down in the basement. They compared the slugs with those taken out of LaSalle's body. They all came from the same revolver.
Yeah, listen, you can't pin that onto me. I don't know anything about it. I tell you, I never killed nobody.
And tell me this. Would anybody be trying to hang this on you?
Why?
I'm asking you, Ladino.
No, I done nothing to nobody. Why would they try to hang it onto me?
How many people have access to your desk?
Oh, I don't know. A couple, maybe half a dozen. Anyway, what do they want with the gun?
Who are they?
Who? The guys in the bowling alley that take over when I'm out. My cashier, Angie Davini, a couple others.
We'll be back, Ladino.
Oh, look, I gotta get back to work.
He's about ready to confess, Chief.
No, not unless he's lying.
What?
I can't buy it, Harrington.
But why not? Everything checks.
Well, I might go along with it if Ladino was hard up for money, but he isn't. He's doing all right with that bowling alley. Good bank account, excellent credit rating.
Lab report for you, Mr. Garrett.
Oh, thanks. I want to get a drink of water, Harrington. Then we'll go back in and question him some more.
What's the lab report, Chief?
Traces of face powder on the revolver, same as the powder on the car seat cushions.
Looks like a new angle.
Harrington, those 2 kids in the bowling alley, the redhead and the boy with the new suit.
What about him?
Find out where he bought it. That cost good money. Go to the best stores in the area. And Harrington,
Yeah?
find out what they used for money.
Where's the car, Nick?
I didn't get it yet.
Why not?
Well, they had to do a brake job on it. The guy said I could pick it up tomorrow.
How do you like that? I was counting on it to move my things to the new apartment this afternoon.
So, all right, we'll get a taxi.
Okay.
I want to eat first, Angie.
Now? It's only 4 o'clock.
I'm hungry. I couldn't eat much lunch.
All right. Come on.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Let's cross the street. I don't want to pass that cop.
Oh, he won't bother us?
Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm crossing over.
Look, Nick.
I don't feel right about cops. You told me Ladino was going to get tagged for that job, and now I read they let him go. I don't know what's going on now.
Oh, shut up. You're going to spend the rest of your life dodging cops? They'll never catch up with us.
Look, Will, grab a taxi. Go move your things now. I ain't as hungry as I thought I was. Come on.
At the apartment house, Chief?
Yes, the big one on the corner. We'll wait here a while.
It's plenty dark here, away from that street light. Might be this car coming. Yeah, it is, Chief. It's the one the salesman pointed out this morning.
It was a good idea you had, checking the used car lots.
First thing they always want is a car.
Come on.
It was easy to get her a change of address, too. Once I got her old address from Ladino.
Oh, there she is. Just coming out. Take your side of the car, Harrington. I'll take the other.
Right.
Gee, it's a real dreamboat, Nick.
Don't start that motor.
I'll take the ignition key.
Hey, what's the idea? Give me back that key.
You guys got a nerve.
It's a nice car, Nick. Nice suit, too. Not bad for a pin boy who was fired.
So what's that to you?
Say, you're the guys who came in to see Joe Ladino.
That's right.
Who are you?
District Attorney, Angie.
The what?
Creepers.
What were you two doing out around Montgomery Street the other night?
We weren't out there.
What night?
The night LaSalle was murdered.
Oh, look, you got the wrong party, mister. Give us that key and stop being funny.
You won't find it funny, Angie. Not when the jury finds out how you and Nick killed LaSalle.
That's a lie.
Unfortunately for you, it's not. You should never try to spend marked money, Angie, or try to pin a murder onto somebody else. Joe Ladino, for example. It shows up quicker when you do.
I told you it wouldn't work, Angie.
Shut up.
I knew it wouldn't.
Oh, you chicken. You guys ain't taking me.
Watch it, Chief. She's got a gun in that bag.
Let go of it, Angie.
I'll kill you.
I'll have to hurt you.
It was Nick killed him. He had the gun. I didn't.
You did have the gun. Don't believe him, mister. It was her. I didn't know where we was going.
It doesn't make any difference now, Nick. It's bad news for both of you. This is David Bryan again. I hope you've enjoyed this case from the file of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
You may remember the case. Nick Nelson turned state witness and was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Angie Davini was convicted of murder in the first degree and is now serving a life sentence. The case was another in the long list of crimes by juvenile delinquents. A serious problem that can only be solved by the complete cooperation of parents and all agencies of law enforcement. And now this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by two famous Bristol Myers products, Ipana and the Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
This evening, our adventure begins in a closely guarded house in the District Attorney's county. Here we find Fanny Devine, once a leading figure in the underworld, talking to Monk Garson, his only remaining follower.
I'm through, Monk. I can't take it anymore. I can't stand it any longer.
Oh, look, Vanny, you're safe in this county. Relax and try to get some sleep.
Sleep? I can't sleep. How can a man sleep with that monkey chattering all the time?
Quiet, no dice. Quiet. You're bothering the boss.
The monkey give me the creeps. Why don't you throw him out the window?
Oh, wait a minute, Vanny. I took my moniker from this little fella because he's all up. Hey, you've seen him pick up the dice and rattle them just like he knew. Yeah. That's why I call him No Dice. All the luck we got left. Anyhow, he ate a monkey, he's a marmoset.
Well, it gets on my nerves.
Oh, take it easy, Vanny. You'll be all right. I told you, this DA, he don't let anybody come in his town that could hurt you.
Yeah, he don't know half the guys that are after me. If this county's so safe, why'd I get that note from Bullett's Cane?
Well, they can't stop Bullett's Cane from using the U.S. mail. Quiet, No Dice. Quiet.
Hey, how about that doctor? Doesn't he do here now?
Hey, he's right outside.
Get him in here.
Sure, boss, sure. Come in, Dr. McCord. Mr. Devine is ready for the treatment.
Oh, thanks, Garson. Well, Devine, how do you feel? Lousy, Doc. I can't get no rest. I keep seeing that prison.
Well, what you need right now is a sedative. Now, just lie on this couch, Devine, and roll up your sleeve.
Yeah, Doc.
I'll rub off your arm. Yeah, there. And, here goes the needle.
Ouch!
No, that didn't hurt, Devine.
Yeah. You know, I appreciate a high-class croaker like you working on me, Doc.
Well, your case interests me.
And then it's lucky we ran into you on a train coming back from Alca. That place they had Fanny.
And you, Garson. You were really the only one waiting for him at the gates there.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Just one guy, little Monk here. It's like he says, Doc McCord. With my health and nerves the way they are, we're playing a nice party to find you've got your practice in the same town I'm heading for.
Well, Devine, I can see you're suffering from a classic fear neurosis.
Well, I get plenty to be afraid of.
Now, I'm warning you. You've got to relax this tension. And I'll be back later to see if I can get you settled for a night's rest. That's imperative. You must sleep.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Oh,
I'll try.
Well, Doc, if you're through, I'll take you out.
Yes, I'm through for the time being.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this?
This? Oh, it seems to be a piece of paper lying by the window.
Yeah. Look what it says. Look, Doc. Look, I know that handwriting.
Let me read it, boss. Rat Devine, you're going out tonight. Say, this is Kane's
Get me out of here. Lock the windows. Lock the door.
Wait a minute.
Give me somebody to beat it.
No.
Hey,
take it easy.
I'm going.
Hold on. Do I understand this note here is a threat?
This note is from Bullett's Cane, Doc, a guy that don't like the boss.
Oh. Well, there's just one thing for you to do. Get to bed.
Sure, that's fine. But before we do anything, we're going to call the district attorney.
Any of me seen now, nurse?
Oh, yes, Mr. District Attorney. Doctor left no instructions about visitors at all.
Hey, is that the law?
The DA?
Yes.
Well, bring him in.
All right, come on, Harrington.
Right. So this is Vanny Devine, huh?
Yes, the big shot. Well, Harrington, he doesn't look like much now, does he?
No, I guess he was lucky to be alive. What's the matter, Vanny? Stomachache?
No, gents, it's his nerves. He's got it so bad he's had to have a doc on this here nurse.
And who are you?
I'm
My pal, Monk Garson, DA.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about the monks. What, they tell me he would have been out on the big rock with you, Vanny?
No, sir, I'm clean. I never touched no gun or no knife.
Well, we won't argue about that. Now, Vanny, I've come out here to have a straight talk with you.
Nurse, give me a glass of water, will you?
All right, give him the water, nurse. Then you'd better leave us alone.
Yes, sir. You are, Mr. Devine.
Okay, blow. Now, look here, DA.
Hey, what is this, a zoo?
It's just my marmoset notes I see. He wants to drink of the boss's water.
Well, get him out of here, too.
All right, boss, all right. Don't get yourself nervous. Come on, no dice. Don't get it.
Now, listen, DA. You gotta protect me. You gotta.
Why should I protect you? And from what?
I got a note, DA. Came from Bullett's cane. It tells me I ain't gonna live another night.
From Bullett's cane, huh? He ain't one of your fans, Vanny.
You got that note right here? Was it mailed?
There was two. One was mailed. One wasn't.
Oh, then Kane's in town. I expected that when I heard you had showed up.
Now, wait a minute. You gotta protect me. I'm clean with the law now.
Well, with 5 years on the rock for income tax fraud? I think you came clean at cut rates, Manny.
Yeah, by right
Hey,
they
now,
oughta...
look, go easy.
No, it isn't you I have to protect. It's the people of this county. That's why I'll see that you don't get killed. But you've got to play it my way.
Well, what way is that?
You'll stay right here in this house and not go out. There'll be no gun battles on the streets of this town with innocent people killed.
Just stay right here. Huh?
Yes, and I'm going to ship those bodyguards of yours that I met downstairs out of town.
What?
I don't like their looks.
But you can't leave me alone.
No, you won't be alone. Monk Garson can stay with you. Inspector Brophy and his men will guard the house. Now, you stay right here and you'll be safe until we've rounded up Bullett's cane. And then you'll both get out of town. Now, you'd better play ball with me, Vanny. I'll be back this evening to be sure you have.
Oh, good evening, Mr. District Attorney.
Good evening, Doctor.
McCord, John McCord. My patient here told me you were looking after him.
Well, I don't think you could call it that, Doc. We didn't ask him to play in our backyard.
How do you feel, Vanny?
You got those cops downstairs?
Yes, they're there.
That's good. This excitement, it ain't good for my heart, is it, Doc?
Well, let's not worry about your heart. Oh, nurse.
Yes, sir.
In case the patient can't sleep tonight, I'm leaving these capsules. 3 of them.
Yes, sir.
Now, one of them ought to make him comfortable, but give him as many as he seems to need.
Yes.
Now, Devine, you relax.
Yeah.
The district attorney's here. You've got to realize you have nothing to worry about.
That's what you say.
No. This attitude isn't helping you any. Well, good evening, gentlemen.
Good night, Doctor.
Good night.
Now, nurse, I want you to see...
Well, Vanny, you're a lot more trouble than you're worth.
Listen, you saw that note I got for Bullett's cane? He wasn't fooling. If you'll just see me through this, I'll get out of the country. Canada, Central America. I'll find it.
Well, you'll certainly get out of this county, my friend. We'll locate Kane. We want to get rid of him, too, as I told you. And when we find him, you both go.
But you ain't going to let him send me over. That ain't legal to you.
Yeah, it looks a lot different on the receiving end, don't it, Vanny?
I'm staying here myself tonight.
You?
Does that make you feel any better?
Why, yeah, sure. Sure, that's fine. That's mighty fine.
Yes, I've even brought my secretary, so I can keep up with my work while I'm staying here.
Yeah, don't forget, brother, it's not because you rate it.
Well, whatever it is, I'm mighty grateful.
That's all right. Save the thanks.
Hey! Who? Oh.
Go ahead, Devine. Answer it.
Hello?
Hello, Vanny.
Who's that?
This is Bullett's cane.
Huh?
I just wanted you to understand. I know you got cops there. I know you're beef to the DA. You're still going over tonight.
Hey, wait.
That's all, rat.
Hey, DA. Call my cops. Call those cops.
What is
Get him in here.
That was Kane. This time on a fellow. Get him in here. You'll never be Divine. You're not going to be killed by bullets, Kane.
I thought I was good, Kane, but not that good. Here was the DA himself giving me a polite hello, and that dumb cop of his ready to stick out his tongue and ask for a pill. Oh, it was rich.
Yeah, Johnny. Looks like this new idea of mine would come out all right.
Sure it will. You know, I never worked a heavy grip like this before. But don't you worry. People have been falling for this dignified front of mine for years. Why, Vanny and Monk Garson on the train were the easiest marks I ever trimmed.
A wise guy always falls for a con man like you, Johnny.
Sure.
That's why I planted you on that train.
Yeah, it sure worked. And when I dropped that note in Vanny's room this afternoon, I wish you could have heard him howl.
You couldn't calm him down, huh?
Oh, not even with my professional skill.
John the doctor. Hey, you really know anything about it?
Oh, I had a few years at medical school.
Yeah?
But let's forget that.
Oh.
Now, I've given Vanny a couple of harmless hypos to dress the act. And I've already dug 2 big trees out of him.
You're going to make out all right. But he's going tonight.
Yeah. I got a nurse there with him. I got the nurse from an agency, and she's on the level. But the sleeping capsules, well, they ain't on the level.
Will they hurt?
As soon as he swallows one, it'll tear him to pieces.
Not too quick.
It'll be a matter of minutes.
Good.
Now, let's have a look at my watch, son. It's 11:30. I don't want to keep you any longer.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, no, you better get home now. The rest of this can wait until morning when we're back in the office.
But are you going to stay here all night?
Yes. Harrington and I, Brophy and the police.
Oh.
Yeah. Quite a turnout for a bum like Vanny Devine, ain't it, Miss Miller?
He certainly caused plenty of excitement.
A man like Vanny Devine represents the end of an era. Just a nuisance now. Out of date.
I won't feel easy till he's out of this county, too.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, good night, you two.
Good night.
Don't sit up too late now.
No, we won't.
Hey, by the way, Harrington.
Yeah.
Better go down and see his Brophy.
Oh, hello, Miss Sawyer. You still up? Yes, I'll be on duty all night. Oh, gosh, it's nerve-wracking, this waiting, isn't it? What's the matter? You tired out? Uh-huh. Honestly, I don't see how I'll get to sleep when I get home. Well, I'll tell you what, Miss Miller. The doctor left some capsules for the patient if he got restless and couldn't sleep. Here they are. Now, I won't need all 3. You take this one. Oh, thanks. Take it in a little water the minute you get home. You'll sleep all right.
In just a moment, your district attorney will continue with this case. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
Hey, what's that?
12:30, Vanny. Now lie back and take it easy.
I ain't slept a wink.
Yeah, I know.
Listen, Monk. It's like I can see him in the corner there, looking at me. Regan Kane, Alfred Aldy, the kid from Kansas City, all of them.
Our dead guys won't hurt you, Vanny. Lie back now, huh?
Get that weekend monkey away from me, will you?
Quiet, no dice. Quiet.
I can't think with them jumping around.
Now on the chair, no dice. Now be a good boy now. Get over
Let
there.
me straighten your pillow for you.
Yeah.
There.
Thanks. Thanks.
You really ought to get some rest now.
Rest. It's a funny one.
Can't you give him a pill or something, nurse?
Yes, there's a sleeping capsule doctor left for him. This red one right here.
Oh, yeah. Give me that. It might make me feel better at that.
Just pour you a little water.
That's good, Vanny. Swallow a little pill and then lay back on the weeping willow and grab yourself some shut-eye.
Mm-hmm.
There you are. Just put it on your tongue and swallow it with the water.
Now, wait a minute. Will this thing put me clear under?
You'll go right down to sleep.
Then I don't want it.
What? You don't?
Now, Fanny, be sensible.
I don't want it, I tell you. I can't pass out now. Jane might come for me while I was asleep.
Put that DA in Harrington, and the cops are downstairs.
Listen, I know what I'm doing. I gotta stay awake. I ain't gonna go in my sleep. I've seen him do that.
Now, Mr. Devine,
Get away from me with that sleep pill. I've seen him lying down and dreaming. Somebody up with a gun. It's a big sleep. Oh, no, not for mine. Mm-mm.
Well, all right, Fanny, all right.
Oh, no.
Oh, then brace up, Chappie. You're among friends here.
O'clock in the morning, Chief.
Yes, I know, Harrington.
What's happened?
Hey, what's that?
How'd this happen?
Oh, Monk Garson, Vanny.
Did you know anything about this?
Why, what's the matter, Monk?
Oh, look.
Oh.
My little marmoset, no dice.
Huh? Hey, he's dead.
Oh, what happened to him?
Something bad, Chief. Look how he's stretched out.
Well, who'd want to kill a little fella, huh? Who'd do a thing like that? What's it gonna hurt in a poor little thing?
Yes, maybe
look.
it is.
Yes, sir?
Here, take a look.
What do you think?
Oh, the little marmoset.
Well, what happened to him? What would do like that to him?
Wait a minute. Oh, this is awful.
I'll say it is.
No, you don't understand.
Why, what's wrong?
Well, I saw this animal drinking the water I poured out for Mr. Devine.
Yes?
Yeah, there were 2 sleeping capsules. Now there's only 1. And Mr. Devine says he didn't take any while I was out of the room.
You think No Dice got one?
Well, he must have. They were bright red, just the thing that would attract him.
What kind of sleeping powders were these?
They must have been made up by mistake with the wrong ingredients.
Well, that's a nice thing.
No, you still don't understand.
Huh?
There were 3 capsules.
What?
I gave one to the district attorney's secretary, Miss Miller.
What?
She took it home with her an hour and a half ago.
This is our door, Chief.
Yes, I know.
Listen, the radio's on.
Yes.
I'll break this door down.
Oh, no, try a pass key first. Maybe quicker.
Right.
All right, come on.
There she is, Chief.
Yes.
Stretched out in an armchair with the radio grinding.
Turn it off.
Chief, look at this kid.
Yes.
She's out like a light.
Miller.
Chief, this can't be.
Miss Miller.
Hello.
Oh, please, Miss Miller, answer me. Did you take that capsule?
What on earth? What capsule?
The one you got from Devine's nurse.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
No.
What?
Well, it turned out I didn't need anything to make me sleep, did you
Oh.
see? Oh. I turned on that night owl radio program and dozed right off in this armchair listening to it. Oh. Say, what's gotten into you? What?
Do you still have that capsule?
Well, yes. What's wrong?
That sleeping medicine is deadly poison, intended to kill Vanny Devine.
What?
No, wait a minute. Don't faint.
No, I won't faint, but why did that nurse give it to me for?
She didn't know, of course. Now, take it easy, Miss Miller.
Yeah.
Now, Harrington, back to Vanny Devine. They'll try to get him some other way. Come in here, Carson.
Okay.
Sit down right by the bed here.
All right. You heard about the No Dice, didn't you?
Yeah. That's what I want to talk about.
Well, I don't.
Now, look here. That monkey got a hold of some stuff that was meant for me.
That's right, and if it hadn't been for him,
I'd have turned up my toes the same way.
Well, ain't you got anything to say?
I got plenty to say. All to you, you double-crosser.
What is this? I don't make you.
You get me all right. Who planted that poison?
Well, I don't know.
Not the nurse. I never seen her before.
Yeah, but
Not the doc. Where would his practice be if he handed out a dose like that?
Something's got into you, Benny. Relax.
Not with you around. You were the guy that planted that stuff to kill me. You. The one guy I thought I could trust.
But you can trust me, Benny. I never tried to kill you. You got me wrong.
Now, wait. Who hired you to shove that poison into my medicine? It was Kane, wasn't it?
You got no call to lay me out like this. Kane couldn't hire me to hurt you, Vanny.
I don't believe you. You're a crook, and in the long run, a crook will turn on you.
Oh, that's great. You're the one to talk, ain't you?
Never mind about me. I can take care of myself so far as yours is concerned.
Then you better start doing it. After a deal like this, nobody'd blame me if I did go to work for Kane.
Oh. So it's out in the open now.
Yeah, you're bound to be wrong about me. Nothing else will do. Yeah, that's gratitude. So long, big shot.
Now, wait a minute.
Huh? What now?
Don't you want to shake before you go?
What for?
Well, it's just from now on, I got to go at single duke. For myself. Might as well make a clean break here. We're going to split. Let's split even. Run over and shake hands.
There. Hey, let go of my hand.
Not this morning, you chitter.
What do you got there? Benny, be careful.
A knife.
Benny.
From under my pillow.
Benny,
You're going to... Well, that fixed you. Now I gotta get out of here. Kane will be waiting to hear from this bum.
Hello, Vanny.
Kane.
Come on in, Doc.
Sure. Doc. Doc, this guy with you. This guy here is Bullet Kane.
Sure he is.
Yeah, but what's he doing here? How'd he get in here?
Tell him, Doc.
The cops downstairs think he's my colleague. And I told your nurse to go.
Now, listen. Listen, fellas. I'll be reasonable. I'll treat you, right?
Thanks. Hey, look here.
What?
It's little Monk Garson.
Huh?
Somebody ruined him with a knife.
Oh.
That gives me a good idea.
You shouldn't have sent him here, Bullet.
Me? I didn't have anything to do with Garson. He was your boy.
And a lot of good it did him.
This was a dumb play, Vanny. You killed the one guy in the world that was loyal to you.
I thought he was your boy.
Nah. Doc, give me that pillow.
Here you are.
There's two of us to one.
There, no,
Hold it down on the bed. That's good, Johnny. Keep him from yelling.
Yeah, I got you.
Now listen, Vanny. I see you got a knife there. Now you got your choice. The doc here will operate on you, or you can drink one of them capsules he made up. Which will it be? Take the pillow off.
Yeah, right. I'll take the capsule.
All right. Give him room. Now, Vanny, we're going to let you drink this stuff and take you out nice and easy. But one holler and you get carved, understand?
Yeah.
Pour the water, Johnny.
Right. Drink it, Granny.
Give me it.
Here it is.
He threw the water in my face. Grab him.
Back on the bed, Brandy.
All right. You wouldn't be nice.
Back up.
So we won't be nice either. Give me that knife. Hold his arm, Johnny.
Stop.
Hey, what's going on here? Put that knife down, you.
Listen, I'm not there.
Hey, hurt me or do I have to shoot you? Chief, come in there, quick.
I see. Back against the wall, both you men. Devine, stay where you are. Brophy, send for a squad car. We're taking these three to headquarters.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller, with music by Charles Paul. The program was produced and directed by Edward A. Byron and written by Robert J. Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. And remember, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Sal Hepatica, Vitalis. Fred Utel speaking for Bristol Myers, who invite you to tune in again next week for Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And now, tonight's story, The Case of the Silent Killer.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney knows that time and distance are the implacable enemies of law enforcement, because they can mean the difference between preventing a crime or being forced to solve one. This case started with a phone call in the middle of the night from a lonely rural area on the outskirts of the county.
Operator. Operator, oh, please. Operator.
Operator, number, please.
Thank heaven. Operator, get me the sheriff's office quickly.
Oh, is that you, Mrs. Deneen?
Yes,
Oh, this is Mary Lou Jones, Mrs. Deneen. I'm working nights now. Something wrong?
Mary Lou, stop talking and get me the sheriff's office. You gotta send somebody to my house right away.
Well, I have to take the number on all police calls. What's your number there?
It's J247 ring 3. Will you hurry? Somebody's trying to break into the house and I'm all alone.
Well, there's nobody in the town office at night. I'll have to look up the deputy's home number.
Oh, please! He's trying the door.
Well, isn't your husband there?
He's away in Pittsburgh on business. Get help for me, please.
Well, I'll get it as fast as I can. I don't have all the numbers yet. I have to look them up. Oh, Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen, what is it? What's happening?
He's in the house.
Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen.
Who are you? What do you want? Oh, please. Oh, please don't hurt me, please.
Hi, Chief.
Hello, Herndon.
Better come inside out of this wind.
How long ago did this happen?
Oh, about an hour and a half ago. She was trying to get a call through to the deputy sheriff when she was shot. He couldn't have gotten here in time to stop it, even if she had reached him.
Shot twice, huh?
Yep. Phone operator heard the shots right after Mrs. Deneen screamed and dropped the phone. Phone's off the hook there, rural party line.
Any special reason for the two squads you have posted down the road?
No, just cut off curious visitors. Phone operator's a young girl, a little bit of a character. She's been waking people up on the lines to tell them what happened.
Any idea how the killer got in?
Yeah. Side door, I'll show you.
Oh, wait. I want to hang this phone up now in case the office wants to reach us here.
Fat chance of anybody getting through while that girl is calling. Only call she's placing on her own.
You said the dead woman is Mrs. Deneen?
Yeah.
Where's her husband?
Now, she told the phone operator he was in Pittsburgh on business. I've got Pittsburgh police checking all the hotels. They'll be notified if they find him. Oh, here's the door. It was wide open. That's how we got in to open the front door.
The lock doesn't seem to be broken. It must have been picked. I don't suppose you know if anything's been stolen.
I doubt it. Everything's neat. Doors haven't been ransacked. Matter of fact, there's Mrs. Deneen's purse on the sideboard. There you see. About $40 in cash. Hasn't been touched.
Well, that wasn't the motive, then. Only one other thing it could be.
What?
Hate, Harrington. Can you think of any other reason for breaking into a house in the middle of the night and murdering a woman in cold blood?
No, I guess not, Chief.
Now, let's take a look around outside. You got your flashlight?
Yeah.
Flash it around.
Right.
Boy.
Cold.
Oh, wait. Throw the beam that way again.
What are we looking for?
The ground. I'd like to see which way they go.
Yeah, there's a couple of marks here.
Yeah. Seem to lead back that way, behind the house.
You think the killer was on foot?
I don't know. Let's go back a way.
Keep going, all right.
Yes, and a set of prints leading toward the house. He came this way and went back this way. Is there a road back here anyplace?
I've been out here once before, about 5 years ago. Yeah, a suspected arson case. Farmhouse burned down about a mile back this way. Family named Mullen.
Oh, yes, I remember. You decided the fire was accidental.
Yeah, that's right. There was a dirt road leading to the farm, cuts into the main highway further down.
Oh, man may have been headed for that dirt road.
Why?
He must have had a car. He didn't drive up to the house in it. He left it someplace away from the scene.
Back on the dirt road?
That's what we're going to find out. Never mind the footprints. Head right for the road.
Wind is dying. Be getting light soon. Here. Here's what you want, Chief.
Yes? The car was parked here, all right.
Yep. Footprints again, too. Coming and going from where the car was standing. Now, that's where the car turned around to go back to the main road.
Yeah. He left something, though.
What is it?
Cigarette butt.
Oh. He didn't smoke much of it.
No, didn't even burn down to the brand mark. Well, that's one thing we know about him. What kind of cigarettes he smokes.
That's about all we do know, Chief. We won't be able to follow these tire marks past the main road.
Tread impressions won't do us any good either. It's a sanded tread, no distinguishing marks. Tires are fairly new.
Well, what now?
Back to the house.
Hey, whose car is out at the side of the house?
It's not a squad car. Not the medical examiner's either.
The boys had orders not to let anybody through except on official business.
It's between the house and the garage. Could it be Deneen's car?
Deneen? How? Even if the Pittsburgh police had located him right away, he couldn't have made it this soon.
Oh, unless he drove back during the night. Let's go around front.
Yeah, there's a man sitting there on the porch, Chief. Got his head in his arms.
That must be the husband, all right. Mr. Deneen?
Yes.
My name is Garrett. I'm the district attorney. This is Mr. Harrington.
I don't care who you are.
Look, Mr. Deneen, we can't tell you how sorry we are that...
Then don't, please. What good does it do to be sorry?
Let me handle it, Harrington. Mr. Deneen, it would help us a lot to know one thing. Did you or your wife have any enemies?
Enemies? Could there be anybody with enough hatred in their heart to do this? And even if I knew, do you think I'd tell you? I'd take care of it myself.
That's not the right way to talk, Mr. Deneen.
Don't tell me how to talk. You didn't drive home from Pittsburgh 10 minutes ago. You didn't find your wife the way I found mine.
Maybe you'd better rest for a while, Mr. Deneen. We'll talk to you later. I want to go around to the side door and use the phone. See if that telephone operator from the local exchange is on her way out here yet.
Yeah, long enough since I sent for her. We should... What's the matter? What are you looking at Deneen's car for, Chief?
Design of the tire tread. Same as we saw on the back road.
Yeah, but like you said, they're standard on lots of cars.
I know. Well, let's look it over anyhow. Look at this. On the frame of the car door.
Service station lubrication record. Local station.
Yes, dated 3 days ago. 18,106 miles. Now look at the mileage on the speedometer.
18,217 miles. Hey.
Just a little more than 100 miles. He couldn't have driven to Pittsburgh and back since that record was pasted on. I'm going to get a few answers from him.
Yep, there comes a squad car. Girl in with the driver.
That must be the phone operator.
Looks like Deneen went in the house, Chief.
And as long as we know where he is, we'll get back to him in a minute.
Are you Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Well, that policeman drove me out to say you wanted to see me. I'm Mary Lou Jones. I heard the whole thing on the telephone. I'm the operator on the local exchange.
Exactly what did you hear, Miss Jones?
Well, I heard the whole thing. It was just dreadful. I heard her crying, and then she said, "Who are you? What do you want?" And then the shots, and that was all.
You're sure you heard her say, "Who are you?"
Yes, that's what she said. I heard the whole thing. It was just terrible. Then I finally found the deputy's number, and I called him, and he said he'd come out right away, but that I should call the district attorney's office, too, and I did.
Well, thank you, Miss Jones. The policeman will drive you back to town.
Don't you want to know anything else? I mean, an idea about who might have done it or anything?
Well, whose idea?
Well, people around here, some of them think it might have been Ted Mullen.
The Mullen place that burned down, Chief.
Well, why do people think that?
Well, Mr. Deneen works at the bank, you know.
No, I didn't know.
Sure. He's president of the bank. When the Mullins had that fire a long time ago, well, Ted Mullins said it never would have happened if Mr. Deneen had okayed a loan he wanted to put in a water pipe instead of just using a well. Ted hated Mr. Deneen. Right up until the time he moved away 2 years ago.
I see. Better get through to radio division, Harrington. Put out an information wanted bulletin on Mullen.
You don't want to talk to Deneen again, then?
I guess not. Not anymore. A woman had been murdered in her isolated home. The commission of the crime had been overheard by a frantic telephone operator trying to reach the police for the victim. Our only suspect was a former neighbor thought to be harboring a 5-year grudge against the dead woman's husband. We put out an all-points bulletin for the suspect. Meanwhile, as a matter of routine, I checked the alibi of the dead woman's husband.
Here's a report from the Pittsburgh police, Mr. Garrett. It just came in.
Oh, thanks, Miss Miller.
Mr. Deneen was there, all right. Registered at the Penn Plaza Hotel day before yesterday.
Now, when did he check out?
Just after midnight last night.
Telephone operator said the murder took place about 1:30 a.m.
He couldn't have gotten back in time to do it.
No, not if it was really Deneen.
The hotel clerk's description checks out 100%.
Well, that's it then. But
What?
teletype them again. I want one more bit of information.
Yes, sir.
Ask if the Penn Plaza Hotel has its own garage or parking lot. I want to know if Deneen had his car with him.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, Chief, I was wondering where you were hiding. You get any word in that pickup at Ted Mullen yet?
No, except that he's moved out of the state. That's all we have so far.
I've been to all the insurance companies. Walter Deneen carried a few small policies on his wife. Nothing exceptional. Deneen's been doing some speculating in the stock market, though.
You check brokerage houses?
Yeah. He's been buying unlisted stocks against their advice.
And how have his investments turned out?
From what I gather, he's been losing his shirt.
Strange conduct for the president of a bank. Even a small bank.
There's something else.
What?
He became president of the bank in a hurry. 6 years ago when he married Mrs. Deneen.
What was he before that?
A bookkeeper.
Yeah, that is a big jump. How did it happen?
Simplest answer in the world. His wife had money. An inheritance from her father. He left her about $250,000. He was in the steel business.
Steel business. That could explain his trip to Pittsburgh. Deneen might have been checking on his wife's holdings. I wonder who he saw while he was there.
Well, who'd have charge of Mrs. Deneen's affairs?
Father's attorney. I can find out by checking his will. The attorney's name should be listed. Tell Miss Miller to cancel that teletype. I'll get my information directly. Call the motor pool and tell them I want a car and driver to take me out to the airport. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Hey, where you going?
Pittsburgh.
Yes, Walter was here to see me, Mr. Garrett. I've handled his wife's affairs just as I handled everything for her father before her.
And you saw him here in Pittsburgh last night?
Yes, he had dinner at my home.
You seem to be disturbed about something, Mr. Medford.
Well, I don't know if disturbed is the right word, Mr. Garrett, but I wondered about Walter's visit. It seemed unnecessary.
Would you mind explaining that?
I don't quite know how I can explain it. Well, he just seemed to be preoccupied with the fact that he intended to drive all night in order to get home. As a matter of fact, he became such a bore on the subject that Mrs. Medford, my wife, said she had a headache and asked to be excused.
Did Deneen drive out to your home?
No. We met here at the office and went out in my car. Took a taxi back to the hotel. But, well, there was one other thing I suppose I should tell you under the circumstances.
Yeah?
After my wife left us, he did it almost as a joke, Walter asked if his wife had changed her will lately. I don't like to say anything that I'm uncertain of, but I had a feeling that he was trying to draw me out, obtain information.
Has the will been changed?
No, it has not. Walter Deneen gets everything.
You don't like Deneen, do you?
He's an avaricious man, Mr. Garrett, but no special talent.
Well, I don't quite agree with your appraisal, Mr. Medford. I think Walter Deneen has a very special talent. He just missed his calling.
I don't follow you, sir.
Deneen is an excellent actor. Thank you very much for your help.
So I'll see you out.
Morning, Miss Miller.
Oh, good morning, Harrington.
Chief in yet?
No, he got home late last night, but I'm expecting him any minute. What's that you got?
Report on Ted Mullen, but he's not our baby.
You got an alibi?
Yeah, read it. Los Angeles Police. Mullen is out there. Camarillo State Hospital for the insane. He's been under lock and key for more than a year.
Oh, too bad. The poor man, I mean. Mr. Garrett will be...
Good morning.
Oh, good morning,
Mr.
Chief.
Garrett.
Well, we've come to a dead end on that Ted Mullen thing. Chief,
Never mind. It's not Mullen I'm after now. I'm interested in Walter Deneen.
You mean he wasn't in Pittsburgh?
No, he was there all right, but his car wasn't with him.
How did he travel then?
Same way I did, by plane. I found an airline stewardess who remembered a man of his description.
Oh, great. I check stockbrokers. You take the airline stewardesses.
She checked her flight list. The man she thinks was Deneen traveled under the name of Art Folger. I want you to run that name through the record bureau, Miss Miller.
Art Folger, yes, sir.
Why do you want to run a make on a phony name?
Because I think it may not be a phony name, Harrington. I think it may be the name of the killer.
Oh? How come?
Deneen inherits a fortune through his wife's death. I have every reason to believe his trip to Pittsburgh was to establish an alibi. He was seen at the hotel, dined with his wife's attorney. A perfect alibi for him.
Yeah.
But the actual killer needed an alibi, too, just in case. And he's got one. His name is Art Folger. He was on an airplane from Pittsburgh when Mrs. Deneen was killed. The airline records say so.
Pretty neat. But, what about Deneen's car?
The killer used it.
Chief, why wouldn't he rent a car?
I'll ask you. Figure it out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If we check rental places, he couldn't be on an airplane and driving a rented car at the same time.
Have you seen Deneen since I left?
Yes. He hasn't left the funeral home for a second. He's playing the bereaved husband to the hilt.
That's what I was hoping he'd do. That's all I want from you, Miss Miller. You can go down to the record room. I'll wait for your report on Folger.
Yes, sir.
You want me to pick up Deneen, Chief?
Not yet. Not until we can tie him to the killer he hired. We need indisputable physical evidence of association between Deneen and the killer.
Well, that's something we can't get.
Yes, we can.
Where?
From Deneen's car. If the killer used it, his fingerprints may be in it someplace. Call a lab crew. Take them out to the funeral home. Have them...
I'll take it. DA's office, Harrington. Yeah. Yes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, don't let him see you, that's all. Jeff Wallace, Chief. He's been keeping Deneen under surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
Deneen pulled a feint to the funeral parlor. He let them talk him into going home for a rest. Jeff followed him.
Did he go home?
Yes, by way of the bank.
The bank?
Uh-huh. Jeff says he stopped about 5 minutes. Went into the safe deposit section. I wonder what he's up to.
Same thing the county cashier is up to every week before you go to see him.
What?
Getting the payroll ready. Killers get paid, too. Come on.
We going to go over the car just the same, right at his house?
We certainly are.
He's liable to see us.
That's a chance we'll have to take. Once he pays off, our killer will head for parts unknown.
Hey, perfect timing.
Not quite. That's an up car.
Oh, Mr. Garrett. Good thing I caught you. Here's the record on Folger.
Well, then there really is an Art Folger.
Yeah.
What have you got?
1 conviction, assault with deadly weapon, 1 charge of manslaughter, no indictment, 1 charge of murder, no indictment.
Sounds like a pro killer, all right.
There'll be an indictment this time. Give me the file. We'll see you later.
Going down, please. Get the door handles, too, fellas. Yeah. Get as many sets of those prints as possible.
Harrington.
Oh, Chief, I was just going to come in the house after you. Morgan just pulled a set of Art Folger's prints from the dashboard of the car. We've got it.
We've got trouble, too. I've been through the entire house. Deneen isn't in there.
Well, he must have gone out the back, or Jeff would have spotted him leaving. He's got to be on foot. Where would he be going? The only place back there is that burned-out ruin where Mullen used to live.
The back road. He's walking back there to make the payoff.
And we can grab Folger, too.
If we can get there in time. You say that road runs into the state highway?
Yeah, it angles in about 2 miles down, then cuts around that way.
Let's go, then. Maybe we can drive the 4 miles before he can walk the 1.
You hear? In here. Watch those charred beams.
Don't worry. Thought you were going to walk out here to meet me.
I did.
I thought I heard a car along the road while I was coming through the trees.
I didn't hear anything here. Well, there's nothing on the road.
You can only see 50 feet to where it turns. You got the money?
Here, 700. I gave you 3 when we made the deal. Now get lost and forget that you ever saw me.
You forget you saw me, too.
All right. Get going.
Just stay right where you are, gentlemen.
Who's that, Deneen?
I don't know.
Who is it? Where are you?
On both sides of you. And down.
All right.
Try that again, you'll get it back.
Don't, Folger. They might shoot and hit me.
What do you think will happen if they get it? I'm coming out. I'll kill anybody who tries to stop me.
Hold, Folger!
I'm hit.
No more, please.
Inside then.
Grab my gun, you yellow belly. Grab it or we'll boom.
I can't. I'm afraid.
Just lie there, Folger. You'd never get to it in time.
Don't make me kill you, mister.
He got me out here to sell me some information about who killed my wife.
Never mind that, Deneen. We know who was responsible.
Oh. How did you find out? Who told you?
A service station attendant, an attorney, and an airline stewardess. Just a bunch of average citizens, Deneen. That's what society is. That's what the law is. Walter Deneen and Art Folger were tried and convicted on a charge of murder in the first degree. Their pleas for executive clemency were denied by the governor, and they were executed in the manner prescribed by law. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
You have been listening to Mr. District Attorney, which has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney learns that in every man's mind there is a secret compartment. It can be the hiding place for guilt or for fear. And fear is a deadly enemy of justice. Take this case. It started at 1 o'clock in the morning in the shadows of a waterfront pier.
All right, start it up.
Where'd you get this heap from, Crow?
That's my business. Look, Slater, you just drive. Let me do the thinking.
You do the thinking, I do the dirty work. Is that it?
You want to keep working, Slater? You want a brass checker to Miles' shape up?
All right, all right.
If Rimlinger isn't straightened out, I'm going to be finished. And no stumble bumble like him is going to finish Ernie Crew. All right, turn down River Street. You'll be leaving the pier in 2 minutes.
Suppose somebody sees us, Crow.
Who's going to see us? He's the only longshoreman I got working on that dock tonight. He'll be coming out alone. Get him in the middle of the street. It's nice and wide. He'll have nothing to duck behind. Better slow down a little. All right. Now be careful on this stretch.
Hey, this thing's sliding all over.
Why do you think I told you to slow down? Oil truck turned over here last night. They put sand and gravel on it, but it's still slippery. Watch it now. Pier 37, just past the ferry shed.
There's people in that ferry shed, Crow.
They're not close enough to bother us. Watch the street.
Hey, there. There he is now.
Let him walk further into the street. Now, gun it.
Hey, stop, Crow.
To let you go by. Perfect. Cut into him. Keep going.
Think we got him?
We knocked him 100 feet, Slater.
But the front of the car's all smashed.
So what? I'll give the kid $100 to have it fixed. That's getting rid of Rimlinger pretty cheap. And the newspapers ain't going to try to pin this one on any crew. I can see the headlines now. Longshoreman killed in hit-and-run accident.
Chief in his office, Miss Miller?
He's waiting for you, Harrington. Go right in.
Hi, Chief.
How'd you make out?
Lab identified the hot rod we found at the Midtown garage. It's the one, all right.
Any line on the owner?
Yeah. We picked him up. A newsboy, 16 years old. Name's Jimmy Leonard. I got him down to the detention room now. You want to see him?
Yes. I'll be down in the detention room, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
What's the boy's background, Harrington?
He lives with his father. Cold water walk up on the east side. No trouble with the police before. As a matter of fact...
What?
He peddles his papers near the 9th Precinct house, Chief. Every cop in the place swears by him. They don't think he'd do a thing like this.
It's his car, isn't it?
Yeah. He keeps it in a public garage near the paper. Says when he went in this morning, a fender and a headlight was smashed up. We picked him up when he took it to a body shop to have it fixed.
4, please.
This Leonard kid's hot rod isn't the only one in town, Chief. Half the kids who peddle papers own cars just like it.
But not with a smashed fender.
Well, somebody might have backed into it in the garage. Kid says he didn't drive it last night. And I believe him.
Sure you're not being influenced by the opinions of the men in the 9th Precinct?
Yeah, it takes somebody pretty cold-blooded to run a man down and then beat it without stopping to help. And this kid, he just isn't cold-blooded.
16-year-olds can do a lot of foolish things when they're frightened. Oh, here we are.
All right, Mike, open up for Mr. Garrett.
Thanks, Mike. Jimmy Leonard?
Yes, sir.
My name is Garrett. I'm the district attorney, Jimmy.
He'll help you if he can, boy. Just be honest with him.
We'd like to know where you were last night.
I already told him. I was home.
Your father says you weren't.
Maybe he didn't hear me come in. He was sleeping. I guess I got up this morning before he was awake.
Mm-hmm. The man who was killed was struck down just after 1 a.m. Can you tell us where you were then?
No.
If you're hiding something to protect yourself, son, you're being very foolish. If you're trying to cover up for somebody else, you're being even more foolish.
I don't want to say no more, that's all. I just can't tell you, sir. Why don't you go away? Why don't you leave me alone?
Your father says you weren't home all night. Not since you left to sell papers yesterday afternoon.
Jimmy, did you ever lend your car to anybody? Is anyone else in the habit of using it? Anybody who might have a duplicate of the ignition key?
No. I was the only one who ever drove it. Only assembled the car a month ago.
You made it yourself?
Yeah, a bunch of us made them. We all chipped in and bought parts so we could get them, wholesale.
Mm-hmm. Any of the other newsies keep their car in the same garage, right near the paper?
Yeah. Rembrandt, I don't know his real name. Guys call him Rembrandt because he goes to an art school at night. And Frankie Cutter. They're the only ones.
Is that all you can tell us?
Yeah.
It's no use, Harrington. Come on.
Lock him in, Mike.
Let's get down and get a car.
Where to?
I want to talk to the other newsies who keep their hot rods at the Midtown garage.
Well, that kid they call Rembrandt was no help, Chief.
No, it wasn't. But I still want to see that other newsboy, Frankie Cutter. Did you find out where his stand is?
Yeah, 12th and Madison, but he won't be there.
Well, why not?
He works the corner nights. Somebody else has it the daytime. He lives over this way in Tenement Row, a couple of blocks from the Rimlinger place. I've got to see Rimlinger's wife sooner or later. Maybe I better go over there while you're talking to Cutter.
Oh, give me the address.
Here, it's written down here. Ground floor flat. Should be the next street to the right. Working nights, he'll probably be sleeping.
Drop me at the corner. Sorry to wake you up, Frankie.
Those kids in the street wake everybody up anyhow. So Jimmy Leonard's in kind of a jam, huh?
A bad jam, Frankie. I understand you've got a car just like his.
Sure. Bunch of us got 'em. We all made 'em together.
You garaged him in the same place, too.
Gotta keep 'em someplace. What a racket. $8 a month garage rent. I could leave it in the street and save the dough, but the cops keep slapping tickets on it.
These your keys on the dresser?
Yeah.
This your pair of dice, too?
Oh, yeah. I must have left them out without thinking. Shove them in the top drawer for me, will you? Thanks. My old lady spotted those. She'd scream like an eagle.
Frankie, did you happen to see Jimmy Leonard any place last night?
No. Why? You say I did?
No. And where was your car during the night? Last night while you were working, I mean. Was it in the garage?
Where else?
Is it there now?
Of course it's there now. Rembrandt's, too.
Well, thank you, Frankie. That's all I want to know for now.
You don't have to go through the kitchen. Other door leads right into the hallway. This is supposed to be a parlor. Some laugh, huh? A parlor in this rat trap.
Thanks.
Why don't you stick around for a few minutes? You being the DA got the old lady all excited. She went out to get some breakfast rolls. She'll fix you some coffee or something.
I'm afraid not, Frankie. Well, thank your mother for me. Tell her some other time.
You're the boss. So long.
So long, Frankie. Oh, hi. Didn't think you'd be back so soon. How did Rimlinger's wife take it?
Hard. A couple of neighbors with her now. Yeah, she'll be all right, I guess, if she isn't left alone. 2 cute kids. Oh, I'd like to stop by the precinct house.
Right.
The Rimlingers need some help from the police fund. He left no insurance, nothing. And he gets killed coming home from work last night. The first work he's had in 3 months.
3 months? Longshoreman should be busier than that. Plenty of shipping.
Yeah, I know. But his wife said he'd had some kind of a beef with the hiring boss, something like that. Anyhow, he was laid off for quite a while, until yesterday. His local union had a meeting yesterday afternoon, and he was elected delegate. I guess that helped him to get working again.
Yes, I guess it did. For one night. Harrington, I want you to check the license plates on Jimmy Leonard's car. Compare them with registration. Make sure the motor number is right.
Why?
Rembrandt and Frankie Cutter have cars exactly like Jimmy's. One of them might have switched parking stalls and license plates. I want to make certain that Jimmy's car is Jimmy's car.
His key fit the damaged car, Chief. He drove it out to a repair shop. Fella can always tell his own car, even from others like it. You know that.
No, I don't, Harrington. As a matter of fact, at this point, I'm beginning to wonder whether we can tell a case of hit-and-run manslaughter from murder. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the hot rod killing, here is an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A longshoreman had been killed by a hit-and-run hot rod driver. The car had been located, but the 16-year-old owner would neither admit guilt nor speak in his own defense. While Harrington was continuing to check on the death car, I went to see the boy's father.
I told him 100 times if I told him once that car'd get him into trouble. Now, where is he? Behind bars. If I get my hands on him, I'll break his neck.
You're talking about your own son, Mr. Leonard. What kind of a father are you?
The kind of a father he should have listened to. I've been too easy with him. Just like his mother was. Blood'll tell. That's what she'd do, too. Kill a man and run. Never had the guts to face anything.
He's a 16-year-old boy, Mr. Leonard. He's alone, and he's frightened. He may go to the reformatory for 5 years. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
No! I never should have kept him. She wanted him. She couldn't get him. Not when I got finished with that divorce court.
You mean you divorced your wife, and you got custody of the boy?
Yes. I was too smart for her.
You took him away from his mother?
I did everything for him. Tried to make something out of him.
How could anything like that happen in the name of justice?
What do you mean by that, Crack?
You never wanted that boy.
I took care of him, made a home for him.
You took him so you could do just what you have done. You took him so you could punish him. So you could use him to revenge yourself on his mother. So you could ruin both their lives and separate them for your own satisfaction, to appease your petty vanity, for whatever you think your wife did to you.
Get out of here. You're not going to talk to me like that in my own house, even if you are the district attorney. Go on, get out! And when you see that son of mine, tell him I hope they keep him in jail forever. Tell him I hope he rots there.
He'll never rot the way he might have rotted here. If your boy is guilty, I know who should really go on trial. A reformatory won't hurt him. Compared to the home you've given him, his life there will be a paradise.
Yeah?
Excuse me, but is Mr. Garrett here? I'm from his
He's
office.
just leaving.
Hello, Miss Miller.
There was no phone listed for here, so I came over
We can
to tell-
talk outside. Mr. Leonard was right. I'm just leaving.
Well, does he blame you because the boy's in trouble?
No, he blames the world for whatever trouble he has inside himself. Well, why did you come after me?
Well, as I said, there was no phone listed for Leonard. Some of the policemen at the 9th Precinct were trying to help Jimmy.
Yes?
One of them found out where he was last night.
Where?
Well, it's kind of strange. They found out from another newsboy who has a stand near the Park District. Saw Jimmy going to the Savern Plaza Hotel. They checked with the desk clerk. The boy was registered there.
Jimmy Leonard registered there? At the Savern Plaza? That's one of the best hotels in town.
The desk clerk says he comes there one night every month, always on the 15th of the month.
Do you know why?
No.
Have you heard from Harrington?
Yes. Registration and serial number match Jimmy's car, all right.
Where is Harrington now?
We said to tell you he was going down to the docks, near where Rimlinger was killed.
Now, how did you get here?
By cab.
Good. Take another one going back. Make out an expense voucher.
Couldn't I ride back with you?
I'm going to stop at the docks and meet Harrington. Well, there's a couple of things I want you to do.
Yes, sir.
Get the cop that found out Jimmy was registered at the Savern Plaza. Tell him to go back to the hotel and check the register for the past year. See if he can find one other particular name besides Jimmy's that appears on the register for the 15th of each month. Get the name, find out who it is and where they come from.
Yes, sir.
And then go into the civil court's records. About 10 years back, I want a transcript of a divorce case. Leonard versus Leonard. Have it all at my office by the time I get back.
Yes, sir.
See you later.
Hey, you, Buster.
You talking to me?
Who do you think I'm talking to? Docks ain't no place for sightseeing. Hoist and everything. You might get hurt. Why don't you just blow out of here?
You Ernie Crow, the hiring boss?
Yeah. Say, you must be the guy that's been nosing around here asking the longshoremen questions.
Yeah, that's right.
You shouldn't do that. Those guys got work to do.
So have I.
Oh, DA's office, huh? Working on that hit-run case, huh? The guy that got killed, Fred Rimlinger?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, none of my boys know nothing about that. Poor Fred. I just sent some flowers. Bad thing, the poor guy getting killed like that, leaving a family. I'd bleed for him.
Bleed what? Ice water?
You're a pretty fresh guy, ain't you?
I've been talking to your men, the few that ain't afraid to talk.
Troublemakers? What'd they tell you?
And you make them kick back 20% of their pay every time you hand them a brass work check at the shape-up. And they don't like it.
You think you can get one of them to say that in court?
Rimlinger didn't like it either. He'd have said so in court. That's why the men elected him delegate. And you gave him a brass check for the first time in 3 months. You gave him the only night job on the dock. And he got killed on the way home.
By a hot rod driven by a crazy kid. You blaming me for that?
Something wrong there, Ernie?
Yes, Slater. Come here.
Aye.
This flatfoot's been going around the dock stirring up the men, keeping them from working. making cracks about why Remlinger got killed.
Who's this, one of your muscle boys?
He's a guard for troublemakers. Now, why don't you hit the road?
I think this has gone far enough, gentlemen.
Chief, where did you come from?
I've been behind those bales for the past 2 minutes, listening to your very enlightening conversation. You gentlemen have any plans for Mr. Harrington?
No, of course not, Mr. Garrett, but you ought to tell him to be careful about believing what he hears from troublemakers. He shouldn't repeat it. A guy like you has to stand for re-election every once in a while. I know you wouldn't want a taxpayer like me making complaints. I got a lot of connections.
I think I'll be able to get by when election day comes, without you or your connections. Come on, Harrington. Where'd you leave your car?
Right over here, under the shed. Where's yours?
A couple of blocks down. You can take me to it.
Yeah, sure. Which way?
Turn right when we reach the street, up past the ferry slip.
That hiring boss, Kroll. I think he knows something about the Rimlinger killing.
Yes, well, we can't prove it. If only Jimmy Leonard would talk, or if he'd been able to find a car switch.
There was no switch. It was his car. He was the only one who could have been driving it. He took...
Look out, Harrington!
That screwball almost skidded right into us.
Yeah, it wasn't his fault. It's this road.
Yeah.
Slippery.
Oil truck turned over here day before yesterday. They tried to cover it. Hey, you hear that sand and gravel kicking up under the fenders?
Yeah, I hear it. Never mind my car, Harrington. Turn south to the Midtown garage.
What's up?
That car that killed Rimlinger must have come through that oil slick and gravel.
Yeah?
Then the death car will be bound to have some oily sand and gravel stuck under all 4 fenders. I want to see Rembrandt's car and Frankie Cutter's. Hurry. Anything under that one?
Nope. Normal road tars. No sand or oil.
Have a look at Cutter's.
No. Well, this one's okay, too. Hey, wait a minute. Let me get this flashlight focused.
Well?
That's funny. Hey, give me a hand out, will you, Chief?
Sure. What did you find?
Well, right front fender is clean underneath. But the left front and the 2 rear fenders are covered with oil and sand.
That's what I was looking for. Cutter's car is the one that killed Rimlinger.
But Jimmy Leonard's car has the smashed fender and headlight.
Because the right front fender and the headlight from this car were taken off and switched for the fender and headlight on Jimmy's. That's why the underside of this fender is clean and the other 3 aren't. There a phone here?
Yeah. I saw the garage man using one in that little office over there.
Attorney's office.
Mr. Garrett, Miss Miller.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, Jimmy Leonard's mother's here waiting for you.
What?
Yes, sir. She just came in on the train from upstate. She heard about his arrest on the radio. Her name's Mrs. Goodrich now. She's remarried.
I see.
Oh, there's something else. Her name has been on the Savern Plaza Hotel register the 15th of every month, the same as Jimmy Leonard's. She says he's been meeting her there, so his father wouldn't know.
I thought it was something like that. Tell her to wait. Harrington and I are going down to pick up Frankie Cutter. Meanwhile, call Homicide and tell them I want a plainclothes squad to meet me at the River Street ferry shed in about a half hour. Tell them to wait. Let's get Cutter.
Where are you taking me? I didn't kill the guy, I tell you. Hey, what are we doing down here by the docks? There ain't no police station on River Street.
You know what we're doing here, Frankie. You want to tell us who was using your car? Or shall we tell you?
You know, don't you?
It was Ernie Kroll, wasn't it?
Better answer, Frankie.
Yeah. He came by the stand. Wanted to know could he borrow the car. To a guy like him, you don't say no. So I give him the keys.
What time?
Midnight. I was just going to eat. Then he brings the heat back about 2 a.m. Tells me he had an accident. Give me a C note to have it fixed and keep my trap shut. I thought I'd keep it all, so I glommed onto the fenders and light from Jimmy's car.
You want me to drive right on the dock, Chief?
Yes.
A lot of guys walking out.
Longshoremen finishing their shift. Climb into the back, Frankie. Get on the floor and stay there.
Don't worry, mister. I don't want no trouble.
Stop here. There's Crow by the hiring shed.
Yeah, and that muscle boy, Slater, paying off and taking their kickback. Too money happy to see us.
And they'll see us in a minute. Morgan, fan your squad out along the dock. Nobody gets off this pier. We'll try to take them in peacefully, Harrington. I don't want any of the workmen to get hurt.
I'm with you.
All right, Crow. Business is over for the day.
What are you guys doing back here?
You're under arrest for the murder of Fred Rimlinger.
Slater, come here.
Huh? What are you guys trying to pull?
We're not trying to pull anything. We have a confession from a newsboy whose car you used, Crow.
Confession? I didn't drive the car. I just borrowed it.
Who did drive it?
Don't move for a gun, Slater.
Stay back, copper. Way back.
We got 6 men on this pier. If you get by me, tell Slater to drop that gun.
Drop it, Slater. Do it before they kill us.
All right.
Yeah, we're coming.
All right, you men. The law can handle them. They'll get all they deserve. And from now on, you men will get all you deserve. A full day's pay with no kickbacks. Let's go, Harrington. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Jimmy Leonard's father tried to regain custody of the boy, but the court reversed its original decision when the true facts were presented. Meanwhile, hiring boss Ernie Kroll and his strong-arm man, Bud Slater, were sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of Fred Rimlinger. Frankie Cutter is a ward of the juvenile court until he reaches the age of 21. And now this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Vitalis, Vitalis. Vitalis, the famous preparation that keeps your hair well groomed. And used with the speedy 60-second workout, helps you to keep your hair.
Friends, before we start tonight's dramatic story, I'd like to have a personal word with you. With our country at war, with each and every one of us determined to win this war, our government needs your material support. One way every man and woman can help is through the purchase of defense savings stamps and bonds. Buy a share in America. Buy all the defense savings bonds and stamps you can, this week and every week. Do your share in helping our country to win.
story tonight begins in the vaulted, echoing galleries of the City Museum in your district attorney's city. It is shortly past midnight, and in the lofty Egyptian hall, a single light high in the ceiling casts eerie patterns of black shadow. Suddenly, a phone rings on the desk of the night watchman, rings and shatters the silence of this modern tomb of ancient art.
Hello? Hello? This is Patrick Cork, night watchman of the City Museum speaking. Hello? Hello? Well, don't be answering then. The devil take you for disturbing a man's rest. Now, what in the name of all that's holy? Who's that? Stop! Stop in your tracks or I'll shoot! Stop, I tell you! Oh, no, you don't.
But I do, my friend.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Well, what do you make of it, Chief? No watchman. No corpus delicti. No nothing.
Yes, I know, Harrington. And we can't tell what's been stolen until the director of the museum gets here.
Oh.
Meanwhile, I want you to search this section of the museum.
Yeah, okay, Chief. Okay, I'll take a look around. But the boys from the precinct figure it was probably just some kids got locked in after closing time.
Well, that wouldn't account for the disappearance of the night watchman.
That's right. Those bloodstains there.
Yes, and the telephone the police found off the hook.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they all seem to indicate he never left the building.
No. Yeah, what did you find out about that phone call,
Well,
Chief?
Miss Miller is checking with the telephone company now. But meanwhile, we've got to locate that night watchman.
Yeah, or what's left of him.
Yes, look in the Egyptian room first, Harrington. That's where the night watchman's desk is.
Yeah, okay. Hey. Hey, Chief, here comes somebody.
Where? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's probably Anderson, director of the museum.
Oh, yeah, okay, Chief. If that night watchman's here, I'll find him, dead or alive.
Right.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
I'm Cornwell Anderson, director of this museum.
I'm the district attorney, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, how do you do? Exactly what happened here tonight?
That's what I'm hoping you can tell me.
Well, Patrick Cork, the night watchman, a devoted and trusted guard of long service. I think he could tell...
He's vanished.
Vanished?
Yes.
But how?
We don't know. But tell me, is there anything in this section of the museum that might easily be sold?
Oh, my dear sir, the museum is full of priceless relics.
Well, yes, of course. But do you know of any particular item that might be marketable?
My word, so you think... Well, yes, now that you mention it, yes. Right in the next room, a real collector's prize. Our latest and proudest acquisition.
Yes, what is it?
A priceless miniature, a Holbein. An exquisite and flawless masterpiece of the golden age of miniature painting. For a moment, I was afraid...
Afraid it was stolen?
Yes. You see, there was a previous attempt.
Yes, when?
The last spring.
Did you report it to the police?
No, it happened in London.
In London?
Yes, where the miniature was purchased for us.
Oh, yes, I see. And is this miniature protected by the burglar alarm system?
Oh, yes. Even the breaking of the glass will set off the alarm system.
Well, then the breaking of the showcase in the other room must have set off the alarm.
Yes. Poor Patrick must have seen the intruders, struggled with them.
Well, suppose you take me to the case where this miniature is kept.
Of course. It's right over here in the corner of the room.
I see. Well, there's nothing wrong with this case. No glass broken.
No, there isn't. Oh, there's the miniature. No one has touched it.
Yeah.
Chief!
Yes?
Come here! Who was that?
Harrington, my chief special investigator.
Chief, I found him. I think I found the night watchman.
Yes, where is he?
Right over there in one of them Egyptian coffins, all laid out like an undertaker's done the job.
My word, in a mummy case?
Mummy case or coffin, he's in there.
Yes, which one?
The middle one, the one with the dogs and palm trees painted on it. Here, I'll just open it again.
Is he dead?
If he ain't, he ought to be.
Oh, my word.
You said it. Oh, boy, this gives me a turn. I'm used to corpses, but this...
Hey, Harrington, this man isn't dead.
Huh?
He's unconscious, but there's pulse action and a faint heartbeat.
Well, for the love of Pete, let's get him out of here.
No, he may be suffering from internal injuries. Phone for an ambulance.
Yeah, right, Chief, right. Now, we're getting something.
Oh, poor Patrick. Why, what could have happened?
You see that red welt around his throat?
Why, yes, extraordinary.
No, not at all. This wasn't the work of mischievous boys or amateurs, Mr. Anderson. This man was strangled by an expert.
looks like this museum robbery was planned by some very clever crooks.
Yes, extremely clever, Miss Miller. We're not dealing with thugs and gunmen.
No.
Any word from Harrington yet this morning?
Oh, yes. He's on his way down here to the office. And he said something about Scotland Yard,
Oh, yes.
Chief. I wonder what he could have...
Yes, this case has an international angle. See, Anderson, the director of the museum, tells me there was an attempt to steal a prize miniature shortly before it was purchased in London.
But, Chief, if there was a previous attempt, won't it be hard to check with Scotland Yard, what with the war and the heavy cable traffic?
Yes, but fortunately, a yard inspector is over here now on other business. I met him just a few nights ago. His name is Essex.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him.
I'm having Harrington check with him.
Oh, that sounds like Harrington, Chief. He always slams doors.
Hello, Chief.
Hello.
Miss Miller.
Hello.
Well, it seems Anderson of the museum got a bum steer about that there miniature, Chief.
How so?
Well, according to the Scotland Yard inspector, they had a man watching the miniature and other things from the time they arrived from Amsterdam until it was shipped over here.
Yes, and what happened?
Well, nothing. Not a thing, Chief.
You mean to say there was no attempt to steal it?
Not a ghost of a snatch.
Well.
Chief, this case is beginning to go soft. Things are stolen, then they ain't stolen. Guys are dead, laid out in a coffin. The next thing you know, they're up walking around.
And there's a woman in the case, Harrington.
A woman? Wouldn't you know it? No wonder nothing makes sense. Where does she fit in?
She made the telephone call to the museum just before the watchman was strangled.
Well, who is she? Where'd you pick her up?
She made the call from a payphone in a drugstore.
Well, we haven't picked her up. And we haven't enough of a description to broadcast an alarm. Hey, Harrington, let's you and I go back to the museum. And, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
I've jotted down a list of questions here, and I'd like to have the answers as quickly as possible. So phone Mr. Williams, chairman of the board of the City Museum.
Right away, Chief.
Hello. Oui, this is Pierre Jolet. Oh, oui. It was unfortunate. Well, we must wait. Oh, but no. The museum will be guarded extra well in the night. What? Today is this afternoon? But c'est impossible. Does not matter if you are pressed for the money. But, monsieur, I tell you. Oh, mais oui. This is very clever. They would not expect such a move. You have missed your calling, monsieur.
Yes. Who is it?
Be quiet, Yvonne, a moment. It is only my confederate, monsieur. And your plan is good. And I shall not fail this time. I'll be at your home this afternoon and have the money ready. Au revoir, monsieur. Yvonne, how many times must I tell you?
Pierre, you are not going to try again.
The police will not be expecting it.
But last night you almost killed a man.
Many times I have almost killed Yvonne, but never yet.
You think you are so very smart. But one day you will hold the silken cord a moment too long, and someone will die.
The use of the silken garrote is a fine art, ma chérie. I am master of that art.
Even so, why can we not wait?
The radio and the newspapers report it will sleet and snow this afternoon. The museum will be deserted. By tonight, we will have the money.
I do not like this.
You must do your part this one more time. You must talk to the guard. Keep him interested. Now, where is my cane? Fetch it to me, Yvonne.
The cane? You mean the sword cane?
Mais certainement. The noisy gun, it is not for me.
You are a fool, Pierre.
Do as I say, Yvonne. Bring the cane or I get it myself. And I use it on you.
Boy, this here museum's nearly as creepy by daylight as it was last night, Chief. Oh, I was meaning to ask you, how come you stopped so long at the police lab?
I was having the chief chemist prepare something that may prove to be a solution to this case, Harrington.
Well, now that we're... Well, for the love of Mike, or Patrick Cork, I should say.
Yes, the night watchman.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. District
Oh, good afternoon.
To you, Miss Harrington.
How are you, sir?
And thanks for your interrupting me premature wait.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Cork.
Hey, what are you doing on day duty, Cork?
Well, after what happened last night, I was transferred to the day duty because they're short-handed here at the museum, owing to a couple of the boys being out sick.
Oh, I see. Did Mr. Anderson transfer you?
No, it was his assistant. Mr. Anderson's off home for the day with the cold. Huh?
Hey, he didn't have no cold at 1 o'clock this morning.
Well, I was hoping to get some further information on the history of the Holbein miniature from him.
Well, now, his assistant, Miss Jones, might be after having it, sir. There's a pamphlet.
First, that might do. Go get one of those pamphlets, Harrington.
Yeah, okay, Chief.
Right.
Oh, hello, Miss Miller. What brings you here at 90 miles an hour?
No time for that now, Harrington. Oh, Chief, I
Yes?
have the information.
Good, but just a minute, Miss Miller.
Right.
Harrington.
Yeah, Chief?
Get that pamphlet from the assistant director right away, will
Yeah,
you?
right.
Down the hall, first door to the right.
Yeah, thanks. Right away, Chief.
Now then, let's have that report, Miss
Here you
Miller.
are, Chief. Your hunch was more than right.
Ah, yes, so it would seem. Oh, Miss Miller, this is Patrick Cork, the watchman who was nearly strangled to death last night.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cork. You had a lucky escape.
How do you do, Miss Miller? Sure, and as thankful I am to be alive this day.
I should say. Well, Chief, what do you make of the report?
Yeah, it's pretty much what I'd expected to have confirmed. Do you have the key to the showcase guarding the Holbein miniature, Cork?
I have that, Mr. District Attorney.
Good. Open the case, will you?
Open the case?
Yes.
Well, now, I don't rightly know, sir. Well, I'll have to disconnect the alarm system first.
That'll be quite all right.
Well, if you say so, sir, I'll disconnect the wire here at the switch. Would you be wanting to take the miniature out, sir?
No. No, I'm not even going to touch the miniature myself.
Well, let that body just try to touch it. I'm itching to get my hands on the devil that came close to choking me to death.
Oh, just a minute, Cork. And now get this straight. If anyone tries to steal this miniature, don't raise a hand to stop them. Now remember, don't try to stop them.
Come on, Yvonne. It is almost closing time, and we must act quickly.
The museum is deserted. Pierre, this may be a trap.
Nonsense. It is sleeting. That is why no one is here, and it is perfect. Now, go talk with the guard. Get him away from the miniature case, into the Egyptian room, and give me time to cut the glass.
Suppose the alarm goes off as it did last night.
Even so, there is only the guard. I will take care of him. Shh. There he comes. Engage him in conversation for me. Get him away from here.
Oh, watchman, I beg your pardon.
Oh, good afternoon, miss. What can I do for you?
I came to see the Egyptian collection. Where is it?
Well, right down the hall, miss, around the corner to your left.
Can you not take me there?
Oh, that I can. And the gentleman, too.
Oh,
Why, I beg your pardon. The young lady and I are not together.
Oh, I see. And what would you be wanting to see?
Nothing in particular.
You wouldn't be interested in miniatures now, would you?
please, monsieur, take me to the Egyptian room.
Well, I can't now. Speak up, man. Let me hear your voice again.
What is my voice to you?
It is the same. You tried to steal that miniature last night. You tried to strangle me. You come along with me.
Pierre, the old man has recognized you.
Yes, so he has.
That I have, all right. Now, come along.
Not now. I have another idea. Oh!
Pierre, you have killed this old man.
I have merely destroyed a witness. Come, Yvonne. Now we will get the miniature.
Well, Patrick Cork has ignored your district attorney's warning. We'll learn the outcome and hear the surprising developments of this case in just a moment. But first, men, I think you'll agree that the quick way to succeed in your business is to look successful. For as you know, men who look successful, men who are well-groomed and confident, get attention mighty fast.
And Vitalis helps you to look successful, helps you to look like a winner so that you're always ready when opportunity comes your way. Because Vitalis gives you good-looking, well-groomed hair. You see, Vitalis makes your hair obey your comb, makes it lie smoothly and smartly in place, and makes it stay in place all day long, all evening, but with none of that offensive, gooey, patent leather shine you see on some men's hair. Instead, Vitalis gives your hair a natural look, a really well-groomed look.
So men use Vitalis, And have the kind of handsome hair that helps you register a winning impression in your business contacts and in your social contacts, too. Use Vitalis and have the kind of good-looking hair that helps win you the respect of men and the admiration of women. Why don't you get a bottle of Vitalis the next time you're in a drugstore? Now, back to your district attorney.
Sergeant Goshen of the 4th Precinct is on the phone. He's calling from the museum.
That's all right. I'll take it here.
Hey, I'll bet you the trap's sprung, Chief.
Hello?
Worse than that, Harrington.
Hello, Sergeant. Yes? What? The miniature is gone? Cork is injured?
What?
Seriously? Yes, well, get him to the hospital. Get him the best specialist in the city. Yes, I'll be there as soon as I can. Yes, all right. Goodbye.
What happened, Chief? I thought you told the old geezer to lay off.
Yes, I did. But I should have known a man can't forget a lifetime of training in an emergency. He tried to stop the thieves. A man and a woman with a French accent.
And got strangled again.
No, Harrington. This time the thief used a cane saw. Ran him through.
What? Well, what are we waiting for, Chief? They've grabbed the bait. Let's go get them.
Come into the study, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was it necessary to bring your wife to my home?
Yes, we are leaving the city immediately, Monsieur Anderson.
Monsieur, give us the money and let us go quickly.
Why? Why are you in such a hurry? What happened at the museum? Did you bungle again?
No, this time I have the miniature. But unfortunately...
Unfortunately what?
Unfortunately, the watchman recognized me and tried to prevent our escape.
Oh, how could he? Cork is on the night shift.
It would seem that he was transferred to the day shift.
Ah, yes, it would. Did you use that silk cord again?
No. I had only my cane saw.
You murdered the guard?
There was nothing else to do.
Well, you shouldn't have come here after doing a thing like that. I have no intention of getting mixed up in a murder.
It is too late for that, monsieur. You are mixed up with us.
And if we are caught, you also will pay for the crime.
I have your $5,000. Give me the miniature.
I beg your pardon, monsieur. Now we need $10,000.
Yes. Murder is a little more expensive.
You agreed to sell the miniature for $5,000. I haven't $10,000 and I can't raise it.
How much money have you, Monsieur Anderson?
$5,000. That's all I agreed to pay, and that's all you'll get.
Pierre, we are wasting time. Take the money and let us get out of here.
Here is the miniature. Now, where is the money?
The money is in my private safe over here.
Ah, private vault for all their treasures. This is not the first time you have robbed your museum.
That is my business.
It seems practicing crime has steeled your nerves, monsieur. Pierre, someone is at the door.
Whom are you expecting? Is this some trick, monsieur?
I'm not expecting anyone. But the servants are off, and I'll have to answer the door. My car is out front. Whoever it is will know I'm at home.
Then go to the door. Get rid of them.
Oh, it may be some friend, I'll have to admit for a moment. Here, you must hide. Get in the vault, quickly, both of you.
Don't be ridiculous, monsieur.
Hurry, get in that vault. Oh, here. Take this miniature with you.
We have no intention of getting into your boat. It would kill us both.
For once, Yvonne, you are right. However, we will take the miniature.
I've no time to argue with you. You involved me in one murder.
It is a trap. He has a gun.
A trap or not, get in that vault. It all depends on how badly you bungled. If it's the police, if they followed you here... Get in, do you hear me, madam?
You wouldn't dare use that gun, monsieur.
Wouldn't I?
I think you would, Yvonne. Come.
You know I would. Get in that vault.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. District Attorney.
Yes, and my secretary and assistant, Miss Miller.
How do you do, Mr. Anderson?
How do you do? You mind if we come in? The snow is rather wet.
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
I suppose you're here for some more information about the Holbein miniature.
The miniature has been stolen, Mr. Anderson.
What? Why, how did it happen? Have the police any clues?
Oh, yes. Yes, there were quite a number of clues. Oh, I see you have a nice fire going in your study. Suppose we talk in there.
Oh, yes, of course. This is terrible. I want to help in every way I can.
Oh, Mr. Anderson, you're so pale. Are you sure your cold hasn't turned to grip?
No, I don't think so.
Perhaps you'd like a drink. I know this must be very upsetting for you.
Oh, yes, I believe I will. Oh, will you join me? The whiskey is right here. Or rye, if you prefer. Some soda?
Thank you. But if you don't mind, I'll have a plain glass of water.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, that'll be enough water, thank you.
Oh,
Clumsy of me. I've spilled the water all over your hand.
Quite all right, no harm.
Chief, you were right. Look at Mr. Anderson's hand.
What about my hand?
Look at them, Anderson.
Why, they're turning purple.
He's had the miniature in his hands, Chief. It must be somewhere in this house.
What's the meaning of this? What are you talking about? How dare you insist?
Save your indignation, Anderson. Where is the man with the French accent and his woman accomplice?
Oh, I don't know. I know nothing about them.
We'll get them. The guard described them.
Well, then catch them. Why come here and accuse me?
Your telltale hand.
You've had the miniature in your hands.
That's a lie. This purple in my hands means nothing. It isn't proof of anything.
Sufficient proof to place you under arrest, Mr. Anderson.
Arrest? You're going to arrest me?
Yes. And on the basis of evidence I already have, I'll get a warrant to search this house for the miniature.
You can't. You have no right.
A perfectly legal right. Well, will you come with us of your own free will? Or must I call in my special investigator and have him handcuff you?
Handcuff? Oh, no. I'm not going, and you won't take me.
Chief, he's carrying a gun.
Yes, so I see. You'd better hand over that gun, Anderson. It's rather late in life for you to start making murder your business.
Don't make me kill you. I'm getting away, that's all. Now, don't follow me. I'm going to get away.
You ain't going, no.
All right, Harrington, not too rough with him.
I'm trying to be as gentle as I can. Boy, did I have a time getting in the back way.
But I didn't do it. I didn't tell him to kill poor old Cork. I'm not to blame.
You're a pretty cold-blooded man, Mr. Anderson. But a judge and jury will decide that. And I think I know how they'll decide. Oh, Harrington, just as soon as you've got the handcuffs on him, come over here to this vault. I think that's where we'll find Mr. Anderson's two companions in crime.
Before your district attorney tells you when and why he first suspected Anderson and the means he used to prove his guilt, here's a special message for every woman listening in tonight. Now, you want your husband or your sweetheart to do all he can to keep the hair he has, don't you? Then tell him about Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout.
Yes, tell him to use Vitalis and the speedy 60-second workout because it helps a man to keep the hair he still has. For you see, men, the easy Vitalis workout helps in 4 different ways. 4 very important ways. It loosens up your tight, dry scalp and really gives your hair a chance. It stimulates the circulation. It routs unsightly loose dandruff, and it helps prevent excessive falling hair.
So, men, why don't you start using Vitalis and have good-looking, well-groomed hair every day? Use Vitalis in that easy, speedy workout, and let it help you to keep the hair you still have. Ask your druggist for a bottle of Vitalis tomorrow or even tonight. And now, here is your district attorney.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, fortunately, Patrick Cork did not die. But Anderson, Pierre, and Yvonne were tried, convicted, and received long prison sentences for their crime.
Oh, Chief, I think it was grand you knew Pierre and Yvonne were in that safe.
Well, muddy footprints leading to the vault gave me that clue.
Oh, and Chief, hadn't you better tell our audience why you suspected Anderson?
Yes. His one simple lie caused us to investigate him. We soon discovered other art treasures had vanished from the museum and had been unreported. We learned that the city trustees were investigating and had already given Anderson a notice of dismissal as of January 1st. That and a need of money prompted him to take one last desperate chance.
Yeah, Chief, and the trap you set for him was something. Boy, you sure caught him purple-handed.
Yes, Harrington. And that was simply a matter of sprinkling the miniature with an almost invisible aniline powder dye, which causes the hands of anyone touching it to turn purple if they come in contact with water.
What about next week, Chief?
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we again have quite a different case and one of the most baffling sagas of double murder this office was ever called upon to solve. The case of the bittersweet. So don't miss the case of the bittersweet at the same time next week. Until then, thank you and good night. And remember, buy defense savings bonds and stamps. The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Jay Jostin was featured in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the author was Jerry McGill. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by the Bristol-Myers Company, makers of Vitalis, the largest selling preparation of its kind for keeping your hair well groomed. Just think of the word vital and add I-S. Vitalis, Vitalis for your hair.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Citizens of America, Mr. District Attorney. Now, this is a night all of us will long remember. I congratulate you, the people, for electing as Mr. District Attorney a man who doesn't know the word fear. You, the citizens, have elected a man who will prosecute and convict the guilty regardless of their standing in power. I present to you Mr. District Attorney. Thank you. No title which could be conferred upon me could ever mean more to me than the one which is given me tonight, Mr. District Attorney. I'm not going to make a speech. Just listen for 1 minute. Then I promise action. Every year, crime, corruption, and rackets take $15 billion from you, the American people. I pledge myself to go after the tops, the higher-ups, who are responsible for this corruption. And I don't care how big they are. The surest way to smash corruption and rackets is to expose them to the public. And that's just what we intend to do. There isn't one of you people listening who doesn't pay, and pay plenty, to organized crime. The laundry racket alone cost the citizens of this city over $1 million last year. Poultry costs more per pound. Fish is higher. False weights and measures are used in many stores. Over 150 different rackets are being practiced in this city. And this extra cost is passed on to you, all of you. Why, at this very moment...
For the last time, I'm warning you to pay up for your protection.
I won't pay you a cent.
Listen, wise guy. You're going to cough up $100 a month for protection, or else.
I don't have to pay you for protection. We've got a new district attorney in this town, and I'm relying on him for all the protection I need.
Oh, yeah? Well, tell the new DA about this.
Oh, good morning, Miss Phillips.
Is my evening gown ready?
Yes, Miss Phillips. It cleaned beautifully. Looks like a new gown.
Yes, it does. Well, I'll take it along with me.
Yes, sir?
Are you Venato?
Yes.
You own this cleaning joint?
Yes, I do.
You haven't paid your dues to the Cleaners Protective Association?
Well, I'm all through with your outfit. The new district attorney says he's going to run your crowd out of town.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe this will teach you a lesson.
Acid!
Acid.
You've ruined all my clothes.
Tell your new DA to fix them up for you.
So that poultry dealer didn't pay up, huh?
Nah, threw us out. Other people of this town are fed up on rackets.
Well, here's his place now. Slow down.
Sure.
You boys know what to do.
Sure. We know what to do.
Let her go, kid.
And these are my last words to you people gathered here tonight. This extra cost is passed on to you, all of you. You, the citizens, are the real victims. I pledge to you that tomorrow morning I shall be in my office, acting as your representative, as your voice, and I will smash the rackets and those concerned, regardless of who they are.
Good morning, Mr. District Attorney.
Good morning, Miss Rand.
How do you feel after your first day in office?
Well, to tell you the truth, I feel the responsibility stronger than ever.
Telegrams of congratulation have been coming in for you all day, sir. This one on the top just arrived from Mr. J. Edgar Hoover.
Oh, thank you.
Mayor Bernard Dickman of St. Louis and Police Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of New York also send congratulations.
Well, that's splendid. I'm certainly grateful to these gentlemen.
There's an Italian woman in the outer office. She's been begging all morning to see you, sir.
Send her in.
Yes, sir. Right this way, if you will.
I want to see Mr. District Attorney, please. I want to see the District Attorney.
Won't you be seated?
Thank you.
What can I do for you?
My name is Mrs. Milano. I came from Italy, but my 3 boys are all born in this country. They're men now.
You say your name is Milano?
Yeah.
Yes.
My boys are in the wholesale food business. A man come and say there are racketeers in the food business, but that he can give my boys protection. He tell my boys they got to pay $100 a month for protection.
I can tell you the rest, Mrs. Milano. They didn't pay for the protection, so the man came back several times.
Yeah.
And then a truckload of their food products was overturned. Then the man came back again, and they still wouldn't pay.
Yeah.
And then there was an explosion, and their whole wholesale house was badly damaged.
No, that. It was set on fire and he burned to the ground. You know about it?
No, but I've heard plenty of other stories just like it.
Well, my boys buy another warehouse. This time they pay the money to be left alone, but business is not so good, so they ain't paid. All the time they are threatened, and they get some of the other wholesale houses to promise not to pay too, and they get letters saying they might be killed. I know something's going to happen, my boys. Please, Mr. District Attorney, please do something.
It isn't as simple as all that, Mrs. Milano. I only wish it were. That's a big organized racket. Probably one way or another, 150 men involved in it. They're the underlings, the bosses, several crooked lawyers, and a man who gets them protection, a high official in this city.
Oh, you mean a big boss, huh?
Yes. I could probably name 20 members of this racket. But proving all the facts in court beyond a reasonable doubt is another thing. My office has got pages and pages of facts. Some we can prove, some we can't. But, Mrs. Milano, I promise you we'll do everything we can and spare nobody.
Thank you, Mr. District Attorney. I didn't know who else to come to.
I'm glad you came. We'll give your boys every protection we can and try to get to the bottom of this.
Thank you, Mr. District Attorney. I know what a brave man you are and the work you do before you get elected. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I promise you I'll do everything I can.
Goodbye. Thank you again.
Miss Rand, I'd like you to come in for a minute, please.
Yes, sir?
Miss Rand, the food racket again.
I have suspected it.
Have Detectives Wallace and Harrington come in to see me right away. I'm going to have them cover the Milano boys. I'm not into anybody.
District Attorney's office.
This is Chief Thomas. The DA in?
Just a moment. Chief of Police for you, sir.
Oh, let me have it. Hello, Chief. What's up?
Murder.
Murder? Where?
Over at the Western Restaurant about 30 minutes ago. 3 men were lined up and shot.
3 men?
Yes. I have a feeling it has something to do with the food racket.
Thanks. I'll go right over. 3 men murdered, Miss Rand. I wonder if it has any connection with the 3 sons of Mrs. Milano who was just in here.
That would be terrible. 3 brothers murdered.
Chief Thomas thinks it has something to do with the food racket. If that's true, Miss Rand, I know the guilty parties without even getting up from this desk. But try and prove it in court.
Are you going over there?
Yes, but that won't tell me anything more than I already know. Rounding up the actual men who committed the murders is up to the police. But we've got to get their bosses and the big shot back of all this and then convict him. Get the car.
Quiet. Here comes the district attorney.
DA?
Quiet, everybody.
These are the 3 bodies, Mr. District Attorney.
Uncover them. look alike. Are they brothers?
Yes, sir.
The Milano brothers?
Yes, sir.
You two men were waiters in here? You two men. I'm speaking to you two with the white coats. You waiters in here?
Yes, sir.
What did the killers look like?
I don't know, sir. I was out in the kitchen.
And you?
My back was turned. I didn't see a thing.
And you people who were eating in here?
We didn't see anything, sir. There were some shots, and then everything was all over.
You all saw it happen, and you know it. And so do I. You're frightened because you think this murder had something to do with the rackets. You're the people who can help me. Have courage and tell me what you know. All right. Your witnesses, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
It's useless to question them here. I've been through this too many times, Harrington.
Yes, sir. Oh, here's a piece of paper we found lying next to one of the bodies.
Oh?
I guess that's your first threat, sir.
I've only been in office 9 hours, and I get my first threat. Well, they don't waste any words, do they? To the new district attorney, investigate this, and you'll be a corpse, too.
These murders are part of the rackets, all right, sir.
Harrington, I don't need any evidence on the scene or any fingerprints or anything like that to tell me who pulled this. It was Zara, the wholesale produce man.
Zara?
I'm positive he wasn't here himself, but he planned it. And what a perfect alibi he'll have. You'll find he's playing poker with friends right now and didn't leave the room. But Zara is the real killer. Go to his home, Harrington. He'll be there. Tell him I'd like to have him drop into my office the first thing tomorrow morning.
I always say, my friend, that there's nothing like a bracing cocktail after a good day's work.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Zara. Are you sure it was a good day's work?
Oh, positive. The little job you wanted done this afternoon has been carried out to perfection.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's drink to it.
Certainly. Here's to you and anything that you want done.
Well, thank you, Zara. You know, you're getting more valuable to me every day.
And getting more valuable to myself. We collected 10,000 last week.
Good. Well, at that rate, Zara, you'll be able to take a vacation soon. It's too bad these Milano brothers couldn't see things our way.
Now, we've got to stick to our rules. They don't pay up. We've got
Yes,
to...
Zara. Well, I'd rather not talk about that anymore, if you don't mind. I don't want to bring it. What's that?
There's someone at the door.
Expecting anyone?
No.
Well, whoever it is, I certainly can't afford to be seen here. Suppose I go in the next room and tell you...
Good idea. Just step this way.
I'll depend on you, Zara.
Now, don't worry. Just a moment. Good evening.
Are you Zara?
That's right. Who are you?
I'm from the district attorney's office.
District attorney?
That's right. I've got a message for you.
I see. I want to come in?
No, thanks.
I thought perhaps you'd like a little drink.
No. All I'm here for is to tell you that the DA wants you to drop into his office the first thing tomorrow morning.
Well, I'll be delighted. The DA and I are good friends. Yes. The DA and I are very good friends.
District Attorney's office. Yes. Yes, I'll tell him. Good night. It's Detective Harrington, sir.
Yes?
He said Zara will be here to see you tomorrow morning.
Good. Miss Rand, you've had a busy day. You must be tired.
You're the one that's tired. Can't I get you something to eat?
No, thanks, Miss Rand. I have a press conference in a few minutes and a lot more work on this case. Anything else for me?
Yes, sir. This Department of Justice report.
Oh, let me see, please. It doesn't seem possible. I can hardly believe it myself.
What is it, sir?
This first paragraph.
Yes?
Miss Rand, did you know that last year the total cost of crime and rackets was $15 billion?
$15 billion? It's unbelievable.
You know, that's $10 a month out of the pockets of every man, woman, and child in America.
Think of it.
Our job, the job of every district attorney, is not only to break up the rackets, but to make the people realize what rackets cost them. Make them realize how much they pay in tribute to organized racketeers. Then the people will act. People like those witnesses in the restaurant where the Milano brothers were murdered. They'll not be afraid to work with me. They'll help me. And we can stamp out this menace once and for all and put these criminals in prison.
You mean men like Zara?
Exactly, Miss Rand. There are thousands of Zaras in this country. I don't want to sound like an orator, but the people elected me district attorney to smash Zara and others like him. And so help me, I'll not stop until it's done. You have just heard the first episode of Mr. District Attorney, dramatized by Phillips H. Lord from facts furnished by public prosecutors throughout the entire nation. Mr. District Attorney will reveal the amazing inside story of the hundreds of rackets flourishing in America. Rackets which will be exposed on this program. Listen in tomorrow night and find out the startling series of events behind the brutal murder of the three Milano brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. District Attorney will be with you again tomorrow night.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The case of free play. Well, I must say the kindergarten looks wonderful, Aunt Martha. Isn't it delightful, Deborah?
Light me, Ted.
What? Oh, yes, of course. Yes, we.
You neglected your old Aunt Ted. I haven't seen you in ages.
Well, we've been busy, Aunt Martha.
You and Miss Hawkins, is it?
Hawkins. I have thought of you, Aunt Martha. Haven't I, Deborah? Every time someone mentions Miss Mulberry's nursery school, I feel a little glow of pride. Being a Mulberry, too, I mean.
What time are the kids out of here?
I beg pardon, Miss Hawkins?
This building, what time do the kids get out of it?
Why, school closes at 3, Miss Hawkins. We only take little tots, you know. Oh, my, I think the water's boiling for tea. Will you excuse me?
Oh, can I help?
No, you sit still. I won't be a minute.
Look, bird brain, will you get to the point with the old fool?
Now, Deborah, you promised I could handle it. After all, she is my aunt. I know how.
Why don't you just give it to her straight? Tell her we've been peddling the stuff and it got hot.
Oh, in heaven's name, Deborah, have you lost your mind? Aunt Martha wouldn't know what marijuana is. Say nothing of narcotic.
Okay, have it your way. I mean, this setup is perfect.
You said the last one was.
So it got hot. Now, will you please tell her we're moving in here?
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know.
Look, it's a nursery school or whatever you call it, right?
One of the best private ones in the city.
Great. The brats pull out at 3. We can run the joint wide open all night long.
Yes, it does seem advantageous, I'll admit.
Advantageous? It's beautiful. There's plenty of room. We can even take on more customers.
Of course, Aunt Martha will be hard to handle, Deborah. Very hard.
Well, that's your department. All I know is we're moving in. Who'd look for hopheads in a nursery?
Oh, all I can say, Chief. When I pull a boner, it's a beaut.
Why, Harrington? Something go wrong?
You mean last night?
I mean last night, Miss Miller. You know, I've been working on that marijuana thing, Chief.
Yes, I know.
For weeks now, I've been working along with the federal boys. The heavier stuff, heroin, cocaine, all that, that's their department.
Yes, and what about the marijuana?
Well, sure, we've got jurisdiction there. It's a local offense.
I know. I mean, weren't you about ready to go ahead?
Well, last night, wasn't it, Harrington?
That's right, last night. There's a dame named Hawkins, Chief. Guess I told you. Deborah Hawkins?
Yes, you mentioned the name.
Okay, for weeks now, we've been casing her place. An apartment over on West Avenue.
And that's where she operated?
Oh, in a big way. She not only peddled the stuff, she let the customer stay right there and use it. Oh, talk about a fun house.
And what happened?
Yeah, nothing happened. We got all set to raid the joint. I got 4 extra crews on duty. I got the whole building roped off.
And?
We go in.
Yeah.
Boom. The joint's as clean as a whistle.
You mean you couldn't get any evidence?
Evidence? The place was empty, Miss Miller. Deborah and her chum pulled out in the morning.
Her chum?
Oh, yeah, some punk that works for her.
Oh, I see. Any idea where the tip came from?
No, I haven't, Chief. It was kind of a big operation, you know. When they're like that, there could be a lot of leaks.
Yes, unfortunately, you're right. But I have a stack of complaints a foot high about this marijuana situation.
Yeah, don't I know it? The T-boys, too. They're absolutely sure narcotics are coming into this town. Yeah, even better. They're coming to Deborah Hawkins.
And she's gone.
Well, she sure was last night.
Well, there's only one answer. She'll open up again some other place.
Oh, that you can bet on.
Well, let's find her then, and this time, let's bring her in.
Here you are, Deborah, in here, huh? Well, did you see who's in the nursery tonight?
Mm-hmm. Martindale, light me, Ted.
Well, you might at least have let me tell it. How much did he spend? Oh, here.
Thanks. 50. I'm not sure I like him as a customer, though. He's got a bad reputation.
I think he's fascinating. I do believe he's the first gangster I've ever met.
You're somewhat naive, darling. Where were you all afternoon?
I was with Aunt Martha in the nursery.
In the afternoon?
I was helping with the children. You know, it's amazing, Deborah, watching their little minds.
Yeah, well, you keep your little mind on our children, dear. We made a good start here for a week. I want to make it even better.
Ted? Oh, good. You're both here.
Why, Aunt Martha, I thought you were upstairs in bed long ago.
Oh, I can sleep with people coming and going. I'll never know. Good evening, Miss Hawkins.
I was just going.
I'd rather you stayed. As a matter of fact, there's something I want to say to both of you.
Can I get you a cup of tea, Aunt Martha?
Stop fussing, Ted. Fact is, I'm extremely upset.
One of the kids fall out of the swing?
Deborah, please. What is it, Aunt Martha?
I told you a week ago you were welcome to stay here for a while, Ted. You too, Miss Hawkins.
Thanks.
With your tea room burnt to the ground and all, goodness knows you had no place to go.
With our what?
I, told Aunt Martha about our tea room, Deborah, in Chicago.
Oh, and you're welcome here, I'm sure. It isn't that.
So it's what?
My dear Miss Hawkins, it seems to me you've had company every night since you came.
Company?
Even now, there are people in the nursery, coming and going until all hours. I've heard them.
Oh, but my dear
Let
Aunt,
me finish and stop dancing about.
Sit down, Ted.
I'm only trying to explain.
I realize you're young, you have friends, and you like to have a good time.
You bet.
On the other hand, this is my nursery school and my home. You mustn't abuse it.
Oh, now, we don't mean to, Aunt Martha, really.
Well, nevertheless, I don't like it. Smelling up the place with their Turkish cigarettes.
How's that again?
My dear Miss Hawkins, the nursery is just thick with their smoke. It's getting so I can't air the place out.
Aunt Martha,
you needn't explain, my boy. I'm tired now, and I'm going to try to sleep.
Oh, let me help you.
Oh, do leave me alone. Sorry I had to speak, but I just can't have this. Now, if you'll excuse me, good night.
She ought to take a drag or two herself and prove her disposition.
It's not funny, Deborah.
I think it is. It's the first time I ever heard marijuana described as a Turkish cigarette.
She doesn't know.
Really? You amaze me. Better go see if Martindale wants anything. He usually takes a deck home.
But what about Aunt Martha? We'd have to find a new place if she makes us move.
Now, you're being funny.
But you heard her, Deborah.
Will you come, too? This is the neatest setup I ever had.
But
I don't intend to give it up. Aunt Martha or no Aunt Martha, we're here to stay.
And please assure the committee we are doing everything we can. Sincerely, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. I'll have this typed right away, Chief.
Hey, Chief.
Oh, yes, come in, Harrington.
Well, you look happy.
Oh, boy, why shouldn't I? Hey, Chief, we finally got a break.
Oh, on the marijuana problem?
Right on the head.
Yes?
I was prowling around town last night. Pretty late, too, come to think of it, and I see my old pal, Martindale.
Who?
A two-bit bum around town, Miss Miller, mixed up in a dozen different rackets.
Well, there's no charge pending against him, is there?
No, nothing special, Chief, but I spoke to him just the same. A bum like that on parole, well, I do it just for exercise.
Well, I don't blame you. Dale's in prison oftener than he's out.
Well, he's on his way in again, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
When I stopped him, Chief, he was glassy-eyed. First, I thought he was drunk.
Yes, and?
He was all hopped up, Chief. I could smell marijuana all over him.
What?
Sure, and to make it even better, he was carrying 24 cigarettes.
No.
Sure. I got him down in the bullpen right now.
Have you made out the charge?
No, not yet, Chief. I thought I'd see you first.
Good. Say, this may be an opening wedge, Harrington. Is he able to talk?
Oh, yeah, sure. The jag's worn off. He's He's just depressed now.
He's what?
Oh, those hopheads get awful low when you take away their candy, Miss Miller.
Oh.
What time did you make the arrest?
2 a.m.
I see. Well, all right, let's do this. We'll hold him the full 24 hours without making a formal charge.
Right.
Oh, and nothing to the papers, Miss Miller.
Okay.
Notify the desk, will you?
Right away.
And we'll give him a couple of hours and then bring him up here, Harrington.
Right. And by that time, he ought to be real unhappy.
Yes, we won't make a deal, you understand, but maybe he'll talk anyway. They usually do.
Oh, brother, I sure hope so, because if Martin Dale got his supply from little Deborah Hawkins, Chief, we're in.
You ought to go to bed, Ted. There won't be any more customers tonight anyway.
Yes, I will, Deborah. Simply trying to calm myself by reading.
Reading what?
Oh, one of Aunt Martha's books. The Life of Madame Montessori.
Who's she? Lighten, will you?
Oh, nuisance. Madame Montessori founded a method of educating small children in the theory of free play.
That ought to calm anybody.
Here.
Right. What's the matter? You run out of comic books?
Your sense of humor is warped, Deborah. If I want to improve myself, I should at least be encouraged.
You like telling stories to the little monsters?
I happen to find it stimulating, yes. As a matter of fact, Deborah,
Somebody's coming.
But you said everyone's gone. Good heavens, it's after 3.
Yes? Well,
Aunt Martha.
I thought I'd find you here. Now, don't speak, Theodore. We won't mince words.
you're up pretty late, aren't you?
I'll hear no more from you, Miss Hawkins. Now, both of you pack your bags and get out.
What did you say?
Don't pretend you don't understand me. I said get out of my nursery school.
Now?
Now. Is that clear?
Just what's wrong, Aunt Martha?
Well, I'm sure you could answer that better than I, Miss Hawkins. I saw some of your friends tonight.
Our friends? Downstairs in the nursery?
I did. I don't know what was going on, but it's going to stop. Why, they acted like drunkards.
Oh, Martha, no.
Don't argue with me. I said pack up and get out.
Nobody was drunk, Aunt Martha.
Well, worse then. I don't even want to hear about it. Well, didn't you hear me?
She's your aunt, Ted. Take over.
Aunt Martha, now be calm a minute.
Oh, you're a spineless, weak jellyfish, Ted Mulberry. Yes, and no telling what else. I said get out.
Aunt Martha, don't talk like that. I might get mad.
Mad? You? Oh.
Oh, I can get mad, can't I, Deborah? Tell her.
Take it easy, Aunt Martha.
Now listen, you two. The officer in this neighborhood is a friend of mine. If you're not started in 2 minutes, I'm going to call him.
And get your poor nephew arrested?
I don't care what happens to him. He's a sneak, a lying little sneak.
I always thought you were a lady.
Get out.
Deborah?
You calm enough, Ted?
Completely.
You realize now I was right?
Perfectly?
He talks to that policeman. It's 15 to 25 years for the both of us.
Naturally. I should have acted before.
Oh, stop this chattering and get out of
I'll
here.
get the gun, Ted. I have it much first.
Let me have it, Deborah. Quickly.
Have you gone mad? What are you talking about? What gun?
This one. Here, Ted.
Thank you.
Theodore, what's come over you? Theodore.
You don't know your nephew in a crisis, Aunt Martha. He's a riot.
There's no need to explain to her, Deborah. I see it quite clearly. Aunt Martha?
Ted, no, Theodore. No. Heaven, you shot me. You didn't have to.
I shall have a reaction quite soon, Deborah. I'll need a small brandy.
I know.
It's the only thing to do, of course. You agree about that?
Completely. There's just one thing.
Yes?
While you're still thinking clearly. We need the nursery for the cover-up, you know.
I was aware of that when I shot.
Who's going to teach the kids?
I am.
You.
I shall use the Montessori method, I think. The accent on free play. And now my brandy, Deborah. Oh, I really do feel quite faint.
All right, Jerry. Put him back in the cooler.
Let's go back to the office, Harrington.
All right.
How long were we talking to him?
Martindale? Good 3 hours, Chief.
Yes, not very profitably, I'd say. Well, let's take the back stairs.
Oh, that guy sure is stubborn.
Well, there isn't a doubt in my mind that he knows where Deborah Hawkins is.
Oh, sure. Every time you mentioned her name, we got a reaction out of him.
Yes, a reaction, but no information. Well, we can't hold him, Harrington. We'll make out a charge upstairs.
Right. Possession of marijuana?
Well, that's about all we can do, I'm afraid. We'll have to release the stories to the papers, too.
Yeah, I know. Brother, wherever Deborah's operating, it sure is terrific.
We've got to find it, Harrington. I want to put a stop to her for good.
Ted.
Huh? Oh, Deborah, I asked you not to disturb me when I'm in the nursery.
Where are the kids?
In Humpty Dumpty Land.
What?
In the next room. It's nap time. After that, they get their milk. Fortified, of course.
Listen, teacher, will you wake up? Did you see the afternoon papers?
But hardly. I've been busy here at the blackboard since noon. You like it?
Like what?
Well, good heavens, Deborah, don't tell me you don't recognize it. All this colored chalk. It's a turkey.
You drew that?
I traced part of it, I must admit. It's good, though, don't you think?
I'm trying to tell you.
The tail feathers just delight the children. Tell me what?
Martindale is in stir.
Martindale? Our Martindale?
Our Martindale. And get this, the DA charged him with possession of marijuana.
Oh.
Our marijuana, in case you don't get it.
That could be very serious.
Could be. Suppose he tells where he got it.
That's what I meant.
That and your Aunt Martha lying out in that ditch, my friend, that don't add up so good.
Oh, don't mention her, Deborah. I've told so many mothers she went to Florida, I almost believe it.
I don't care about the mothers. Just believe this, Montessori. If Martindale starts talking, this whole act may turn into a turkey.
This woman's body was found in a ditch, you said?
Yeah, this morning, Chief. She's up ahead on slab 9. Yeah, I heard about Martindale.
About getting released on bail?
Well, guess we kind of expected it.
Well, there wasn't any way to hold him pending trial. All I'm banking on now, when we do try him, he'll talk.
Well, maybe. Yeah, here's the woman. He'll have to slab.
There's been no autopsy?
No, nobody's even touched her, Chief. There's no identification.
Nice-looking woman. One shot?
Yeah.
In a ditch, you said?
That's right, Chief. What?
Nothing. I was just looking at these smudges on her dress here. Some sort of chalk, isn't it?
Chalk?
Yes.
Wasn't any in the ditch.
Well, we'll have a test taken. It seems like...
What's the matter, Chief?
Oh, it's strange. There's an odor on these clothes. Still quite strong.
Let me smell.
That familiar?
Huh. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle, Chief. That smells like marijuana.
Yes, that was my impression, too. Now, there's the phone.
Yeah, that may be for me, Chief. I told Brophy we were coming down to the morgue.
Yes?
Chief, Miss Miller.
Yes.
Can you come back to the office?
Well, I'd rather not right now, Miss Miller. Harrington and I have just stumbled onto something important.
I'll say we have.
Well, this is important, too, Chief.
Yes?
The report just came in. Martindale's been killed.
The way we tie our shoe, tie our shoe, tie our... No. This is the way we brush our hair, brush our hair,
Will you
brush our
please
hair.
keep still? I'm trying to concentrate.
Well, my dear Deborah, you told me yourself the nursery is important. If I'm to run it, I want it run right.
Will you please?
The children learn through these songs, Deborah. I must say I've learned quite a bit myself.
Great. Now, will you listen to me?
Later.
You're really feeling your muscle lately. You know it, little man?
Why not? Things are going extremely well. The children adored my turkey.
Oh, be a... All right, we'll talk quietly. Light me, will you?
Why don't you carry matches, Deborah? I'm busy.
Listen, egghead, I spent all afternoon trying to find Martin Dale, and I couldn't. Suppose he's talking.
He isn't.
What do you mean he isn't? Stop smirking at me.
I killed him.
You did what?
He was here while you were out. It seems he needed a supply.
Give me this slow.
It was quite simple. I offered to drive him home, and when we got there, I shot him. I borrowed your gun.
You shot Martin Dale? It's just like that?
My dear Deborah, you said yourself if he talked, we'd have to move again.
Yes, but
and it was the only thing to do. I'd simply hate giving up the nursery.
Oh, good Lord.
So you'll see, there's nothing to worry about at all. Now, heavens. This is the way we tie our shoe, In heaven's name, how do you tie a shoe?
Come on, clear out, will you, fellas? The DA will see you in a minute. That's it, that's the boy. Come on, give us a chance to work, huh? That's it, outside.
Chief,
the
the examiner's on his way for the body.
Good. You may start on the apartment, Miss Miller, and
All
just
right.
list everything you see.
Sure thing.
This Martin Dale sure wasn't neat, Chief. Look at this dump.
Well, at the moment, Harrington, I'm more interested in his body. Do you notice anything?
He shot once.
On the coat sleeve here.
Huh? Say. Hey, that's funny. Looks like chalk.
Exactly. And that was chalk on that woman in the morgue.
Hey, Chief. This begins to make sense.
Yes, a lot of sense. A woman and Martin Dale, both shot once, chalk on both bodies, and the odor of marijuana on both.
Well, Marty's got more than odor. His pockets are full of cigarettes.
Oh, Chief.
Yes, Miss Miller.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I found this engagement calendar.
This what?
On Martin Dale's desk, Harrington. The page for today is still here.
Yes, what about it, Miss Miller?
Well, the name seems so strange.
Huh?
Martin Dale didn't have any children, did he?
My dear Deborah, I must ask you once more to remain calm.
Calm? Now?
You're simply putting a series of circumstances together, my dear. It's what we call basic association.
What?
Basic association. For example, take one of the children. I say dog. He answers bow wow. I say snow, and he says Santa Claus. It's really most interesting.
Yeah, well, I say murder, Bob. First Aunt Martha, and now Martin Dale.
Still association. There's no reason in the world to connect us to any of it. Now, would you like to help me? I'm doing the nursery in crepe paper.
Ted,
Yes, Deborah?
what's the matter with you? You used to be so easy, so gentle.
Why, I'm the soul of gentleness, Deborah.
Then will you think? We got to get out of here, Ted, now, before things get any hotter.
I say no.
Oh, you fat-headed... No, so help me, Mother Goose, I'll make you see it. Ted,
Yes, dear?
please, can we go?
You're really very selfish, Deborah. I enjoy the nursery immensely.
I see. Okay, that does it. You won't listen to me. Maybe you'll listen to this. Just happen to have here in my purse.
I'd put away the gun, if I were you. They make me extremely nervous.
I only wish they did. Now, will you get started? We're checking out.
Put it down, Deborah. You know my temper.
Who's that?
One of the mothers, I'd imagine. She'd hardly expect firearms, Deborah. Put it away.
Get rid of her, you hear me?
But I enjoy their problems. I really do. Enter.
This is the Mulberry Nursery School?
Yes, I'm Mr. Mulberry. Can I help you?
Yeah, in here, Chief.
Oh, yes, I see.
Yeah, just gonna... Hey, wait a minute. Well, I'll be darned if it ain't Debbie Hawkins.
What?
I'm more interested in this one, Harrington. That's interesting chalk on your suit.
I beg your pardon?
Ted, you fool, they're cops.
Deborah, quickly, the gun. No, you don't.
Debbie, old kid. I'll take that.
Go on.
Keep that gun, Harrington. We'll need it. All right, both of you. This school is out for good. Let's go.
This is a United States Armed Forces radio service.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The case of deadly devotion.
You have no idea how these old phonograph records take me back, Mr. St. Charles. Look, here's Dardanella, remember?
You select whatever you want to hear, Mrs. Post. The other club members will enjoy it, I know.
Well, honestly, I don't know when I've enjoyed myself so. Oh, here's the two black crows. My.
You do like it here, then? I mean at the Devotion Club?
Like it? Why, Mr. St. Charles...
Harry, please.
What? Oh, thank you. Do I enjoy it? For I think what you're doing here is simply wonderful.
I hope so. People our age, people in the flush of life, you might say, have a difficult time making new friends.
We don't here, I'll say that.
I'm glad you feel that way. You especially, Laura. The moment you came into my office, Is something wrong?
Oh, I'm sorry, but that man seems to be beckoning to you. There, that one near the door.
Near the door? Oh. Oh, yes, I see.
You know him? He doesn't look like one of the members.
What? Will you excuse me, my dear? I'll see what he wants.
Oh, don't worry about me, Harry. I'll pick out the records before the members start arriving.
You don't look glad to see me, Harry.
Nick, my boy.
Well, don't we shake hands, Harry? Back when we were cellmates, I thought we got to be pretty good friends.
Nick, you can't stay here. Look, my boy.
What do you mean, can't? I'd quite a time looking you up, pal. Yeah, you got quite a layout here. What's the gimmick?
Look, I'll give you my address. I have a house.
No kidding.
We can talk later on. Please, Nick.
The Devotion Club, huh? What do? Get a lot of old dames in here and take them?
Don't say that. Really, you must go, Nick.
Go? Come off it, pal. We're buddies, remember? Cooped in the same hatch back in Stir.
Yes, I know, my boy, but...
Go! Why, you're flub-struck, Harry. I'm gonna stay.
Oh, I picked that information request out of the file, Chief, the one from St. Louis.
Oh, which one was that, Harrington?
A young punk named Oliver. Nick Oliver.
Oh, I saw that when it came through. He was released from prison out there, wasn't he?
That's right, Miss Miller. And from looking at his record, he's on his way back.
St. Louis thinks he's here in town?
That's the tip they got, Chief. For the bum like him, even when he's released, it pays to keep an eye on him.
Well, what is his record? I didn't read all the report.
Well, little Nick is quite a boy, it seems like. He's got an arrest record as long as your arm.
And there's a charge against him now?
Well, they want to talk to him about a little accident, Chief. Seems the day he got out, a pal of his turned up with a hole in his head.
What?
That's right. Then it turns out the dead guy ratted on Nick in the first place.
It was his testimony that sent him up.
They didn't pick him up?
No, it happened in a little town outside of St. Louis, Chief. By the time the local boys notified the city, Nick was on his way.
And they think he's here.
Yeah, it looks that way. I've been doing a little checking up on him this morning.
Oh, any luck?
No, it's a little early, Chief. They're sending us his prison record, personnel report, all that. If he's got some pals in town, chances are he'll look him up.
Well, let's hope so. The St. Louis authorities have helped us a great deal in the past. I'd like to return the favor.
Oh, I'll find him, Chief. Bums like that always go in a pattern.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, that's one way you find a guy, Miss Miller. You study his habits. Find out what kind of bars he hung around in, what kind of people.
Uh-huh.
Get a line on him. You know, what kind of dames he goes for, whether he likes sports, drives a car, his clothes, anything.
Yes, the personnel report should contain most of that.
Sure, then as soon as we know what kind of a guy he is, we pass the word along to places where he might show up.
And then wait for a tip.
Tips help.
Isn't it strange criminals are so willing to turn each other in?
Well, it really isn't strange, Miss Miller. It's part of the criminal nature. Fear.
That's right. And when he turns a pal in, he feels safer for a little while.
You'd think they'd realize that someday they all get caught.
Yes, they do. That's the basis of the fear. Take this man Harrington's trying to find.
Nick Oliver?
Yes. Wherever he is right now, he's afraid. And why? Because he knows that sooner or later we'll get him.
And we will.
Laura, my dear, I didn't realize you were here in my office.
I thought it better to wait in here, Harry.
I'm delighted. Have you been waiting long? There isn't much here to amuse you, I'm afraid.
It's quite all right. I was reading an article in this week's Collier's.
Oh?
It's most entertaining about Mr. District Attorney. You know, the radio program.
I'll have to read it. Sit down, my dear.
No, thank you.
You seem so formal, Laura. Is anything wrong?
Yes, Harry. A great deal.
I don't understand. I thought the dance last night was most enjoyable.
Who is that man, Harry?
Man?
I think you're evading me. I mean Mr. Oliver.
Nick? Why, he's an old friend, Laura. I told you that.
He's been here a week, Harry. Have you any idea how much the club has changed in that short time?
Changed? In what way?
Good heavens, are you blind? Do you realize that man encouraged the members to gamble? Yes, and to drink.
Now, Laura.
Oh, you needn't put your arm around me, Harry. I'm disgusted. I wrote my sister about it last night.
Now, Laura, listen to me. Perhaps you're right.
Perhaps. When that nice Mrs. Webster lost $43 playing dice.
As I say, Nick is impetuous. I shouldn't have permitted him to stay.
Oh, he's a very bad young man, in spite of that smile of his. I tell you, Harry, this has changed my opinion of everything.
Including us?
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't made up my mind. There's something wrong here, Harry.
Laura, my dear, wait.
No, I'm going home now. I've had my say.
Home before the dance tonight?
I won't be at the dance, Harry. I'm not sure I shall return here at all.
But the money... I mean, you decided to do so much.
I have my doubts about that, too. Goodbye, Harry.
Harry, do you think... Oh, sorry.
It's quite all right, Mr. Oliver. I was just leaving.
Laura, wait.
Thank you, no. Goodbye.
What's eating the old bag?
You fool, you blundering idiotic. Oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm the fool, not you.
What's the trouble, pal? She looked pretty steamed up.
I was crazy to let you stay crazy.
I'll wait back on that again. I told you, Harry, ain't got much choice.
I was getting along so well.
Yeah, well, now you're doing even better. And you can stop yakking about getting rid of me, Harry. Or do I tell these old crows where you and me met?
Dice tables, liquor in the punch, shakedowns. In heaven's name, Nick, what are you trying to pull?
Oh, I need plenty, pal. This is as good as any joint to get it from.
But I don't operate that way. I told you I play it slow.
Well, that's too bad. I play it fast. What was her name?
What?
The dame in the uproar just now.
It was Mrs. Post. Laura Post.
Yeah, well, she can take the... Wait a minute. Is that the one?
The one what?
The dame you were building up for the big one. Sure it was. I remember the name.
She has $20,000 in convertible bonds.
She's got what?
I've worked on her for 3 months personally. And now it's all for nothing.
She was going to kick in 20 grand?
She was, even if I had to marry her.
Where'd she go? Home?
I imagine so. She's washed up, though. You and your quick scheme scared her off.
Where does she live, Harry? Never mind, I get it from my membership.
You stay away from her. You think you could change her mind, you?
Change it?
You're
Oh.
why she pulled out. It's a wash-up, I tell you.
You know, you convoys give me a pain. 20 grand and you quit like a spoiled kid.
I know when a score is cold, Nick.
Yeah, well, I know when it's hot. 20 G's, Harry, my boy. That's plenty hot.
Now, where are you going?
Calling.
What?
You heard me. I'm calling on Mrs. Post.
Oh, come in, Harrington.
Yeah. I didn't want to bust in, Chief.
That's quite all right.
I just thought I'd bring you up to date on Nick Oliver.
Oh, the one they want in St. Louis?
That's my boy. Oh, I got a pile of dope on him. Brother, he's something.
Yes?
Yeah, he started out when he was 13 years old. He stuck up a gas station, and when the attendant was slow with the money, little Nick hit him with a hammer.
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's only the beginning, Miss Miller. The bum's record runs 6 full pages.
Any idea where he is now?
No, not yet, Chief, but I got a good lead.
Yes, what is it?
Well, a punk that looks like him hit town about a week ago. Come in by bus from over the state line.
Do you think it's Nick?
Well, maybe, but I know this, Miss Miller. When a rip and tear man like that arrives, a lot of guys know about it, yeah, and fast.
Yes, remarkably fast, usually.
That's the grapevine, Chief. And today they're saying there's a baby-faced guy like Nick in town.
Just a minute, I'm coming. Yes, just a moment. I'll turn on the porch light.
No need for that. I could see okay.
Now, see here. Just what the... Oh, it's you.
I got to talk to you, Mrs. Post. It's about something that happened at the club.
The devotion club?
Uh-huh.
I don't want to hear about it.
Let's sit down. How about in here?
Now, see here. I've said I don't want to discuss anything. Why, I was getting ready for bed.
Now, this is important, Mrs. Post. It's for your own good.
For my own good? Whatever do you mean?
You and Harry?
I beg your pardon?
I told you it was important. Go on. Sit right down and relax.
Come to the point, please.
That's fair enough. Harry tells me you've got $20,000 laying around.
What do you want, Mr. Oliver, isn't it?
Nick's enough. And I want to tip you off, Mrs. Post. It's just a friendly gesture.
I think perhaps you'd better leave.
I'm playing straight with you. You take the dough and put it in a big, strong bank. You understand?
I'm sorry. I think all this is, well, to say the least, Mr. Oliver, none of your concern.
You're sure hard to convince. Look, will you promise me one thing?
Hardly.
Yeah, well, first thing in the morning, take the dough and put it in a bank.
I never heard of anything like this in my life.
Is that too much to ask? Put it in a bank?
Very well. Suppose I promise you. Now, will you go?
Be more definite. You'll put it in tomorrow?
Yes. Now, will you please leave my house?
That's funny. And Harry said I wasn't smooth. That's a laugh.
Well, what do you mean?
Kid, you just told me the one thing I wanted to know.
What?
I had to be sure that dough's here, didn't I? I'll get it up.
Get it up?
Come on. Let's not waste time. Where do you keep it?
You get out of here.
Well, you listen to reason. I'm a busy man, baby. Get the dough.
I don't believe it. I just don't.
Look, I got no time to fool around. If I have to, I'll kick this joint upside down.
But...
Yeah, I may have to take a few belts at you. Now get smart, will you? Just hand it over, nice and easy.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Don't look so greedy at the phone, kid. You reach for that and I'll break your little arm.
But do you realize what you're doing, do you?
Yeah, I do. But you don't. I'm getting sore, sister, and that ain't good, you know.
I haven't got the money here.
You lie in your teeth. You just said so. Now get it up fast.
Mr. Oliver, listen.
Never mind the routine. I got one of my own.
You what?
How many rooms in this dump? 8? 9? I can go through them in an hour.
You wouldn't dare.
If I have to look for the scratch, that is. And you know something, baby? I just can't do a good job with you around bothering me.
I don't understand.
Oh, it's simple. Either you hand over the dough like a good kid, or I'll kill you.
Kill me, you?
I'd have to, if I have to search for it, at least. You see?
You've got a gun.
Oh, that's the flash of the week. Okay. Make up your mind.
Oh, please.
Where's the dough?
I don't know.
Oh, I'll be.
You shot me. Help me, please.
Oh, you sure make it tough on yourself, sister. Yeah, and on me, too. Now I gotta tear this joint apart.
Oh, boy, there's enough reporters out in that yard to cover a World Series.
Well, I don't wonder, Harrington. Mrs. Post is very prominent in this city.
Yes, we're about ready to add up, Harrington.
Yeah?
Has Dr. Colgan finished?
Yes, just about, Chief. He fixes the time of death is between 9 and 11 last night.
That's right. Shot once at about 2 feet away.
What about the doors and windows? Did Brophy check?
Just finished, Chief. Every one of them closed and locked from the inside.
Let's see. How about inventory, Miss Miller?
Well, I've been trying to get somewhere on that. Her nearest relative is a sister, but she lives in Chicago.
Yes, well, perhaps one of the neighbors can estimate what's missing for us.
You know, Chief, there's one thing I don't like about this.
Yes, what's that?
Well, when the grocery kid discovered something was wrong this morning and called the patrolman,
Yes.
it looked like a nice, neat case of robbery.
And?
I mean, everything's just like we've seen it many times before. The house all ransacked and the dame dead.
Yes, that's the impression, at least. She probably resisted, and the burglar got panicky and shot.
Except for one thing.
What's that?
Well, just look around, Miss Miller. There's her purse with $10 still in it. There's a gold lighter on the table. Upstairs there's a hunk of jewelry on her dresser.
Yes, I saw that, too. Say, take a look at that purse, Miss Miller.
All right.
This was a burglary. The guy sure passed up a lot of nice items.
Yes, it is strange. Still, if he were frightened after he shot, he might have run out.
Say, Chief.
Yes,
Here's something odd.
in her purse.
Yes, Mrs. Post belonged to the Devotion Club Limited, whatever that is. Here's her membership card.
The Devotion Club?
Uh-huh.
Are you kidding?
Why, do you know anything about it, Harrington?
Well, sure I do. Well, maybe not that particular outfit, but I've heard that name. It's one of those agencies that helps people meet other people.
Really?
Yeah, most of them are on the up and up, but sometimes they're not.
Yes, it's strange that a woman like Mrs. Post should belong to one. Put the card in your pocket, Harrington.
Right.
We may have to check that club.
I can drop around and ask a few questions.
Yes, do that. No need to arouse suspicion, however. Put a little gray on your temples, and you can drop around as a prospective member.
It's a cinch, Chief.
Well, let's hope the whole case is a cinch. Now, if you'll call Dr. Colgan, Miss Miller, we'll get to work.
I hope I've made everything clear, Mr. Harrison, was it?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. St. Charles.
You see, we don't take just anyone into our membership here. Only those we know to be sincere.
Oh, I'm sincere, all right. I've been wanting to meet people for a long time.
I see. You dance, do you?
No, just a little. Back home, I never had much time for it.
And that was where, did you say?
Oh, I had a cattle ranch out west.
Did you indeed?
Yeah, I had 7,000 head at one time. Then when I made my pile, well, I just quit.
Well, that was sensible, Mr. Harrison. We all work too hard in this life. Wear ourselves out.
You can say that again. From now on, Mr. St. Charles, I'm just going to spend my money and enjoy myself.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, well, could I get into your little club here, do you think?
Well, ordinarily, Mr. Harrison, I interview a candidate a number of times before we accept him.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Then, as I explained, we make every effort to see that you meet people of your own age and interests.
Suits me.
And you know, sir, you suit us.
I do.
You do. We'll dispense with the interviews, Mr. Harrison. You can meet the members tonight.
I've listed everything the neighbors mentioned, Chief. Do you know not one thing's been taken from this house?
Well, it's difficult to understand, Miss Miller. Unless, of course, Mrs. Post kept a great deal of money someplace here on the premises.
Yes.
The neighbors would hardly know if it were missing or not.
Well, her sister might. I've got Dorothy back at the office trying to get through to her in Chicago.
Yes, that'll help. And perhaps Harrington will have some luck, too. Is he still out?
I guess so. He hasn't called back. He was going over to that club to see what he could find.
That's the door.
Yes, it's the mailman, I think. Do you want me to see?
Yes, will you?
Okay. Oh, thank you. I was right, Chief. Here's a magazine and one letter.
Oh?
It's postmarked, let's see, Chicago. It's a woman's handwriting, too, Chief, probably from her sister.
Here, may I look at it?
Of course.
Well, I think I'll open it, Miss Miller. Under the circumstances, I can take the responsibility.
Oh, sure, Chief. Anything to help. I'll keep going on this inventory.
Right. Well, I'll be... Say, Miss Miller.
Yes?
This letter is remarkable. It may be just what we need.
Well, Chief, the guy's a phony from away back. I could smell it all over him.
This Mr. St. Charles, you mean?
Yeah, Miss Miller. Slick as a whistle. Even if he's got nothing to do with Mrs. Post, we better break up that joint of his on general principles.
Yes, we have more reason than that to break it up, Harrington.
Yeah?
Miss Miller and I had quite a day, too.
Oh, anything look good?
Oh, yes, plenty. You're attending this dance at the club tonight, you said?
That's right. Starts at 9.
Well, all right, you be there then. And if you can, get St. Charles into his office. And here's what we're going to do.
I'm sorry, I'm busy. Nick, I thought I told you to stay away from here.
Can an old pal drop in to say goodbye, Harry?
I don't want anything to do with you.
You know, you conboys operate funny.
We don't get mixed up in a murder.
Oh, you heard about that, huh?
I read the papers.
It's funny, I was even thinking of giving you part of the stash. You know, just for old time's sake.
You mean you got the money? All of it?
I'm leaving, ain't I? That's the answer to that.
But the paper said nothing was taken.
You read too much, Harry, just like back in the cell block.
I had no idea. Why, sit down, Nick. No need to rush.
Oh, you kill me, you know. Now you're interested all of a sudden.
No, I'm not, Nick. I give you my word.
No kidding.
Look, I took in a new member today. He's loaded, Nick. Big cattleman from out west.
Take him, why don't you?
I intend to. Only you can help me, my boy. Think of it. We'll take him together.
You'll take the old dame's dough, you mean? No thanks, Harry. I'm shoving off.
Hey, do you mind if I come in, Mr. St. Charles?
What? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Harrison. I'm busy just now. If you'll... Mr. Harrison...
This won't take long. Come right in, Laura.
I told you I'm very busy.
You.
Good Lord.
Hello, Harry.
For the love of... Well, what's the matter? You fellas look like you've seen a ghost.
I think they're surprised to see me.
You don't say.
What? Hey, I gotta get out of here.
No. Stick around, Sonny. You interest me. You know, I could swear I've seen your face before. Like on the St. Louis police posters.
Hey, what's going on here?
Don't you remember? You came to my house last night.
No, I didn't.
Laura, I can't believe it. The paper said you were dead.
Perhaps. Do you think so, Nick? Look at me.
No, don't come near me. Please don't.
Nick, listen to me.
She's dead, I tell you.
Really, Nick? Look again. Closer.
No, I tell you, no. Harry, don't let her come near me.
Mr. Harrison, please take her out of here.
Do you remember now, Nick, last night?
You're dead, I tell you. I was there. I saw you die.
That's what I'm waiting to hear, pal. All right, back up, both of you. This is a very touchy gun.
Mr. Harrison.
The name is Harrington, pal. Just stand still. Okay, Chief. Better stand back, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. I do feel a little faint.
Are we all set in here, Harrington?
Perfect, Chief. Nick just spilled the whole story.
Nick?
Yeah, and a little added touch, Chief. This is our St. Louis boy.
Oh.
Looks kind of pale right now.
Oh, Chief, the members are all waiting downstairs.
Yes, we'll go down and explain things to them in just a moment, Miss Miller.
Right.
Are you all right, Mrs. Rogers?
Yes, thank you.
Mrs. Rogers? What do you mean?
Hey, look, I don't get it.
We were very fortunate, gentlemen. I think you knew Mrs. Post had a sister in Chicago.
Sure, she said...
Well, this is Mrs. Post's sister. What you didn't know, however, is that she happens to be a twin, an identical twin.
Mr. District Attorney comes to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney knows that crime has its roots in emotion, and of these, the most deadly is greed. This case started in a large, badly kept junkyard on the outskirts of town near the city dump. The junk dealer and his wife are seated at the dinner table in the ramshackle house, but the man isn't eating. He's reading a newspaper.
Will you stop reading that thing and eat your supper, Nick?
I ain't hungry.
You've had your nose buried in them new car ads ever since you got the check from the salvage company. Fat lot of good it's doing you. We can't buy one.
Oh, we could. I didn't have to pay that Mexican for helping me.
Well, you do have to pay him, so stop daydreaming. New car. You ain't never gonna do enough work on your own to get anything new, let alone a new car.
If you know what's good for your men, you'll stop picking on me.
You could have taken the pipe and stuff out of those condemned buildings by yourself if you wasn't so lazy.
Are you gonna shut up? Or are you looking for a punch in the mouth?
I didn't mean nothing.
All right. Shut your trap and keep it shut. $1,800 for that pipe, and I gotta give half of it away.
Well, there ain't nothing you can do about it, Nick. He knows you got the check. He was supposed to be paid as soon as the stuff was weighed out. You can't stall him much longer. He'll be coming over again tonight to ask for it. That'll be him now, Nick.
Yeah. Coming right up to the front porch. Just like he owned the place. Get busy with your dishes. I'll handle him. Well, Morales, what do you want?
Oh, Mr. Howard, I come for my money for the work I do.
I told you I'd bring it to you when it come. I ain't got it yet. I can't give you what I ain't got.
Please, Mr. Howard, I don't like to bother you, but my wife, she's sick. We're going to have another baby.
Now, look, I got troubles of my own, Morales.
Well, I know you got the money, Mr. Hobart. I called the salvage company. They say everything is paid.
Oh. So you're checking up on me, are you? Now, look, Morales. I'm going to tell you what I'll do. Here. It's better than you deserve. Here. Here's $50.
For 3 months' work?
Go on, take it, and we'll just call it square. And if you don't like it, you and your family can get out of that shack of mine by morning.
Oh, no, Mr. Hubbard, you don't cheat me. I want my money. All my money, $900.
You better take this 50 while you can, Morales. Because it's all you're going to get.
Mr. Hubbard, if you don't pay me now, I go tomorrow to the law.
The law? Why, you no good. Mr. Hubbard! Please! You'll take that 50. You'll sign that paper right now, or I'm going to beat the life out of you.
Nick, what's going on?
Stay out of this, men. Morales and I just made a deal.
In the second drawer on the...
No, don't sign no paper, Mr. Hubbard.
Come back here, Morales. Come here.
I go to the law.
You ain't going far.
Nick! Nick, no, not the shotgun!
Yeah, let go of me, will you?
Oh! Nick, you're crazy!
Morales! Come back here!
No!
All right, then. But you ain't never gonna reach that fence.
Nick, what did you do?
Shut up. Shut up, dear. Shut up, Nick.
Nick? He's dead, Nick. What are you going to do?
Will you shut up? Shut up now and let me think. I gotta think. Men, we gotta move him someplace away from here. Come on. Help me lift him up. We gotta move him. Come on.
Oh, I can't, Nick. I can't touch him.
Come on. Help me, I said. And keep your mouth shut. Forever. From now on, forever, you keep it shut. Or I'll shut it just like I shut his. All right, now, come on. Come on, grab his feet.
Well, there he is, Chief. Department of Sanitation boys found him. They were bulldozing some of those ash heaps to level them out.
It's a good thing they saw him, Harrington. If he ever ran the bulldozer across here, he'd been buried for good.
Yeah. Doc says he's been dead about 40 hours.
You say the Missing Persons Bureau has a report on a man of this description?
Uh-huh. Report was filed yesterday by a Mrs. Morales. Said her husband didn't come home the night before last.
Well, that fits in with the length of time the doc says he's been dead. Now, let's get a better look. Shotgun killing, huh?
Yeah. He got it behind the head and through the back. Heavy charge. Gun was probably 12 gauge.
You know where Morales lived?
Yeah, one of those shacks on the edge of the dump someplace. None of them have any address. But when Mrs. Morales made the missing person report, she said the shack belonged to a junk dealer named Hubbard. Although it beats me how Hubbard owns anything that's standing on city property.
Where is Hubbard's junkyard?
Well, it's way down at the end of the dump. About 1.5 miles, that high board fence. Hey, see it?
Yeah.
You'll have to drive around past the gasworks to get to it. There's no direct way from here, unless you want to ruin your car.
Yeah, I'll go around. Hubbard may be able to give us some information about Morales. I'll meet you in town when I'm finished.
Okay, Chief.
Yeah, we heard about it maybe an hour ago. Somebody called to tell my husband. Let me turn this washing machine off, will you? So old you can't hear nothing when it's going. Everything we've got is old. Junk my husband picked up someplace.
Where is your husband now, Mrs. Hubbard?
Oh, he drove over to the shacks to tell Mrs. Morales and see if maybe there wasn't something he could do for her and the kids. Morales sometimes worked for my husband.
So I understand. Did Morales ever come here? Here to your home, I mean.
Only when he had some business with Nick, my husband.
When was the last time?
Well, I can't say for sure, Mr. Garrett. Like I said, he'd come to see Nick on business.
You'd probably be around when he came, though. When was the last time you saw him?
Well, I can't say for sure. I'm too upset to think. Well, that's Nick's truck coming now. Nick will know. He'll tell you.
Hello.
Hello.
Nick, this here man is Mr. Garrett, the district attorney.
Oh. Well, sure glad to know you, Mr. Gadd. Seemed like an old friend. I voted for you so often.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard.
Hey, is this your car?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, sure is slick looking. I must ride like a dream.
Nick, Mr. Garrett wants to know something about Morales.
Yeah, I know. I just left his widow. Yeah, this thing's hit her kind of hard. Sure feel awful sorry for her and them kids.
Just a few things I want to know, Hubbard. When did you see Morales last? Your wife couldn't remember.
Well, you sure are upset, men. Now, you ought to remember Morales stopped by here night before last.
Well, I wasn't sure that...
Night before last. What time?
Well, it was just after we finished supper. 8 o'clock, maybe.
Same night he was killed.
Huh? You mean he's been dead that long?
Well, that's what the coroner thinks. You have any reason to think differently?
Well, I mean, he was only found this morning.
He's been missing since the night before last, though. His wife reported that to the police yesterday. You knew that, didn't you?
Oh, well, sure, I knew it, but... Well, I figured he was off celebrating with that roll of money he had.
What roll of money?
Money I paid him for the job we did together.
You mean you paid him when he stopped by here the night before last?
Sure. I handed him $900. Wait a minute.
What, Hubbard?
Something Mrs. Morales told me. Just a while ago when I was over there. Somebody dropped in on Morales the night he disappeared.
Who?
One of the shantytown bums, a guy named Shorty. Morales wasn't there when he came. The Shorty waited around for a while, she said, and then he said he'd walk across the dump toward my place, see if he couldn't meet Morales on the way. You know, you asked me, this Shorty may be the man you're after.
Sounds like a strong possibility, Hubbard. I'm going to see Mrs. Morales and get more information about Shorty, whoever he is. Want to tell me how to get there?
Well, I'll do better than that, Mr. Garrett. I'll drive over with you.
Oh, fine. Let's go. Goodbye, Mrs. Hubbard.
Bye, men. I'll be back later.
Goodbye.
Oh, okay if we take your car, Mr. Garrett?
Sure.
You know, you jounce around too much in my old truck. It's ought to be a pleasure for me to ride in a new job like yours, eh?
Hop in.
Yeah. Boy. Sure is smooth. I'm going to get me a new car soon. Sure does hum, don't you?
Yeah. Now, which way do I go?
Oh, through the gate and turn left. Sure is a shame about Morales. But I guess you ain't gonna have much trouble finding your killer once Mrs. Morales tells you where to look for that fella Shorty, huh?
Seems like he had a motive, all right.
Sounds like the killer to me. I hope you get him, Mr. Garrett. Morales was a mighty fine worker, mighty fine. Hate to see anybody get away with killing him. Oh, man. Yeah, this is a fine car, ain't it? Hey, just listen to her purr.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the murderous junk man, here is an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
The body of Juan Morales, a junkman's helper, had been found in the city dump. The dead man's employer directed me to a threadbare but cleanly scrubbed shack where the widow lived with two wide-eyed kids who clung to their mother's skirt. There was heartbreak in her eyes, but she kept it smothered for the sake of the children. Until she sent them out so we could talk.
Go. Lay in the bag. Pipito, help Rosa find her doll. I try not to cry when they are near me.
Take it easy, Mrs. Morales.
Easy? What is easy? Life is hard for me, for them. And now they have no father to turn to.
Now, everything's going to be all right. I told you can stay on here, rent-free.
We didn't want to stay here. We were going to move away to the apartment house for the new baby that is going to come. As soon as you gave Juan his money, why did you make him wait so long?
Oh, well,
For 3 days. Every day he asks you for his share. And you keep saying that you don't get the check yet.
What is this, Hubbard?
Oh, well, I didn't want to give Juan the money. I wanted to give it to Mrs. Morales here. I asked him to bring her down to the house to collect it.
Why?
To make sure it went to her and the kids, that's all.
Mrs. Morales, Hubbard says you told him about somebody coming here to borrow money from your husband the night he didn't come home.
See, the man who works with Juan at the brickyard one time, 2 years ago. They call him Shorty. His name is Shorty Davis.
Did you tell him that your husband had gone over to Hubbard's?
See? Then he said he would not wait anymore. He would walk across the dump and try to meet Juan. And then he went away.
Where does Shorty live?
I don't know. The shack's up that way.
I'll have my men check them all. They'll get him. I'll see that somebody comes to give you some help, Mrs. Morales. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
Come on, Hubbard. I'll drive you home.
Here's the ballistics report on the Morales killing, Mr. Garrett.
Well, thanks, Miss Miller. Any report on Shorty Davis yet?
I don't know, but Harrington's on his way in.
All right. Anything worthwhile in this?
A few things, I think. The shotgun pellets followed a downward trajectory, indicating that the gun was fired from above and behind the victim.
Hi, Chief.
Oh, hello, Harrington. Just got the ballistics report.
Yeah, I know. Morgan handed me a copy when I passed the lab. I read it in the elevator on the way up.
And what about Shorty Davis?
Yeah, we're too late, Chief. Looks like he's making a run.
Why?
I will located his shack. A few of the dumped tramps said he took off a couple of hours ago with his clothes in a bundle.
You put out an all-points bulletin?
Yeah, gave it to the radio division a half hour ago. He won't run too far if they spot him.
Well, how come?
He's got a bad leg. Broke it in a transit accident on the subway 3 months ago. He's got a civil suit pending against the transit company. Supposed to come up in court tomorrow, but he won't be there.
I want that courtroom covered just the same.
Yeah, it will be. But he's the kind that...
I'll get it. District Attorney's office. That's right, Lieutenant. Good, I'll tell him. He'll probably be over right away. Lieutenant Levis from the 9th Precinct. One of his prowl cars just picked up Shorty Davis. They're holding him.
Good. Come on, Harrington. Let's go. Leave us say where they picked him up?
Yes, sir, the railroad yards. He was trying to get into an empty boxcar on a southbound freight. Not that he had to take a freight train.
What do you mean by that?
Levis says he had a couple $100 in his pocket.
Come on.
All right, Shorty. Just sit down right there, across the table.
Yeah. Hey, look, won't somebody tell me why them cops picked me up? I ain't done nothing.
If you haven't, you've got nothing to worry about. Where are you heading for?
Florida? I got a bad leg. I wanted to get where it's warm.
Why the rush? You've been around here a couple of months with that bad
Well,
leg.
I couldn't go before. They're rough on tramps down there. I was waiting to get some money.
Well, apparently you got it all right. And we want to know where you got it.
Well, I got it from the subway company. I busted my leg in the subway.
Your suit doesn't come up before the judge until tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, we settled it out of court yesterday. They give me $300.
It won't take long to find out if you're telling the truth. Who's your lawyer?
Robert Hoxie over on Center Street.
Call him, Harrington.
Right.
Listen, mister, tell me something, will you?
Sergeant.
What do you think I got the money?
You'll find out later, Shorty. Do you have the whole $300 you claim you settled for?
Yeah. Well, all except a couple of bucks I spent for eating.
What time did you leave your shack this morning?
Oh, left it early. As soon as I knew the bank was open, I could get my money. They give me a check.
And you didn't know that Juan Morellis was found dead this morning?
Dead? Morales?
Murdered. He was murdered the night you stopped by his shack to see him.
Oh, I never got to see him that night.
But you did stop by the shack.
Yeah, but he wasn't home. His wife could tell you that. Asked her, huh?
His story about the money is legitimate, Chief.
I know it is. I'm telling you the truth.
And just keep on telling it. Mrs. Morales told you where her husband went that night, didn't she?
Well, just that he was over to Hubbard's junkyard.
Didn't you say you were going down there to meet him?
Yeah, that's right. Well, look, I wanted to borrow a couple of bucks, see, because one knew me. We worked together once, and we used to borrow, from each other, and I always paid him back.
We're not checking you for a credit rating, Shorty. What we want to know is what happened after you met Morales.
I didn't ever meet him, I told you. I must have waited, half hour maybe. Then I seen the Hubbards come walking through the gate.
Walking?
And you didn't let them know you were there. Why?
Oh, I'll tell you why, mister. I didn't want Hubbard asking me what I was doing on his property at night when he was out.
Yeah? What were you afraid of?
A shotgun, if you want to know. A shotgun. He's a mean guy. You'd ask anybody in Shantytown. He thinks everybody's crooked. He's afraid they'll cart some of that junk off and sell it off to another junkie.
He has a shotgun, huh?
Ooh, you bet he does. He near blasted one of the guys once.
The Hubbards could have been walking back from the dumps, Harrington.
You mean they might have packed Morales' body out there? Why would they kill him?
Hubbard's been stalling Morales on some money he owed him. And his excuse was full of holes. Now I'm going to call Miss Miller. Shorty can repeat when he told us and sign it.
District Attorney's Office.
Garrett, Miss Miller, I want you to take a cab over here to the 9th Precinct. Take a statement from Shorty Davis. Have him sign it.
Is it a confession?
No, he's not the man.
Well, whoever the man is, I hope you get him soon.
Why? What's the matter?
Mrs. Morales collapsed at the morgue after she identified her husband's body. They had to take her to General Hospital.
How bad is it?
She lost the baby she was carrying, Mr. Garrett.
I'll see you later.
What are you so mad about, Chief?
I don't want to talk about it right now. Listen, Shorty.
Yeah?
How did you get into Hubbard's yard? If you were so afraid of him, you didn't use the gate.
No. There's a couple of loose boards in the fence. You know, a part that runs right alongside the dump?
Thanks. We're going to have a look at that place, Harrington, without being seen.
What's she watering with that hose, Chief? No plants or anything growing there, not even grass.
I know. He's been at it for some time, too.
What's she want a mud puddle in the middle of the yard for? The rest of the place looks like it never got water.
Come on.
You gonna let her see us?
I want to find out why she's doing that. Hubbard isn't around. His truck is gone. Good evening, Mrs. Hubbard.
Oh, hello. You frightened me. Excuse me while I turn this off.
I'll get it.
The ground seems kind of dry.
It's wet enough now. At least this one spot is. Wet enough to cover any blood stains that might have seeped into the ground.
Well, don't understand what you mean.
Don't you? Let's have a good look around here, Harrington.
What are you looking for? Maybe I can help you.
If we find what we want, we won't need your help.
If there was anything, Chief, it's washed away for good. Mud's an inch thick all the way over to that old car cushion on the ground. It's
a car cushion. Look at it, Harrington.
I don't see... Hey, it's riddled with small holes.
The same kind of holes that shotgun pellets might make. The full charge didn't hit Morales. Some of it went past him.
Nick didn't kill Morales. He didn't.
He committed 2 murders if the truth is known, Mrs. Hubbard, because Mrs. Morales just lost the new baby she was expecting.
Oh, no.
Where's the shotgun?
In the house, I'll show you. We started water in there after you brought him back from Morales' shack. And he told me to do it. Just keep wetting it down good till it was all soaked. Gun is behind that bureau, hanging on nails. He put it there.
Yeah, 12 gauge, all right, Chief.
Maybe I ain't a good wife. Maybe I shouldn't have told you. But I feel better about it now.
Some night, maybe I'll sleep again if I live to be old enough.
Where's your husband now, Mrs. Hubbard?
I don't know. He just walked out this afternoon whistling. Whistling like he owned the world.
Chief, there's a car just turned into that gate.
That don't sound like Nick's truck.
It isn't a truck, Mrs. Hubbard. It's a car. A brand new car. Get away from the window, Harrington.
Men! Hey, men! Come out and give your eyes a treat.
Don't answer him.
Men! Hey, men, why didn't you... Oh. Hello, Mr. Garrett. I forgot
Don't
something.
move, mister. You know this shotgun is loaded. It's yours.
I told him, Nick. I told him everything. How you dragged the Chief Morales, how you shot him in the back.
Shut your crazy mouth!
No, you don't. Don't try that again. Now get up.
You finally got a new car, didn't you, Nick? You know where you're going to drive it, don't you? You know where?
Come on, Nick. This time we'll use your car. This is David Bryan again. I hope you've enjoyed this case from the file of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
It took a jury less than 15 minutes to return with a verdict of murder in the first degree against Nick Hubbard. He was subsequently executed. Mrs. Hubbard, an unwilling accessory, was sentenced to prison for a term of 5 years. With the help of civil authorities, Mrs. Morales was able to find and maintain a more suitable home for her minor children. And now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Now, tonight's story, The Case of the Assassin in the Dark.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A criminal is a cunning animal. He trains himself to break the law just as the district attorney trains himself to enforce it. Each regards the other as an enemy, and enmity leads inevitably to violence. But violence was far from my mind the night this started. Harrington and I were driving home from the annual police frolics. What are you laughing at, Harrington?
Oh, those cops. Dressed up like can-can girls in that chorus number. Did you ever see anything like it, Chief?
They were very funny.
Yeah. And the commissioner, old Stoneface himself. I almost died when he did that imitation of that dame, why don't you come up and see me sometime?
Oh, the commissioner's a good sport.
Yeah, tonight. But let one of the boys goof on an assignment tomorrow, and whoom, through the roof.
Well, that's his job, Harrington. If things go wrong, he catches it from the mayor.
Oh, speaking of the mayor, Chief, he's worried about you.
About me? Why?
I'll give it to you in 2 words. Johnny Genetti.
Oh, forget it. The parole board never should let him out.
The parole board had no choice, Harrington. Giannetti served his minimum time. He's been a model prisoner for 6 years. He's entitled to a break.
You mean you told the parole board that in your recommendations?
Yes.
For a guy who swore he'd get you the minute they put him on the streets?
Harrington, I've heard the same threat 100 times from 100 different men. Some of them are decent citizens today, and I'm still alive. A man can change a lot in 6 years.
Oh, sure. But someday one of them's going to hold on to his grudge, though. And Giannetti was the best candidate I ever saw.
Forget it. I will be at your house instead of mine.
Oops, sorry, Chief.
Well, thanks for the ride, Harrington. See you at the office in the morning.
Oh, Chief.
Yeah?
Watch yourself, will you?
I'll be fine. Good night, Harrington.
Good night, Chief.
No lights. Oh, that's funny. That plug must be loose. Who's in here? I see your shadow there in the corner. Now, who are...
Goodbye, Mr. D.A.
Taking him so long. Why didn't the doctor come out?
Anna, just take it easy, Miss Miller. There's nothing we can do but wait.
They've been in surgery for 2 hours.
One of the bullets is lodged right near the heart. Don't worry, though. The chief is in good condition. He's tough.
Don't try to cheer me up when you don't believe it yourself.
Miss Miller,
What if he dies? If only I could talk to him. If only I could talk to him for just a minute. You worked for a man for years. And your heart's all wrapped up in him. You have to have pride and dignity because you're a girl and you could never say anything about it or do anything about it. I want to see him. Just for a minute. Is that too much to pray for?
Miss Miller, Edith, listen to me.
What?
Even if we can see him later, whether the doctor thinks he has a chance or not, make sure of what you intend to do or say.
Why? He doesn't even know I'm alive. Except for being a secretary in the office.
Oh, he knows you're alive.
Oh, yes. Not the way I want him to know it. You know how I feel about him.
Yeah. But he doesn't. Suppose you tell him. Suppose you do, and later on he's all right. What are you going to do then? Go back to the office and just wake like nothing happened?
You mean you could never care for me, don't you?
No, wait a minute. I didn't say that. Some people they just can't afford love, Edith. They can feel it inside, but they can't show it for fear of hurting it. Someday, if he lives, Chief may run for a different kind of office. Mayor or governor. Something safe that he can share with a woman. If you've got anything to say to him, that would be the day to say it.
Thanks, Harrington.
As long as I'm making speeches, I'll tell you something else. Maybe it'll help you understand. There was a time for 2 years when you first came to work for the chief. But I thought of quitting, asking a girl to marry me.
I never knew that.
I know you didn't, but you should have. You were the girl.
Harrington.
No, it's all right. I got over it. Now, do me a favor, will you, and forget I ever told you. Okay?
No. I'll never mention it, but I'll never forget it. I'll be all right now.
That's all I wanted to...
What is it?
Doctor just came out of surgery. He's coming down the hall.
How is he, Doctor?
We managed to remove the fourth bullet all right, but...
Give it to us straight.
And it's critical. If we can keep him alive for a few days, he's got a chance. About 1 chance in 4. He's going to need transfusions of whole blood every day, starting right now.
I may be.
We need type O.
Oh, then you can start with me. I'm type O.
Good. Go down the hall and tell the nurse. She'll make the preparations. I'll be there in just a minute.
You sure it's okay, Miss Miller?
I'm all right.
I'll have a man from the staff check with you. Typing. And you can count on any cop in the city as a donor.
Good. We'll need him. Say, is that one of your men looking for you? Just came in down there?
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to wait?
No, I still have a job to do. I'll keep in touch by phone. See you later.
Oh, Jeff. Oh, there you are, Harrington. I was looking in the waiting rooms. How's the chief?
1 chance in 4. But I swear to you, that's more of a chance than Janetti's going to have. What have you found out?
He got a job driving a laundry truck yesterday, the White Flash Laundry.
Uh-huh.
We also got a statement from a woman who lives around the corner of Mr. Garrett's apartment.
What?
She couldn't sleep. She heard the shots.
So did a few other people.
Well, her statement goes a little further than that, though. Shooting happened at 1:30.
Yeah?
About a half hour before that, when she couldn't fall asleep, she looked out her front window. There was a White Flash laundry truck parked in front of her house. When she heard the police cars after the shooting, she came out into the street. The truck was gone. Want an all-points pickup on Janetti?
Yes. And make it dead or alive. We'll play it whichever way he wants it.
You guys want to see me?
That's right. You own this laundry?
Yeah. You come about the ad for root men?
No, this is police business. You got a driver named Johnny Janetti?
That bum. What's he done?
We'll tell him. Where is he?
Huh. Where is he? Wish I knew. Because wherever he is, that's where his root collections are, too, the bum. He worked 1 day and he doesn't show up this morning. I even had to go for the truck.
You're a pretty trusting soul for 1 day. What's your name?
Charlie Drake.
I've seen this boy someplace before, Harrington.
Yeah, so have I. I don't think his name is Drake. Charlie Frisco in my book. Talk up, Charlie. You're one of the Frisco brothers, aren't you?
It's Drake now. I had to change legal.
Didn't you know Janetti was an ex-con when you hired him?
Well, don't think so much before you answer, Charlie. You might guess wrong. Janetti's first conviction was with one of your brothers.
Okay, so I knew. I figured he wanted a chance to go straight, so I gave it to him. A bum.
Did you report your truck missing when he didn't come in this morning with the root collections?
No.
Why not?
I don't blow no police whistles.
Watch Janetti's address. Come on. You picked the truck up there. Watch the address.
3120 Mason Street.
Can I use your phone?
For a dime you can, copper.
You get it.
We won't need a squad, Harrington. He's on the run.
Just the same, I want to stake out there and here while we search the place.
Closet's empty. Drawer's empty. Whatever he had, he took it with him, Harrington.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hey, maybe he's gone to... What is it?
Somebody out in the hall.
Boys outside would have spotted him.
I told him to keep under cover. Let him come in if he shows. Get your gun ready.
Okay. Open it.
Miss Miller.
I couldn't see the room numbers in the dark hall.
What's the matter?
I've been back to the office. There's no phone here, so I had to come out.
Why?
The police across the river found Johnny Janetti an hour ago.
Where?
Chief Hotel. He's dead.
Dead?
He left a note saying that the police would never get him as long as he'd had the pleasure of killing Mr. Garrett.
First time a killer ever saved us the trouble of finding him. Maybe he isn't the one who shot Mr. Garrett after all.
He's the one, all right.
How do you know?
Lab reports. Sent wire photos through to our ballistics department for comparison. The gun Janetti killed himself with is the same one that was used to shoot Mr. Garrett.
That does it, then.
Yeah. What's the latest on the chief, Miss Miller? How is he?
I called the hospital just before I came out. He's worse. He's in a coma.
A man I couldn't see in the darkness had attempted to assassinate me in my own apartment. Harrington suspected and sought a man who was newly paroled from prison and had once threatened to kill me. But when the man was found, he was seemingly a suicide and had written a note of confession concerning the attempt on my life. For more than a week, I hovered between life and death. And then on the morning of the 9th day...
Just a little more oxygen, nurse.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Pneumonia complication is gone. His fever broke about an hour ago. It's just a question of bringing him around now.
You hear that, Miss Miller?
Oh, yes.
That transfusion you gave him right after we removed the bullets helped a great deal. Well, now we're getting some places coming out of it. All right, nurse. Take off the inhalator mask.
Hiya, Chief.
Harrington. Miss Miller. Well, there's nothing to cry about, Miss Miller.
Well, he's out of the woods now. You can stay about 15 minutes. Just don't tire him.
Oh, we won't, Doc. We won't. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Don't mention it. I'll help you wheel that out.
I told Miss Miller, Chief, you were too tough to kill. Didn't I, Miss Miller?
Yes.
Whoever did it tried hard enough.
Oh, we know who did it.
Who?
Johnny Janetti. I warned you about him, Chief.
You sure you're right?
Oh, by his own confession, written just before he killed himself with the same .38 he used on you. I guess he knew we'd get him sooner or later.
He wrote a confession.
Yeah, that's right. He said... Come in.
Harrington, can I... Oh, Mr. Garrett, you're all right.
What they call doing as well as can be expected, yeah? Sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Garrett, but I just stopped in for a second. I have to see Harrington about something. Can you step outside for a second, Harrington?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Secrets?
Oh, no, just something personal.
I'll be right back. Well, just don't stare at the Chief, Miss Miller. Talk to him.
All right.
Come on, Jeff. What's up?
I just rode into the emergency ward downstairs in an ambulance. A kid about 15, all cut up by a broken bottle.
Uh-huh.
He says a gang of hoodlums jumped him, beat him up, and robbed him. Took $6 worth of nickels.
What is he, a newsboy?
No, a high school kid.
Why so many nickels?
He says he hit the jackpot in a slot machine on his way home from school.
Where?
Back room of a candy store near the school.
A slot machine?
That's what he said.
You send anybody out there to look for the machine?
Well, the kid doesn't know the address of the store or the name of the owner. There are half a dozen places within 2 blocks of the school. Besides, a back room. We need warrants.
Well, get them. Go to Judge Brennan and get an order to search every place within a mile of there. That's the first slot machine in this county in 5 years.
It's the first of a lot of things in 5 years, if you ask me.
What do you mean by that?
There's a mob moving in. I can feel it.
Get the warrants. Come back and pick me up.
Okay.
You got back just in time, Harrington. I just finished telling Mr. Garrett about...
Yeah, I know. I heard. Janetti saved the state a lot of trouble.
What's wrong, Harrington?
Oh, nothing. Not a thing, Chief. Everything's just fine.
You'd better tell me, Harrington, because I've got something to tell you.
Well, a kid's just been hurt after hitting a slot machine. Whole county feels tight and restless, like it's going to bust wide open.
Who's behind it?
We don't know.
Want me to tell you how to find out?
How?
I'm the man who tried to kill me.
But it was Janetti who tried...
Yeah, it wasn't Johnny Janetti.
But he said...
I left a written confession. Written by whom? Don't you remember when we arrested him? He was an illiterate. He couldn't read or write.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Doctor, a problem has come up
That may put you right back where you started from. I ask you not to tire him or excite him.
It's my fault.
Give me a wrist. Stop trying to sit up. His pulse is way up. You'll have to leave.
Oh, Doctor, give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes to outline a plan. From there on, if you'll cooperate with Harrington, he can handle it.
I know you're not a fool, Mr. Garrett. So this must be important. All right. What do you want?
Get a couple of chairs over here, and I'll tell you.
What do you got to hug the whole table for, Charlie? Why can't I take a cue and play?
Because I don't want you to, Poggin. You act like a dummy, so stand there and look like one, too.
What are
do you think you're talking?
I'm talking to you. Look at that newspaper. Garrett's getting better. He knows it wasn't Janetti who gunned him. With Janetti, you make it good, but with him, you gotta louse it up. I'm not gonna take a chance on you, Poggin.
What's that supposed to mean?
I can hire other guns to make sure nobody talks about me. If the heat comes on, you go out like a light. Unless you pick up the job you started and finish it.
No? What's the matter? You crazy? How do you think I'm going to do that?
Grace!
You want?
Come in here. You ever been a nurse?
One of them things bounce up and hits in the head?
Get Benny to forge you some papers. Then go to a private nursing service and register.
What for?
Because Poggin's going to need a nurse when he goes into the hospital tonight. You'll case Garrett's room, find out when he's alone and asleep, and when the night nurse is off the floor. Then, I'll get going, both of you. Let me finish my game.
We got a bite, Chief. Just admitted downstairs. Special request for a room on the 5th floor.
I just want to get away from the sound of street traffic.
No, not this baby. Torpedoes spelled all over him. Well, this guy asked him to call a nursing agency, too. Wants his own nurse. He don't look that sick.
That could mean something. You set for the night?
Oh, yeah. You know what you have to do.
Yeah.
Did the doc okay?
Just once. He's got me bandaged up pretty good.
Well, if you can't make it, yell right away.
I will. Go ahead now so I can put the lights on here.
Good night, Chief.
Good night, and good hunting.
Poggin, where are you?
Yes, in bed.
Aren't you up and dressed?
I am. They had to keep covered, didn't they? What time is it?
A little after 1 a.m. Go ahead and get it done.
Give me the getaway again.
Charlie's waiting in the parking lot with the car.
Yeah.
The fire escape outside Garrett's window. When you do the job, go down. We'll pick you up.
Yeah.
I'm taking the elevator now. Go ahead. 514. Next to the last door on the left.
All right. I see you in a few minutes. This time, mister, I'm not gonna miss.
That window's shut tight, mister. You remember the journey moves around the fire escape. Don't go out. I'll kill him. All right, you got him, fellas.
Chief, you all right?
Hot in this closet. Fainted.
Yeah. Good thing you didn't faint before you got that bed stuffed with the pillows and got yourself in here. After that guy's nurse looked at you. Was she... What's that? The parking lot down behind the building.
What's the matter? What's happened down there?
It's me, Harrington. Yeah. We got two of that guy's playmates trying to take off in a car.
Who?
The nurse and Charlie Frisco. I didn't want to do this, but I'm caught. I'll tell you anything.
Frank. Shut them up and take them in, Jeff. And on the way, pick up Frisco's brothers.
Right.
Hear that, Chief?
I heard. You'd think all the regular patients have moved out of this wing.
Yeah, let me give you a hand in another room down the hall. You don't want to sleep here until they cart that torpedo out, whoever he is.
I could do with more pleasant surroundings. Mind if I ask you something personal?
Hmm? Oh, go ahead.
What's been going on lately? Between you and Miss Miller.
I don't know what you mean.
She's been looking at you strangely lately. I noticed it during visits. There's something about you puzzled her.
Oh, just a little private joke I played on her. I got a puzzle. Let's go in here.
What kind of a joke?
Well, nothing much. I'll tell you about it someday.
You will, huh?
Mm-hmm. Now, lie down. I'll call the doctor to come up and look at you.
Oh, Harrington.
Yeah. You don't want to tell me, do you?
Sure. Sometime. Nothing important, just a little joke.
Oh, okay. It's your secret. Just remember what I told you before.
What?
You're a very bad liar.
Yeah, I guess so.
Good night, Harrington.
Good night, Chief.
He must have told her how he felt about her. Boy, Harrington. I guess he thought I didn't know. As though something like that could be going on in my office without my sensing it. Faced with the incriminating testimony of Grace Brewster, Charlie Frisco and his 3 brothers entered pleas of guilty to conspiracy to commit murder, 2 counts, and accessories to murder, 1 count. They are serving sentences of 99 years each. For complicity, Grace Brewster is serving 20 years. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
You have been listening to Mr. District Attorney, which has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
One of the most important factors in fighting lawlessness is the person who has witnessed a crime or knows something about it. Usually, these people are cooperative and helpful. But sometimes, as in the case you are about to hear, the witness tries to turn his knowledge into profit, becoming a criminal himself.
Okay, let's get him. Hold it, friend. We're going in with you.
I'm sorry, but it's only 8:30. The bank doesn't open for business until 10. I just stepped out for some breakfast.
We know why you stepped out. We know the manager of the joint. Now fix this door so it's unlocked and don't argue.
You mean it's a holdup?
Fix the door. If I find it locked when we leave, I'll blow your guts out.
I'll fix it. I'll fix it. There.
Okay, let's go in. Straight back to the vault. Call your people out from behind the counter. Act natural.
Yes, sir. Will you please come out here, everybody? Everybody, please.
You had it right, Willie. They already got the vault open for us. You still want to tie their hands?
Certainly. That's what you got the wire for. All right, folks, against the wall. This is a holdup.
Get your hands out. We're tying them up. The thanks too, Willie?
Everybody. Let the manager do the tying. You get in that vault and get the money.
Good idea, Willie. Mister, you finish him up.
Wait a second. Don't nobody move.
What's the matter?
You got a guard in this place. Where is he?
I don't know. In my office, maybe.
He should have stayed there. All right, mister, freeze. And don't get any ideas about going for that gun.
No, John. John, don't! You shot him.
And you'll get the same thing if I hear one more bleed out of you. Watch with the loot!
I'm coming, Willie. I'm coming.
All right, you people. Squeeze back against the wall and stay there.
We're going out of here, and I don't want to hear a move, see a move, or smell a move.
Let's get out of here, Willie. I'm loaded.
Stay right where you are, everybody. And don't try to follow us. Nobody.
Open the door for me, Willie.
Yeah. Let's go.
Hold up! Hold up!
All right, folks, let us through here. Let us through, folks. Please, please. Oh, hi, Sarge. Where's the... Oh, I see it. Yeah, lying in front of the vault, Chief.
Yes. The officer tells me that you're the district attorney.
I'm Harrington. This is the district attorney, Mr. Garrett.
How do you do? I'm J.T. Barnes, manager of the bank. I went out for some breakfast this morning, and they practically kidnapped me.
Breakfast after you started work?
Oh, yes. I'm the first one here, and my hours start long before the bank opens for business.
And you first saw these men outside?
Yes, that's right. And they must have known all about the way a bank is run. They had everything down just right.
You think it was an inside job?
Oh, no. I never saw either one of them before in my life. But one of them must have worked in a bank at some time.
Well, they spent a lot of time casing this place.
Are they waiting at the door, Mr. Barnes?
That's right. They made me let them in. What could I do? They both had guns, and one of them told me he'd blow my guts out if I made the wrong move. What could I do?
Very little, Mr. Barnes. We understand that.
I only hope our Mr. Telford understands it. Mr. Telford is vice president in charge of this district. I hope he understands.
I wouldn't worry about it, Mr. Barnes. It's not your job to fight gunmen.
No, not when I have a wife and family to think about. 2 children, Mr. Garrett. 1 10, the other 7. Man has to think about things like that.
He certainly does.
I see the vault is still open.
Yes. Wouldn't do much good to close it now. They got just about everything in the way of cash.
How much did they get away with, Mr. Barnes?
More than $40,000. Imagine that. $40,000. And I can tell you everything they did. Everything. Poor Brady. Started to draw on them, they just pumped bullets into him.
Poor who?
That's Brady, our guard, under that sheet. He's dead.
Oh.
Well, let's take a look, Harrington.
Yeah.
Tim Brady.
You knew him?
Yes, for many years.
Yeah, both of us.
How many were there?
2 of them.
What did they look like?
Oh, nice looking, well dressed. When they first came up to me, I thought they were bank examiners.
Young?
Between 25 and 30, I'd say. Both had hats on. One of them called the other one Willie. Willie was the one that killed Brady.
Nice, friendly personality. Hand me that piece of wire at your feet, will you, Harrington?
They used that to tie up their hands.
Baling wire. A lot faster than rope.
Yes, and not many people use baling wire in the city. Get on this right away, Harrington. Check the hardware stores. See if one of them has sold any baling wire in the past few days.
Okay, Chief.
Is there a phone I can use, Mr. Barnes?
Yes, of course, right over here.
Thank you.
District Attorney's office.
I'm at the First National Bank, Miss Miller. I'd like you to do a quick check on something for me. Find out if there's anything on a bank robber who uses Willie for a first name.
Yes, sir. I'll get on that right away. Any characteristics?
He's about 28, flashy dresser, and there's something else. He's a killer. You got that?
I've got it, Mr. Garrett.
I'll see you at the office. I'll be there in about a half hour.
You got the key?
Yeah, I got it.
Well, we made it. Better than $42,000. Of course, that was a fast count in the car, but it's pretty close.
You slophead. What? I spent 3 weeks warning you about pulling boners, and what do? Pull the biggest of all.
What are you talking about?
I told you not to use my name, didn't I?
Who used your name?
You did. Willie this, Willie that. I'd knock your teeth down your throat.
So I called you Willie. How did that hurt anything? There's millions of guys named Willie.
But they ain't robbing banks. They ain't gonna have the cops looking for them.
All right, so I goofed a little. They were all too scared to pay attention.
Put that bag under the bed and let's get out of here. What are you looking around at? You seen the place before?
You know, Willie, I ain't sure if the dough is going to be so safe here after all.
Well, what do you want to do with it? Carry it around in your hip pocket? This is what we rented the place for, ain't it?
Yeah, but suppose somebody comes in and starts poking around.
Who's going to poke around a garage apartment? It's all by itself, ain't it? And it'll be locked up?
Yeah, how about kids? You know how kids are.
Look, we figured this all out, didn't we? We have to have a place to keep the dough, don't we? What are the odds in somebody poking in here? What are the odds?
Well, maybe we should split the dough and each take a share and leave town.
Like I said, you're a slophead, and you keep proving it. All we have to do to get cops on our back is to leave town or start spending the dough. We stay in town. We keep working on our jobs. We leave the dough here. We're mechanics. They don't figure mechanics for bank robbers. So we stay being mechanics, understand?
All right, so I understand. You don't have to get so hot about it.
You're like a dame, always talking, always changing your mind. Knock it off. I'm warning you.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get out of here. Come on, what are you dragging your feet for?
I'm coming.
Patterson?
Yeah?
Before we leave here, I want you to know something.
What?
We're going to stay together.
I know that.
Just make sure you know it good. Don't go trying to sneak back here to pick up the dough.
Now, why would I want to do a thing like that?
Just don't, that's all. Try it and I'll kill you. Let's go.
Any calls, Miss Miller?
Oh, no calls, Mr. Garrett. I made that checkup you asked for. The only Willie I got to make on is a Willie Sloan, and he's in Alcatraz.
Well, so we draw a blank. That makes it tougher.
District Attorney's office.
Hello, Miss Miller, the chief there?
Oh, yes, he is, Harrington. Hold on.
Hello, Harrington.
I've been to 16 hardware stores, Chief.
Where are you now?
At the 17th. I'm waiting for a clerk to come back. The manager says the clerk sold some baling wire yesterday.
He says he thinks the clerk knows the guy he sold it to.
Sounds like a possible lead. Call me back as soon as you find out anything.
Yeah, that might be pretty quick. Fella just came in and went behind the counter. Must be the clerk. I'll let you know, Chief.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Oh, how are you? I think maybe you can. Are you Zimmer?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm with the district attorney's office. I understand you sold some baling wire yesterday.
Baling wire?
Yeah, that's right. Your boss said he thought maybe you knew the man you sold it to.
You from the DA's office? What's the matter? Somebody pulled something?
Do you remember who bought the baling wire?
Hey. A bank robbery this morning. They used baling wire to tie up the people. You heard about it on the radio.
Who bought the baling wire, fella?
What do you know about that?
Did you sell the wire?
Huh? Yeah, I sold it.
Did you know the guy you sold it to?
Did I know him? Well, what makes you think that?
Look, I'm asking the questions. Did you know the man or not?
Well, no. No, I don't think I did.
You don't think you did?
Well, how do I know? People come in here all the time, lots of people. Wouldn't want to accuse anybody
Look,
of doing
I'm not
something.
asking you to accuse anybody of anything. I just want to know if you knew this man you sold the wire to.
Sorry, mister, but I couldn't say definitely that I did know him.
All right. Have you seen him around here at all? You know, at other times?
No. Can't say I have seen him around.
Well, do you remember what he looked like?
Look, I told you. A lot of people come in here to buy things. I can't remember all their faces.
Okay. I might come back and talk to you later.
District Attorney's office.
Hello, Miss Miller. Is he there?
Oh, just a moment, Harrington. It's for you, Mr. Garrett.
Thanks. Hello, Harrington. What did you find out?
I got nothing, Chief. But I got a funny hunch this fellow was holding out on me.
The clerk?
Yep. He sold baling wire. He admits that. But he heard about the holdup, and I think he's covering up. He said he didn't know who it was he sold it to. But he acted funny, and, well, I think he was lying.
Where are you now?
Drugstore across from the hardware company. Corner of 10th and Trenton.
I'll meet you in front of the place as soon as I can get there.
Hi, Chief. Well, looks like we missed.
What happened?
Clake's gone. Must have ducked out while I was talking to you on the phone.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, what do you think we ought to do?
Well, hang around. This is our only lead, and somehow we've got to break the case with it. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the bank killer, here is an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A bank had been robbed, a woman slugged, a bank guard murdered. Indications were that the gunmen were first-timers, and these are often the hardest to catch. We had one important clue, the bailing wire used to tie up the bank workers. But the hardware clerk who sold it to the killer turned out to be an uncooperative witness. We had a hunch he wanted to play along with the crooks. As you'll see, we were right.
What can I do for you?
I'm looking for Patterson.
No peddlers here, Bud.
I'm not a peddler. I'm a friend of his.
I'll call him.
Patterson! What? Come here.
Friend is, huh? What do you want to talk to him about?
What are you, his keeper? This is personal.
Don't get tough with me, chum. It'll get you nothing but welts.
What do you want, Willie? Oh, hello, Zimmer.
This guy says he's a friend of yours.
Yeah, I know him.
Says he's got something personal to talk about. Anything I should know?
What do you want, Zimmer? I want to talk to you. Privately.
Come on, spell it.
I said it's personal. It's okay, Willie. Give us a couple of minutes, huh?
Okay. Couple of minutes.
Come here, kid. What's on your mind?
A fellow come into the store today. Said he was from the district attorney's office.
Yeah?
Wanted to know about that bailing wire I sold you.
What do you want to know about it?
Want to know who I sold it to.
Did you tell him?
No, I didn't tell him. I brushed him off.
Good boy.
What's it good for? What's this about the DA's office?
I thought you was going to let us talk private. Ain't your word good for nothing?
Never mind my word. What's this all about?
It's okay. You don't have to worry.
All I hear is okay, okay. What's okay?
Oh, this cop comes into the hardware store to ask about the bailing wire, and Zimmer brushes him off, so it's okay.
How come this guy knows about the bailing wire?
I bought it from him.
You mean you bought that wire from a guy that knew you?
Listen, the kid's all right. He brushed off the cop, didn't he?
Why, you?
What'd you have to do that for?
You slophead, I ought to kick your face in.
Well, I guess I'll be going.
Wait a minute, you.
Let go of me. You're not going to push me around like that.
What'd you come here for?
Let him go, Willie. He's a pal.
He's a creep.
Let go of me. I brushed off the cop, didn't I?
So you brushed off the cop and you come sucking around here telling us about it. You figure you're going to shake us down for a cut of the dough. I'll show you. I'll choke you. I'll choke the sneaking inside that of you.
Oh, Willie, the boss is looking this way.
You and your pals.
You shouldn't have done that to me. You shouldn't have done it.
Take it easy, kid. Take it easy. You're going to be all right. Oh, Willie loses his temper once in a while. That's all.
This time he's not going to get away with it. I'm just going to ask you guys for a couple of $100. Now it's 5,000.
You hear that, Willie? You hear what you've done?
Shut up. He had it pegged for $5,000 from the start. I ought to.
You try that again, and I'll let you have it with this tire iron.
All right, kid. So we do business. Put down the iron.
I'll put it down when I walk out of here.
How much dough do you figure you have to have?
I said 5,000. I want 5,000. I want it this afternoon.
We're supposed to be working here. We don't knock off until 4 o'clock.
I'll meet you somewhere. And don't get any ideas about getting rid of me. My wife's going to be somewhere close by. Anything goes wrong and she yells for the cops.
Got everything figured, ain't you?
That's right. I got everything figured.
All right. Meet us at 4:30. 1034 Maxwell Street. It's in the back, up over the garage.
I'll be there.
You think anybody followed you here?
I know they didn't.
How about where you work? Ain't they gonna wonder why you ducked out?
That's my worry. I'll take care of it. I'll see you later.
And now you, Patterson.
Here comes the boss, Willie. I gotta get back to work.
That's the guy, Chief.
Good. Let's go in and talk to him.
Zimmer.
Yeah? Oh, it's you.
This is the district attorney, Mr. Garrett.
Aye.
Just like to ask you a few questions, Zimmer.
I already told this fellow everything I know.
I understand you sold some baling wire the other day.
That's right.
Your boss seems to think you know the man you sold it to.
Sorry, but the boss is mistaken.
You don't remember the man at all.
I already said I don't remember the man.
You've got a defiant attitude about this, Zimmer. Why?
Who's defiant? Just tired of answering a lot of questions.
I don't think you can say we've asked you a lot of questions.
You keep asking the same questions over and over. I told your cop here the same thing I'm telling you. I don't know the guy who bought the baling wire. You have a lot of people coming in here all the time. Half of them I don't even look at.
When do you usually take your lunch hours, Zimmer?
What difference does that make?
You mind answering the question?
All right. I go at 12:30.
Well, how long do you usually take?
Half an hour.
It's almost 2 o'clock. You took a pretty long one today, didn't you?
I had a couple of things I wanted to do.
You mind telling us what they were?
Yes, I mind. I haven't done anything wrong. I don't see why I have to keep answering your questions. I guess I got my rights, haven't I?
You've got your rights, Zimmer. I just hope you have the good sense to keep them. Come on, Harrington.
Well, what do you think, Chief?
He's too touchy. I'm sure your hunch is right. You stay here in front, Harrington. I'm going around to the alley. I don't want that fellow to get away from us again. It might take quite a while, but we're going to stay with him until something breaks.
Is Zimmer coming?
No sign of him yet.
And what are you doing back up here?
I sure hate to see him get that $5,000. I still think we ought to take all the dough and blow town.
We ain't blowing town, and we ain't giving up any part of the money.
What do you mean?
Made a couple of phone calls this afternoon. I found out that Zimmer ain't married. He was bluffing when he said he'd have somebody with him when he came up here.
So what are you going to do?
So, when he once gets here, he ain't going to leave.
You're going to kill him?
He's got it coming, Patterson.
Yeah, there ain't no honesty in the guy at all. But what do we do with his body?
Leave it here. We'll move somewhere else. But I want to be sure he ain't followed by cops. So you get down there and watch.
Okay, Willie.
Watch it, Harrington. He's slowing down.
Yeah, he's going to take that next corner.
Stay at least a block behind him.
Right. Hang on for the turn.
He's slowing down again, Harrington. Watch it.
Yeah, he's pulling up. We better stop right here. Yeah, this is it, all right. He's getting out.
Watch where he goes.
Looks like that red house.
He's going around the back. All right, Harrington. Now, let's take it easy.
So, you found it all right.
Yeah, I found it.
Come on in.
Good place for a hideout. This where you're keeping the money?
You really want to be in on this thing, don't you?
Hey, what's the idea of the knife?
Beauty, ain't it? 6-inch blade. Don't move.
No, wait a second.
Who's this cop you talked to?
There were two of them.
What all did they say about us?
I told you. They just want to know who you are and what you look like.
And you told them?
No. Why should I tell him when you're going to give me a cut of the money?
You told him.
No. Get that thing away from me.
How do I know they didn't follow you here?
Look, I had my car parked 3 blocks from the store. I went out the back, ducked up the alley, cut across the parking lot, and went through the market. I know they didn't follow me.
Good. Because now I'm going to do something I've been wanting to do for the last 3 hours.
Get away from me. Get away!
You didn't really think we were going to sit still for the shakedown, did you?
Wait, please wait!
I'm going to cut you, friend. I'm going to cut you, but good.
No!
Where do you think you're going?
Let go of me. Let go!
Get him in here. Good punch. How about out there in the street? Anybody around?
Don't worry, he wasn't followed. Just a couple of guys selling paint jobs for houses. Try to sell me one. Me!
Oh, what's wrong with that? You can afford it.
Willie, you're a card, a real card.
He's getting up. Grab his arms.
I got him.
Listen, you gotta let me out of here. I won't say anything, I promise.
I'll say you won't say anything. I want to get his throat patted.
No!
Don't move, any of you. Cops! Watch the gun, Harrington.
That's all for you, mister.
You too. Drop the knife. Drop it! All right, I quit.
Get your face to the wall. Wait a minute, Zimmer. Where do you think you're going?
Home, I got things to do.
You're under arrest.
What for? I didn't do anything.
You'll find out what you did, and it's plenty.
Here's the money, Chief. And guess where they had it? Under the bed.
Just tell me one thing. Are you the 2 guys who were supposed to be selling paint around here?
That's right. Why?
It just proves to me why I lost out on this deal. A real slophead for a partner.
That's not why you lost out, mister. But you wouldn't believe the real reason. Your kind never does. Let's go. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
I'm sure you read about this one in your newspapers. The 2 men we called Willie and Patterson were convicted of bank robbery, assault with intent to kill, and with murder in the 1st degree. Both will spend the rest of their lives in prison. The hardware store clerk we called Zimmer was tried and sentenced on charges of being an accessory after the fact and attempted extortion. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And now, tonight's story, the case of the wounded killer.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney knows that there are 2 kinds of men, those who obey the law and those who break it. This case started with both kinds in a doctor's office in a residential district on the outskirts of town, shortly after midnight.
Oh, Doc, it hurts.
I'm afraid it's going to hurt more, Jim, unless your father lets me put you under. How about it, Mr. Larson?
No. I got to get him out of here as soon as you finish.
All right.
I'll have to probe for that bullet.
Then stop talking and go ahead and probe.
Grip the sides of the table, Jim.
I'm gripping it. Go ahead.
All right, I've got it. Hand me those compressors, please, Mr. Larson. Yep. I'll plug this for now to stop the blood. You'll have to come back tomorrow for a new dressing, Jim. Pain subsiding any now?
Yeah, it's a little better.
All right. Push that roll of tape over here.
Sorry we had to get you out of bed, Doctor.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Now then, I'll give you a shot of penicillin to combat infection. Yeah. You better have a shot a day for the next 3 days to play safe, Jim. And stay off that leg. All right. You can help him get dressed, Mr. Larson.
Okay. Come on, Jim.
Yeah. Just let me get this up.
Now then, you'd better give me the whole story, Mr. Larson.
I did tell you. Just a simple accident. I was cleaning a gun.
Where and at what time?
What do you have to know all that for?
The police always want detailed information whenever a doctor treats a gunshot wound, Jim.
You're not going to report this to the police.
Oh, yes, I am, Mr. Larson. The law requires
you're
it.
right.
Don't get excited, Dad. Doc's known us for years. He understands we don't want a lot of fuss about nothing. After all, it was an accident. Doc.
Yes, Jim?
My father didn't do this. And it was no accident.
I was just beginning to realize that.
Don't pick up that phone, Doc.
Holding that gun on me isn't going to change the law, Mr. Larson.
Better change your mind, Doc. Take the money and forget it.
No.
You better make sure he's dead.
He's dead, all right. We might as well be wanted for 2 killings as 1. I'd have found out about the stockyard guard if I let him make that call.
We better get out of here.
Yeah, we're going to have to take care of that leg ourselves. We can't risk going to another doctor. Here, put your arm around me.
All right. Go ahead.
You say the doctor's nurse found the body, Harrington?
Hey, yeah, that's right, Chief. She's in this waiting room. Miss Blackburn, this is Mr. Garrett, the district attorney.
Hello.
Since she found the body this morning when she came to work, I asked her to stay until you got it.
Would you mind waiting a little longer?
I'll stay as long as you need me.
Well, thank you. Where's the body, Harrington?
In the doc's office across the hall. I've been keeping the office closed off. Nobody's been in here but the lab crew.
How about the medical examiner?
He's on his way.
Quite a bit of blood on this examination table, Harrington.
Yeah, I wondered about that myself.
Instrument tray, surgical dressings beside the table. Hypodermic needle. Looks like an antibiotic.
You don't suppose the doctor could have been trying to treat his own wound?
The way he's shot, I'd say he probably died in a matter of seconds. Not time enough for this. Besides, the body is 8 feet away from the table.
Yeah, it must be somebody else's blood then.
The medical examiner can check it by type when he gets here. And I have a few things I want to ask Miss Blackburn. We can use some help from you now, Miss Blackburn.
I'll tell you anything I can.
Will you come across the hall to the office for a moment, please? You didn't leave the office this way last night, did you?
No. Everything was put away. There was a fresh pad and sheet on the examination table.
Was the doctor expecting any patient after you left?
No, he said he was going to bed early. He usually turned in at 9. A doctor catches his sleep when he can.
Oh, we checked the bedroom, Chief. His bed had been slept in. And you see what he's wearing. Robe and pajamas.
Poor doctor.
I think you'd better go home now, Miss Blackburn. If we need any more information, we can reach you there.
Thank you.
Tell the sergeant outside I want one of the men to drive you home in a squad car.
Thank you.
Well, that settles one thing, Harrington. Dr. Hammett treated an unexpected patient last night. Somebody who got him out of bed, accepted his help, and then killed him.
Yeah, but why?
Well, there's only one reason I can think of. To keep him from calling the police. Look at the instruments that we used.
Yeah, a probe. He'd use that digging for a bullet. I know. Had a few dug out myself. What are you looking around for?
Trash container.
Oh, right there next to the instrument cabinet. Some stuff in here, all right.
Yeah, dump it out on this newspaper.
Surgical gauze, blood stain. Hey, what's that?
Sleeve torn from a blue denim shirt. Must have been ripped off to bind the wound before the patient was brought here.
Must have been some wound. That thing is soaked.
Twist that gauze around carefully. Use a pencil. There it is.
Yeah. Hey, that's a rifle slug, Chief. Looks like a 30-30 silver tip. The lab boy said the doc was shot with a revolver. Probably a 38 police special.
Well, the man the doctor treated was shot someplace else by somebody else. Both wounds wouldn't be from the same gun.
You mean the fellow we're after was in a gunfight before he came here?
Well, that's the way it shapes up, Harrington. Losing all that blood, he couldn't have come far alone. Chances are he had somebody with him, helping him.
Yeah, that means we've got two men to look for.
Yes. The medical examiner will be able to supply us with the wounded man's blood type. I'm going to send this rifle slug and whatever he digs out of the doctor through ballistics. While we're back at the office waiting for it, I want to check on something else.
What?
Every police report involving gunplay that took place within 100 miles of this city last night.
Hi, Miss Miller.
Hello, Harrington. Are those lab reports?
Yep, just finished.
You better take them right in. Mr. Garrett's waiting for them.
How about the shooting report?
Nothing yet from the county. We're waiting for outside teletype. Masterson will bring them up as soon as he gets anything.
Okay. Lab reports, Chief. The man the doctor treated was blood type A.
How about the ballistics?
The slug we found in the container was a 30-30 silver tip, all right. And the lab was right about the gun that killed Dr. Hammett. 38 police special.
Any distinctive markings on the bullets?
Plenty. They said they'll have no trouble matching them up with the guns they came from, if we find the guns.
And we'll find them all right. Get the...
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, Miss Miller.
this just came in on the teletype. It's from David Corkin, the district attorney of Roebling County.
Oh.
And what is it, Chief?
The shooting happened early last night. The guard from the stockyards near their railroad terminal was shot and killed. The body was found less than an hour ago in a cattle pen.
Roebling County Stockyards. Yeah, it's 70 miles from here. Think it could tie in with our case?
Get a car, and we're going to find out. Have radio division contact the Roebling County Sheriff's Office, Miss Miller. Ask them to notify Dave Corcoran that I'm on my way up to meet him.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Dave.
Oh, hello, Paul. Good to see you.
You know my assistant, Harrington.
Yeah, sure.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Corcoran.
What about this killing, Dave?
Well, this man was a special guard. Cattle are unloaded at this terminal when they come in from the shippers. Quite a few head have been stolen in the past couple of months.
I see.
That's why the dead man was hired, to try and stop it. Incidentally, what's your interest in the case?
Well, both of us may be after the same killer. A doctor in my county was murdered last night after treating a gunshot wound. Do you know the caliber of the gun that killed the guard?
Yes, it was a 38 police special.
That fits, Chief.
A lot of 38 police specials in circulation.
We can have the slugs matched by ballistics to make sure, but we won't have to wait that long to be pretty certain if we can tie in one other thing.
What?
What kind of a weapon was your guard armed with?
A rifle.
Did he get a chance to use it?
Yeah. Fired one shot at whoever killed him.
The doctor had been killed after treating a wound. If the caliber of the guard's rifle matches the caliber of the slug we found in the doctor's office, we're in this together.
What caliber rifle are you looking for, Paul?
A 30-30.
Well, then we're in this together. That's what it was.
A doctor in my county had been murdered. And the same gun that killed him had been used the same night in the murder of a guard at a railroad terminal stockyard 70 miles away. We turned our ballistics findings over to Corcoran's lab men. On the way back to town, Harrington and I got a scientific verification of our suspicions by shortwave radio. Corcoran's lab men had matched the bullets.
It didn't take the lab boys long to compare those slugs, did it?
It never does. They're a good crew.
Yep. The test firing slug they got from the guard's rifle was a perfect match for the slug Dr. Hammett removed from that patient we're looking for.
We're not only looking for him, we're going to find him, and whoever was with him.
Yeah, and something else. You were right about it being more than one man. The man who got hit wouldn't be in any condition to drive 70 miles all by his lonesome, especially in a truck.
70 miles to get to a doctor.
Yeah, pretty long haul with a bad wound.
Yes, and it answers a question I've had in mind. I wonder why they didn't tie the doctor up and leave him instead of killing him. That would have given him time to get away before he could make a report to the police.
What are you figuring, Chief?
They had to kill Dr. Hammett to avoid positive identification. Because they knew him, and he knew them.
No, I don't follow you on that.
Now, look, Harrington. Dr. Hammett's house is in the suburbs, and on a side street away from the direct routes into the city center.
Uh-huh.
It wouldn't be easy to locate in the middle of the night unless you knew just where it was. Not only that, the killers passed through another city and a half a dozen small towns to get there. They could have gotten to 100 other doctors more easily than they got to Dr. Hammett, and a lot sooner.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something, Harrington. If you were shot, and you wanted to keep it off the record, but you had to be treated, what would you do?
Well, I'd go to my own family doctor, of course, and hope that I could talk him out of making a report. I see what you mean now. The men we're after must live in or near the area of Dr. Hammett's office.
Yes. And we can narrow it quite a bit more than that.
How?
They were stealing cattle.
Yeah?
Would you know what to do with stolen cattle? Where would you take them? What use would they be to you?
Well, none unless I...
Go ahead.
Well, unless I happen to be a butcher or a meat wholesaler. Somebody in the meat business.
Right. And those are the people we're going to check.
Here are today's reports from the plainclothes squad, Mr. Garrett.
Anything?
No, they've checked every possible place, even places where hides are sold after slaughtering. There's no trace of the hide brands Mr. Corcoran gave us from previous cattle thefts. Well, none that aren't accounted for by regular shipment, I mean.
Nothing from the doctors either.
No?
The man we're after had a very bad wound. He's taking a big chance if he isn't having it dressed and cared for.
He'd be taking a bigger chance by going to another doctor the way we've canvassed them.
Yes, I guess you're right.
Hi, Miss Miller.
Hi.
Hi, Chief. I'm beat. I've been in and out of so many cold storage boxes in the last 2 days, my blood is beginning to wonder if I'm a snowman.
No luck?
Nothing but government-inspected meat, all sealed and stamped. Another day, and I'll be ready for a hook myself. I must have walked...
I'll get it, Mr. Garrett. District Attorney's office. Oh, yes, Mrs. Farmer. When? Oh, I see. Your husband's store. Yes. Might very well be. I'll tell him right away. Thank you. It was Mrs. Clymer, Mr. Garrett. She's a policewoman in the juvenile squad.
Yeah?
Her husband's a druggist. Works at the all-night pharmacy at Sutton and Ninth from midnight until 8. He had some trouble with a customer last night.
What kind of trouble?
Man came in and bought a vial of penicillin. Then he wanted a hypodermic needle for administering it. Mr. Clymer told him he couldn't sell it to him without a doctor's prescription. The man tried to bribe him. When that didn't work, he got mad. Clymer told him to see a doctor and come back, but he stalked out.
That could be something, Chief.
Yeah, it certainly could. Did Mr. Clymer know the man?
Yes, his name's Larson. He just opened a small business a few blocks away from the drugstore.
What kind of a business?
She didn't know.
Yeah, I can tell you, Chief. Here on my list, Larson and Son.
What are they dealing?
Canned meat.
Pick up a search warrant and let's go.
Well, we're not going to be able to identify any of this stuff, Chief. Not without the hides.
I know. You tell Jeff to notify the Merchants Protection Service that we're in here on a warrant?
Yeah. The door shaker will know about it when he makes his round. He's been instructed not to notify the lot.
Good. Well, what's out back?
Oh, small cattle pen. Nothing in it, though. I looked over the fence when we were coming around the place.
Now, let's go out and make sure.
Hey, I see.
Uh-huh. What are those vats?
Waste, I guess. Excess fats. Probably sell it to some rendering plant for soap and other byproducts.
Let's go back into the plant office. See if we can find their home address.
I'll give you 10 to 1. I can tell you what neighborhood it will be in.
I'll make it 20. If you pick any neighborhood but Dr. Hammett's. I'll take the desk. You take the filing cabinet.
Who'd be calling here now? Do you think Lawson is wise?
Might be for us. Hello?
Mr. Garrett?
Oh, yes, Miss Miller. What is it?
I thought I'd better call you. A report came through from Burglary Division. It happened 20 minutes ago.
What is it?
Somebody broke into a drugstore, stole a tray of antibiotics and a hypodermic kit.
Thanks. Talk to you later. One of the Larsons must be in bad shape, Harrington. Find that address.
Jim. What? Here, raise your head. Drink this water. Oh, I'm hot. Burning up. This attic is always hot. No. Oh, it's fever. Getting worse. You said your leg wasn't hurting anymore. No, but it's all swollen. Look at it. You get the penicillin. Yeah, but I don't know what to do with it. I'm not a doctor. Oh, and take me to one. Yeah, put the both of us in the electric chair. Get the car. Drive me out of the state someplace. To some mountain area where we can say we've been hunting. All right. I'll get the... Hey. There's a car stopping. Yeah, right out front. Here, let me kill that light. Who could it be? You've been telling everybody not to come. How do I know who it can be? Suppose it's the police. There's no way the police could know anything. And I better go down and answer. And don't you move around up here. I can hear it all over the house when you do. Make sure that lantern doesn't leave any marks on the rug when you move it. Don't tell me what to do. Just don't move up here. I push the cover back in place after me. All right. Be with you in a minute. I'm coming. Now, what are you trying to do? Break the door down?
From the time it took you to answer, it looked like that was what you wanted us to do.
I was busy. Who are you, anyway? What do you want?
My name is Garrett, Mr. Larson. I'm the district attorney.
Mind if we come in?
Yes, I mind.
In that case, here's a warrant.
What's this all about? I forgot to answer a parking ticket or something?
Or something. You took a long time answering the door.
I was fixing the light out in the kitchen. I yelled the first time you knocked. Wait a minute.
We didn't hear you the first time.
Look, what do you want? Why don't you get to the point?
All right. Mr. Larson, do you own a gun?
Shotgun. For duck hunting. You want to see it?
No, I'd rather see a 38 police special.
Never owned one.
That's funny. There's a permit for one in your office files.
Just before you let us in, I heard a door open and close.